Chapter 38, Moaning Myrtle, End of Term Feast. I was wrong. It turns out that Professor Snape doesn't just pick on Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff get caught in the crossfire too. Passing by the giant hourglass in front of the castle hall, which represents each house's points, I saw the gems inside were even pitifully fewer than before I was hospitalized, and I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Even though I had to sober up before the end-of-term feast, after talking with Professor Dumbledore and taking some medicine, I still dozed off for a while. By the time I truly woke up, Madame Pomfrey had nagged through a full-body check, so I was almost released from the hospital wing just as the feast was about to start. The result was that when I finally reached the hall's entrance, the unexpectedly empty hourglasses left me momentarily stunned. With a light sigh and a shake of my head, I wondered to myself if this might be the lowest Hogwarts house points in history while I reached out and pushed open the doors to the hall. I had heard that the end-of-term feast hall is always decorated according to the colors and symbols of the house that wins the house cup, so seeing the silver and green Slytherin banners inside didn't surprise me. I could also understand why someone who nearly arrives late at this crucial time would draw attention. But who could tell me why? The moment I stepped into the hall, the normally noisy chatter instantly went silent and all these intensely focused, lingering gazes seemed glued to me. Harry! Just as I was disoriented by the strange atmosphere and wondering whether I should close the door and pretend I hadn't come or just walk to the Gryffindor table and ignore it, Hermione came running toward me and threw herself into my arms without hesitation. Harry, are you okay? Is your body all better? We were so worried. I'm fine, aren't I? It's all over. I wrapped my arms around Hermione, patting her back to reassure her, and smiled at the other two who were running after her. Hello, both of you, long time no see. You know it's been a long time too. Ron came up and gave my shoulder a hard punch. I bared my teeth in a grin, and Hermione finally let go of me while shooting Ron a glare. After lying down for so many days, we thought you planned on sleeping forever. Sorry for making you worry, but I'm fine now, I said to them. Neville, you're okay too, right? Your injury, already fine, nothing compared to yours. Don't forget, you were still unconscious when I was discharged, Neville said with a smile. All right, let's not stand here any longer, let's take our seats. I think it's about time. The professors should be arriving soon, and the banquet should start shortly. I instinctively looked toward the faculty seating, and at first glance, I saw Hagrid excitedly waving at me. Standing so tall, he almost knocked over a table. I smiled back at him while making my way with Hermione to the Gryffindor table. Yo, here comes our big hero. Feeling better now? Did you get our gift? Thanks for caring, I'm fine. The twins squeezed into the seats opposite us as soon as we sat down. I nodded and smiled at them. But I didn't receive your gift. I heard Madame Pomfrey confiscated it. Did you really give me a toilet seat? Of course. Guaranteed to be from a real Hogwarts girl's bathroom. George's teeth gleamed as he smiled. I mean, nobody usually goes in that bathroom anyway, so our toilet bomb experiment to test the firework powder went off really well. Ron looked completely shocked at the ridiculous idea of his own brothers bombing a girl's bathroom. You actually bombed the girl's bathroom. He looked like he was about to faint. If Mom finds out, as long as you don't tell, dear old Mum won't know, because no one noticed, Fred said, also grinning brightly. We picked Myrtle's bathroom, it's a mess in there even if we didn't blow it up. Myrtle? Neville asked, confused, but he quickly learned the answer from Hermione. Myrtle, the crybaby, is the ghost who lives in a girl's bathroom on the second floor. Because she is so easily excited, there are always problems with the bathroom where she lives, and no one wants to use it at all. Hermione glared at the twins unhappily, but even so, you shouldn't blow up the bathroom. What if there were really someone at that time? And how can anyone give a toilet seat as a gift? We will send it. Fred shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and George followed suit. And we also brought an extra one to take home to give to Ginny. Oh no, please, Don Timon will kill you. Ron's wailing and dissuasion contrasted sharply with the high spirits of the twins, but I didn't think much of listening to the communication between the brothers. Taking advantage of the fact that the original conversation was back in the hall, I secretly pulled down Neville's sleeve next door to attract his attention. Well, what happened when I came in just now? I asked in a low voice. Why do you look at me so strangely? Neville's face froze. You don't know? Nonsense. Do I still need to ask you if I know? My expression was so puzzled that Neville had to ask me, did you see the hourglass outside? Do you know what's going on? I nodded. I heard it's Professor Snape's masterpiece. Then have you heard why Professor Snape is angry? Professor Dumbledore said Professor Snape was because of I automatically silenced the word worried because I didn't even believe in that reason. But what does this have to do with the way people look at me? Is everyone angry with me? No. Neville's expression had begun to distort a little. People look at you that way because everyone has been talking about you these days, especially about saving Professor Snape. That's why Professor Snape got angry. I frowned. You mean Professor Snape deducted points from the students who talked about me saving him? Neville nodded. Don't you realize how incredible what you did that day was? Even Professor McGonagall was stunned. Talking about this makes me a bit angry. What's so amazing about that? Saving someone is saving someone. Just because they are in a different house, you shouldn't just let them die, right? Besides, in that kind of situation, every second counts. Staring blankly is a complete waste of time, and wasting time is wasting life. It's not quite like that, of course. You're right, you shouldn't let someone die. But Neville's expression could no longer be described as twisted. It was a kind of pained struggle. You really didn't have to kiss Professor Snape, did you? Silent. Still silent. Continuing in silence. My dead brain finally started working, and I finally understood what everyone's looks meant. Faces turning pale and red in a spectacular display, blood rushing to my head. Who the hell, which damn brainless jerk spread the rumor that I kissed Professor Snape? I jumped up excitedly, slammed the table, and shouted, I clearly just made him drink the potion. The great hall fell into sudden dead silence. The gazes directed at me made me immediately realize what a stupid thing I had done. However, I didn't even have time to feel regret, as an aura of absolute kill this place tension rolled over from the staff table, sending a shiver through everyone in the hall, accompanied by a gritted voice that made my face turn even grayer. Harry Potter. Disrupting the public and using foul language, Gryffindor loses 10 points, and detention. Wait, my dear Severus. Professor Dumbledore chuckled, interrupting Professor Snape. Mr. Potter has only been granted temporary discharge by Madame Pomfrey. Tonight, he still needs to return to the hospital wing to rest. Besides, tonight is the end-of-term feast. Detention would really spoil the mood, so let's just forget it. Well, I think now is as good a time as any. Mr. Potter, please sit down, okay? Before the feast formally begins, I have a few words I'd like everyone to humor this old man with. Let me think. I wobbled as I sat down. With my heart feeling dead, I had no energy to listen to whatever the headmaster had to say. First of all, I'm glad that everyone seems to have a lot of heads than at the beginning of this year, and I hope that when I see your cute faces again after the summer vacation, you have all emptied your heads again so that we can fill in some more things. Then, I think it's the college cup that everyone cares about the most. Let me see which one it is. Well, first of all, the 4th place, Gryffindor, because of Severus's opinion just now, so it is 212 points. With the sparse applause, I was already a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water and endured grievances from all sides. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 252 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 331 points. 1st place, Slytherin, 452 points. Slytherin's applause almost lifted the ceiling, and a large group of people, including Malfoy, even slammed on the table with cups and cutlery. All right, Professor Dumbledore finally stopped Slytherin after almost a minute of arguing. You are doing well, Slytherin, there is no doubt about that, but we must also take into account some of the things that have happened in the past few days. We still have some points here that have not been counted. Let me see. The Slytherin students' faces began to darken. As for their tutors, for Merlin Sake, I still don't dare to cast a glance in his direction. First of all, Mr. Ron Weasley, who played one of the best wizard chess games Hogwarts has ever played, for which I will reward Gryffindor with 50 points. The applause from the crowd made Ron's face like a carrot make me chuckle. Miss Hermione Granger and Mr. Neville Longbottom, not only calm and decisive in the face of three-headed dogs and devil's nets, but also showed great cooperation and mastery of the use of charms even against adult mountain monsters, for which I reward them both, 50 points each. Hermione was hugged and congratulated by the girls beside her, and even Neville's face and eyes turned red from the whistles coming from Dean and Seamus. I wasn't surprised that he was almost moved to tears, because since starting school, besides his herbology assignments, he hadn't earned any points for Gryffindor at all. Meanwhile, I noticed quite a few people eagerly looking at Professor Dumbledore. Gryffindor's points had now surged to 362, pushing Ravenclaw into 2nd place, and among the main people involved in these recent events, I hadn't received any points yet, but if Professor Dumbledore was generous enough. And now, Mr. Harry Potter. The Great Hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. For his rational and precise, fair reasoning, which not only displayed astonishing courage and fearless defiance of evil, but also showed us what true, unbiased, and unprejudiced trust looks like, along with exceptional and unique mysterious Chinese medical skills. I swear, while I glared at that mischievous old man cursing him in my heart for saying something unnecessary again, I absolutely saw him wink at me. For this, I award Mr. Harry Potter 100 points. The entire hall erupted as if something had exploded. I was overwhelmed by all the upperclassmen and girls vying to hug me. The sounds of laughter, shouting, cheering and hollering came not only from Gryffindor but also joined in from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. If Hermione and Neville hadn't been desperately reminding everyone that my body hadn't fully recovered yet, and if Ron hadn't been trying to protect me, I would have almost been lifted up and tossed around. Although I couldn't play too roughly, during the banquet that followed, everyone still had a lively time. Amidst the chaos, I even heard Lee shouting, "So cool! If Harry kisses Snape he gets 100 points, he might as well kiss him a few more times next year." And then I glimpsed the miserable scene of him being dragged away by the twins and forcibly silenced. Holding my glass of orange juice and sipping gently, I still didn't dare look towards the staff table, where the murderous glare seemed like it cost nothing, but I knew my mood tonight was already so deep and profound it would stay with me for a lifetime. The Philosopher's Stone, complete. Chapter 39. Summer vacation begins. It's hard to imagine that after spending just one school year at Hogwarts, I've already developed a feeling of home there. But I believe that anyone who has been at Hogwarts and then returns to the Dursleys' house would definitely miss life at Hogwarts just like me. Enduring the scorching July sun, I crouched in the backyard pulling weeds, helplessly thinking to myself. Even though I was mentally prepared, seeing the way they treated me after returning to the Dursleys' house this summer like I was a ticking time bomb with their openly cautious fear and utter disgust, still made me feel quite disheartened. Damn, isn't it just that I went to a wizarding school? Since coming back, I haven't even used the slightest bit of magic. Are they on guard as if I'm going to blow the house up at any moment? I only ever used magic to cause trouble because they provoked me first, otherwise, who in their right mind would bother attacking them? Besides, if I really wanted to deal with them, I wouldn't even need my wand or powers. With the silver needle in hand, I could make them all fall with just a flick of my finger. So why should I let them boss me around and give me orders? Really, after finishing the weeds in a foul mood and carrying the trash bag to clean up the lawn, I felt a bit down. I wasn't unaware that this family had never treated me like a nephew, and it had been like this from the start, only getting worse. Feeling anger and resentment over it now, what use is that? Sigh, people really are greedy. After making a few friends who feel like brothers and sisters, I start carelessly longing for real blood-related family. I need to reflect on that. Yes, one must know how to be content. After tidying up the lawn, it was time to trim the hedges, and then there were tasks like cleaning the driveway and wiping the windows of the house waiting for me. I've only been back for a month, and every day when I open my eyes, I'm greeted with endless chores. I can roughly guess that Aunt Petunia and the others are trying to wear me out so I won't have the energy to think about using magic. But with my inner power, how could labor of this level possibly tire me? The problem is, finishing the chores assigned by Aunt Petunia almost always has me returning to my room past midnight, which means the progress on my secret mail order creations has seriously fallen behind, forcing me to stay up late every couple of days, even more exhausted than when I was at school. Damn it, I'm just back for a temporary stay, not to be a servant. Does making me work like a house elf really give them such a sense of achievement? Speaking of house elves, it seems like today is the day Dobby from the Malfoy family is going to show up, right? My birthday. Yes, today is my 12th birthday, of course. That doesn't count my previous life's age. Anyway, why would I want to openly flaunt the age that makes people cringe when they hear it? Probably because it's my birthday, nobody celebrates it, and the Dursleys are entertaining some big client and their whole family tonight, which means I have to hide in my little room upstairs pretending I don't even exist. That's why my mood today feels particularly resentful and low. But after tonight, if all goes well, I should be able to get away from this endless cycle of chores inside and outside the house that I've been stuck with for a month. Holding the broom and sweeping the driveway, I felt a burning, prying gaze coming from the hedge behind me. I didn't turn back to look and just continued my work, a genuine smile spreading across my lips, the first one since coming back to the Dursleys for the summer. Chapter 40. House Elves. Dobby. The visit of a house elf. A house elf is such a ridiculously ugly yet remarkably distinctive magical creature. Watching the house elf hopping on my single bed, with its pointed nose, bat-like ears, and big round eyes, I leaned against the door frame, a bit lost in thought. Rushing to finish the chores that had been assigned within the stipulated time, I hurriedly ate my meager dinner under the contemptuous, urging gaze of Aunt Petunia, who was already dressed in a little salmon-colored dress. Then Uncle Vernon grabbed me to give a stern lecture consisting of warnings I could recite by heart, and finally sent me up to the small room on the upper floor. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a magical creature rolling and flipping excitedly on my bed. I quickly closed the door to prevent any noise from carrying downstairs and began to examine the house elf. Although I knew that most of the cooking in Hogwarts and cleaning of the castle was done by house elves, I hadn't seen a single one in the year I had been there. Of course, I knew that if I went to the school kitchen, I would definitely see a few, but since I had enough food and candy, I had no reason to wander around there. I figured the time I'd spend idly in the kitchen could be better used crafting a few magical trinkets to sell. Besides, Hermione would naturally take care of that, so why would I go looking for trouble in advance? So up until now, this was the first time I had ever seen this rumored creature, known for its extreme servility. Ah, Harry Potter, the house elf, happily bouncing on the bed, finally noticed me standing in the dimly lit room by the bedside lamp. Quickly stopping, the house elf stood on the bed, wringing its hands nervously while looking at me. I thought carefully about how to speak so as not to overexcite this house elf, which seemed easily provoked into self-punishment in my memory. I cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Dobby is terribly rude for not greeting Harry Potter as soon as he saw Dobby. Dobby is really… Wait. I hurriedly interrupted the house elf before it could spiral further into self-reproach, trying to keep my tone politely inquisitive. I think your name is Dobby. How did you get into my room? And what kind of creature are you? Yes, Harry Potter, please allow Dobby to introduce himself. The house elf bowed to me. Dobby is a house elf serving a noble family, Harry Potter. Dobby came specifically to look for you, and even had to punish himself afterward to get here. But after arriving, Dobby could only focus on looking at Harry Potter and even forgot to introduce himself, which scared you. Dobby is really terrible bad Dobby. Faster than I had expected, the house elf suddenly reddened in the eyes and crashed toward the table by my bed with a loud noise. I had to hurriedly rush over to stop him. Stop, Dobby, stop. I hissed, you're going to get my uncle and the others upstairs. I grabbed the house elf, who was already a bit dizzy and trembling. We can talk things out properly. Why are you hurting yourself? I'm not blaming you. You don't understand, Harry Potter. Dobby is just a house elf, just a servant of wizards. Dobby cannot offend a great wizard like you. Whenever Dobby does something wrong, Dobby must punish himself. That's the rule for house elves. All right, rules are rules. But can I ask you, please don't carry out this self-punishment in this room? I really don't want my uncle and the others to come up. It would cause me a lot of trouble. Is that your order? Do whatever you want, I said, letting go of the house elf. Also, didn't you say you came specifically to see me? Then sit down first. Standing all the time isn't very comfortable for talking. Sit down, the house elf repeated, his voice starting to shake. Sit down? Harry Potter wants Dobby to sit down? Yes, I replied smoothly, but only realized after saying it that there might be a problem. Sure enough, Harry Potter actually let Dobby sit down, he wailed. Harry Potter actually allowed Dobby to sit down. Never before. I immediately lunged forward and covered his mouth. Dobby, I'm serious right now, and I need to ask you one more thing, I said through gritted teeth, looking into the house elf's tennis ball-sized, already wet green eyes. Don't make a loud noise in this room, okay? The last thing I need right now is for anyone else to find out you're in my room. Understand? The house elf nodded timidly, and only then did I let him go. I'm sorry, Harry Potter, Dobby didn't mean to cause you any trouble, the house elf murmured softly, choking slightly as soon as his mouth was freed. But Dobby is just so moved. No wizard at all has ever invited Dobby to sit down politely like equals. You've just been unlucky not to encounter them, I said, frowning at the house elf who was still standing on my bed, tears beginning to threaten a full spill. I turned and opened a wardrobe in the room, whose doors were already slightly loose, and pulled out a handkerchief. Several of the wizards I know are quite polite and kind. Of course they are. Harry Potter is such a powerful wizard and his character is countless times kinder than Dobby could ever know, and of course, Harry Potter's friends are too, but Dobby is just a house elf. Almost all wizards look down on house elves, even the family Dobby serves. The house elf's voice trailed off, and he began to shake all over. Dobby, I called sharply, stuffing the handkerchief into his hands and grabbing his shoulders at the same time. Remember what you promised me, you're not allowed to hurt yourself in this room. The house elf trembled even more violently. Dobby remembers, yes you will. Sit down. Sensing the house elf had no other actions but trembling and crying, my voice slowed down and gently pressed him down on my bed. Relax, I don't have so many pedantic rules here, so you don't have to worry about being blamed for saying the wrong thing, and wipe your face. The handkerchief is not used to wring it for you. House elf sobbed and did as I was told, burying his face in the handkerchief for 10 minutes. The reason why I knew the time so clearly was because I really had nothing to do when he was crying, so I had to caress Hedwig's wings in the birdcage while staring at the alarm clock at the bedside in a daze, waiting for the house elf to calm down. Really, I'm very sorry, Harry Potter. Is it finally over crying? I came back to my senses and saw House Elf looking at me with complex eyes such as emotion, respect, and joy, and he was sitting on the bed, and he didn't know when he became a kneeling position. Dobby has no intention of causing Harry Potter trouble at first. Dobby just wanted to see Harry Potter and tell him something important. Dobby didn't expect that in addition to the rumored high manner, Harry Potter even had kinder and nobler kindness than all wizards. Dobby was so surprised, and he didn't expect that the great Harry Potter, who defeated the one we can't name, was actually our most respected son of Gaia. Wait, I was about to move away from the direction where House Elf was kneeling as if nothing had happened, but when I heard a certain key word, I immediately put it aside. What did you just say? Do you know about the son of Gaia? Yes, of course. Dobby knows the son of Gaia. Every House Elf knows that this is the ancestral secret of our House Elves, and we will not tell any humans, not even our masters, if you are not a son of Gaia. Dobby will not say anything to you anyway. Does this count as finding something that seemed impossible without any effort? I restrained the excitement in my heart at receiving this unexpected information, and as I slowly walked to the foot of the bed and sat down, my thoughts raced. Dobby, can you explain to me what this child of Gaia means? I've heard centaurs call me that too, but I have no idea why you call me that, and how are you sure that I am the child of Gaia? Even the great prophet centaur has recognized Harry Potter. Dobby looked touched. Dobby had a feeling it was true. Only the noble child of Gaia can transcend the bond between the master's family and the house elf, allowing the house elf a certain degree of freedom without violating the master's absolute will. Dobby is so lucky to witness a human child of Gaia in his lifetime, and even receive such kindness from the child of Gaia. Harry Potter is truly magnificent. No wonder he could defeat the one we must not speak the name of. No wonder. Stop, I interrupted, feeling a headache from the house elf's increasingly exaggerated and endless praise. Dobby, could you stop complimenting me? I'm not as great as you say. I just want to know what child of Gaia really means, why you and the centaurs call me that. Please answer that question first, okay? Harry Potter is truly humble, so kind and benevolent to Dobby, yet unwilling to let Dobby tell him. I started twitching at the corners of my eyes. Thankfully, this house elf had somewhat listened to my words, otherwise, I might have seriously considered triggering the plant defense mechanism I had set up in the room on him. But, Child of Gaia is just Child of Gaia. The great prophet centaur has recognized Harry Potter, so Harry Potter should already know the meaning of Child of Gaia. Thinking back, just choking this house elf right now would probably be more satisfying. I rubbed the corner of my forehead, and if the house elf in front of me hadn't looked straight at me with a magnanimous innocent face mixed with a sincere expression of extreme admiration, I would have thought that if I really pinched him, I would have done it long ago. Okay, since you can't answer my question of son of Gaia, forget it. Tell me what you came to me for. You've been wandering around this house for so many days, didn't you just come to me to confirm if I am a son of Gaia? The expression on House Elf's face seemed to be even more adoring. Harry Potter actually knew that Dobby was near him without magic. Harry Potter's power is really great, but before the corners of my eyes twitched even more, the house elf's tone was worried. No matter how powerful Harry Potter is, he is still a 12-year-old wizard, and he can't resist dangerous conspiracies. Harry Potter is so benevolent and noble, and the son of Gaia of the house elves. Dobby can't put Harry Potter in danger anyway. Dobby must ask Harry Potter not to return to Hogwarts this year anyway. There was a long silence in the room. Dobby, I broke the silence after a moment of contemplation. You say that you will come to me if you are willing to be punished, so that I will not go back to Hogwarts. Yes, Harry Potter. The house elf's body began to tremble lightly again. Dobby must do this. Harry Potter must know that even if Harry Potter is not the child of Gaia, the things Harry Potter has done are still so great, not just for wizards but also for lives like ours living at the very bottom of the world. And now Dobby knows that Harry Potter is not only powerful but also kind and compassionate, and is the house elf's child of Gaia. Dobby absolutely cannot let Harry Potter fall into filthy, dangerous plots that even he himself doesn't understand. Dobby must ask Harry Potter to avoid danger at all costs. Dobby must do this, even if after this he has to stick his head into the oven to punish himself. That would kill you, I frowned, rubbing my temples. And if you punish yourself for no reason, wouldn't your master suspect something? Dobby quite suspects that. The house elf gave a weak smile, which somehow made my heart ache. The family Dobby serves doesn't care at all why Dobby punishes himself. They would even remind Dobby how to punish himself more efficiently. This Malfoy family really is. I shook my head. In short, I don't want you to hurt yourself like that. There's a saying in China, your body, hair, and skin are given by your parents and should not be damaged, which means that our bodies are the greatest gift from our parents and we shouldn't harm them recklessly. Even if you see yourself as a servant, how can you properly protect and serve your master if you harm yourself easily? Of course, the reverse is true as well. If a master cannot cherish the body and abilities of their servant, they are hardly a competent master either. I paused, realizing that talking to this house elf about this probably only made him more upset and was nothing but causing trouble. Anyway, just don't hurt yourself so carelessly. And as for you telling me not to go back to Hogwarts, that's impossible. For me, Hogwarts is no longer just a school, it's my home. It's the only place in this world where I truly belong. I will not give up going back just because of someone's inexplicable words. Harry Potter is really a merciful and kind great wizard, the house elf said with teary eyes, his tone urgent. But Harry Potter must listen to Dobby's advice. Horrible things will really happen at Hogwarts this year. Harry Potter cannot go back, otherwise Harry Potter will be in great danger. Dobby cannot stand by and watch such a kind and noble Harry Potter lose his life because of this. If you are willing to tell me what's really going on, then there won't be any problem when I go back to Hogwarts. No, the house elf shook his head violently, his body trembling more noticeably. Harry Potter doesn't understand, Dobby can't say. Dobby can only beg Harry Potter not to go back to Hogwarts. It's really too dangerous there. Then all the more reason I must go back, I said firmly and clearly. My friends, the people I want to protect, are almost all there. I have to go back. Friends? The house elf asked me quietly. Harry Potter thinks they are friends, but would friends not even send you a single letter? My face darkened. Speaking of this, I just remembered, I said, my gaze sternly fixed on the house elf. Dobby, you should understand that whether in the wizarding world or the muggle world, opening or intercepting someone else's mail is extremely unethical and impolite. Please give my letter back to me. The house elf looked as if he had been startled. How did Harry Potter know? Plants tell me a lot of things I want to know. I said calmly, watching the house elf kneeling on my bed, retreating toward the wall with his hands stretched behind him. Please give my letter back to me, Dobby. Harry Potter, please don't be angry. Dobby didn't do it on purpose. Dobby did it for Harry Potter. As long as Harry Potter doesn't receive the letter, and Harry Potter thinks his friends forgot him, he won't want to return to Hogwarts. I won't misunderstand my friends over something as small as not receiving a letter. The gentlemanly friendship is as light as water. After more than 20 years of being influenced by Chinese culture, I've truly embraced this. I looked a bit amusedly at the house elf almost curling into a ball on my bed. You didn't throw my letters away, did you? No, I wouldn't dare. The house elf shook his head violently, his bat-like ears flapping loudly with emotion, as he pulled out a neatly stacked bundle of letters from his old pillowcase clothing to prove it to me. Dobby kept them all safe. Just couldn't give them to Harry Potter. Dobby. A vine suddenly appeared out of nowhere, snatched the letters from the house elf's hands, and then, at a speed too fast for the house elf to react, dragged the letters under the bed, disappearing from sight. No, Dobby, I shouted sharply. The house elf froze in place on the bed, scared into stopping his forward motion. Were you trying to steal them? Steal my letters? The house elf froze stiffly for a long moment, then his eyes, the size of tennis balls, began to fill with tears, and he started to cry. No, Dobby dares not. The house elf sobbed. Dobby dares not offend Harry Potter. Dobby didn't do it on purpose, but Dobby had no choice. Harry Potter can't go back to school no matter what. It's really too dangerous there. I rubbed my forehead again, feeling a headache, as I looked at the ugly little creature curled up on my bed, clutching my handkerchief and crying. This thing, if it's not hurting itself, it's crying for me, and in just a few minutes of knowing it, all it's doing is poking at my weaknesses. Am I just too soft-hearted, or is this house elf too cunning? Dobby. After letting the house elf cry quietly for a few minutes, I gave in and spoke first. Even though this is our first meeting, your request is strange and unclear, putting me in a difficult position, I said softly. I looked at the house elf, whose face was buried in the handkerchief and whose sobs were gradually quieting. I knew he was listening. But I absolutely believe in your good intentions, so I'm not upset about you hiding my letter. However, I can still tell you that I can't refuse to go back to Hogwarts. Not just because my friends are there, but since you've been wandering near this house for a while, you must have seen how my family treats me and should also understand that my place belongs to Hogwarts, to the wizarding world. So I must go back, Dobby, no matter what happens there, no matter the dangers, I have to return. The house elf still sobbed quietly for a while, then slowly lifted its head. Yes, Dobby understands. The house elf sniffled sadly. Since Harry Potter insists so much, then Dobby will have to protect Harry Potter in his own way. What? I had barely paused when the house elf slipped off the bed, darted past me, opened the door, and rushed outside. Staring blankly at the wide-open door, I shook my head with a mix of helplessness and amusement, then got up to follow. Chapter 41. Captivity and the Flying Car. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I was awakened from my sleep by the strange noise of the cat flap on the door swinging open and shut. Lying on my back on the bed, I rubbed my eyes and got up sluggishly. It had been 4 days since Dobby came to visit. That house elf, who excelled at dramatics, had first ruined an important small dinner party at the Dursleys meant to entertain clients before leaving with an apologetic yet satisfied smile. He left me to deal with the Ministry of Magic's warning letter about underage wizards not using magic outside school and Uncle Vernon's explosive anger. The next day, 2 workers came to install iron bars on my windows, and my room door was equipped with a series of locks, leaving only a cat flap at the bottom for passing dishes. Thus began my days of confinement. That said, aside from the lingering bitterness in my heart, I wasn't particularly upset about Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon locking me up like a criminal. Lock me up, then it meant I didn't have to do all those miscellaneous household chores and could focus on designing sketches for magical accessories I could start working on once school resumed, as well as adjusting the proportions of spices for my new cosmetics and skincare products. So, apart from issues with the food, these past 4 days of confinement were actually the most relaxed I had been since the summer. It was truly ironic. I moved my feet to clear some scattered parchment sketches from the floor beside the bed, yawned, and drifted like a spectre toward the door, picking up the same food for every meal, a bowl of vegetable soup, and then floated back to sit on the bed with it. Inspiration waits for no one. If I didn't quickly jot down or draw when the mood struck, it would vanish in an instant. So last night I got caught up and didn't notice time passing until morning, when Aunt Petunia pushed in the morning soup with a clatter. Having hastily drunk the soup, I had slept until now, probably less than 4 hours. Sipping the tasteless soup, I glanced at the alarm clock on my bedside table. Hedwig glided over to me, flapping her wings as I drank the soup. After all, we were both stuck in this little room, so I let her out of the cage to move a bit freely. The little thing nuzzled my arm and made soft cooing sounds. I casually conjured a fruit for her, but she ignored it and continued nuzzling my hand. Don't want to eat fruit anymore? But there's no meat for you right now. I put down the bowl and gently coaxed him. Can you hold on for another day or two? Once we get out, you can go catch your favorite mice. Hedwig affectionately nibbled my finger, then stuck her head into the bowl of vegetable soup and started eating the scraps of vegetables inside. I paused for a moment. During the past few days in confinement, I had only been giving her the fruits I summoned myself, and the tasteless vegetable soup was for me. But unexpectedly, I found it heartwarming that Hedwig was showing me support in her own way. I gently stroked her wings while quietly nibbling on the fruit in my hand. Our simple lunch was quickly finished. After tidying up the sketches I had already planned, I lay on the bed, going through the letters I had snatched back from Dobby a few days ago. Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Hagrid. Counting them, there were over 70 letters. The ones I sent over the past month must have disappeared like stones in the sea. They must be very worried. Once I get out of here, I have to reply to them quickly. Speaking of which, Ron should almost be on his way to find me, right? Although I hadn't resisted much against the Dursleys' treatment, it didn't mean I was willing to endure this kind of confinement until school started. Now that my summer homework and the items from the mail-order store are mostly organized, staying here any longer doesn't have much meaning. My patience has limits, and if Ron doesn't come to get me soon, I'll have to pack my things and leave on my own. Reading each letter describing their recent lives, and how their concern for me grew over time, made me both happy and guilty. Holding these letters with a complex, emotional feeling, supported by Hedwig, I gradually drifted off to sleep, even though I was still somewhat weary, only to be woken in the middle of the night. But this time, although the strange sound woke me again, the source wasn't the cat flap on the door, but the iron bars outside the window. Squinting, I looked outside, barely catching sight of striking red hair swaying out there. I quickly grabbed the glasses from my bedside and put them on. Ron's freckled face was full of worry as he looked at me through the iron bars, sitting in a floating sapphire blue car. "Ron," I whispered, rushing to the window, are you okay? Are you all right?" Before I could say anything, Ron nervously interrupted me. "What's wrong with you? Hermione and I wrote you a ton of letters and you didn't reply to any of them. Do you know how worried we were?" "Sorry, I only received your letters 4 days ago, but by then I was already locked up and couldn't get in touch with you." I lightly tapped the iron bars to show him my current situation, then asked him with a wry smile, "The situation is a bit complicated, I'll explain later. Can I stay at your place? I plan to run away from home. Do you think we're here for anything else?" A voice cut in. I looked towards it and saw the twins smiling brightly at me from the front seats of the car. "We're here just to pick you up, little Harry." "Fred, George." I smiled. "Thank you, you guys. No need to say so much," Fred said, taking out a rope to climb to the back seat. "Harry, pack up your things and get ready. Ron, you handle this iron window with me. George, keep the car engine quiet but don't turn it off. Relax, I know what to do without you telling me." While the Weasleys tied up the iron bars, I quickly dragged out my suitcase and stuffed my things in one by one. I didn't have much personal clothing, barely touched it, but my school supplies, reference books, and sketches for jewelry molds practically filled the whole room. It took some time to pack everything into 4 full suitcases. Seeing how my things just kept increasing, I quietly promised myself that this year I have to get a special suitcase with a super large magical storage space. "Done? Harry, are we ready to tear this off?" "Okay." I nodded, pushing all the luggage by the window, feeling a little nervous. "Let's do it." "Step back a bit," Fred reminded me. "George." "Got it." George revved the engine and patted the steering wheel. "It's all you, baby." The royal blue flying car's engine rumbled twice, and with a push of the accelerator, it shot forward. The rope tied from the back bumper to the iron window tightened. Clatter, clatter. The sound of the bars being broken down was frightening, and I could already hear the panicked sound of the Dursley family sleeping downstairs and next door. George had already reversed back, and Fred and Ron jumped in through the window to help me throw my luggage into the trunk, but my stuff was too much and too heavy, and it took us a lot of effort to move forward. Uncle Vernon had already unlocked the door. Bang! The sound of all my luggage being thrown into the trunk and closing was almost the same time as my door being slammed open. The sight of a speeding car swirling outside my window and strangers in the room left Uncle Vernon at the door stunned, and I quickly pushed Fred and Ron standing at the window into the car and climbed onto the windowsill myself. "Petunia, that boy!" Uncle Vernon roared and pounced on me, grabbing my foot. "That boy! He's running away! Let go of me!" I struggled to get rid of Uncle Vernon, but he hugged me tightly, and Fred joined me and my uncle in trying to drag me into the car. "Let go! Petunia! Dudley! Come and help Dash. Let go. You don't want me to disappear, Dash. Let him go. You muggles, Harry." In the chaos, I managed to break free from Dursley's grip, but I accidentally slipped straight out of the back of the windowsill and fell. Although I didn't have time to react, I also felt that the trees in the garden below had automatically sprouted and were ready to catch me, and to my surprise, almost immediately, he hugged mine as I fell. "Ron." I didn't feel any impact at all because I was holding him tightly, but Ron's muffled grunt and strange cracking sound in my ear shocked me. I hurriedly wanted to leave him, but the strength of his hug made me unable to push away for a moment. "Harry, Ron." George had already lowered the car and parked next to us. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Fred jumped down to help lift us up before the car stopped, and Ron said nervously, "Harry, Dash." "I'm fine too." I urged them, "Get in the car first." We had just jumped into the back seat and closed the car doors when the Dursleys came rushing down the stairs and out, but this time, they couldn't possibly stop us. George stepped on the gas, leaving a cloud of dust behind. I leaned out the window and let out a high whistle, signaling Hedwig, who had flown out the moment her cage was dismantled, to follow us, before waving goodbye to the Dursleys, who were staring in shock as we soared into the sky. "Thanks for having me. See you next summer," I shouted to them. "Don't miss me too much." Chapter 42, Night Flight. I sank back into my seat with a happy smile, meeting Fred's face, which was grinning even wider than mine. "Quite a polite farewell," he said. "Your relatives must be very touched. I wish that were true, considering what they've put me through this month. Just giving them this much feels far too polite on my part." I gave him a slightly shadowed smile, then turned to Ron, who had already climbed into the front seat. "Are you really okay, Ron? Falling from the second floor isn't exactly light, and you even acted as my cushion." I'm fine. Ron waved his hand and half turned to look at me. "But what about you? What on earth happened? I wrote you at least 12 invitations to come to my house, and you didn't even reply to one. And just now, that was your uncle, right? Why did they lock you up?" "That's why I said the situation's a bit complicated." I sighed and told them everything: the restrictions preventing Hedwig from going out during my stay at the Gislays, the endless chores, and how the house elf incident got me sent to detention. All three of them were a little stunned. If it weren't for the fact that we were flying and didn't have to worry about road conditions, I'd have been concerned George might crash the car. The twins exchanged a few lightning-fast glances through the rearview mirror without speaking, while Ron noticed their silent exchange even before I did. "What's up?" Ron asked. "What do you think? Any problems?" "It's a big problem," Fred said. "Exactly, super suspicious," George added. "You think that house elf tricked Harry?" "Well, let's put it this way," Fred said. "In theory, house elves, being a servant race devoted to ancient wizarding families, are not supposed to deceive wizards. But there's always exceptions. The house elf's inability to deceive wizards is based on the contract between them and their master. If they receive orders from their master, they can still deceive people, and quite perfectly, too." "So you mean that house elf was very likely acting under their master's orders to stop Harry from going to school?" George said. "Harry, think carefully who at our school comes from a family wealthy or powerful enough to have a house elf, and also hates you enough not to want you back at school. There is." I hadn't had a chance to speak, but Ron blurted it out without thinking. "Draco Malfoy. Seriously, guys, it seems like every time you two meet, sparks fly between you. Why don't I feel that strongly myself?" But before I could express that thought, the three brothers had already started a lively discussion. "Malfoy?" George's eyebrows twitched. "You don't mean the little brat from the Malfoy family who clashed with his dad back in school and is still constantly at odds with him at work, do you?" "Exactly," Ron said crossly. "Who else in this world is filthy rich, arrogant, and happens to be a wizard named Malfoy? You guys have no idea how awful that guy is. Not only does he constantly make fun of my shabby clothes, he's always talking trash about Harry and even setting traps for us. If Hermione weren't always alert and warning us to help out, and if Harry actually cared about what he said, Neville and I would have had it out with him long ago." "I'd advise you not to, at least not this year," George warned. "I heard a few days ago that Dad's workplace plans to do some surprise inspections soon, and the Malfoys are apparently on the list, so things have been particularly tense at their house. It's fine to go after that little Malfoy troublemaker, but if we make the first move and end up in the wrong, they'll definitely seize the opportunity to make us look ridiculous. So when you want to trouble that Malfoy kid, remember to call me and George. I don't dare to say anything else, but if you want to fix people without a trace, we say that we are second, and no one dares to call us first." Fred smiled and added, reaching out and patting his hand, still secretly wondering if Malfoy really did what Ron said about my head. "So Harry, leave that Malfoy matter to us. Don't worry about what the house elf said. Nothing big can happen where Dumbledore is. I'm glad we decided to come to you after hearing from my dad that you received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. Your Muggle relatives are really foolish enough to lock you up and want to starve you to death. It's not that exaggerated. My uncle mainly wants to cut off my contact with you and prevent me from returning to the magical world. The Dursley family did never let me eat, but they wouldn't really starve me to death. They were so faced they couldn't afford to lose the face of their adopted nephew who was sent to the hospital because he was overly hungry. Besides, you don't know that I have the ability to summon fruit out to eat, this kind of non-magical ability, and I won't really be hungry. But few people know about your abilities except us, not even your relatives, right?" Ron unceremoniously exposed the weak excuse that I wanted to bring this matter over. "I said that you have changed your personality of a good person who always thinks about what others say. You don't look at what you look like now, and you want to speak for your bad Muggle relatives. It's not convincing at all. Besides, even a dull guy like Neville can see that although you have never liked your uncle and the others, you have always cared about that family. If your uncle and the others really didn't go too far this time, would you have told me that you want to stay away from home as soon as we meet?" Who else do you want to deceive? I told Ron, depressed, that I wouldn't refute the person who said Neville was dull was obviously more dull than him, but he actually said that to me. Am I no longer confident to that extent? All right, Ron, we've already picked Harry up anyway, so stop talking about those annoying guys who bother everyone, George said, pressing a few buttons on the dashboard. After our flight climbed a bit more, he reclined his seat, lay back, and yawned. I've set the autopilot. We'll be flying for at least another 3 hours before getting home, but we'll definitely arrive before dawn. Until then, I'm going to get some sleep. Just behave, don't be too noisy. What are you talking about? That's basically just asking us to be quiet anyway. Everyone knows that you and Fred get really cranky if you're woken up in the middle of a nap. Ron grumbled as he reclined his seat as well. That's when I noticed the amazing thing about this car: the interior actually adjusts its space automatically. Sitting in the back, neither Fred nor I were affected. I'll take a short nap too. I've been so exhausted after working on getting this car ready these past few days. I just hope we make it home before dawn. I can't even imagine what Mom would do if she found out we went missing with the car. Dad's not home tonight, and Mom probably went to bed early. As long as we show up on time at breakfast, we'll be fine. Stop being such a worrywart. Fred kicked Ron's seat to show his disapproval of his brother's doubt. Noticing my slightly puzzled expression, he explained to me, "When Dad mentioned that you received a warning from the ministry about doing magic outside of school, we figured you were probably in some kind of trouble. But Mom insisted that we send another letter asking what really happened. If you don't respond in a week, then we're supposed to go visit your aunt and uncle." Fred lowered his voice as he spoke to me because George had started to snore lightly. "We really can't wait that long, but your house is too far away, so using Dad's car is faster. But as you've seen, Dad's car is an illegal flying car. If Muggles saw it flying, it would cause a stir, and Dad would be in big trouble. That's why Mom absolutely wouldn't allow us to drive it out. So we had to figure out a way to take the car out when Dad was working late and not using it, and also trick Mom into eating some brandy-laced chocolate so she goes to bed early. Yeah, to make brandy chocolate, I had to sneak into the kitchen alone in the middle of the night and make it myself. These two guys didn't help at all," Ron grumbled, hugging his jacket and lying in his seat, only to get kicked by Fred again. "What nonsense. If George and I hadn't helped, who do you think distracted Mom and Ginny from the noise you made in the kitchen all these nights? Wasn't it that mischievous ghost in the attic? Idiot. If our ghost were that smart, it would choose the right time. What the hell? Just talk without attacking someone personally. Damn it. Are you guys going to let me sleep or not? Shut up, all of you. Wah, George, don't mess around, you're going to crash. I smiled, listening to the Weasley brothers bickering, leaning against the open car window to enjoy the summer night breeze during the flight. Hedwig occasionally flew beside me, performing some acrobatic flips and letting out joyful long cries. Tonight, the stars feel particularly beautiful. Chapter 43. The Burrow, the Weasley family home. Floo powder. Nocturne Alley. Life at the Burrow. Perhaps I was too relaxed, and after the rare opportunity of flying across much of England on the flying car, I inexplicably fell asleep. In the end, I was woken up by Mrs. Weasley's angry yelling. Turns out that while I was asleep, everyone else had also passed out, and then someone's foot hit the navigation system, causing our route to deviate by about 10 degrees. As a result, by the time we finally spotted the direction of the Weasley's burrow, the eastern sky was already lightening, and when we quietly landed in the backyard, the sun had already started to rise. Anyway, Ron and the others' plan for Fred to secretly carry me upstairs through the kitchen back door was thwarted by Mrs. Weasley, who, having been up early, was already fuming in the kitchen to catch trespassers, and I, hidden under Fred's invisibility cloak, was discovered because I woke up. And then, seeing my presence did not diminish Mrs. Weasley's anger, it actually made her shout even more until her throat was nearly hoarse, of course, not directed at me. But seeing the three brothers being scolded so harshly, almost to the point of feeling like they should take their own lives in apology, I felt as though I was standing right beside an erupting volcano, feeling quite guilty and uneasy, especially after witnessing the woman who just a second ago looked like a fierce stepmother suddenly turn to me with a smile as gentle as spring sunshine, almost like a face-changing scene in Sichuan opera. At that moment, I silently ranked Mrs. Weasley in my heart on the same level as Hermione, and resolved that I would never provoke her lightly unless absolutely necessary. She was truly terrifying. Setting aside the chaotic first day at the Burrow, besides the three brothers being completely pummeled by scolding, Mr. Weasley, who came home late from overtime duties as a flying car modifier and owner, barely escaped being pinned against the wall by Mrs. Weasley as well. My life at the Ron household was almost like that of a delicate porcelain doll. This is not in terms of material possessions. The Weasley simplicity is far from ordinary, but in that every word and action of mine was treated with great care and attentiveness by the Weasleys. I don't really know how Ron and the twins explained my situation to their parents. In any case, Mrs. Weasley not only always made sure I had enough to eat for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and all the snacks in between, but would also occasionally drag me away to check if I was dressed warmly enough. I was almost too embarrassed to remind her that it's summer. Mr. Weasley, just as I remembered, was extremely curious about Muggle life and technology, and every evening after dinner he would pull me aside to ask a bunch of questions about electricity. However, once it was past 10 o'clock at night, he would hurry me off to bed to get some rest, and in the middle of the night, he'd even sneak into Ron's room to tuck an extra blanket over me. Whenever I tried to help out while their siblings were doing chores like removing gnomes or setting and cleaning up after meals, both of them would freak out and quickly stop me, immediately calling Percy or Ginny to take me away. There were even a few times when I got a bit rough while playing with Ron or the twins and was seen, causing them to be mistakenly reprimanded for bullying me. In all the years of my life combined, no one had ever treated me so delicately and carefully, no matter how much I insisted that I wasn't fragile or weak. With Ron and the others grinning at me as I got flustered and turned red under their parents' attention, my protests were entirely ignored. The Weasleys were consistently so gentle and careful that I felt both awkward and touched. Besides the overwhelming concern from the Weasleys, which I wasn't quite used to, and Ginny getting so nervous around me that she kept bumping into things, life at the Burrow was really pleasant and relaxed. I helped Ron rush through his summer homework, practiced flying skills on the little hill, or just hung out in the twins' room discussing ideas for new prank products. In short, it was either eating or playing, carefree enough that I felt like I was turning into a little pig. Even though I might get a little carried away with fun, I still remembered to send letters to Hermione, Neville, and Hagrid to let them know I was safe and to explain why I hadn't been able to contact them before, so they wouldn't keep worrying. And of course, I also planned a day to go to Diagon Alley together to buy new school supplies and catch up. Wow, it smells so good. The stairs echoed with a series of booming footsteps, and the twins, still in their pajamas, appeared at the kitchen and dining room entrance. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Harry. What did you make for breakfast today? We could smell it from upstairs. While enjoying my perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg with a slightly runny yolk at the table, I looked up and smiled at the twins. Good morning, Fred, George. No brushing your teeth or washing your face, no sneaking a bite. Mrs. Weasley nearly rushed from the kitchen counter to the table, sending her two sons, who were even taller than her, back up the stairs again. That's a wild rabbit Harry caught in the back hills this morning. He specially roasted it and brought it back. No getting down for breakfast without cleaning yourselves up. Understood. By the way, get your dad and Ron up quickly and come downstairs. We've arranged to meet Mrs. Longbottom and the others in Diagon Alley today, and we'll be late if we don't get ready. What? Something Harry roasted. Ron's exclamation reached downstairs. George, I got to the bathroom first. First come, first served. Exactly. First come, first served. So you two can go line up. Fred. Upstairs was filled with noise, and Mrs. Weasley frowned and shook her head, saying nothing, then went back to busying herself at the counter. At that moment, footsteps came down the stairs again, but this time they were much more polite and quiet. Good morning, Mr. Weasley. Seeing who appeared at the door, I greeted first. Good morning, Percy. Good morning, Ginny. Morning, Harry. Mr. Weasley kissed Mrs. Weasley on the cheek before sitting down at the table. Rabbit roast, huh? Today's breakfast is really great. Percy sat across from me, and Ginny followed beside him. Before sitting, Ginny accidentally bumped into the vase on the nearby low cabinet, but fortunately, she caught it in time and didn't break it. I pretended not to notice her embarrassment and continued eating my sunny-side-up egg. This rabbit was caught by Harry this morning when he went to exercise on the back hill. I heard he even used some herbs he found there to smoke and roast it before bringing it back. Mrs. Weasley placed a few slices of freshly fried ham on our plates. Honestly, going out there to roast something by yourself, what if you had gotten hurt? Mom, it's exactly because you never let Harry handle anything that he ends up doing everything himself outside. Fred appeared in the kitchen at this moment, grabbed a rabbit leg, and sat down next to me. You don't know how good his cooking is. Back at school, he could even make amazing Chinese snacks in the Great Hall. Unfortunately, he only ever made them once during the New Year, and after that, he refused to cook again. Don't speak with your mouth full. Mrs. Weasley scolded Fred, who was lamenting while biting into his rabbit leg, and placed ham and fried eggs on his plate as well. The better your cooking is, the more practice you've had. A child this young having great cooking skills is not something to be proud of. Isn't the food at school enough for you? And yet you dare pester Harry to cook for you. That's not true at all. Mrs. Weasley, don't blame Fred, I made it because I wanted to eat it myself. Hearing that Mrs. Weasley seemed to have misunderstood, I quickly explained, actually, I don't mind cooking myself, and I learned my cooking skills from my grandfather. He told me that to learn to make medicine well, you first have to practice controlling the heat, which is how I gradually learn it. It's not like you think. Besides, I wanted to meet Hermione and Neville, who I haven't seen in a long time, and I happened to find some nice spices on the back hill, so I spontaneously caught a few rabbits, roasted them, and brought them back to share with everyone and to take as a little gift for them. I know it's a bit presumptuous, but it's something from my heart, so please forgive me, okay? I promise it won't happen again. Oh, Harry, dear, I absolutely don't mean to blame you, there's no need to apologize. Mrs. Weasley hurriedly put down the pot, wiped her hands on her apron, and came over to hug me. I'm just a bit worried. You were out on the back hill cooking by yourself. What if you accidentally burn yourself? From now on, if you want to make something on your own, just bring the ingredients back here. The kitchen always has more complete tools and ingredients, so it's more convenient to cook here, isn't it? Yes, it's definitely safer with Mum watching. Fred chimed in, trying to grab another rabbit leg, but George and Ron, who had just rushed into the kitchen, beat him to it. Hey, you two, I spotted that first. First come, first served, Ron mumbled around his rabbit leg, sitting down in the empty spot on the other side of me. You just said it yourself. Exactly, bro. George, with a somewhat regretful teasing tone, sat down beside Fred while nibbling on his rabbit leg. But come to think of it, Harry, your cooking skills seem even better than last time. What are we going to do, little Harry? You're making things so difficult for me. Difficult? I muttered, thinking about how to get Mrs. Weasley to let go of me while she was stroking my hair, unable to react immediately. Yes, think about it, you're so smart, gentle, and your food is super delicious. George sighed while eating his rabbit leg, counting on his fingers. It would be such a waste not to marry you. Why aren't you a girl? If you were a girl, I'd definitely marry you. Bang! Ginny had knocked over a plate. Percy sprayed his milk. Ahem. Ron was choking on his rabbit meat. George, how can you say something like that? Fred disapproved, pointing at the table, ignoring the mess and continuing to drop his bomb. Harry's a boy, and he's the only male Potter left now. Even if he were to get married, the bride would come to us, right, Dad? The only one who remained calm, Mr. Weasley, wasn't fazed by the twins' shocking remarks and took a sip of his pumpkin juice from his goblet. Is this it? Basically, you have to ask Harry's opinion, he shrugged. What others say is beyond measure. Harry, still thinking about how the topic could come around this aspect, I was startled by the twins' turning eyes. That, I said reflexively, if I were a woman, I wouldn't marry someone because someone liked my cooking skills. Why? Now the stunned person became George. Because my grandfather said it. I couldn't help but think of the few times in my previous life, when my grandfather, who had always been strict, would only show his gentle expression when he mentioned his grandmother. My wife is not to marry home as a servant, but to marry someone who is cherished and cherished. I think what he said makes sense, so if it's a woman, you should look for a partner who can cherish you no matter what. Very in-depth view. Fred's tone was inexplicably playful, and he leaned over mysteriously. Then Harry, what type of person do you like? Huh? This? Enough. Mrs. Weasley touched my head and finally let me go, and pushed the gossipy Fred away from me. Don't think I don't know what you and George are up to. Put away all the mess in your head. Harry is only 12 years old, so don't say anything about it, or teach him badly. Mom, what you said really hurts our hearts. We are your sons. George looked sad and heartbroken. Besides, how can we be willing to teach bad little Harry? It's too late to protect him. Don't pretend to be like me in this set. Because you were born of me, I know how much bad water you have in your stomach. Mrs. Weasley laughed. George slapped the back of his head, then turned back to the cooking table to continue cooking. I haven't settled the score with you about bringing that thing back to Ginny from school a month ago. You better give me some peace of mind. Mom, it's not right for you to say that. We have always been very peaceful. That's it. Hey, what is that expression? Fred stared at a table of people with distorted faces and waited dissatisfiedly. At least we've never caused a big trouble that can't be dealt with, have we? Is that so? Leaving other things aside, what happened with you blowing up the school bathroom last month? Please, Percy, everyone who has been to Hogwarts knows that the bathroom of the Crybaby Myrtle is a mess every single day for years. How can you so casually assume that we had anything to do with it? Besides, that place. George, don't talk about that at the table. We're having breakfast here. The usual liveliness at the table finally settled down under Mrs. Weasley's scolding, although I think it had a lot to do with her giving the final warning while directing a knife to cut toast with her wand. After the hearty breakfast, I packed the roasted rabbit to give to Hermione and Neville, under Mrs. Weasley's somewhat anxious supervision. Then I went upstairs to get a grey hooded cloak, took out a plain silver mask from my luggage and hid it in a dark sleeve, and finally went downstairs to join the Weasleys, who were ready to head to Diagon Alley. Nocturne Alley. I grabbed a handful of flue powder from the flowerpot Mr. Weasley handed me, gently patted the few potion bottles in the dark pouch held close to my chest, and cautiously contained the glimmer of anticipation in my eyes. Hopefully, it won't be too boring there. Chapter 44. Borgin and Burke's Dark Magic Shop. Nocturne Alley. Wearing the enchanted cloak custom made by Madame Mackin that doesn't collect dust was indeed the right choice. The ashes in this fireplace are just too. Coughing lightly as I stepped out of the filthy fireplace, I wiped my face with a handkerchief, slipped a voice-changing leaf under my tongue, then put away my glasses and took out the plain silver mask, putting it on while scanning the surroundings. TSK, thigh bones, shriveled hands, glass eyes. The level of horrific here is no less than my younger sister's dorm room back when she was studying Western medicine while taking forensic courses, clearly marked the faint-hearted. Beware. The faint smell of decay in the air and the eerily quiet atmosphere stirred a bit of nostalgia in me. I stood there, half in reminiscence and half observing, and finally took silent, careful steps to what should be the counter, and pressed what must be the call bell. During the waiting time, I glanced at the display items in the glass cabinet next to me with a hint of nostalgic admiration, while mentally calculating how much I should take out later for negotiation. Even in my previous life, I had only heard of such black market deals, never experienced them. Now, my first time making such a purchase was to deal with a local big shot connected to dark wizards. After thinking it over, the safest way is still to maintain control. How should I do this best? Good day, sir, a sticky voice sounded from behind the counter. How may I serve you today? I silently withdrew my gaze from the items in the glass cabinet and turned my sight back to the counter. An old wizard with greasy hair and a slightly hunched back squinted at me. Sir. I didn't answer, instead taking a small dark tea-colored crystal vial from under my cloak and placing it on the counter, remaining silent. The old wizard's eyes flickered as he carefully picked up the crystal vial I placed, then pulled out a pair of pince-nez to examine it closely, as his expression grew increasingly serious while trying to hide a fleeting excitement and greed. I knew I had captured enough of his attention. Esteemed Sir / Madam. After unscrewing the crystal vial and smelling the faint fragrance inside, the old wizard seemed to have finally made up his mind, sealing the vial carefully and returning it to the counter. His previously lazy, sticky voice became much more respectful. My surname is Borgin. It is an honor to serve you. May I ask your name? I, with half of my face concealed by a mask, curved my lips into a cold, polite smile. In your Western lands, my real name is not suitable. Call me White. My originally slightly immature, neutral childlike voice, thanks to the effects of the magical tongue leaf, transformed into a delicate, soft feminine voice, coupled with my hidden, diminutive figure under the cloak. It should be impossible for anyone to realize that I am an underage wizard and the famous Harry Potter. Very well, esteemed Miss White, he complied smoothly. May I ask? This ghost rose. Consider it yours, I said carelessly, and when I saw Borgin's startled and delighted expression, I casually added, if your service and the items here are able to satisfy me. Of course, certainly. Borgin rubbed his hands together and smiled obsequiously at me. I wouldn't dare claim to be the biggest supplier of materials in all of Britain, but our sources and the reputation of our service have been trusted for over 100 years. I have absolute confidence that I can make the esteemed Miss White enjoy a pleasant and easy shopping experience. May I ask what esteemed Miss White wishes to buy? I took out a roll of parchment and placed it on the counter. I want to buy something, and I also have something to sell, but don't rush. I deftly avoided Borgin's reaching hand and lowered my voice slightly. Remember, the items on this list, whether or not you can obtain them, you must not leak them out. Understand? Understood. Of course I understand. That's a basic rule in my line of work, miss, so please rest assured. He bowed and took the parchment, saying, Miss White, it seems your list has quite a few items. I'll need to look over it carefully. May I trouble you to wait a moment while I escort you to the VIP room for some tea? No, I'll wait here. I said lightly, I don't have much time. You have only 10 minutes to consider the items on this list and then give me your answer. 10 minutes. Borgin paused while unrolling the parchment, speaking hesitantly. Miss White. 10 minutes. I repeated coldly, the fact that you're hesitating now has already wasted 10 seconds of that time. Borgin's servile, flattering smile didn't falter, but from the speed of his hands going through the list while keeping his head low, I could clearly see his inner displeasure. Though what did that matter to me? If it weren't for the experiments I plan to conduct, which require a lot of dark magic materials, I wouldn't want to deal with a profit-driven black market dealer like him, even if what he sells here piques my interest. I pretended to leisurely admire the items displayed in the shop windows, but in reality, I was secretly observing the expression on Borgin's face. He seemed to be getting more and more stiff, though the slight trembling in his hands still showed some emotions. It's not completely unresponsive, which leaves room for negotiation. Miss White. I drew back my gaze, all done looking. Yes, Miss White. The small one has seen your request and what you want to do. It's just, is there a problem? No, miss, your list is very detailed, there is no problem, but some things are in large batches and the requirements are not low. I am afraid it will take some time to transfer the goods. If you are not in a hurry, miss, you are not in a hurry. As long as the quality of the materials can meet the requirements I wrote above, it is not a problem to be slower in time. I said lightly, releasing a little mental coercion by the way. But if there is only one that makes me find that your things do not meet my requirements, I will be quite unhappy. Do you understand? A trace of cold sweat appeared on Borgin's forehead, and he bowed. The little one understands. The little one will definitely confirm that every material meets your requirements, miss, you can rest assured. And there is its say. I took advantage of the situation to withdraw my mental coercion, and Borgin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's right, Miss White, Borgin said cautiously, and I could hear him choosing his words carefully. You know, it was a pleasure to meet you today. Thanks to you for not disliking it. I just saw the little one and gave you such a great trust, and gave the little one such a generous order. The little one is really afraid. Point, Mr. Borgin, point. Leaning against the counter, I tapped my fingers on the counter impatiently. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense-like flattery. Yes, Miss White, please forgive me for being rude. Borgin bowed again. Actually, you know, such a big and many materials, although the small ones can be transferred for you, but you also see that the small store is really a little small. And you know, some of the things you're asking for are really sensitive, from the Ministry of Magic. Borgin's words were paused, because I had placed another identical crystal bottle next to the ghost rose on the counter. Mr. Borgin, in my hometown, there is a saying that money can make ghosts grind. I said softly, I am not interested in the style of your country's Ministry of Magic, nor do I know anything about your country's currency, but I believe that there will be people who know the goods everywhere for valuable things, don't you think? It could be seen that Borgin wanted to show composure, but his eyes that couldn't do without the two tawny crystal bottles still betrayed him nakedly. You're right, the small problem just now will definitely find a way to solve it for you, don't worry, miss. It's just that when the time comes, how should I contact you, Miss White? I smiled and handed over a piece of perfume paper with the word snow written in Chinese. You don't have to worry about this. When everything is ready, go to the Owl post office and find the mail order store with the word above, and specify the message to White. I will give you a year to find all these materials. There should be enough time. I hope you will not disappoint me. Enough, absolutely enough. Please rest assured, Miss Dash. As for the items on the list that I plan to sell, I will send them to you in batches every month. The money from the sale is regarded as the deposit and handling fee for the materials I asked you to find. But, I stared at Borgin tightly, his tone chilling. I will never reveal that I sold you those things, no matter what you do. Of course, the same goes for the things I want. If I hear that you leaked a word dash. No, absolutely not. Miss, don't worry dash. Only the dead can truly reassure me, Mr. Borgin. I said softly, shaking with satisfaction. However, I think I can still trust your credit, can't I? If the sign of your store is really as old as you say. Of course, Borgin took out a handkerchief with trembling hands and wiped his forehead. So, does Miss White have any other requests? After all, the little one is serving you for the first time, and I don't know much about your taboos, if it is offensive. At this moment, the sound of the store door sliding open sounded, and Borgin and I looked towards the door, and a pair of people who looked like a man with a discerning eye who could tell at a glance that they were father and son walked in. The tall and handsome wizard I had never seen before, but I was no stranger to the Sven boy behind him. Mr. Malfoy, good day, it's such an honor to see you again. Borgin continued to greet in his sticky and flattering voice. This noble and handsome boy must be young Master Malfoy, isn't he? Good day, Mr. Borgin. After Mr. Malfoy nodded coldly, his eyes came to me. Do you have a guest? Yes, I'm really sorry, but I would like to trouble you, Mr. Malfoy, and the young master to wait a moment. He bowed and said, Miss White, I don't have any other requirements. What should be paid attention to is marked on your list. As long as you follow the requirements above, I believe we will both have a happy transaction. I regained my cold and distant tone at the beginning, and said calmly, then, if you want to trouble you, I will send you owls from next month. Is there a problem? No problem, Miss White, no problem. The little one will wait for your news next month, and the things you ask for will not disappoint you. Borgin rubbed his hands and glanced at the 2 crystal bottles on the counter. So, Miss White, this. I smiled faintly and put another bottle on the table under Borgin's surprised eyes. Happy trading, Mr. Borgin. I wish you a wonderful day. Oh, Merlin praises the generous and noble Miss White. Thank you so much and I wish you all the best, miss. Please walk slowly. Unable to hide his greed and excitement anymore, Borgin quickly grabbed the 3 crystal bottles tightly in his hands and bowed. Excuse me, Mr. Malfoy, Master Malfoy, please wait a moment. The younger one will go in and collect something, and come back immediately. Now that things are done, I don't continue to leave it to my classmates to increase their interest in recognizing my own opportunities. Turning around and pulling on the hood of my cloak, I was about to open the door and leave, but a magnetic voice with a gentle and polite voice stopped me. Please stay, miss. I looked up at Mr. Malfoy, who was blocking me from opening the door with a snake-headed cane. Excuse me. He lazily withdrew his cane, ignoring my indifferent eyes, and still smiling. I just want to get to know the guest who makes Mr. Borgin so anxious to put away his treasures. My surname is Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy, and this is my son Draco. May I ask the young lady's name? My name is not applicable to Western countries, and people reported their names, so I had to continue to bluff about the extremely stupid name of my previous life. If you want to call me, just call me Snow White. Snow White. Malfoy looked at me in surprise and blurted out, Snow White. I glanced at Malfoy lightly, and a hypocritical sneer came out of the corner of my mouth. It's really strange. I thought that a family like Malfoy, known for its advocacy of pure blood, would not know the fairy tales of muggles. I said in a calm tone, your erudition is truly astonishing, Mr. Malfoy. Of course, the adherence to pure blood is important, but there is no distinction between high and low in learning. Mr. Malfoy glanced at his son with a slight displeasure, but still smiled politely at me. Miss White's name is actually quite meaningful. But listening to what the young lady means, you don't seem to be British, but your British accent is quite authentic. Language tone is naturally learned from the teacher when I first learned it, so there is nothing to be surprised about. In terms of the types of accents, there are really countless dialects in my hometown of China. I brought up the topic in one sentence. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Malfoy? If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Why is the young lady in such a hurry? Wizards from the mysterious ancient oriental country are very rare, especially witches like Miss White with such an elegant temperament, young but strong, and even more rare. I think it would be a pity if we lost our voice after just a few words and missed the opportunity to have a deep friendship with Miss White. Mr. Malfoy said politely, handing me a gold coin engraved with the pattern of an Ouroboros. If Miss White is willing to enjoy her face, the Malfoy family is very welcome to come and let my family use the friendship of the landlord to introduce the elegant style of England to the lady. And my wife Narcissa is also quite interested in fragrance potions, and I believe that if the young lady is willing to come, the two of you will be able to have more common topics in addition to playing with you. I know that in the wizarding world, ancient pureblood families always consider themselves noble, so it's normal for them to have their own heraldic symbols. However, to have barely exchanged a few words and then be handed a coin stamped with the family crest to invite me over, this head of the Malfoy family seems a bit too hasty, doesn't he? Even his own son looked at his father in surprise, which shows that taking such a rushed step to invite a stranger is definitely contrary to Mr. Malfoy's usual manner. However, when I heard him mention his wife and the topic of perfume potions, I had a rough idea of what was going on. No wonder he is the Malfoy head whom Voldemort relies on so much. His eyes are sharp enough to instantly recognize a top-grade ancient seduction potion, the Ghost Rose, which can induce intense hallucinatory pleasure without addiction, is extremely complex to make with a low success rate, and has long been lost. Is it because of this that he presumed I might be a descendant of an old foreign magical family and sought to establish a connection? After my thoughts quickly circled around, I offered a smile that was more sincere than my previous fake one, yet still polite and distant, and accepted the coin. You are too kind, Mr. Malfoy. To receive such a favor as an invitation from you is truly flattering. But it's really too unfortunate. My visit here is for urgent affairs, and once completed, I must immediately return, so I cannot stay longer. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your invitation. However, I flipped my wrist lightly, and 3 small black crystal vials appeared in the palm of my hand. It is rare to meet gentlemen like you and your son, so warm, discerning, knowledgeable, and noble. This trip has surely been worthwhile. I present these ghost roses to both of you, and to the lady whom I have not yet had the pleasure to meet, as a small token of acquaintance. If you still think highly of me, please do not mind that this is all I have to offer. Mr. Malfoy, who had originally looked somewhat stiff when I accepted the coin but declined the invitation, immediately showed a satisfied smile when he saw the crystal vials. Ms. White has already said this much. If I do not accept, wouldn't it upset you and be unfair to your just praised gentlemanly reputation? Mr. Malfoy took the vial and immediately handed one to his son. Draco, aren't you going to thank Miss White quickly? Malfoy might not yet understand the value of the Ghost Rose, but from the various attitudes his father was showing at the moment, he probably knew that what I had given was far from a mere ordinary precious item. Malfoy carefully took the black crystal bottle from his father's hand, politely thanked me, and said, "Thank you so much for your gift, Miss White. May I call you by your first name, Snow?" Draco, that's very rude. How can you make such a request to a lady you've just met? Although Mr. Malfoy lightly scolded his son, I saw a fleeting look of delight in his eyes. I'm sorry, Miss White, my son's personality can be a bit impulsive. No need to mind, it's just a name. I really didn't want to continue performing for this father and son, and I was tired of the constant pretense and defensive politeness that everyone here required. I just wanted to leave Nocturne Alley as soon as possible to find the Weasley family and see friends I hadn't met in a long time. Once again, I took my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to and really cannot stay long. It's been an honor to meet both of you, Mr. Malfoy, Draco. I hope we'll have a chance to chat again sometime. Please give my regards to Mrs. Malfoy. Goodbye. After quickly performing a formal farewell, I didn't wait for the Malfoys to speak or try to stop me, and directly pushed the door and stepped out of Borgin and Burke's. Chapter 45. Flourish and Blots. Gilderoy Lockhart, second-year defense against the dark arts professor. Lucius Malfoy. Narcissa Malfoy. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, minister. Flourish and Blots. Nocturne Alley is indeed a rather dark place, not only in terms of the people and things that lurk here, but even the scenery itself. I walked quietly down this long, grey alley where even the blue sky seems dull. Even though I had already pulled my hood down low to stay inconspicuous, I could still feel many eyes sizing me up with hidden malice. My pace was unaffected, but the flow of my internal energy and a few seeds that could cause quite a bit of trouble were secretly prepared. Yet, until I stepped onto the path to Diagon Alley, I didn't encounter anyone foolish enough to pick a fight with me. While I was relieved, I also felt a bit of regret. It seemed like a slightly unacceptable mindset, and I silently reflected on it. As soon as I left Nocturne Alley, I squeezed into the more crowded areas near the stalls. Taking the opportunity to slip into a hidden corner of a building, I took off my mask and put it away. I spat out the voice-changing leaf from under my tongue, put my glasses back on, and finally pulled down my hood. As for my cloak, I continued wearing it. After all, such a plain grey cloak is common everywhere. Even if someone could recognize it as a special magical fabric, it would be a stretch to conclude that the mysterious Chinese girl, White, appearing for the first time, was connected to me just from that. I wandered leisurely with the crowd until I finally reached the gates of Gringotts, and at last met Hermione, Neville, and Hagrid, who had been waiting there for quite some time. but we had only just exchanged a few words when the Weasley family found us, chattering in concern about which fireplace I had ended up in after using flu powder. Apart from keeping secret the black market transaction I did and the meeting with the Malfoys, I was honest about having been to Nocturne Alley. The result, naturally, was a series of exclamations and a sequence of concerned inspections. In short, by the time I had successfully and formally greeted Hermione's parents, the Grangers, and Neville's grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, half an hour had already passed. After withdrawing the money we needed for this term from Gringotts, our group was ready to split up temporarily. Hagrid was going to buy insect repellent, the twins said they were meeting up with Lee, Percy was squeaking about buying pens, the Weasley couple took the Granger couple on a little tour while also buying the school supplies Ginny needed. Mrs. Longbottom said that since she was going out, she wanted to visit a few old friends she hadn't seen in a long time. Before leaving, she entrusted Neville's money to me for safekeeping, worried that he might accidentally lose it, putting Neville in an awkward position where he couldn't object. He had too much of a track record for that. Then, except for Mrs. Longbottom, we agreed to meet at Flourish and Blott's bookstore about 2 hours later. Since Neville would be spending the rest of the holiday visiting the Weasley house, Mrs. Longbottom didn't plan to meet up with us again. After that, everyone went off to their own plans. Our group of 4, of course, headed straight for the ice cream stand to enjoy a sundae in the hot weather, and then each got a cone to hold, strolling and chatting while licking our treats as we started wandering around the shops. Merlin, Neville muttered in bewilderment, staring at the crowd in front of the bookstore. What's going on here? Leisurely shopping time flew by, though we still felt a little reluctant to leave. Because of Neville and my interests, we spent a bit more time in the flying supplies and herbology shops, plus, we secretly sneaked over to Ollivander's to buy Ron a new wand. His original wand had been accidentally damaged when he tried to hold me when I fell out of the Dursleys' window and had kept the wand in his pocket, so I insisted he get a replacement. Still, we rushed to the bookstore at the agreed-upon 2-hour mark, following Hermione's reminder to meet everyone. However, when we finally arrived at Flourish and Blott's, the massive crowd in front of the bookstore stunned the three of them. Even I, who already knew what was happening, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fans were just as passionate in every world. I nudged Ron lightly with my elbow, silently signaling him to look at the flag hung in the second-floor window of the bookstore. Gilderoy Lockhart, new autobiography, magical me signing event. Ron read aloud the few eye-catching words on the banner and suddenly realized, while also twitching the corner of his mouth, no wonder my mom insisted on scheduling our shopping day in Diagon Alley for today. So that's the reason. Ah! Hermione suddenly let out a scream, startling the three of us. Hermione! Neville looked at her nervously, seeing her cover her mouth with reddening cheeks. What's wrong? Gilderoy Lockhart. Can we actually see him in person? I mean, her eyes sparkled mysteriously with a hint of excitement. Almost all of our textbooks on this year's reading list were written by him alone. No way. Ron groaned helplessly, staring at Hermione's back as she started pushing into the crowd, which was mostly made up of 9 witches out of 10, another Lockhart fan. Isn't that guy just? I immediately jumped on Ron and covered his mouth. I mean, seriously, can you at least consider the situation before criticizing someone? I gritted my teeth and whispered into his ear, almost everyone here supports Lockhart. If you criticize him here, a single spit could drown you. It's fine if you want to dig your own grave, but don't drag me and Neville into it. Dying at the hands of emotionally weak witches obsessed with such pretty boys would be both unfair and humiliating. We're not going to join you. Ron, his ears red, scrambled to grab me off him and roughly pushed me toward Neville. Got it, Ron. I stumbled as I was pushed and nearly fell to the ground. If Neville hadn't caught me in time. Seriously, does he not realize how big and strong he is? I tried to warn him, and he just got angry. I glared at Ron, who was following Hermione into the crowd, and muttered a complaint. Meanwhile, I didn't notice Neville's wry smile behind me. It should probably not be like that, right? What did you say? The street was just too noisy. I vaguely thought I heard Neville say something, so I turned around, only to see him shaking his head gently. Nothing. Neville took my hand. Let's go quickly. If we don't get in now, we might not even fit inside later. Not to mention, we might get separated from Hermione and Ron. Right, getting separated would be a problem. I was reminded and took the lead, pulling Neville toward the crowd. Hermione, Ron, wait for us. Fans can be terrifying, and women fans are terrifying to the maximum. And if you're unlucky enough to have a fan who's also a witch, well, sorry, that's on a whole new level of scary, completely off the charts. So once Ron, Neville, and I finally squeezed into the bookstore, the three of us stuck to a corner, as quiet as possible. God knows how many gentle scoldings and scowls from witches we endured just to get through the door. Some witches, if our robes accidentally brushed against theirs, wouldn't curse us out for sake of appearances, but the magical pressure they projected was enough to make us break into a cold sweat. If women obsessed with celebrities are hard to deal with, fangirling witches are absolutely a case where you need to keep your distance for safety. Therefore, even though I didn't explain and led Ron and Neville straight to the stairway up to the second floor, they followed without objection. So there we were, hiding in the perfect spot to watch Mrs. Weasley nervously wait in line while Hermione checked her appearance and touched up her makeup, all the while bored stiff waiting for the real purpose, to buy textbooks, which, obviously, wouldn't start until the ladies got their signed copies. Ginny. I was sitting on the stairs, pressed against the wall in the shadows, secretly chewing on some unknown plants and leaves I had picked up earlier while passing through Nocturne Alley, quietly examining them and connecting with their properties to pass the time. Ron saw his little sister had squeezed through the crowd alone and slipped into the stairwell. "Why aren't you with Mum? Where's Dad?" "Mom just took me to a second-hand shop to buy something. Dad said we should invite Mr. and Mrs. Granger to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink, but they still haven't shown up." Ginny dragged the large cauldron up the stairs, her face flushed, though it was unclear whether it was from the heat or the sheer weight of the cauldron. "I didn't want to squeeze in line with Mom just for a signed book. Why are you here with Neville? Where are Hermione and Harry? Why aren't you together?" "Hermione is in line with Mrs. Weasley. Didn't you just see them?" Neville pointed to the crowd outside. "Harry's with us, sitting on the step to your left. Careful." Ginny, who had been walking steadily with the cauldron, stumbled inexplicably when she heard Neville, panicking as she tried to grab the railing while still holding the cauldron, losing her balance and almost falling backward. Ron reacted quickly, catching her and pulling her into his arms. However, the cauldron was beyond saving. Instinctively, I subtly flicked my left hand, sending a vine out from my robe sleeve. Before the cauldron and its contents could crash to the floor, I caught it securely and pulled it back. "Be careful, if that falls you'd have been flattened." Ron made sure Ginny was stable before releasing his hold on his little sister. "Are you all right?" Ginny shook her head, still blushing deeply. "Thanks," she said, looking for her fallen cauldron. Following the vine-lifted cauldron, Ginny finally saw me sitting in the shadows. Her face, which she thought couldn't get any redder, now looked like a bright red apple. Thank you, Harry. My stuff. I'll carry it for you. Girls shouldn't carry something so heavy." I smiled, speaking to Ginny, who was too embarrassed to reply. "Anyway, with the vines doing the work, this isn't any effort for me. You don't have to worry about it. TSK, your control over the vines is getting more and more precise. But such a skill, should I say you're diligently developing your powers or just being lazy?" Ron moved aside to let Ginny sit next to me and looked at the vines by my side with some sighing amusement, teasing. "Who knew they had uses beyond tying up enemies in a fight? I guess only you would think of that. I call it making full use of things. Whether it's magic or supernatural abilities, their original purpose is always to make life more convenient and comfortable," I said, half exasperated and half amused. "The reason I used vines to help in fights before was just to protect myself. Can you not make me sound like some aggressive troublemaker?" I agree with the previous point, but whether you're fond of fighting is another story. Nowadays, who doesn't know that you can hit someone faster than casting a spell? Ron teased, half smiling, half serious. "And who was it last week that acted all cocky and spent the entire afternoon doing free fighting with Fred and George on the back hill, only for them to be sore the next day and barely able to move?" Besides Mom going crazy and scolding, I've never seen anyone make Fred and George stay in one spot for over 2 hours without moving. That doesn't really prove anything. Besides, I didn't drag them into sparring. They lost and wouldn't accept it, kept bothering me, even tried sneak attacks. Am I supposed to just stand there and let them hit me? Heaven knows. Ever since I taught the Weasley twins a breathing method to reduce stamina consumption while riding a flying broom, these two have also taken a great interest in my martial arts. Although my family's martial arts don't have any old-fashioned rules against teaching outsiders, this kind of martial art requires training internal energy from before age 6, while the bones and meridians are still developing. Teaching it to them now would only be superficial. Without internal energy, the real benefits can't be realized. So I taught the twins free fighting techniques from the ex-boyfriend I dumped in my previous life, slightly modified to align with my martial art, hoping it would stop them from pestering me to teach them my own martial arts. But who knew that after learning, their pestering turned into actual sparring? Under the pretense of practice and consultation, they dragged me to the back hill every day, preventing me from practicing flight and taking up all my time for designing new accessories. Annoyed beyond measure, I accidentally overdid it once and knocked them both down within 30 moves. Okay, I admit I partly provoked their stubborn competitiveness to make them attack me, but if I hadn't done that, how else could I have enjoyed the peaceful time afterward without the twins pestering me? So I really wasn't aggressive at all, although I won't deny that I did enjoy myself a little during the duel. Don't just talk about Harry, Ron. I think your own antics aren't any better. Neville said with a smile. Harry wrote to Hermione and me about the whole process of you taking him home. Your knack for getting into trouble is becoming more and more like your two older brothers. It actually seems more serious, doesn't it? You have no right to talk about me. It seems like your nervous forgetfulness hasn't improved much either. Why don't you tell us how many things you lost at home this summer? The last letter you sent even included a transmigration report. Your progress on your summer homework is the real concern. From this kind of playful back and forth, teasing each other over trivial matters without any hostility, you can tell just how bored we are right now. But seeing Ginny, who at first just kept her head down, stiffly staying by Ron's side, and then gradually covering her mouth to giggle quietly, shows that our three silly, reckless arguments were not entirely pointless. However, there are people in this world who are truly annoying. They clearly find the other person unpleasant and know they probably won't gain anything, yet they still like poking trouble for no reason. So when Malfoy's voice appeared, our faces immediately fell, our good moods interrupted. Well, Potter, it's rare to see you didn't get interviewed downstairs by the reporters. A lazily drawing out tone came from the slightly higher stairs on the second floor. Malfoy was leaning on the railing, walking slowly toward us. I thought you were just like that idiot at the signing, loving the spotlight. Or did you finally realize you're nothing more than a half-blood wizard unworthy of fame? Neville and Ron both stood up from the stairs. Watch your words, Malfoy. Neville frowned at him. If you really consider yourself noble, at least try to behave in a manner befitting proper etiquette. Malfoy curled his lips into a cold smile. You've become much braver after the summer vacation, Longbottom. You won't hide behind Potter anymore. Malfoy said sarcastically. I don't know if your clumsy forgetfulness has been changed. I hope you can behave the same as you do now when you were a potion customer, and don't let Potter, who is often in the same group as you, be deducted points and help you clean up the mess. At least Neville is a little weaker in potions, and the rest of his homework is pretty good. Unlike some people, except for showing off by blood, it seems that they have never heard of anything commendable. Ginny got up and stood beside the pale Neville, and Ron, who was with her, fought back. Didn't you always say that your potions are powerful, Malfoy? However, the top spot in our final potions grade seems to have been won by Harry, as in the midterm, and even in other subjects, Hermione and Harry are almost tied for first place, and it seems that no top 3 subjects have your name in them. It seems that your application to join the Potions Club for an apprenticeship this year will be filed again. It's a pity, isn't it? The light in the stairwell was a little dim, but I still noticed that Malfoy's pale pink face flashed with a hint of insomma resentment. No matter how ordinary it is, at least it's better than the guy whose family is so poor that he can only use second-hand goods. I hope your family's financial situation will allow you to continue studying until the end of this year, Weasley. His contemptuous eye slid directly over the 3 of them to me. It's Potter. Do you think that a guy hiding in a pureblood family can hide your mixed-race identity by coming forward for you? Harry, he won't hide from anyone or anything. We stand before him voluntarily, so do not slander him. Ginny said, flushed. This was the first time she knew that I was present and could speak more than 10 words so fluently. Harry just doesn't bother to worry about this boring matter with you. You'd better get to know each other less and bother him, otherwise be careful that we are not welcome. Really? I'm really curious about how a little witch who can't even use a wand can be rude. And in what capacity do you speak for, Potter? His girlfriend. Ginny, blushing with a mix of shame and anger, couldn't find any words to say, while I had already gotten up quietly, tugging Ron's sleeve and standing next to Ginny, to prevent the siblings from doing something impulsive in their anger. I hadn't forgotten that when we had just met Malfoy, he was with his father, and the warnings about the Malfoy family that the twins had given a few days ago were still fresh in my mind. I didn't want Ron or Ginny to get into trouble because of my actions. For someone who fancies themselves a noble descendant, your attitude toward ladies still has a lot of room for improvement, Malfoy, I said coldly. Ginny, her family, and Neville are important friends of mine. Please mind your manners when you speak. You should still remember the incident on the train a year ago. If you don't want a repeat, do maintain the basic courtesy expected of a gentleman." A fleeting expression of embarrassed anger flashed across Malfoy's face, but if I hadn't been paying close attention, it would have been hard to notice the change in that instant. "So you're still as stubborn as ever, aren't you? I said the same thing a year ago. Even among pure-blood wizards, some families are just better off. But judging by the current situation, it seems you still completely ignore that." Malfoy narrowed his eyes at me. "You'll regret it sooner or later, Potter. Mixing with beggars and incompetent, decaying nobles, the reputation and luck you've picked up will eventually be ruined by these dead-weight people. Then you'll realize just how wrong your choices have been." I lifted the corner of my lips in a faint smile. "Thank you for your advice again, Malfoy. But my view hasn't changed. When it comes to choosing friends, I believe I am fully capable of judging and taking responsibility for my choices. So no matter what happens in the future, I won't regret the decisions I made in the first place." Calmly facing Malfoy's resentful glare, I said softly, "Also, regarding the so-called definition of wizard nobility, I believe that true meaningful inheritance lies not in the purity of bloodline, but in maintaining proper self-respect, strict self-discipline, personal integrity, and unwavering self-confidence. True nobles do not cling to their lineage, nor do they feel inferior or boastful because of it. Instead, they choose to humbly strengthen their own abilities and take responsibility for guiding and protecting their family and those who trust them. Bloodlines and families, in reality, only provide a better environment for a few lucky individuals. They do not represent everyone. A responsible and magnanimous noble does not take pride in their family and settle for mere arrogance, but strives to cultivate their own strength, carve their own path, and make their family proud of them as a descendant. What do you think, Mr. Malfoy?" Chapter 46. Due to my final reminder, others then noticed that a tall wizard, strikingly similar to Malfoy, was slowly descending the stairs behind him. While Malfoy stepped back to let his father pass, Ron and the others moved a bit closer to me, their expressions turning much more cautious. "Daddy," Malfoy began, only to be silenced by his father's hand gesture. "An outstanding argument. If it weren't for hearing it with my own ears, it would be hard to imagine that such a precise explanation of nobility would come from a child like you." Mr. Malfoy examined me carefully and spoke in a gentle tone. "Undeniably, you clearly possess a temperament very similar to the views you just expressed. I wonder which distinguished ancient wizarding family is so remarkable as to have raised such an exceptional child." I smiled politely, yet distinctly distanced. "You're too kind, Mr. Malfoy," I said coldly. "My surname is Potter. My parents have long passed, and I have no wizarding relatives. Compared to the large and influential Malfoy family, the Potters now consist of only me. I cannot bear the lofty title of ancient wizarding family." "Potter?" Mr. Malfoy's expression visibly stiffened. "Harry Potter." I nodded slightly. After a brief gaze, Mr. Malfoy suddenly reached out and pulled me in front of him. Harry, Ron and the others whispered softly, but were immediately frozen in place by the oppressive magical aura released by Mr. Malfoy. I pressed my lips together and cooled my expression, refusing to flinch under Mr. Malfoy's scrutinizing gaze as he gripped my arm. But just as he was about to lift the strands of hair from my forehead with his wand, thin purple vines, resembling magical runes, sprouted from under my clothes and spread along my neck and wrists. Mr. Malfoy immediately recoiled as if burned, looking at me in astonishment just like the Malfoy by his side. In fact, I knew he had indeed been scorched. Though no flames or heat were released, the magical fire vines I had just acquired in Nocturne Alley were a fine thing. Any creature that touched them would be burned by the slightly toxic corrosive resin coating their surface, though I, having earned the vines' complete trust and obedience, was exempt. They were practical dark magic plants for both defense and offense. I only hoped Mr. Malfoy's hands wouldn't swell too badly over the next 2 days. I adjusted my wrinkled cloak with no sympathy at all. "Sorry, I seem to have forgotten to warn you in advance. I have a rather strange innate ability when I sense danger instinctively. Some special plants often appear on their own at once to protect me." I added a slightly apologetic expression and stepped back 2 paces to Ron's side, discreetly sending some mental energy to Neville and the others to help them resist the magical oppression, while half-jokingly saying, "I can't quite control this defensive ability yet, and I hope I haven't caused you any trouble, Mr. Malfoy. I'm really sorry. It's nothing, just a child losing control. Happens all the time at your age." I was also a bit excited to meet the legendary hero who defeated the Dark Lord. "So I scared you." Mr. Malfoy rubbed his hand without looking away from me, speaking calmly, "But your ability is quite interesting. When Draco mentioned you at home, he never said you had this kind of special talent." This kind of ability, which even I can't control well, I'm just grateful if it doesn't hurt anyone or cause trouble. There's really nothing to boast about. Draco actually didn't tell his father about my ability that was always mistaken for a magical talent. I slightly lowered my eyes, hiding the fleeting confusion in them, and temporarily ignored this little question. Besides, although Malfoy and I often have classes together at school, we still belong to two houses that aren't very harmonious with each other, so it's understandable that he wouldn't know such a minor thing. Different houses. Gryffindor. Mr. Malfoy's eyes wandered thoughtfully over Ron and the others beside me, his distant and refined smile clearly cold. That is indeed a small regret. Strictly speaking, the Potter family has always been a rather old and outstanding wizarding family. Although it has declined now, seeing an excellent descendant like you, anyone would think that the Potter family shouldn't have much trouble rising again in the future. If you had originally been in Slytherin, Draco could definitely have given you considerable help, but this small gap between houses really isn't much of a problem for you, is it? I heard that you were specially admitted last year and became the first-year Gryffindor allowed to study in the Potions Club. If you weren't exceptionally talented, given Severus's strict and demanding standards in potions, there's no way he would have made an exception for you to join his Potions Club. Directly calling him Severus? It seems Professor Snape really has a close personal connection with the Malfoy family. No wonder Professor Snape not only specially looked after Malfoy at school, but more than 4 years into the future, he also fulfilled Mrs. Malfoy's request to assassinate Professor Dumbledore, although that was also part of Professor Dumbledore's own plan. You have won the award. In fact, although I can study at the Potions Club because of Professor Dumbledore's special recommendation, I am not yet a student of Professor Snape. I said indifferently, the potions that Professor Snape teaches in the club are all quite advanced and complex, and at my level, I am not qualified to study configuration with other seniors, so even if I join the Potions Club, I can only do some processing materials, as well as prepare equipment and basic potions. Even so, it is enough to show your basic level in potions. Mr. Malfoy glanced at his son. Draco has been often instructed by Severus on potions since he was a child, but until now, Severus has not allowed him to touch the materials for high-level potions, let alone help with preparation. Malfoy on the side turned red at his father's blunt criticism. I couldn't help but frown, unable to understand Mr. Malfoy's apparent intention of praising me by belittling his son, the politeness of White, which I could see as Mr. Malfoy's attempt to win over a descendant who was most likely from an ancient wizarding family. However, my current identity is only the only wizard left in the Potter family, and no matter how prosperous the Potter family used to be, it would have long since fallen to the ground. What's more, I am still his little ghost who can only hide in some dark rat hole and survive to the bone, and he wants to kill him quickly. Even now, the heroic reputation of my surviving boy is still quite decent and loud, and it is not yet the time to openly oppose me. But, children, so you are here. In a blink of an eye, but before he could think carefully, Mr. Weasley's voice had already followed him up from the staircase. There are so many people here. I just agreed with Molly that I'll come back later to buy you books and have something to eat at Leaky Cauldron first. Percy and the others are at the door with Hermione's parents, waiting for you. Mr. Weasley came to Ron and Ginny, put his arm on their shoulders, and said, "Come on, Harry, Neville, let's go down." "Wait." Mr. Malfoy spoke up, his face wearing a smile that wasn't really a smile, as hypocritical as his tone. "No need to be in such a hurry, Arthur Weasley. I was talking to Harry just now, and you're about to take him away without even saying hello first. Isn't that a bit too rude?" Mr. Weasley's body gave a slight tremor. When he turned his head to look in the direction of the Malfoy father and son, his face was cold and expressionless in a way I had never seen before. "Lucius Malfoy." He nodded slightly while guiding us behind him. "Good afternoon. Is there something you need from Harry?" "Just a chat. Harry is, after all, the hero who defeated the Dark Lord. I think anyone would want to get to know him properly. But you, Weasley," Mr. Malfoy said, his gaze icy as he looked at Mr. Weasley, his tone equally cold. "Harry was enjoying our conversation before you showed up. What exactly is the meaning of your behavior now? Isn't it obvious?" Mr. Weasley didn't answer directly, but the sarcasm in his tone was clear to anyone. "Harry is currently a guest in my home, and it is my duty to look after his safety on behalf of his aunt and uncle. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking these kids away. Goodbye." "You really are in a hurry, even when you're not at work. No wonder, your department has always been low on talent but overloaded with tasks. So it makes sense that a head of your office is impatient, otherwise, the work would never get done, right?" Mr. Malfoy said softly after we turned around. Especially these past few days, I heard about a series of special operations in your department. Seems like quite a lot was uncovered, and many other departments had to get busy as well. Really hard work. I hope the ministry remembers to pay you overtime. Otherwise, all that effort without proper reward, and seeing you and your family in disarray, really is a blemish on the reputation of the noble wizards. Mr. Weasley's steps faltered, and he gave Mr. Malfoy a cold, blank glance. Thanks for your concern. However, I think our understanding of what defines a noble wizard differs by more than just a little, he said coldly. Instead of prying into my family's financial situation, perhaps you should pay more attention to your own family's affairs, Malfoy. I've also heard quite a few rumors about the properties under your name, many of which suggest rather lax management. If you don't want members of my department uncovering something, you should spend some time monitoring what your employees are up to, so that the magical creature control and spell experiment regulation departments won't have to pay you an uninvited visit. Otherwise, who knows how long your noble wizard facade will last. I think I roughly understood how Ron and Malfoy, back in school, had mastered the art of exchanging looks from a distance, that ability to duel with a glance. But compared to the current Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy, who were now surrounded by a crackling, stormy aura, I couldn't help but feel that this was a confrontation at the level of their fathers, definitely not some childish prankish squabble. Look at the sheer magical energy radiating around them. If I hadn't secretly used my mental power to shield us, one by one we'd probably have fainted under the oppressive force of their clashing magic. That said, I still couldn't release too much mental power for fear of being noticed. So Ron and the others still looked a bit pale. I glanced at Malfoy, who was already swaying slightly, sighed quietly, and carefully guided my mental power to bypass these two adults locked in their prideful duel, while simultaneously continuing to subtly ease the storm of magical particles in the air around Malfoy and the rest of us. However, probably because she hasn't yet received formal wizarding system education, even though I had tried my best to protect Ginny, she still trembled noticeably more than Ron and the others. Noticing that his daughter had already grabbed his hand in helplessness, Mr. Weasley frowned and first restrained his aura, redirecting his magic to cover us and alleviate the pressure we had just felt. Of course, I quickly took the opportunity to withdraw my own mental energy. Mr. Malfoy almost simultaneously reined in his magic to check on his own son, and seeing that Malfoy, although slightly pale, was otherwise fine, he glanced at the rest of the children who were in similar conditions. A flicker of doubt passed in his eyes. If I hadn't been a bit worried about my earlier covert efforts to protect some of them being discovered and thus had been paying extra attention to the expressions of the two adults, I almost would have overlooked the fact that Mr. Malfoy had already grown suspicious. I'll keep your advice in mind, but you should also pay more attention to your own work. Those few Muggle protection proposals you pushed a few days ago didn't sit well with Fudge. If you continue to show your foolish affection for Muggles so openly, Fudge might start to doubt whether you're truly competent for your current position. Mr. Weasley, holding Ginny's hand and helping her sort out her slightly chaotic magic, stiffened at these words. Muggles have the same human rights as wizards, Malfoy, he said without looking back. Don't forget, apart from our ability to control magic, we wizards are fundamentally no different from Muggles. It's also no longer the backward era of kings and lords. Nowadays, nobility, aside from titles and bloodlines, doesn't inherently represent strength or power. Flaunting your bloodline all the time doesn't make a person any more worthy of respect. But one cannot deny it, even now, people with noble blood still have an easier time achieving success or receiving certain protections. Otherwise, with the way you constantly argue with Fudge in the Ministry Council, someone else would have been fired countless times already. Viscount Weasley. Mr. Malfoy walked over to me and casually pulled an old copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from the cauldron I was helping Ginny carry. His tone was full of fake pity and condescension. The extraordinary hero Harry Potter comes to your house as a guest, and he has to help carry your daughter's things? Even if you call it showing his noble gentlemanly upbringing, to think he has to hold something discarded and second-hand, do you really have the nerve to call yourself a hospitable host? TSK, unable to even buy a decent book for your own child, you'd better restrain some foolish thoughts and behaviors, and cherish your current job. If you can't even stay in the ministry, your children's future lives will indeed be worrying. Mr. Weasley was full of anger, yet still barely managed to hold back his two children who were about to lunge forward. I, too, had a clearly displeased expression, and although I didn't act impulsively, my dangerously cold gaze gave away my feelings. Neville, also unhappy, nervously grabbed my cloak, seemingly afraid I might do something uncontrollable. In fact, I was already considering whether to give Mr. Malfoy another memorable dark plant as a gift or just throw a jar of poison at him to feel better. But before any of us could react, Hermione's voice appeared at the top of the stairs. "Harry, Neville, I've been looking for you for so long. Why are you hiding here? Come down quickly, I'll help you get all your books. My parents said they are going to eat with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley." Hermione climbed a few steps and finally noticed that there were people besides us, and that the atmosphere was noticeably tense. But before she could figure out what was going on, Mr. Malfoy, who still felt the fire wasn't hot enough, poured fuel on it by speaking again. "A little witch born of muggles and also muggles. You actually let people like this associate with your children and Harry Potter." Mr. Malfoy's scornful glance swept over Hermione and the Granger couple, who had already appeared at the top of the stairs with their daughter. "I thought that you and your family could no longer sink any lower, Weasley, but now it seems." Mr. Weasley and I moved almost simultaneously. He angrily lunged at Mr. Malfoy, and the two of them tumbled down the stairs. I had to break free from Neville while using both agility and magic to grab Hermione first and manipulate vines to pull the Granger couple away from their fight to prevent them from being innocently caught in the chaos. "My apologies." After bringing the Grangers to a corner near a bookshelf, away from the chaos, I put Hermione down and released the vines wrapped around the Grangers' waists. "The situation earlier was rather unusual, so I had to take you away like this. I'm really sorry. You weren't hurt, were you?" Hermione and her mother shook their heads, both still a little shaken. Mr. Granger gently embraced his wife for comfort. "We're fine, but over there." I followed Mr. Granger's anxious and somewhat worried gaze, and the scene of chaos was beyond what mess could describe. Besides the physical scuffling, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy were unleashing their magic at will, wreaking havoc on almost all the books and shelves on the first floor of the bookstore. There was no need to mention Lockhart's new book signing area. People were practically clutching their heads, scrambling to get out of the store, just to avoid the books flying uncontrollably all around. "Please don't worry, Mr. Weasley will be fine." I tried helplessly to explain, but with Mrs. Weasley screaming in an attempt to stop it and the twins adding chaos with their shouting and cheering on the side, it was really hard for me to speak confidently. "Actually, Mr. Weasley is very kind and not a reckless person. It's just that the other Mr. Malfoy happens to be someone Mr. Weasley has constantly been in opposition to at work. They've accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction over time, and we were unfortunately just in the wrong place at the wrong time." Mr. Malfoy also said some not very appropriate things. "It was about my parents and me, wasn't it?" Hermione, having spent a year at magic school and having gone on adventures with me before, quickly regained her composure in such a situation. "Malfoy has mocked me for being from a Muggle family countless times back at school. His father definitely said some unpleasant things about me and my parents just now, right?" I nodded. "But it's not entirely about you, so don't take it to heart." Before that, Mr. Malfoy's father had already used me as an excuse to treat Mr. Weasley coldly and mockingly in many ways. If you hadn't just been in the wrong spot, it wouldn't have been Mr. Weasley who threw the first punch. "Harry," Hermione whispered, nervously grabbing my sleeve. "It's already such a mess, we don't even know how to end it." "You can't. I know. I'm in control and won't make things worse. Don't be like Neville, always tugging at my clothes." I gently patted her hand. "Don't worry, Hagrid's here." Thanks to Hagrid's arrival, the fight that had nearly destroyed the entire first floor of Flourish and Blots was finally brought to a halt after a few minutes. Only Hagrid, a half-giant with a natural immunity to a certain degree of magical attacks, could approach them unaffected by the chaotic magic flying around and still have enough strength to pull them apart. With Hagrid using his brute, giant-like physique to block them, Mr. Malfoy shot a sinister glare at Mr. Weasley, bleeding from the corner of his mouth and with a bruise on his forehead, before taking his son, who had been hiding nearby, and leaving without saying a word. Mr. Weasley, also battered and wounded, expressionless, led us out of the bookstore behind Hagrid. Whether it was because Mr. Weasley couldn't restrain the angry magical aura radiating from him, or because of Hagrid's imposing size and courageous appearance, in any case, even though there were many pointing and staring passers-by, we encountered no obstacles as we left the bookstore. However, since Mrs. Weasley was extremely angry that her husband had engaged in such a crude and violent fight publicly, especially in front of their own children on the way to the Leaky Cauldron, she scolded Mr. Weasley more than once, so the mood during our later afternoon snack can be imagined as quite gloomy. Perhaps it was because Mr. Weasley didn't offer any rebuttals and fully bore his wife's anger and criticism, combined with Ron, Ginny, and Neville fully recounting what Mr. Malfoy had said at the time, along with Hermione and her parents helping smooth things over. In any case, by the time we finished our meal and were preparing to head back home, everyone's mood had almost entirely eased from that unpleasant incident. Since all of us were wearing wizard robes, it wasn't convenient for everyone to walk in a large group down Muggle Street, so we said our goodbyes to Hermione and the Granger couple at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid said he still needed to catch up with the bartender Tom and try a new special fire whiskey flavor, so it was just a few of us who used Floo powder to return to the burrow. I grabbed some Floo powder from the flower pot in Mr. Weasley's hands and stepped into the fireplace in the pub, then used one hand to take off my glasses and put them into the slightly bulging hidden pouch. Hopefully, I won't drop out of the fireplace again later and break my glasses. Before throwing the Floo powder and saying burrow, I touched the hidden pouch where my mask, glasses, and the old notebook I had secretly taken from Ginny's cauldron were placed, silently praying out of helplessness. Chapter 47, Avada Kedavra. Tom Riddle's diary. For the rest of the summer, life at the Burrow was just as relaxed and enjoyable as before, so leisurely that I almost didn't want to return to Hogwarts. It really shows how easily a comfortable life can make one's heart lazy. Sitting with Neville under the shady tree on the back hill, eating ice pops, I squinted at the sky, watching Ron, who borrowed my Nimbus 2000, and his twin brothers playing catch with an apple, silently sighing without much reflection. That said, life at Hogwarts with its busy study schedule is actually quite different from the leisurely, vacation-like days at the Burrow. More importantly, as someone not yet of age, it's only at school that I can practice magic and do experiments without much restraint. So, with the start of the school year gradually approaching, I felt a mix of regret and anticipation, counting down the days of summer. However, this is just the surface. Last semester, the hidden pockets in my robes were always used to hide various candies, but now most of the space was taken up by the old notebook I had secretly taken from Ginny's cauldron, that is, more precisely, Tom Riddle's diary, one of the Horcruxes created by the Dark Lord back then. I don't know if it's because my little butterfly wings, carrying the memories of a past life, aren't flapping hard enough, or if the gears of fate are just too powerful, but in any case, the future that brings me both joy and worry hasn't changed much so far. After the house elf, who had taken the initiative to come find me, Malfoy really did take out the diary Voldemort had previously entrusted to him and secretly slipped it into the large cauldron I was carrying for Ginny that day. I have to admit, he really is brave enough to take that kind of risk. When Voldemort handed the diary to Malfoy, he must have warned him to keep it safe. Now, Malfoy didn't obey his master's instructions and instead let the item leak out. Does he really think his actions won't be discovered by his exiled master, who would come back to settle the score? Or has his resentment toward Mr. Weasley clouded his judgment so much that he decided to frame the Weasley family at any cost? In any case, Malfoy deliberately targeted Ginny and secretly gave her such a dangerous dark magical object. Whether it was to take revenge on an innocent daughter because of a personal grudge against Mr. Weasley, or simply to cause trouble at Hogwarts by opening the Chamber of Secrets and unleashing the basilisk, this was truly going too far. If you ask me, the fact that in that future nobody died from looking the basilisk in the eye is incredibly lucky. At first, in the future, there was nothing anyone could say because nobody knew or had much chance to stop it. But now, with me knowing the truth, how could I allow something like that to happen? Even the smallest mistake costs a life. Moreover, the Weasleys have treated me so well, and Ron and the twins see me as one of their own. How could I stand by and watch their treasured only daughter fall into an unknown danger? Moreover, I've already thought about it. Even if the Chamber of Secrets from this year in my memory isn't opened, it actually wouldn't have much impact. Of course, the venom fang of the snake demon must be obtained, as it's a super poisonous item used to destroy Horcruxes. Besides, black magic creatures like the snake demon only become more valuable as they age. Their entire bodies, whether for potion making, toxin extraction, or as experimental subjects, serve as top-notch materials. Last year, I painfully let go of an exceptional Norwegian Ridgeback hatchling, but I've already decided that I won't give anyone this snake demon. When the Christmas break comes, when the school is mostly empty, I'll sneak a few roosters into the chamber and try to wake the snake demon and see if it can be tamed with Parseltongue. If it's obedient, I'll raise it as a potion snake. If not, I'll kill it and preserve it for medicinal use. No matter the outcome, by this time next year, once I have all the magical materials bought from Borgin, I'll start working on experiments to crack that Avada Kedavra curse. Having this snake demon could at least increase the success rate by around 10%, which is definitely advantageous for me, no matter how you look at it. So, this diary of the Dark Lord's youth is better kept from spreading. If possible, after Christmas, once I have the snake demon's venom fang, I should also find the Rowena Ravenclaw crown hidden in the room of requirement and destroy it together. Horcruxes are always like thorns in my heart, the sooner they can be removed, the better. However, in this short time before destroying the diary, it's also important to take the opportunity to study the principles of Horcrux creation through it, researching the forbidden section of the school library. The books on black magic regarding the soul that I've found only briefly mention Horcruxes without much detail. If it weren't for some key points I remember from my previous life, trying to deduce the method to perform this dark magic solely from the school's forbidden books would be nothing more than wishful thinking. As for the reason I want to study this dark magic, it's certainly not that I'm reckless or planning to split my own soul. I won't deny that I want to accumulate power for immortality, and maybe one day break through the void, confront the Creator God to avenge the mouse I sent to another world, and see if I can return to a previous life's existence. But while these are just thoughts, I am well aware that, compared to a deity of the Creator God's level, even if I cultivated power equivalent to 100 Voldemorts, I would still be as insignificant as an ant in his eyes. So the method of achieving immortality by splitting the soul is not suitable for someone like me who wants to cultivate to a level capable of withstanding the force of a shattered void. The point is, if I fall to that extent, even if I really acquire the power to return, my grandfather and parents would absolutely not recognize me as a descendant who goes against the ancestral teachings of compassion for the world. Then all the effort I went through to get revenge on the Creator God would be meaningless. However, this method of dark cultivation that uses killing to split the soul and achieve eternal life, while ruthless and flawed in many ways, is at least the highest level soul immortality cultivation method I've been able to find in this world so far. Even though I disdain using the slaughter of living beings for practice, if I thoroughly study this cultivation method, at least in the short term, it could help me better understand Voldemort's weaknesses, reducing the danger of a future decisive battle with him. In the long term, once things settle in England, I can go to China in this world, and go over the I Ching's yin yang and 5 elements my grandfather painstakingly taught me in my past life, those excruciating lessons that still had to be memorized with the help of a master-level expert for a full review. I refuse to believe that with the profound depth of Chinese culture, combined with my cultivation through the gradual strengthening of soul and spiritual energy, my plant-based supernatural abilities, and powerful magic, I wouldn't invent in this lifetime a peaceful cultivation method to enhance my soul power and achieve true immortality and strength without relying on bloodshed and soul-stealing. Sigh, my goals are lofty, but the path has to be taken step by step, just like meals have to be eaten one bite at a time, right? If I don't solve the Voldemort problem first, my friends and family in this life won't truly be safe, and I definitely can't sincerely focus on pursuing the cultivation techniques that would allow me to return to my original space. So in the end, what's most important right now is to continue researching magical knowledge and building my own strength. Before getting the basilisk fangs, I should record the black magic circles and curses in the diary and on the crown, so even if they get destroyed later, I still have some reference research material. Soul magic truly deserves its reputation as one of the 3 most dangerous magical disciplines alongside spatial and temporal magic. Even though I read quite a few books on the subject last year, there's still very little I can detect and understand from this diary using my mental powers. Actually, if I were braver, I could forcibly use my unique soul-related mental power to decipher and record all the complex magic arrays attached to it without any harm, but I really don't want to risk awakening the fragment of the Dark Lord's soul sealed in the diary too soon. It would be okay if I had the snake demon fangs. I'm confident I could destroy the soul fragment without anyone noticing before it re-establishes a link with the Dark Lord's main soul, but for now, I'll leave it be. I don't want to alert the Dark Lord to the fact that someone is already dealing with his dispersed soul fragment, even though I highly doubt his currently extremely weak main soul has enough strength to feel if a fragment is destroyed. Keep in mind, aside from the diary and the crown, there are still 4 other dispersed soul fragments that I haven't gotten my hands on. If I let the Dark Lord know too early, it would only make it harder for me to handle him in the future. Chapter 48, Luna Lovegood, Roger Davies, Cedric Diggory. The first day of school. After a day of wild play, I took out the diary late at night to study the dark contracts and dark magic arrays recorded in it. Time, inevitably, brought the summer to its last day. That afternoon, Mrs. Weasley and I collaborated to prepare a lavish dinner using the wild rabbit I caught and the herbs I pulled that morning: roasted rabbit, herb fruit porridge, beef pies, among many other dishes, followed by a ridiculously tempting dessert of lavender maple cake and caramel milk pudding, torturously delightful because we were already so full. The evening's entertainment was a fireworks show performed by the twins, which they bought in Diagon Alley, later turning into Percy chasing after them because the fireworks would always end up near Percy and create little explosions, leaving him angrily covered in black soot. Finally, under the combined urging of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to get some rest, we said our good nights with lingering smiles and returned to our rooms to sleep. A night without dreams until dawn is impossible for me. My biological clock wakes me up before the first light appears in the east. I quietly slipped out of bed, changed out of my pajamas, and breathed in the refreshing summer night air as I headed to the back hill of Burrow to practice martial arts. This is the last time during the summer vacation, if nothing unexpected happens. The next time I can come to Burrow to play seems to be 2 years from now. After completing 3 rounds of the family martial arts, I walked back to Burrow with a refreshed step. The Weasley family was mostly awake by then, although over the past 2 days, under Mrs. Weasley's constant reminders, we had packed most of our luggage. For some reason, there was still so much to do in the morning. As a result, everyone looked grumpy, rushing upstairs and downstairs to find things. I earned quite a few annoyed glares inexplicably because while everyone else was frantically busy, only Ginny and I could sit steadily at the kitchen table, leisurely enjoying a delicious breakfast of ham, boiled eggs, and fresh milk. Why do Harry and Ginny get ham and you don't? It's because their luggage was all packed and put into the car yesterday morning. Mrs. Weasley placed 3 freshly fried small sausages onto my plate, then turned to scold Ron, who had rushed downstairs without fastening his robe buttons, asking his mother where his socks were while trying to have breakfast, only to find he had nothing to eat except 4 jam toast. None of you are like them. I told you to pack your things early days ago, and yet everyone ignored me. Only 20 minutes left before we need to leave for the station, and where is your luggage now? And you dare ask me where your socks are? Aren't they in the 3rd drawer of your wardrobe in your room? Honestly, you. Ron grabbed his toast sulkily and ran upstairs, giving me a pitiful look before leaving. With Percy, the twins, and Mr. Weasley already having given me looks this morning, that made the 5th one today. These boys, Mrs. Weasley continued to complain while adding a cup of pumpkin juice to her daughter. Just say a few words and run away. Someone has to stare at you every time, and you never know how to write a few words automatically and spontaneously. I really don't understand why it's not a bad thing to prepare things early. Why do you always have to put things off until the end every time you are willing to do it? I'm full, thank you. After putting down my knife and fork, drinking the milk and wiping my mouth with a napkin, I got up and said, "Let me pack your lunch box together, Mrs. Weasley. It's always faster for 2 people to do it together." "Oh, thank you, my dear, you are so kind." Mrs. Weasley passed by me and kissed me on the forehead. "But I'll just come, it won't take much. You should go to the carport and call Arthur for me. Go upstairs to see how Neville and Ron are prepared, and ask them to move their luggage down quickly, okay? If I don't go out quickly, I'm worried that there will be traffic jams on the road later." "Okay." I pulled the bangs on my forehead a little stiffly, and inadvertently met Ginny, who was secretly looking at me. She was so frightened that she touched the spoon and quickly got under the table to pick it up. I turned around with a silent sigh and walked out through the back door of the kitchen. Before closing the back door of the kitchen, I could vaguely hear Mrs. Weasley continue to mutter, "Obviously they are all children of the same age, and these big people in the family are fine. Why are they still unworried about?" I stuck out my tongue in sweat and hurried to the carport to find Mr. Weasley. Originally, Mr. Weasley, who was warming up the car, was very happy to pull me over as soon as he saw me and wanted to ask me some questions about the car battery. I had no choice but to politely tell him the reason I was here, so the battery issue ended up being dropped. Then we went back upstairs in the house, and after what could only be described as a chaotic half hour, the 9 of us, with 2 bird cages and 7 suitcases, yesterday, when helping me move, Mr. Weasley was very surprised that I actually had 2 large suitcases full of books and potions. He kindly used space magic to modify my suitcase, so now I only had 1. As for its inner size, at the moment it's only the size of 3 bathtubs. But I secretly noted down the expansion spell and magic circle and decided that once I got to school, I'd remake the spell on my suitcase. Finally squeezed into the cobalt blue magical car, which, though looking small on the outside, was as spacious inside as a park bench. I once again silently marveled at Mr. Weasley's trickery skills. It was so obviously a magically enlarged interior, yet he somehow made Mrs. Weasley not even suspect anything wrong. I chuckled a little as I looked at Mr. Weasley through the rearview mirror, giving me a wink to not expose him, and I secretly made a zipper gesture over my mouth in response, because we had a few instances of having to turn back within 5 minutes of driving to fetch something someone forgot. By the time the cobalt blue car finally hit the road, we were already stuck in traffic, inevitably triggering another round of Mrs. Weasley's nagging. Mr. Weasley looked at his watch nervously several times, trying to persuade Mrs. Weasley to let him activate the flying mode invisibly, but of course, the result was predictably a strict rejection anyway. When we finally arrived at the train station, there were less than 15 minutes left until the Hogwarts Express's 11 o'clock departure. Arthur and I will take Ginny over first, Mrs. Weasley instructed us a little way away from the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Then you follow. Be careful, don't attract Muggles' attention, okay? Please. Mom, it's not like it's our first time getting onto the platform. It's exactly because it's not your first time that I'm worried. Mrs. Weasley glared at Fred. Especially you and George. Enough, Molly, time's running out. Just let those two go for now. We can talk about it after the holidays. Mr. Weasley decisively interrupted his wife's nagging about the twins, pushing Ginny's luggage toward the barrier. Let's go in. Mrs. Weasley took Ginny's hand and followed her husband, disappearing in front of the barrier. Let's go too, Percy said, pushing his luggage after their parents. The twins ran in one after the other, unnoticed by anyone. I reached out and patted Ron and Neville on the shoulders. You go first, I said casually, I'll follow. They nodded without suspicion and stepped onto the magical platform. After making sure they were all in, I let out a sigh of relief. I closed my eyes at the spot and quietly sent my psychic energy to sense the barrier. Well done, Dobby, you're really quick. In just a few seconds, he had already sealed the barrier. To be more accurate, he had adjusted the magic frequency used to detect who could pass through the barrier. Originally, anyone with a bit of magic could get through, but now only someone with adult wizard-level magic could enter. Fortunately, it was only that much. Since it was just this change, I didn't have to wait for the Weasleys to come out. I took a breath and opened my eyes, covering myself with psychic energy. By simulating magic equivalent to an adult wizard's power with my psychic energy, I was able to push the luggage cart through the barrier. I really had to admit, I was lucky. Luckily, the sole psychic energy I use to control plants is a completely different yet very similar force to magic. So even if my psychic energy is enormous, as long as I don't reveal my intention, it won't be detected. Plus, I can disguise it as magic to mislead people or magical objects when necessary. Gently, I reminded myself how fortunate I was as I caught up with Ron and the others, continuing to push the cart toward the rear of the train. Over here, over here. Hermione waved at us from the steps of the last carriage. Why are you so slow? Ginny's already on the train. There were too many Muggles at the station, and I couldn't find the right time to get onto the platform, I explained briefly as we reached the carriage. Let us through first so we can move the luggage. I'll do it, the train's about to leave. Hermione jumped off the carriage without giving the three of us any time to react, and immediately took out her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Our luggage and Hedwig's cage floated up, prompting Hedwig to let out an unhappy screech from inside the cage. I quickly jumped over to grab the cage and bring the bird back. Sorry. Hermione gave me a sheepish smile and directed our luggage onto the train. That's actually a really convenient and effortless method, Ron muttered, following Hermione onto the train. But handling 3 big trunks at once? That's a bit too impressive for control. Charms are Hermione's specialty, you know that. I smiled while soothing Hedwig in the cage. But, isn't it said that underage wizards aren't allowed to perform magic off campus during the holidays? That levitation spell. Today is the start of the term, and we're already on the Hogwarts Express, so it's fine. Neville explained to me. That's an unofficial rule that all students know, though first-year students wouldn't know yet. Harry, haven't you heard about it? No, I said simply, a little helplessly. There are plenty of things I haven't heard about. We entered the compartment and closed the door. I hung Hedwig and her cage on a hook not far from the door. Hermione had just finished arranging the luggage in the corner when knocking sounded at our compartment window. It was the Weasley couple. Dad, Mom. Ron quickly went to the window and opened it. But before he could say anything, the train whistle blew. Make sure to help take care of Ginny, okay? Mrs. Weasley kissed her son quickly on the cheek before pushing him back in. And take care of yourselves, Harry, Neville, you too, Hermione. These boys are a bit clumsy, so please keep an extra eye on them. Hermione smiled and nodded, but Ron complained unhappily. Mom, We can take care of ourselves without Hermione watching us, you. Another hiss of steam, and the train began to move. At Christmas, Mr. Weasley said to us, walking alongside his wife beside the slowly moving train, Molly and I will go to Egypt to see Bill, and if you like, I'm sure Bill would be very happy to see you all too. Think about whether you want to come right to us again. Take care. As the train began to pick up speed, Mr. Weasley ended up shouting to us, his voice mixed with the voices of parents saying goodbye to their children, almost indistinguishable. Ron and I pressed ourselves close to the window, waving vigorously. Only when the train had completely left the station and the Weasleys were no longer visible did I reluctantly sit down with Ron in the soft compartment seats. All right, Harry, it's not like we won't see them again. There's no need to be so sentimental. Hermione saw me still staring blankly out the window long after the train had left the station and spoke to comfort me. Mr. Weasley just invited us to Egypt for Christmas. If you don't have other plans, we can go together and see them again. Exactly, Bill's been wanting to see you too. Last time he wrote home, he even complained that Charlie wrote to him, bragging about helping you take care of Norbert. Of course he knew he couldn't have handled the dragon any better than Charlie, but he was still a bit upset that Fred, the others, and I were so close to you and he wasn't told. He found out from Charlie instead, and then he wrote both me and Fred a separate scolding letter. That sounds a bit strange, Neville said, as I had also sent something odd, but he asked faster than I did, do your eldest and second brothers not get along? It's not that they are bad, it's just that neither of them really knows what's going on. Since they were kids, they've always liked to compare and compete over everything. Ron shrugged. Although later one of them dealt with goblins at Gringotts as a curse breaker, and the other chased dragons until he became a dragon tamer, they still constantly send letters comparing this and that. Even small matters can turn into huge fights, but if you ask me whether they really dislike each other, knowing their personalities, they would completely ignore someone they truly disliked. Mom went from trying to stop them at first to eventually just treating their arguments as their own unique way of communicating. Dad said they probably argue so much because they are so close in age, but since he's never seen them actually fight, he just doesn't bother. That's a really strange dynamic, hard to imagine. Hermione frowned slightly. Being the only child in her family, she naturally had less understanding of sibling relationships. Besides, every family's sibling dynamics are different, and the nuances are sometimes difficult even for those involved to describe. It sounds like their relationship is the complete opposite of the close, intuitive feeling Fred and George give off, right? Somewhat, but not entirely. Ron scratched his head. I can't really explain it either. Anyway, you'll definitely have a chance to meet them someday, and then you'll understand what I mean. Hearing you say that does make me look forward to officially meeting them. I smiled. I'll think about the plan to go to Egypt for Christmas. Can I give Mr. Weasley an answer in November? Over the summer, I went over last year's magical circle experiments and designed quite a few new magical items. Some of the production might overlap with the winter break, so I need to rearrange and check if being away from school for the holidays would have any impact, and to what extent. Ron stared at me with wide eyes. Come on, it was during the holidays. Even the wizards who had already left school and were working were mostly on vacation. So, you're still a student, there's absolutely no need to make yourself so busy, okay? My argument seemed to make Ron even more determined to take me to Egypt during the winter break. I can't say anything about how you like to keep yourself busy usually, but vacation is vacation. You have to rest properly. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll write to Dad saying you agreed to come with us. Not giving me a chance to refuse, he turned to Hermione and Neville. You two are coming too, right? It's more fun if we all go together. Bill told us a lot about interesting places in Egypt. You'll definitely like it there. Well, I want to go too, but I need to write to my parents first to see if they've already planned our vacation, Hermione said apologetically. Sorry, Ron, I might need a few days to reply. As for me, I definitely can't go. Summer break is fine, but Christmas is my grandma's annual family gathering, and unless something really important comes up, I can't miss it, Neville said with a somewhat sullen apology. Sorry, Ron, you and Harry and the others have fun without me. I'll send you gifts. No need to apologize. Then I'll also wait a few days to write, and after Hermione replies, we'll tell our parents together. He patted Neville on the shoulder. Don't be too sad, there will be plenty of chances to go on trips. By the way, besides the Christmas gifts, I'll definitely pick a souvenir with lots of local character for you. It won't be a mummy, right? I asked hesitantly. That's a dead body, how could that be a gift? Ron glared at me. Harry, how could you even think of that? but when I think of Egypt, aside from mummies, the first thing that comes to mind is the pyramids, I argued confidently. Are you planning to bring an entire pyramid back for Neville? Neville seemed like he wanted to say something, but Ron ignored him entirely. It would be best if I could find a way to carry the entire pyramid back. That kind of triangular structure is considered a national treasure even in the wizarding world's Egypt. Do you want me to be hunted down by every wizard in Egypt? Actually, I don't. I tried to speak again, but still didn't succeed. That's why I said the most symbolic gift has to be a mummy. I nodded seriously. Yeah, but when the time comes for you to choose a mummy, remember to tell me so I can help give some advice. After all, if you're giving a mummy, you should pick one that's relatively well preserved and not too weathered. At the very least, you should make sure the skeleton is complete, only then will the mummy look nice. Neville twitched at the corner of his mouth, seeming to forget even to try to interrupt. But since he didn't speak up, Hermione started to suspect. Wait, I have to ask, Harry, why does it sound like you have experience with this? Have you really chosen a mummy before? No way. You know Britain doesn't have anything like that. But archaeology books from the Muggle world describe the process of making mummies in great detail. Although Muggles don't have the original ancient mummy recipes, the records are still pretty thorough. Merlin, Harry, how many of these weird Muggle books have you actually read? Ron rolled his eyes. Hermione's little bookworm title should really belong to you. Don't call me a bookworm. Ronald, how many times do I have to tell you? Then you don't call me Ronald. You started it first. The train ran steadily, and in our compartment, this half-joking, half-bickering chatter never stopped. By noon, we had all brought out our lunches from home and traded bites with each other. We also bought a bunch of pies and sweets from the train's dining car for after our meal and for afternoon tea. The relaxed and cheerful atmosphere continued, with the conversation constantly changing. But when we started talking about the fun things that happened during our previous summer break, there was a light knock on the compartment door, which slid open silently. Ginny, what are you doing here? Ron looked in surprise at his sister at the door and only half a beat later noticed another girl standing beside her. Ah, and who is this? She's a freshman like me, and we were in the same compartment, Ginny said, her cheeks rosy as she stared straight at Ron's chest, her voice sounding like she was reciting from memory. There were only the two of us in the compartment, and we talked about our families. I accidentally mentioned that Harry spent the summer at our house, so. All of our gazes naturally turned to the girl with waist-length, golden grey hair. Ron raised an eyebrow. You want to see Harry? Under the weight of all our eyes, the girl revealed a clean, faint, and ethereal smile, which made me take a closer, careful look at her. Apart from her slightly messy long hair, she had extremely fair yet healthy-looking skin, and her unobtrusive but gentle facial features gave off a subtle, almost otherworldly charm. At the same time, she had a pair of grey, simple eyes, which were neither bright nor lively, and her gaze seemed a little absent-minded, as if she barely noticed anything. Yet I caught, beneath those hazy grey eyes, a hidden, elusive silver-blue glimmer that shone unexpectedly. She's very much like me, just a smart girl trying hard to hide a certain power behind a slightly naive demeanor. However, her way of concealing her abilities is nowhere near as deep or thorough as mine, and I felt that my control over plants somehow had a strange, familiar connection with the power the girl was hiding, which is why I noticed it. A faint confusion crept into my mind as I silently continued to observe her. After driving away the self-proclaimed King of Darkness, the Dark Lord, as soon as he came into this world, he protected all wizarding homes with gentle sacrifice. Young Baron Potter has always been the role model all of us small witches and wizards look up to and strive to learn from. Her voice was clear and melodious, almost like chanting. The first time I heard it, it felt slightly discordant, but not unpleasant or uncomfortable. She smiled at Ron, her expression still distant and ethereal. You must be Miss Ginevra's brother, Baron Ronald Weasley, right? It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Luna Lovegood, and I look forward to working with you. With that, she performed a graceful bow to Ron in the very precise manner of an ancient court etiquette. I broke out in a cold sweat. What is this? Some kind of grand theatrical performance? And it's styled like an old European court. Everyone had the same conflicted expression as me. Ron, even more flustered, blushed deeply and stared at his little sister with a look that clearly said, "Where on earth did you meet this crazy girl and bring her here?" Luna. Ginny, blushing, almost moaned as she pulled the blonde girl up. You clearly promised me you wouldn't do this, that's why I brought you along. Ah, it's just a habit, I momentarily forgot. I'm truly sorry, Miss Ginevra, Luna apologized softly. Next time, I'll remember. You also promised not to call me Miss Ginevra. Ginny said weakly, her face flushed to the point it nearly touched the floor. Yes, Miss Ginny. Luna's ethereal apologetic smile was so gentle and sincere in its innocent charm. If I hadn't been secretly paying attention, catching the fleeting glint of mischief in her eyes, I might have been deceived just like everyone else. I thought, if I weren't here, Ginny probably wouldn't just be leaning against the door looking utterly defeated. She would have pounced on Luna and grabbed her slender neck. Come in and take a seat, it's hard to talk standing at the door, Hermione said, somewhat trying to ease the situation, gently nudging me to sit in the armchair opposite Neville and Ron, making room for the two of them. Hello, may I call you Luna directly? I'm Hermione Granger, he is Ron Weasley, you already know him, Ginny's brother. After the two girls sat down, she continued introducing, and this is Neville Longbottom, and Harry Potter. We're all from the same house and are quite close, which is why we're sitting in the same booth. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you, of course you can call me Luna directly. It's truly an honor to meet you, Luna said, her tone still very ethereal, though we were already starting to get used to the way she spoke, as if she were singing. Actually, Luna has already heard about what you did last year and has been wanting to meet you. The most capable witch in Hogwarts of your year, Miss Granger, the upright and gentle Viscount Longbottom, the clever and loyal Baron Weasley, and of course, the esteemed Earl Potter. Luna gave me a calm smile, full of admiration. A few months ago, you all helped Earl Potter, drove back the Dark Minions, and once again crushed the hope of the Dark Lord's return. All the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts knew about this, and told their parents as well. My father, of course, also heard about it, so he is very pleased and proud that Luna is able to attend Hogwarts and study at the same school as the Earl. I'm sure the confusion on my face must have been even more obvious, and the others weren't doing much better at hiding their strained expressions. Luna, could you not use honorifics? We're only 1 year older than you, so we're peers. We're really not used to you speaking like that, Hermione said directly. All of us guys instinctively shot her a grateful look. It's always more appropriate for a girl to speak so bluntly to another girl. I see. I'm really sorry, Luna didn't know it would make you feel uncomfortable. Luna expressed her apology, and also a bit of puzzled confusion. At home, and with my father's friends' children, I've always spoken this way. My father also said he's very happy that Luna is so polite because it's exactly like my mother when she was young. Seriously, Mr. Lovegood, how did you educate your daughter? Even if you wanted to cultivate a proper lady, there's no need to force your daughter to follow customs that have long been outdated, right? I don't know what the others were thinking, but when we heard that this was how she had been taught, we tacitly didn't comment. However, Neville couldn't help but speak up, speaking gently. Actually, Luna, even if you don't use honorifics, your attitude and demeanor are already enough to show everyone's manners, he gently reminded her. Besides, it's no longer the era of monarchs and nobles. Whether in the magical society or at a magical school like Hogwarts, no wizard uses noble titles to address each other anymore. Just like Hermione said, we're all equals, so you can just call us by our names. I see. Miss Ginny also said something similar to me just now. Luna thought it was because she was very kind and gentle and approachable. Luna gave Neville a grateful smile. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Neville. Luna will remember it. And so, after Ginny, yet another person was rendered helpless and slumped in their seat by Luna. I think I roughly understood the mischievous look in Luna's eyes earlier. As I realized this, I suppressed the growing amusement in my heart for this Luna Lovegood, who I was technically supposed to meet officially 3 years in the future, but now I had met in advance, and whose personality seemed quite different from the future version in my memory. I continued to silently observe, outwardly maintaining the same resigned expression as everyone else. So, Luna, you just said your father was very happy that you could attend Hogwarts. Did he think you wouldn't get into Hogwarts before this? Noticing that everyone seemed unsure how to start a conversation without making the atmosphere awkward, Hermione personally chose a topic that shouldn't cause anyone to feel powerless. From what you just said, you must come from a wizarding family, right? Luna nodded gently. Yes, both my father and mother are witches, but how should I put it? She tilted her head slightly, her usually fleeting expression appearing even more innocent as she thought. Luna's mother doesn't seem to be an ordinary witch. Luna once asked her father about it, but he didn't answer, just said that she would understand when she got a little older. His expression was very sad at the time, so Luna didn't dare to ask again anyway. It seems that because of her mother, although Luna seems no different from other little witches, her father was always worried that she wouldn't be able to attend any wizarding school, so when she received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts, her father was really overjoyed. On the day he got the letter, he held Luna for a long time. Luna's demeanor and tone were very natural, and I could tell she wasn't lying, but for some reason, a strangely familiar feeling lingered in my mind. Before I could dwell on it, Ron asked a question that made me catch my breath. You said your mother isn't an ordinary witch, and you asked your father about it, but haven't you ever met your mother? Ron asked curiously. Your parents don't live together. That insensible guy, including me, everyone except Luna shot him a reproachful look, but mine was sharper and tinged with some guilt because the others probably just assumed Luna's parents didn't live together because they weren't compatible, but I truly knew the truth. Luna's parents genuinely loved each other, but due to an experimental accident, Luna lost her mother forever, yet I had been momentarily distracted and didn't stop Ron from asking such a question. No, my mother has always lived with my father and me. We've been very happy, very joyful, because both my father and mother love me very much. For the first time, Luna's smile lost the usual aloof, carefree air it had carried since we first met. It was genuine, sincere, and warm, making anyone who saw it completely believe that she was truly happy. It was just that mother had left father and Luna 2 years ago. Because besides taking care of Luna and father, mother loved doing interesting experiments the most. Luna didn't really understand at first, but mother was always happy when doing those experiments. Father and Luna also enjoyed watching mother conduct them, because at that time she always seemed to give Luna a feeling of glowing, so beautiful. But although mother's experiments were interesting, they were also very dangerous. By the time Luna realized this, mother's laboratory had already exploded and mother had gone too. The atmosphere in the private room had now completely stiffened. Almost everyone seemed petrified, as if under a bodybind curse. Even I was. But unlike Ron and the others, I wasn't shocked because Luna could describe the death of her mother with such innocent, happy, and calm expressions. It was because I finally understood why Luna felt so uncannily familiar to me. In her, I saw a reflection of myself, a soul who lost her closest loved ones, embracing her pain alone, without shedding tears. I couldn't help but recall the future Luna in the memories, who also lightly mentioned that her mother had died in a lab accident. But that Luna was already 14 at the time. Around 5 years had passed, enough for her to move past the grief of losing her mother, or at least that's what I always thought, which was why I never thought much about things related to her. Yet now, the 11-year-old Luna could already speak so calmly about her mother's death. I couldn't help but think, couldn't help but wonder, about that almost imperceptible yet profoundly existing sorrow and guilt, so deep in her innocent, cheerful eyes, embedded in her very bones and flesh. What kind of reality it truly was. How did the Luna in the memories describe witnessing her mother's death? As a serious spell-casting accident? A mother who deeply loves her child, no matter how passionate she is about her own interests, would never be able to focus completely when a young child is around. So with her beloved little daughter by her side, how could Luna's mother possibly conduct experiments that were dangerously risky? Even if she believed her protective measures were sufficient and there was no need to worry about her daughter's safety, her attention would inevitably be divided because she was concerned about her daughter, making it impossible to perform precise experiments. Not to mention the risk of failure. Even if the experiment succeeded, the data would still be highly unstable. A true scholar, who is genuinely passionate about research, would never allow themselves to make errors in experimental data due to lack of concentration. And if the experiments were relatively simple to begin with, how could a serious magical error even occur? So then it can be imagined Luna's mother's death was clearly not as simple as the Wade memory portrayed it. Expressionless, yet unable to suppress the heaviness in my heart from recalling the night I lost my own parents, I clenched my fists. Because of the accumulated years and memories from my previous life, I could calmly accept and face the fact that my parents died trying to protect me. But Luna? She is truly only 11 years old. Moreover, when her mother died, she was no longer completely naive and unaware. A 9-year-old child, once the beloved gem of her parents' eyes, suddenly lost her mother overnight and right in front of her eyes. It took me over a decade to fully recover from such pain. How did Luna manage, in just 2 short years, to force herself to grow so much for the sake of staying alive and loving her father? Although the others in the private room gradually came back to their senses, an inexplicable awkwardness left everyone unsure of how to speak. Though Luna herself seemed completely unconcerned about the previous topic, returning to her initial absent-minded days, even contentedly twirling her long hair with her fingers while admiring the rural scenery passing by the window. However, the rest of us couldn't help but cast Ron helpless, reproachful glances, and he himself appeared visibly uneasy. "I'm sorry, Luna." It seemed he had finally gathered enough courage, and Ron stammered out an apology. I didn't know that. I'm really sorry. Looking out the window, her gaze turned back, and Luna paused in bewilderment before finally showing an expression of realization. "Oh, Mr. Ronald, you really don't need to worry about it," she said with a smile. "Although my mother is no longer with us, I still have a father who loves me very much. Besides, our home is full of pictures of my mother, and there are many things she left behind for my father and me, so I don't feel like she ever truly left us. My father also told me that it's because my mother was so gentle and wonderful that even Merlin couldn't help but pity her, which is why he arranged for her to leave early, so she wouldn't have to suffer any longer with Merlin's care. Both my father and I believe that my mother must be even happier and more content than when she was still with us, so really, you don't need to worry." "Then what about you?" I, who had been silent all this while, finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "Do you feel happy, Luna?" Luna looked at me, slightly surprised and puzzled. "Of course I'm very happy, Mr. Harry. Why are you asking that?" "I'm not talking about the past, I mean now," I said, shaking my head slightly, ignoring the looks of surprise, confusion, and even disapproval from Hermione and the others. I asked again, "After your mother left, now, do you feel happy, Luna?" Luna stared at me blankly, her expression still drifting in confusion, yet I could clearly see that the silver-blue shimmer hidden under her typically slightly unfocused grey eyes had begun to ripple because of my question. It was the first time since we entered the carriage that Luna had truly focused without avoidance, meeting my gaze. It seemed like only a second or two passed, yet it also felt like a century. Her grey eyes narrowed slightly, the silver-blue shimmer emerging as if breaking free from a cocoon, blending with the grey of her irises into an exceptionally gentle shade of bluish-silver grey. I don't know if anyone else noticed the subtle change in Luna at that moment, but her smile then was genuinely innocent and graceful, utterly fitting the charm one would expect of a child her age. "Yes, Mr. Harry, Luna is very happy both in the past and now," she said with certainty, "especially after meeting Miss Ginny and everyone here. Luna really feels not only happy but truly fortunate, just as her mother said." I also smiled gently. I knew that clever Luna had already understood my true meaning, not pity, not sympathy, but a kind of understanding that needs no reason. We will always carry the love and life given by our loved ones and move forward steadily no matter what happens in the future. "Then, let's introduce ourselves again." I stood up, once again ignoring the few glances that had gone from disbelief to astonishment, and gave Luna an old-fashioned courtly bow. "I am Harry Potter, currently about to enter my second year at Hogwarts, belonging to Gryffindor House. My interests are playing Quidditch and designing some fun little things, and what I dislike most is anyone picking on someone I care about. My personality is fairly easygoing, but I cannot forgive things that hurt or bully those around me, or hear bad words about my parents. That especially makes me lose my temper. May I have the honor of knowing your name, milady, and becoming your friend?" "Of course, honored Mr. Harry." Luna also stood up and gracefully executed the same ladylike courtesy she had shown to Ron just now. "I am Luna Lovegood, currently about to enter my first year at Hogwarts. I have not yet undergone the sorting ceremony, so I don't know which house I will be in." Luna's interest is reading. She likes every kind of book. She dislikes people who bully her father. My personality seems fairly easygoing, but Luna often misplaces things. Father says Luna can be a bit scatterbrained, but Luna clearly doesn't feel that way herself. Luna also really dislikes anyone speaking ill of her father. It makes Luna very angry. Luna is deeply honored to meet Mr. Harry and is very pleased to become one of Mr. Harry's friends. She gave me a subtle, gentle smile and extended her right hand. I, with a warm smile, understandingly took it and, slightly bowing, placed a light kiss on the back of her hand. My gentlemanly behavior seemed to break something, snapping everyone else back to reality, though their reactions were a bit silly. "Neville, am I dreaming or is Harry going crazy too?" Ron asked, his voice trembling. "I think I saw Harry kissed a girl on the back of her hand. Since when did he have such elegant manners?" Neville looked equally dazed. "Don't ask me, I don't know either," he said emptily, "but I think you didn't see wrong. I saw it too. Maybe we're all having a collective illusion?" Ron's face darkened as he turned seriously toward Neville. "Hit me." Hit me," Ron repeated. "If this is an illusion or a dream, a punch should wake me up." "Ow. Idiot. Can't you guys stop acting like fools for a day?" Hermione glared at the two boys, half exasperated, half amused. Ignoring Ron, who yelped in pain after being stomped on for asking her to intervene, she turned to me and said, "Stop messing around, Harry. If you keep this up, someone's really going to lose it. Explain it." I smiled and held Luna's hand, helping her back to her seat, then shrugged and sat down with her. "Explain what?" "Just like you've seen, I think Luna is very cute, so I wanted to properly meet her and become friends. Neville and Ron's mouths twitched obviously. I could almost see the invisible dark lines forming above their heads. There's really no need to be so proper, is there? I smiled at Luna. She was now holding out her hand in front of a clearly flustered Ginny with evident interest. Well, actually there's a saying in China, speak differently to different people. If I don't respond in a way she likes, how could I live up to the trust a polite, cute young lady gives me when we meet for the first time? Hearing my words, Luna lowered her hand and looked back at me. Mr. Harry, what you said seems a bit hurtful, she said, her smile and tone contradicting each other. Do I really look like a ghost? I blinked innocently. Actually, you don't need to worry too much, Luna, I said reassuringly. Even if you were a ghost, you'd still be very cute. Is such a mean thing to say. Luna is sad. She covered her mouth and lowered her gaze, resting her head on Ginny's shoulder. Mr. Harry and Miss Ginny describe you differently. Luna is so disappointed. So Mr. Harry is this kind of person. Poor Miss Ginny, she actually got tricked. That's not true at all. Harry is really nice. It seemed that because she heard someone say otherwise about me, Ginny reflexively blurted out a defense for me. Then, as soon as she realized the situation and noticed what she had said, Ginny turned extremely shy again, not daring to meet my eyes as I smiled at them. I mean, Harry has always been good to his friends and only jokes with them. He would never deceive a friend. Luna, you misunderstood. Is that so? Luna continued, leaning against Ginny with a dazed look. But didn't Miss Ginny say? Luna couldn't finish her sentence because Ginny suddenly stood up, causing her to fall back onto her seat. Sorry. Ginny's eyes were fixed on her own toes as she spoke hurriedly. I think we should go back to our own compartment. Excuse us. I only had time to see Luna looking confused as she helped Ginny up from the seat, then all I heard was the compartment door quickly slide open and then shut again. Chapter 49. So fast I stared blankly at the door. The speed was almost comparable to my light-footed skills. Looks like Ginny's athletic ability isn't any worse than Fred and the others. Ginny has always been very agile. When she was at home, she was a real wild girl. When we picked apples on the back hill, she was always climbing trees and running around on the ground just like the rest of us. Ron smirked as he shared some family tidbits about his sister. Before you came to our house during summer vacation, she wouldn't stop pestering me with questions about you until I was terrified. But after you came to our house, she became super quiet. Even Dad found it unbelievable, constantly thinking how his little girl was growing up. Hey, why are you kicking me again? Just kicking you once is being polite. No one will think you're mute if you say a few less words. Hermione glared at Ron irritably, clearly not wanting to comment on his insensitive nature anymore. By the way, Harry, do you really only want to be friends with Luna? I just feel like your attitude toward her isn't as simple as you say. It really is that simple. Otherwise, what do you think I want to do? Fall in love at first sight and chase her to be my girlfriend? I said jokingly, but seeing their expressions, I actually couldn't bring myself to laugh. No way. You really think I have feelings for her? I looked at them in surprise. How could you think that? I really just think Luna is cute and want to be friends with her, that's all. Cute? You're probably the only one who thinks she's cute, Ron said with a half smile, his expression clearly getting tangled again as he recalled what had just happened. From the moment you meet her, she bows deeply. Does she think she's still living in the past? And that singing-like way of speaking and drifting, dreamy manner besides, crazy. I really can't think of any other way to describe her. Luna isn't crazy, she's just a bit silly and innocent. I originally wanted to say that it's just her way of hiding and protecting herself, but that's Luna's own secret. If she doesn't want others to know, I have no right to say more, so I changed my words. Everyone has a different way of living. Luna's family and past experiences shaped her current silliness, but that doesn't mean she doesn't understand the world. Professor Dumbledore seems a bit eccentric usually, but when there's really something important, isn't he more reliable than anyone else? Judging someone solely by appearances is too simplistic. That's why I want to be friends with Luna, Ron. I have a feeling Luna will be a friend worth trusting, and in time, she'll become an outstanding witch on par with Hermione. All right. You've defended her to this extent, what more can I say? Ron sighed. My poor little sister, heartbroken before confessing, and she lost to a little silly girl she just met. Ron. I interrupted his rambling with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I have absolutely no feelings for Luna, and my relationship with Ginny is completely innocent. Can you stop saying nonsense? I'm only 12. Even if I wanted a girlfriend, that would be something for 2 or 3 years from now. Talking about it now is way too early, okay. Not only was Ron making a fuss next to me, but I didn't expect Neville to chime in too, and he was the type who wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. So you mean, in 2 or 3 years you'll consider Ginny? Or by then you'll let go and pursue Luna? I think I can now empathize with the feeling Ginny had earlier, utter helplessness when reason can't explain. Giving Hermione a sorrowful look, I pitifully sent her a strong SOS signal. All right, both of you. Since Harry said that's not the case, it means he just wants to be friends with Luna. Stop bothering him. Hermione, although looking like she was enjoying the show, still loyally spoke up for me and even managed to shift the topic. By the way, I just heard Luna call you guys some kind of lords. When did you get those noble titles? Who knows? Anyway, rumors are like that by the end, you could hear all sorts of titles. I gratefully winked at Hermione, yawned, and curled deeper into the armchair. Just take that stuff lightly, don't take it seriously. Why are you two looking at me like that? Ron and Neville exchanged a strange look. Neville asked cautiously. Harry, don't you know? Know what? I looked completely bewildered. How would I know what he was talking about? About Luna just calling you an earl? Neville's expression grew increasingly strange. You really don't know? Every wizard knows about this. Knows what? I frowned, my eyes flicking between Neville and Ron. I'm telling you, don't speak in halves, okay? And when did you two also learn Fred and George's subtle eye signaling trick? Just say what you mean directly. I hadn't quite reacted yet and didn't understand what was going on, but this time Hermione, being more perceptive than me, was the first to sense the reason behind the two of them hesitating to speak. Wait, could it be? She asked in surprise, are all 3 of you actually real nobles? Please, that's impossible. I chuckled a little. What era do you think this is? This is Britain. Even in the Muggle world, royalty and titles are just symbols and honors, they are not actually anything. Actually, there are. Ron interjected awkwardly, and you really are an earl, Harry, until you reached adulthood. Ahem, I choked on my own spit, and Neville quickly patted my back to help me recover. The wizarding world still really has a nobility system. I mean, Hermione frowned. I know that back in the time of the monarchy, wizards had close ties to the royal family for both living and political reasons. But later, with the rise of democracy, we also established the Ministry of Magic as an independent government separate from the monarchy. Shouldn't so-called nobles have been abolished by then? If it had really been abolished, where do you think Slytherin supporters of pureblood supremacy get their ideology from? Ron said with a hint of disdain. The prestige of bloodlines, the honor of families, isn't that all just outdated stuff passed down through generations from a few hundred years ago, inherited from wizard nobles? It's basically garbage. Everyone knows now that bloodline has nothing to do with personal ability. More than half of the key positions in the government are held by half-bloods or muggle-born wizards, whose abilities surpass so-called pureblood nobles. I see. Hermione pondered. Wait, I remember both Ron and Neville come from ancient families too, so that means... Yeah, Ron's father is a viscount, so by convention, he's already a baron. Neville continued patting my back while explaining with a helpless look, as for my family, my grandmother is the Countess of the Longbottom family, and I'm the only boy in our family for 2 generations, so I also have the title of viscount. That is to say, once you graduate from school as an adult, the title of count and the responsibilities of the family will fall on your shoulders. Ron's expression was heavy, but unfortunately, his voice honestly betrayed his schadenfreude. My condolences, brother. Don't joke with me. I just can't believe your dad didn't tell you. Grandma donated all of my family's lands to charity years ago. Apart from the unavoidable title, my family, like yours, has long been a fallen house in name only. Neville said, both annoyed and amused, so it's not that we deliberately avoid mentioning it, Hermione. Noble status has long been meaningless to both our families. Besides, just like Ron said, except for a few old families whose values never change, most modern wizards don't care about bloodline nobility anymore. Hermione simply smiled and shook her head to show she didn't mind. Before she could say anything, Ron spoke first. But then again, it's rare. Our know-it-all actually doesn't know everything. He teased. I thought you really knew everything, Hermione. Don't call me a know-it-all. That mouth of yours is ridiculously annoying. Hermione said with mock irritation, her face tinged with a bit of embarrassed pink. I admit I don't really understand the current political situation in the wizarding world. But I've only lived in the wizarding world for a year, okay? And I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Harry doesn't know either. I'd rather never know stuff like this in my whole life. Finally catching her breath, though her face had turned red from earlier choking. She said, "There are actually real nobles in the wizarding world. This world is crazy. First, my wand is not only a destined wand, it can also sing. Then, I'm oddly revered as a child of Gaia by some non-human intelligent beings. Now I've even got a count title. Why do all these ridiculous things that never happened to Potter in my memories keep happening to me since I entered the wizarding world? Damn it. If anyone tells me now that these problems have nothing to do with that creator guy, I swear I'm going to lose it. Hey, I'm saying, knowing you have a noble title isn't such a bad thing, right?" I could be seen clearly sinking into extreme helplessness, half slumped on the train windowsill, almost like ghostly flames were about to flare up behind me as a backdrop. Ron, both comforting and slightly puzzled, said, "Although it's a bit absurd that you didn't know you were an earl before, you've still lived your life, haven't you? Now that you know, it won't make much difference. Anyway, that kind of noble title is nearly useless except for attending international social events. Whether you have it or not doesn't really matter." "Does it really not matter?" I asked vaguely, with a hollow tone, looking at the three little faces staring at me with the same confusion and bewilderment, and finally I couldn't help sighing. "Neville, you said your grandmother has already donated all the noble estates belonging to the family and only kept the Earl title, right?" Neville nodded. "Wizard noble titles still follow tradition according to the Ministry of Magic. Their reason is that besides commemorating a long history, it's also an honor showing gratitude to outstanding wizards who have contributed to our world. So unless someone commits a serious crime like murder or treason, the ministry will not easily revoke a noble's title even if they voluntarily give it up. It's not allowed. In other words, a noble title in the wizarding world can reflect not just bloodline but also personal ability, a symbol of strength or connections, right?" The three of them nodded knowingly. I had no doubt that they quickly grasped the point I wanted to convey, not just because of the understanding and rapport developed over the past year, but also because they all came from upper-class families. Neville's background speaks for itself. Ron's family, though financially strained, still has a father working in a government position and is from an old pureblood family. Hermione's parents are Muggle dentists, but people in medical professions in Britain are generally either wealthy or high status, and the circle she mingled with would certainly include important figures. Growing up in such an environment, even a pampered young lady would understand these social nuances, and Hermione is exceptionally intelligent. So, of course, they quickly understood the reason for my melancholy. "A political bargaining chip," Hermione said. "Is that what you mean? Because from what Ron and Neville have said, nobility in our magical world is still a symbol of power and status, so it inevitably involves the government and politics. You're worried about that, right?" I sighed again and continued lying on the windowsill playing dead. After graduation, I didn't plan to join the Ministry of Magic, but instead, I wanted to be a traveling healer who secretly hunts dark wizards. I had only briefly mentioned this to Hermione before, but we didn't deliberately hide the idea from Ron and Neville so naturally. They also knew about my ambition and understood that the reason I didn't want to go into the ministry or to a magical hospital was that I hated being constrained, and even more, I hated getting involved in politics. The fame imposed on me meant that I could never live a truly quiet and ordinary life in the magical world, but accepting that did not mean I could endure days spent wearing a fake mask and dealing with people everywhere, both in my past life and in this one. My spirited enthusiasm has always been reserved only for those I truly care about. Although Ron and the others didn't know I had past life memories from another timeline, they knew very well the attitude I took towards outsiders and the people I cared about. That said, now I finally understood how the mountains of gold and silver my parents left me in the underground vaults at Gringotts in London came to be. I had always suspected it. My parents, who graduated from school and immediately tied the knot to settle down, acted so swiftly and decisively that even if they were geniuses, it seemed unlikely they could accumulate such wealth in just a few years. But since my family is noble, and originally aligned with both personal skill and ancient heritage, it made sense that they had amassed such fortune over time. So, to put it bluntly, regardless of whether the wealth came from legitimate means or from plundering the people, titles of nobility and political status have always been a major tool for amassing wealth. I secretly thought, cursing their wickedness. Whatever, anyway, like Ron said, whether I have that worthless title or not, I am who I am. I'll live my life and eat my bread, and no one can force me to do something I don't want to do. I exhaled a foul breath and gathered my spirit again. So in order to make sure that after I come of age I won't be exploited by the ministry under the pretext of being a noble, or used for their purposes, I absolutely must work harder to cultivate my strength. After all, no matter what, having power means having confidence, and only then can I protect the people I care about. Hermione, Ron, Neville, you all help me, right? Of course. In unison, the four of us looked at each other, smiling with mutual understanding and happiness. Every journey eventually has its end. As the train slowly approached the station, the sky was about to be draped in a velvet blue starry cloak. Riding the small boats across the lake and into the castle was a special privilege for first years. The four of us waved from afar and exchanged greetings with Hagrid, who was welcoming the new students, and then waited with the others for the carriages to take us into the castle. Fortunately, when I sneaked into the Forbidden Forest last year, I had already seen Thestrals from a distance a few times, so I wasn't scared by their skeletal, dark appearance as pulling creatures. However, seeing such magical beings up close for the first time, which live half in the realm of the dead, I couldn't help but take a few more glances at them in line, feeling the solemn and steady aura they exuded. Harry, Ron, sitting next to me, noticed my constantly curious gaze toward what seemed like nothing in front of the carriage and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Seeing them is a sign of great happiness for those who can't see them, and even if you can see them, it means they are noble creatures of fortune. Ron didn't have time to ask what I meant by that before it was time for the four of us to board the carriage along with a Ravenclaw and a Hufflepuff upperclassman. I must say, Thestrals are excellent pulling creatures. The six-seater carriages used to transport students, though slightly plain, were steadily pulled toward the castle at a rhythmic pace by them. After 2 months away, I gazed at the massive building, majestic yet isolated under the night sky. A sense of comfort and warmth gently rippled through my heart. I'm back, Hogwarts. No matter when, it's always so beautiful, isn't it? A gentle, refreshing voice came from the seat across from me. I turned my head and met a pair of bright, expressive blue eyes smiling at me. Hogwarts, if you stay here for just one day, you can't help but like it, not to mention that we lived here almost all of our time before graduation. Every time I come back from vacation, I always feel that it is even more beautiful than the last time I saw it. You think so too, right? I smiled slightly. This is the starting point that carries the dreams of all the little wizards, and it is also the place where our culture is passed on. For me, it was like my other parent, another family. I don't think any wizard who has ever studied here would not love this place that selflessly gave us the power to pursue our dreams. The handsome blue-eyed boy with black hair was stunned and laughed. I thought only Ravenclaw could say such an emotional and deep statement casually. Roger, it seems that Potter is not only a great threat to you in terms of Quidditch, but also probably no less literary attainment than yours. If that's not bad, healthy competition is always one of the ways to promote ability progress. Senior Ravenclaw, who was called Roger, said with a smile. Sensing the gaze, he nodded to me and stretched out his right hand. Hello, Potter. I'm Roger Davies, his Cedric Diggory. It's great to meet you. Hello. I also reached out in return and introduced my companion. I just heard Senior Diggory talk about Quidditch. Are you two also representatives of your own academy? I only started to become an official player this year, but Roger is already the captain. You didn't attend the final Quidditch finals more than 2 months ago. Ravenclaw won the championship but couldn't compete with you. Roger is a kid who regrets to complain to me all summer. Cedric. Okay, I'm just making a little joke with a little exaggeration. Let's take it easy. Diggory spread his hands. You don't want us elementary school brothers and sisters to misunderstand your naturally serious face and be scared, right? Davies's obvious helplessness made us all want to laugh a little. Although, out of politeness, none of us actually laughed aloud. The previously somewhat awkward atmosphere in the carriage had definitely lightened because of it. It seemed that these two seniors were quite easygoing. I'm a bit regretful that I couldn't attend the last match of last semester, but there are still chances this year, right? I said to them with a smile. I'll work hard for this year's matches as well. Hopefully, when the time comes and I meet you both on the field, I won't disappoint you. If you can give your all like you did against Hufflepuff last year, I'm sure my teammates and I definitely won't be disappointed. Davies said softly, glancing at Diggory beside him, whose smile had stiffened at his words. Davies's lips curved up slightly again, and eventually, we all couldn't help but chuckle. Sigh, Roger, you really hold grudges, don't you? Diggory first let out an exaggerated sigh, then laughed along with us. The carriage obviously traveled much faster than the boat, and we soon arrived in front of the castle. After it stopped, we all jumped down, and Davies kindly helped Hermione down. As I jumped off, I felt someone steady my shoulders to help me balance. I looked up and met Diggory's friendly gaze. Thank you, I said. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu flashed through my mind. How could that be? We had just met. It seemed I was once again being misled by memories from the future. I lightly shook my head and pushed that illusion aside. What's wrong? Noticing my little movement, Diggory asked with concern. Nothing, it's just that I suddenly had the feeling that it wasn't the first time I'd met you, I said with a smile. But we just met, didn't we? We did just meet, but it's not the first time I've helped you, Diggory said, walking with me through the crowd into the castle. During last year's Quidditch match, the one where you beat Hufflepuff, after the game you snuck out from the roof of the Gryffindor Players' Lounge. Do you remember? How could I possibly forget? That day was the worst day of my life, being treated like a doll and passed around for everyone to kiss and hold. To avoid the overly enthusiastic upperclassmen, I even had to climb out the skylight of the common room and sneak away over the wall. Wait a minute, you're the idiot upperclassman who almost fell off the wall because I screamed randomly back then. It was only after blurting it out that I realized what I had said. Seeing the obvious shock on Diggory's face, I nearly regretted it enough to bite my own tongue. But before I could even try to fix it, Davies, who was walking behind us, had already thrown his arm around Diggory's shoulder, laughing. Oh my, not bad, Cedric. At least being used as a landing pad back then wasn't a total waste of time. Ignoring my embarrassment, he teased, idiot upperclassman? That's an accurate assessment. Looks like you weren't completely forgotten. You left a bit of an impression after all. Shut up, Roger. Diggory gave a wry smile as he pushed his friend off his back. Holding grudges too much will make people dislike you. Go back to your table, Potter. We'll chat another time. Goodbye. Goodbye, senior. Since we had already entered the hall, there wasn't much else to say, so after a hasty farewell, I joined Hermione and the others at the Gryffindor table. Of course, they couldn't help but ask about how I had run into Diggory before. After I honestly explained, their reactions were about the same as Davies. They found it funny, though for slightly different reasons. You're crazy, climbing out a skylight just to avoid people? No wonder Fred and the others couldn't wait for you. Ron chuckled, but the craziest part is you deliberately jumped like that. Good thing Diggory didn't know, or he'd probably feel even more wronged. Yeah, I know I was a bit harsh back then, but I was really nervous, so of course I lost my temper. I scratched my nose in honest reflection, but I jumped carefully, gauging the position and force, so I'm sure I didn't hurt him. Catching Hermione's amused yet slightly disapproving look, I quickly added, all right, of course I believe you wouldn't really do anything excessive, Hermione said with a smile. But even though most Hufflepuffs are pretty decent, from the way Diggory spoke just now, he didn't seem to mind. But after all, he's a senior. If you get the chance, it would still be good to apologize properly. I know. I nodded with a smile in agreement, though I was only promising if I get the chance, so it was basically the same as saying I'd do it later if I even remembered. Students gradually made their way to their house tables, and a few of us also greeted and chatted with Seamus, Parvati, and a few other students who arrived a bit later. The great hall buzzed with quiet chatter, and while I listened to Dean talk about the fun things that happened on his trip to Greece over the summer, I also kept an eye on the staff table to see if Hagrid had arrived yet. After all, if he got there early, it would mean the sorting ceremony could start sooner, and the feast could appear earlier, which my starving self, having only had some snacks in the afternoon, was extremely eager for. However, after making unintentional eye contact twice with Professor Snape's cold glare, I gave up on trying to look toward the staff table. Meow, what are you angry at me for now? I've only been back at school for less than half an hour. Even if I wanted to cause trouble deliberately, I haven't had the chance yet. And why are you glaring at me like that? If you think Professor Lockhart, who sits next to you and never stops talking, is too loud, is the one you should glare at, not me. How innocent the first am. Though I didn't dare to sneak another look at the staff table, just realizing that icy glare kept stabbing at me, along with my hunger and weakened state, made Dean's narration of his Greek trip seem less interesting. I quietly leaned over a little closer to Neville and tugged at his robes under the table. Neville tilted his head slightly in confusion, saw my pitifully clutching my stomach expression, and pulled the corners of his mouth into a somewhat amused smile. Hermione. He secretly slipped a piece of chocolate into my palm while silently forming the words with his lips. I knew he was reminding me not to let Hermione find out eating sweets right before a proper meal was something I had already been scolded for many times by Hermione last year because of this habit, especially since we later discovered that Ron or Neville occasionally helped supply me with candy, which led to them being scolded a few times as well. That's why Neville was particularly careful to remind me not to let our little housekeeper notice again. I blinked to show I understood, quickly unwrapped the chocolate, and took the opportunity to pop a piece into my mouth while Hermione was gazing at Professor Lockhart with starry eyes. The energy boost really made my stomach feel better, and it even seemed like I could resist the cold a bit more. I comforted myself with some self-deception. As I continued to ignore the icy murderous glare coming from the teacher's desk while chewing the third piece of rich chocolate, Professor Dumbledore finally showed a rare moment of kindness. He tapped his glass goblet with a silver spoon to get everyone's attention and signaled Professor McGonagall to bring the new students into the hall to begin the sorting ceremony. Chapter 50, Extra, Severus Snape, Part 1. Severus Snape was in a bad mood. Oh, perhaps that's not entirely accurate. Being the only potions master at Hogwarts and also the head of Slytherin House, the many complex tasks often left him looking grim, especially because those foolish, childish, or downright troublesome students, regardless of which house, always managed to create the most ridiculous and unimaginable troubles, adding to his workload so the stiff lines on his face were actually understandable. But this morning was different. Logically speaking, it is now summer vacation, and according to regulations, all the students at the school should have gone home. Professors with vacation or research plans would have left the castle early, so there really shouldn't be any incidents that would affect Snape's mood. Of course, that's another story if Peeves causes trouble, but it should be noted that Slytherin's resident ghost, the Bloody Baron, is the only thing Peeves is afraid of, so Peeves would never dare to enter the Slytherin area either. Yet in reality, Snape's mood at this moment is truly foul. The reason for his bad mood stems from a series of misfortunes starting from the moment he opened his eyes after waking up in the morning. First, he was hit by a migraine that hadn't troubled him for many years, shamelessly assaulting his head early this morning. Even taking painkillers only slightly eased the dizziness and pain, while the throbbing discomfort still made it difficult for him to concentrate, which in turn affected the potion preparation he had promised Dumbledore, as poorly focused potion making could result in substandard or failed brews. As the school's potions master, he could not allow a trace of imperfection in any potion that left his hands, even though he fundamentally disliked his job. Yes, he disliked it. Severus Snape had never liked being a potions master, but that didn't mean he hated making potions. On the contrary, whether due to talent or interest, creating and studying potions had always been his passion. The different types of liquids, some clear, some murky, and others dazzlingly colorful like rainbows, fascinated him with their appearances, scents, and effects. The pursuit of precision and perfection during the potion-making process gave him a profound sense of satisfaction and tranquility every time he successfully brewed a potion, both mentally and spiritually. However, no matter how much he loved and excelled at potions, it did not mean Snape enjoyed teaching others the uses and beauty of potions. Potions is an extremely precise and profound discipline. Among all wizarding magic, it is the only one that doesn't require a wand, yet encompasses a wide range of complex and variable magical effects, healing, causing death, influencing emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and pain. Even luck. The scope of what potions can cover is so vast that every step in brewing a potion must be handled with utmost care. The more advanced and effective the potion, the longer and more meticulously one must devote high-level, moderate focus and patient care to its preparation. Yet, caution and patience are precisely the qualities that foolish little heads are always most lacking. Snape was very patient already, in his early 30s, one of the authoritative masters in the field of potions. How could he possibly be impulsive or impatient? But even a person's patience has its limits. When all you face every day are students who, despite having things clearly explained, somehow manage to turn the simplest poultice into a cleaning agent fit for house elves, or boil the draught of youth into a cauldron corroding poison, a series of errors so incredible and stupid that words cannot describe, happening again and again, as if there were no possibility for progress. This can no longer be described as testing patience, but is instead the harshest form of torment for the professional nerves of a potion master pursuing perfection, whether in precise, delicate calculations or sharp, refined instincts. So you really can't blame him for always wearing a severe expression, using sharp, cutting words, or assigning textbook work as punitive labor to remind students who made mistakes in his class. If he didn't, those foolish little pests, whose heads are filled with nothing but straw or mud, wouldn't understand their errors, nor remember how dangerous and carefully handled potions are. Though, after many years of teaching, Snape had to regretfully admit that even doing this had very little effect. Still, at least after delivering a sharp verbal reprimand and handing the errant students over to Filch for further punishment, his professional nerves, tortured by the disastrous potions of his pupils, would feel somewhat relieved. Grading students' assignments was yet another form of torment. Compared to witnessing in person their potion-making methods so coarse and irritating it could make one's blood boil, what they wrote in their assignments was barely presentable. And that refers absolutely to handwriting, not content. Therefore, thanks to Merlin, there are summer holidays in this world out of the whole year. There are only these short 2 months when he doesn't have to endure those idiotic little brats disturbing him, and can almost quietly and undisturbedly stay in the dungeon, carefully concocting and studying all sorts of fascinating potions. The reason I say almost is, of course, because there is a top-class old fool at the school, always able to find numerous obviously flimsy yet undeniable reasons to drag him away from the cauldrons, out of the cool and comfortable dungeon, across the glaringly hot hallway baked by the summer sun upstairs, and to the circular office where the password is always some kind of snack. Just like now, the morning headache had mostly subsided, only leaving a slight throbbing sensation. Since his physical condition wasn't suitable for brewing potions or conducting experiments, flipping through some herbal manuals to refresh his memory seemed not so bad. However, just as Snape had brewed a cup of peppermint tea and was about to start reading, a paper crane covered in soot flew out of the fireplace, floating before him and unfolding into a notice requesting his immediate presence at the headmaster's office, before spontaneously burning to ashes when his eyes fell on that final signature at the bottom. Hopefully, it's something important. Gazing at the teacup brewed with the last few peppermint leaves, which hadn't even sipped before it turned into the ashes of the notice, Snape squinted. Otherwise, someone really should understand what it feels like when Madame Rosmatar's special lemon mountain tea honey brew is sold out and there's none to drink. Being called in for a meeting early in the morning, luckily it was about something important enough to justify him losing a cup of mint tea. The Philosopher's Stone had been safely delivered to the school and handed over to Dumbledore. So several of the more capable teachers, including the 4 heads of houses whom Dumbledore trusted more, were invited to the headmaster's office to be informed of this matter, and also to remind them to prepare the protective measures. With Snape's meticulous nature, he quickly adjusted his mindset, quietly listened to the discussions of the other teachers, and thought about his responsibilities. After everyone reached a consensus and dispersed to prepare what they needed, Dumbledore kept Snape behind, but without mentioning any key points. He started preparing snacks and tea by himself. "You don't look very well, Severus," the elder on the sofa asked with care. If the blue in his eyes behind his half-moon glasses weren't so clearly amused, his words might have been more convincing. "Have a piece of lemon sherbet. A proper dessert is good for your body and can help you relax a little." Snape remained indifferent, too lazy to even glance at the tray of snacks that Dumbledore slid across the coffee table. "I don't need that. I'm perfectly fine," Snape said coldly. "Of course, if the headmaster would permit me to take my leave immediately, I would feel much better." Dumbledore's eyes crinkled with an even stronger smile, though now tempered with a hint of resignation. He took a bite of the lemon sherbet. "Spending all your time in the dungeons affects your mood as well, Severus. You should come out and stretch, feel the sunlight occasionally. Besides, there are no students in the school right now, so there's no need for you to be so rigid," Dumbledore said while eating. "Are you sure you don't want a piece? This batch of lemon sherbet is much better than the one we ordered last time, less cloying. I think you'll like it." "No," Snape replied stiffly. "That old man, who knows what tricks he's thinking of? Does he think I have endless time? I have no interest in sweets. Since there's nothing else you need, Headmaster, I shall take my leave." Dumbledore sighed lightly. "Severus, don't be in such a hurry. Patience is a virtue. Isn't that the quality you've always been most proud of?" He stopped Snape from getting up from the sofa, his voice slightly hoarse. "Spend more time chatting with an old man like me. Is it really that unbearable for you?" If one looked closely, they could clearly see the traces of bulging veins forming on Snape's temples. "Do you think I just met you today, Dumbledore?" This old man always looked a little crazy, but every seemingly foolish action that outsiders couldn't understand actually had deep meaning. Chatting. If Dumbledore truly had the leisure to do something so simple with someone, he'd write his own name backward. "You stop me, then sit here for a full 10 minutes without saying a word, all just to get me to chat with you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" In the eyes of every elder, children will always be children. Seeing that Snape was really determined to leave, Dumbledore had no choice but to block him once more, choosing no longer to say things that tested the potions master's patience. "Sigh, I genuinely wish you could relax a bit, Severus. And the matter I want to discuss with you really does require you to approach it calmly and rationally." Snape's already thin lips pressed together even more tightly. "Want him to be calm? That was something Snape never lacked, except for the occasional few idiots who knew exactly where his limits were and liked to push them. Unfortunately, the crazy old man before him was one of those, and the most persistent in doing so. Aside from that, Snape really was always very composed. He let out a soft hum and sipped lightly from his teacup. As long as one wasn't too dumb, there was always room to learn, especially when you were a recognized genius in potions. After years of giving an old man who always appeared at the worst times no choice, the lesson became clear through experience. If it's obvious you can't leave, then you might as well do nothing and just sit through it together. Anyway, the more time wasted, the more the potion-making schedule would be delayed, and in the end, he wouldn't be the only one unlucky enough to suffer for it. And so, the round, cozy office fell silent again except for the two people drinking tea and having snacks, occasionally making the faint clink of cups and plates. Sigh. When the last piece of lemon sherbet on the coffee table was gone, Dumbledore's sigh finally broke the silence. Severus, you really have grown up, but you are also becoming less and less adorable. Clink. No doubt about it, that was indeed the cry of Snape's teacup, though it didn't actually break. Several radial cracks had already appeared. Headmaster, may I remind you, Snape hissed through clenched teeth, I have been an adult for a long time. A man not far from 40 certainly has nothing to do with that kind of term, really. Yes, it has indeed been a long time, nearly 20 years, right? Dumbledore said nostalgically. Time, always so fair yet so ruthless. One by one you grow, from mischievous and reckless children into responsible and outstanding wizards, and I grow older and older. I don't see how you're old, Snape said irritably. It seems that just 3 months ago, you were riding the old broom Silver Arrow with the two troublesome Weasley kids, renovating the spectator stands at the Quidditch Academy Cup award ceremony. And of course, there was no need to explain why those two notorious little troublemakers caused the incident, simply because the idiots of Gryffindor, whose minds were always half a step slower than their actions, lost to the excellent Slytherins again on the field. Oh, my dear Severus, how can you say that? I did try my best to stop them, and I also sternly warned them and gave them detention, didn't I? Indeed, Headmaster. Snape curled a twisted, cold smile. You did stop them after almost completely ruining the Slytherin stands, of course. It's also your generosity that Slytherin will have brand new stands next year, isn't it? The old man, who had always only watched Quidditch matches from the teachers' stands, suddenly had the urge to get closer to the students' enthusiasm, so he applied to be a referee for the championship-deciding end-of-term Quidditch match. And as soon as the match ended, the Weasley twins set off some strange fireworks that blasted the spectator stands of every house. Afterwards, the stands of the other 3 houses were mostly fine, but the Slytherin stand was almost completely destroyed. What kind of coincidence is that in this world? You don't have to be so polite, Severus. Isn't that what I should do as headmaster? Dumbledore said with a smile. Compared to the hard work and guidance from teachers like you, a new stand is nothing. Calm down, this old man's face is as tough as the walls of a castle, just like his age. I knew this all along. Snape sipped the last drop of his tea, veins bulging on his forehead. However, sometimes the age of the body and the age of the mind don't necessarily match, Dumbledore said gently. Spending time with enthusiastic, lively children, feeling their youthful abandon, indeed gives you quite a bit of energy. But that doesn't mean one forgets to uphold fairness at the official moments, Severus. Especially when, seeing Harry coming to school, I deeply realize how old I really am. Just yesterday, it felt like I was watching you all. For a brief moment, Snape felt a bit dazed by the name Harry, both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Yet when Dumbledore's reflection mentioned that deeply held, precious, an inviolable corner of the heart, the person as pure as the language of flowers, then blankness was almost the only response his usually rational mind could muster. And now, Lily and James's child is about to come to school. Don't you feel, Severus, that time really flies? Unknowingly, 10 years have passed, and that child is already 11. Hagrid said that Harry looks almost exactly like his father, but his eyes and personality are entirely Lily's, even more humble and polite. Potter will never know what humility is. Snape's response was nearly instinctive, and the hand holding his teacup gripped it a little tighter. Politeness will never be anyone he connects with either. Dumbledore looked at Snape meaningfully. Severus, the person I was talking about is Harry, not James, he reminded calmly. And that was something from your childhood. You saw how James changed later, didn't you? Like father, like son, Snape said darkly. To me, anyone with the surname Potter is always the same. Even if Harry is Lily's child, he has Potter blood, he is Potter's heir. Snape's tone now carried irritation and disgust, and the tension migraine that had eased in the morning seemed to be returning. If you kept me here just to tell me that Potter will be attending school this year, I already know. I have many things to do, including preparing the items needed for the defenses of the Philosopher's Stone. Goodbye. He returned the cup to the coffee table. This time, Snape's movement to leave was not stopped by Dumbledore. Even the words Dumbledore spoke did not slow his steps. Harry is not just James's child, he is also Lily's. You know this well, Severus. You also promised to protect this child well. I will never forget my promise. You don't need to remind me deliberately, Snape said angrily in front of the office door as he slammed it. Just remember what you promised me. Watching the sturdy oak door that had withstood the impact for a moment, his gaze fell on the damaged teacup split in half on the table, and Dumbledore sighed once more. The Hogwarts opening feast was always bustling with noise. Returning students greeted classmates and friends they hadn't seen for 2 months at their house tables, sharing their summer experiences. The teachers at the staff table also exchanged pleasantries, discussing their travels or studies over the past 2 months. Even the ghost portraits had their own conversations. The entire hall was lively and harmonious. Snape, as was his usual habit, sat at the far left of the teachers' table closest to the Slytherin house table, and also the most secluded spot on the long table. The only thing he had to endure was Quirrell next to him, occasionally trying to make conversation, but given how nervously and haltingly Quirrell spoke, it was basically fine to respond with monosyllables or even ignore him entirely. After all, compared to the crazy headmaster's endless inquiries about his well-being, the divination professor who almost choked on his food every meal and required assistance, or the half-giant Ravenclaw tutor who liked to hum off-key songs, this spot was peaceful and comfortable by far. So, I hear, this year, Harry Potter will be admitted, did you know, Snape? Casually picking up his wine glass and taking a sip, Snape merely hummed non-committally. How could he not know? Especially after that sweet-toothed old madman had been trying to trick him into afternoon tea all summer to talk about it. It's quite something to look forward to, isn't it? Being the professor of the boy who survived, what an honor, right? Quirrell chuckled lowly, his voice breaking as if coughing. I wonder which house he'll be in. Snape pressed his lips together, too indifferent even to hum. Another fool blinded by Potter's reputation, just a child who had survived only because of his mother's sacrificial protection, with no real abilities beyond that. What was there to admire? Yet they treated him one by one as the savior, as the second Merlin. Moreover, the one who truly forced the Dark Lord into retreat, the one deserving of remembrance and respect, should have been her. Snape lowered his eyes and took another sip of wine. The massive doors of the hall, which had been closed, slowly slid open, and the noisy chatter gradually quieted. McGonagall led the new students in pairs, their faces shy, nervous, and excited. The sorting ceremony for new students before the start of term feast was a customary tradition, and the Sorting Hat's unique song, different and distinctive each year, was particularly looked forward to by the students, although its singing was far from impressive. The new students, led to the space between the teacher's table and the student dining tables, seemed particularly pale and nervous under the candlelight, and when the Sorting Hat was placed on the stool and spoke, Snape saw with some disgust a few new students jump back in fright. The fussing little troublemakers were probably timid Hufflepuffs or sensitive Ravenclaws. Needless to say, the ones whose eyes lit up with excitement were absolutely the purely decorative Gryffindors. As expected, this year there were still only a few calm, promising talents. A cold, subtly sharp critical gaze casually swept across the group of new students, and Snape seemed deep in thought. Didn't Hagrid say Potter was starting this year? Sprout, sitting on the other side near Quirrell, whispered to her close friend and colleague, the school's head nurse. Why do I feel like I haven't seen him among the new students? Not sure, Pomfrey said indifferently. Maybe he was standing further back. There are quite a few new students this year. I don't think so. Hagrid said young Potter looks just like his father. I still remember James' curiosity and liveliness back in the day. It was indeed quite memorable, Pomfrey said with a gentle smile. It's also the first time I've heard of a student so bold, requesting the hat after being declared a Gryffindor, not to immediately go to the table, but to borrow the hat for study. I really don't know what he said to the Sorting Hat at that time. The hat actually trembled in Minerva's hands. On that side, the two women reminisced about various old stories regarding James Potter, fragmented phrases drifting into Snape's ears. Although his expression remained emotionless, the coldness in his eyes grew increasingly solid. After the song ended, the Sorting Hat quieted down, only fulfilling its duty to sort the new students as McGonagall called their names. Seeing the few children he had been watching placed in his own house, Snape's expression slightly eased until he heard that name again. Potter, Harry. The once relatively calm Great Hall erupted into buzzing whispers when Potter's name was heard. Snape's eyes darkened as he involuntarily glanced at the cluster of new students. So tiny, Sprout murmured somewhat perplexedly. Poppy, were James and Lily ever this small? He looks barely 10. For an 11-year-old boy, it is a bit unusual. Pomfrey agreed. But he seems healthy and less. No matter the low murmurs in the hall or the whispers from colleagues nearby, it was all irrelevant to Snape. He looked coldly at the small figure that emerged behind the striking red-haired boy and calmly walked to the front of the bench if it weren't for a face that was an exact miniature version of Potter's, extremely childlike, reminding Snape that this was indeed the offspring of the person he despised most. Snape might have almost admired the child's composure under everyone's eyes. Calm and composed, proud yet restrained, almost the perfect Slytherin temperament. But he was a Potter. Snape frowned with disgust. A Potter with a Slytherin temperament? If he wasn't going insane, something had to be wrong. James Potter was a flamboyant, audacious Gryffindor from head to toe, while Lily herself was the exception, more like a Ravenclaw. Apart from her overabundant sense of justice, how could their child possibly show any Slytherin traits? Before long, the tattered hat that had been perched on Potter's head for some time quickly wiped away Snape's doubts in a way that, if he were willing to admit, was genuinely surprising. Ravenclaw talk bad, like a crow talking bad. The Sorting Hat's shriek echoed through the entire hall. Everyone froze in shock. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you call me a babbling old man with a mouthful of dog hair? How dare you? Not even that dead little Gardrick had the nerve to say that to me. You impolite little brat, off to Gryffindor with you. A small figure looked pale, and Snape stared blankly as Potter staggered toward the Gryffindor table, then shamefully collapsed into his seat. Truly, that's the flamboyant Potter style, the Gryffindor who always chooses the worst moment to tell the truth or do something foolish. Watching coldly as the twins from the Weasley family dragged the embarrassed child from the chair and cheered, Snape snorted lightly and took a sip of red wine from his cup. To be continued. TBC. Chapter 51. Colin Creevey. An unexpected incident during lunch break. On the first official day of classes after the start of the term, the morning included herbology and transfiguration. Everyone knew Professor McGonagall's strict and serious teaching style, but none of us expected that on the very first day she would give us a little review test to turn a beetle into a button. Unsurprisingly, after a whole summer, most of us had almost completely forgotten what we learned last year. This sudden little test naturally resulted in countless miserable outcomes, leaving Professor McGonagall with a nearly constant frown until class ended. I think if it weren't for Hermione and me, who both quickly and easily transformed our buttons, she would probably have just deducted 50 points each from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Even if she didn't make us lose our minds in anger, every student who failed the transformation or only succeeded halfway still caused at least some points to be lost for their house. Starting this year, herbology classes moved to the more dangerous Greenhouse 3, and our second-year lesson was to repot young mandrakes. Luckily, I had secretly visited Greenhouse 3 last year and even brought Neville along, so I thought repotting would be easy, but life is full of surprises. In the end, I'm not sure whether Neville didn't secure his earmuffs properly or if there was really something wrong with them, but halfway through repotting, he suddenly fainted. After Ron and I carried him to the hospital wing to rest, there were only a few minutes left until lunch, so the two of us decided to go back to Gryffindor first, change out of our mud-covered clothes, and head straight to the Great Hall. Oh my God, how hungry are you two? Hermione also appeared at Gryffindor's table shortly after. Seeing the sharp plates of food piled up in front of me and Ron, she asked in surprise, "Haven't you already eaten a bunch of breakfast? Take so much, can you finish eating?" "Don't ask me, I got it for him." Ron seemed to want to clear up the relationship, and quickly pushed the small food pile in front of him to me. "I'm growing my body, it's normal to be hungry easily, right?" After swallowing a bite of the steak, I added a glass of apple juice to myself. "Don't worry, I don't have a habit of wasting food, I won't take it if I can't finish it. The question is, with so many things, where did you go?" Seeing that I had eliminated a third of the food on the plate in less than 5 minutes, and that I had already eaten a plate long before Hermione came, Ron asked incomprehensibly. I shrugged my shoulders and smiled, continuing to eat hard. Hermione was seated and asked about Neville's condition, and learned that he was only slightly unconscious and should wake up before dinner, so he started eating with confidence. In addition to talking about interesting things that happened in the morning class, when Ron asked what class she was going to take in the afternoon, Hermione almost subconsciously quickly answered the reaction of the defense against the dark arts course, which caused Ron to make fun of her for memorizing all our defense against the dark arts course time. But in my opinion, it should not only Hermione, but 7 or 8 out of 10 female students in the school have probably been fascinated by our new defense against the dark arts. Professor Lockhart, this year it is really a disaster grass bag that is literally referred to as disaster grass. While eating lunch, I didn't miss Ron and Hermione's bickering. I secretly murmured, "Harry Potter." A strange but excited immature voice appeared from behind my left side, and I turned my head in confusion to see who was calling me, but suddenly a bright light flashed in front of me, making my eyes full of little stars. "Hey!" Ron, who was also dazzled, was a little unhappy. "Who are you? Why are you taking pictures?" "I'm sorry," I heard the voice say nervously. "I'm Colin Creevey, and I'm from Gryffindor." I had heard a lot about Senior Potter, and everyone was talking about him defeating the one whose name can't be named, so I wanted to send a picture of him to my dad. He was a muggle who didn't know anything about the wizarding world before I came to Hogwarts to study. I heard from my classmates that as long as you wash the film with a special potion, you can make the people in the photo move, so I'm sorry, I was so excited, I forgot to ask Senior Potter if he would like to let me take a picture. I'm really sorry. "It's okay. It's just a photo anyway, so forget it this time." I tried my best to keep myself and say, "But I still don't like taking pictures, and I don't like people taking pictures of me without consent, so please don't do this in the future, okay?" "Yes, Senior Potter." Creevey held the camera and looked at me nervously and expectantly. "Then I can keep this photo just now, right? I promise I won't let it spill out. Just send it to my dad." "Yes." I casually agreed and was about to go back and continue my lunch, but Creevey's request for the next exit almost petrified me. "Then, when the photo is developed, can you ask the senior to sign for me?" I think the change in my face should be quite obvious, because Creevey quickly proposed another plan. "Otherwise, you can ask your senior to take a photo with me, okay? I just want to prove to my dad that I really know you, and that I am studying at the same college as you, and I don't mean anything else." Yo, look what's going on?" A lazy voice sounded from the side. Before Creevey could finish speaking or I could say no, Malfoy and his 2 old followers appeared at Gryffindor's desk. "Potter is going to send autographed photos? Why didn't you notify everyone to queue up in advance? It's not interesting enough, isn't it?" Since it was mealtime, Malfoy deliberately raised his voice, which naturally caused the nearby students to start turning their heads to see what was happening. My already stiff expression therefore appeared even more blank. "There's no such thing as an autographed photo. When you eavesdrop on others, can't you at least listen carefully before commenting?" Malfoy, spreading false rumors by taking things out of context is not something a smart person would do. Malfoy sneered, looking at me maliciously. "Who are you calling an eavesdropper? Your voices are so loud, anyone passing by could hear. Are you saying there wasn't anyone just now asking you for an autograph? So what if it was me asking? I really admire Senior Potter. Is it a crime to want a photo from him?" Creevey interjected, blushing. As a Gryffindor freshman, daring to speak so loudly to a Slytherin senior, I had to admit the sorting hat really placed him in the right house. "But kid, now's not the time to say things like that. If I could, I'd love to knock him out with a stick. I've been the only one wanting an autograph from Senior Potter from the start. It's not like what you said. Your reckless talk slandering Senior Potter is clearly out of jealousy." "Jealous? Jealous of what? A scar on his head?" Malfoy said decisively. "I don't see what there is to be proud of or envious of in a stupid scar that almost split your head in half." "Thanks." Crabbe and Goyle snickered behind him, and more laughter came from the Slytherin table. Ron spoke with a calm face. "Since you're not envious or jealous of Harry, why come here spouting garbage? Or has young Master Malfoy finally realized that status alone won't get you far, so you need to stir up trouble to get attention? Instead of picking fights here, why not spend your time thinking about improving your own abilities?" Ron retorted boldly. "As a Slytherin, you can't even get into a club hosted by your own house, yet a Gryffindor gets in as a special recruit. Don't you find the silver and green house badge on your uniform especially heavy?" Now the sly smile had shifted over to the Gryffindor table. I almost groaned and rubbed my forehead. Everyone knew that Malfoy had been applying to join the Quidditch team and the Potions Club since last semester, only to be rejected every time. But why did Ron have to bring it up now? Saying something like that in a situation like this will turn a personal grudge into an inter-house conflict. "Ron, are you trying to help me or get me in trouble? Tilda. Under the countless envious and murderous glares coming from the Slytherin table, which were so intense it felt like they could burn holes through me, I felt utterly helpless. However, the two of them who had made me their topic of mockery apparently didn't even notice my extremely exasperated expression. The savage look on Malfoy's handsome face flashed briefly, then a disdainful smirk appeared along with his mocking words. Even if my feelings are bad, they probably aren't as bad as yours, Weasley. Besides standing next to Potter to bask in some reflected glory, you don't seem any better off than anyone else. And your family situation seems more miserable than anyone else's, doesn't it? Now that Potter is signing autographs, I suggest you snag a few extra. You could resell them and probably help out your family's pathetic finances a bit. It was getting more and more outrageous. Now not only could Ron not sit still, but even the twins a few seats away got up and left. I also stood up displeased, but before I could say or do anything, Hermione had discreetly grabbed my robe, and a slightly unfamiliar but bright voice cut in at just the right moment, stopping us from taking action. What's going on? Why is it so lively here? Professor Lockhart appeared, dressed in his golden robes, wearing his self-assumed charming and friendly smile as he looked around at us. I think I heard something about autographs. Who is responsible for that? No one knew how to respond, and I just darkened my expression and moved inconspicuously behind Ron. Damn it, I would have been fine with any teacher coming to mediate, but why does it have to be this useless disaster of a teacher? I was already trying my best to stay out of this. Oh my goodness, of course it is, isn't it? How could I have forgotten? Harry Potter, the hero who defeated the Dark Lord, the greatest little wizard and our future marquise. Naturally, you deserve everyone's respect. It's really no surprise that admirers chase after you for autographs, right? Blocked by the chairs at the dining table and the subtle glances from everyone, my attempt to hide and move discreetly was almost useless. Professor Lockhart's eyes landed on me behind Ron after noticing the camera in Creevy's hands. Ignoring the cold expression that had already settled on my face, he grabbed my arm and pulled me to his side, saying, "But Harry, standing over there won't make for a very good photo. You should pick a bright and spacious spot. I'm not taking a picture, and the autograph thing is out of the question." I shivered slightly and wrenched my hand free. If he hadn't just been harmlessly vain and a habitual fraud, and if he weren't now a professor, I'd have used real strength instead of just a clever twist to shake him off. I said somewhat sharply, "This is all a misunderstanding. I have some errands to run at the library. Goodbye." Dropping my words almost rudely, I turned and grabbed my backpack from the seat where I had just been eating, stepping briskly toward the exit of the hall. Yet, I clearly underestimated this pest's bold persistence. Professor Lockhart reached out and firmly held my shoulder, all the while appearing friendly but conveniently blocking my escape route. "Hey now, don't be so shy. Dear Harry, it's just one photo. It won't take much time. Would you really disappoint your little admirer?" He continued smiling cheerfully, not even noticing my grimacing face, and gesturing toward Creevy, said, "Come on, Mr. Creevy, didn't you want to take a photo? Since our little hero is so shy, let me, a third-class Merlin medal wizard, join for the shot of course. Once the photo comes out, both of us will sign it for you." Creevy awkwardly clutched his camera, frozen in place, but judging from the expressions of the students not far behind him, it might be more accurate to say that he was too scared to move. Because the dark look on my face right now is probably only slightly less severe than it was at the end of last term, when I saw a group of people gathered around the completely ruined potions classroom in the cellar. So you see, a person's patience has its limits. Since there are indeed people in this world who are so oblivious, mistaking others' obvious restraint and politeness for permission to act freely, there's no need for me to be overly polite, is there? With my gaze slightly narrowed, I released a bit of my mental power without restraint. The tiny magical fire vines that had reappeared since the day after summer vacation when we went to Diagon Alley to shop for term supplies once again began spreading rapidly along my skin like mystical markings. Unfortunately, just as the purple tendrils extended through my clothes and were only a millimeter away from wrapping around Professor Lockhart's hand that was still grasping my shoulder, a cold voice poured over me like ice, snapping me out of my daze. I calmed myself and stopped the magical fire vines, and in doing so, I also spared Professor Lockhart from disaster. Unprovoked attack on a professor, 10 points from Gryffindor. It was just like Moses parting the Red Sea. As soon as Professor Snape appeared, the nearby students would scatter as far as possible. This time was no different. The moment Snape's cold, low voice sounded, the onlookers immediately dispersed, returning to their tables or leaving the hall. I'm not sure if any hid in the corners, but I was certain that those pretending to be focused on eating had their ears perked sharper than anything. But the actions of the other students were no longer my concern. Upon hearing that my house had been deducted points, and for something I hadn't even done, I expressionlessly shook off Professor Lockhart's hand from my shoulder and turned to face the familiar dark figure approaching at a leisurely pace. I have not attacked any professor, Professor Snape, I said coldly. The deduction of points this time is completely unreasonable. Professor Snape walked up in front of me, looking down with an intimidating air. Is that so? His voice was soft, but the coldness in his tone was no less severe than mine. Then how do you explain the magical fire vines currently on your body? It was just a momentary accident. I got it under control in time. And I stubbornly covered the facts and argued, firmly refusing to admit it was on purpose. If Professor Lockhart hadn't suddenly grabbed me from behind without warning and scared me, I wouldn't have suddenly lost control over the plant instincts. Then the point deduction this time serves as a warning to the impulsive Mr. Potter. Professor Snape smirked coldly. Additionally, Gryffindor will lose another 5 points for your disrespectful tone. I hope this reminds you to be more polite to your teachers, Potter. If I were truly rude, you'd have already been kicked to the planet Ariana. I couldn't help but think to myself, and I started mentally reciting my family's traditional health practices to calm my emotions. However, just as I was trying hard to keep my composure, Professor Snape seemed intent on testing my patience, speaking words that made it impossible for me to relax my furrowed brows. Also, about your punishment for this mistake. All right, Professor Snape, don't be so serious. Professor Lockhart interjected with a laugh. I believe Harry really didn't do it on purpose. Children are always a bit more sensitive. As teachers, we should be understanding and tolerant. I think guidance is always much more effective than punishment. After all, this is Harry's first offense. Let's forgive him this time. Professor Snape gave Lockhart a cold glance. The reason Potter is assigned to labor service is because he just talked back to me. It has nothing to do with you. If the timing had been right, Lockhart's embarrassed look at Snape's bluntness would have surely made me burst out laughing, but even if I couldn't show it, my annoyance and gloom naturally cleared up from that irritation. However, since you kindly reminded me, his labor service is all the more unavoidable. A batch of very valuable breeding medicinal plants just arrived at school this morning, and Professors Sprout and Madame Pomfrey are short on staff. I'm sure they'd be very happy to hear that Potter can go help out. I assume that if Potter misses one session of Dark Arts Defense this afternoon, it won't affect you, right? Although I was saying it as a question, Professor Snape's attitude and demeanor clearly indicated that he would not accept a negative answer, whether it was because of his sternness or because he didn't really mind. Professor Lockhart ultimately wore a somewhat dim smile and agreed to my absence. Of course not. It's a bit of a pity for Harry, but since you insist, Professor Snape, then it shall be so. Professor Snape turned away decisively. Follow me, Potter. Your detentions start now. Yes, Professor Snape. Stay calm, I must not show that I'm happy, I kept warning myself internally, lowering my head and speaking in a tone of regret to hide the joy welling up in my eyes. Excuse me, Professor Lockhart. Although I won't be able to attend the first defense against the dark arts lesson this semester this afternoon, I still hope you and the other students have an enjoyable class. Farewell. Without waiting for Professor Lockhart to respond, I grabbed my backpack and quickened my pace to keep up with the black-robed figure who had already left the hall. At Hogwarts, detentions basically involve doing chores for the teachers, aside from assigned written punishments, so you get all sorts of unusual tasks. Though to be honest, for me, those so-called punishments are either simple enough to handle easily or interesting enough to teach me something. So I never complained when serving detention in the form of chores. Moreover, this time the detention involved helping Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey sort high-level magical plant seedlings and check that they weren't infested or infected. This was an incredible opportunity to enhance my innate abilities, since I normally had little chance to enter the advanced greenhouses. Although I could sneak in myself secretly, officially being allowed in is even better, right? In any case, I was already too excited to even think about complaints. If I had any dissatisfaction, I ought to be struck by lightning. That being said, after all, I came in the name of being punished, so it is correct to correct my emotions and not be able to show high spirits, and it would be even more perfect if I could have a more repentant expression. But when I am in a greenhouse surrounded by plants, I am surrounded by flowers and plants that are so happy that they keep greeting me, and it is a difficult challenge to put on a serious face in reflection. So although I have tried my best to hide my pleasure, after devoting myself to the work of communicating with them and dividing the seedlings into different categories, a happy smile will occasionally leak out of the corners of my eyes and mouth. Pomona Sprout. When Professor Sprout pulled me to the corner of the greenhouse for the 4th time to discuss the fertilizer of the evil man's poor Mrs. Pomfrey, who was so busy, finally couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at us, "We're sorting out the seedlings now, not letting you and Harry do one-on-one teaching and research. Do you think we have a lot of muggle time? If you really want to know which brand of wasp water the villain wants to drink, can you wait until you're busy here before asking? Come and make an ice coffin for these 2 pots of cordyceps. They are all about to suffer from heat stroke." Professor Sprout smiled awkwardly and quickly stuffed the villain's palm seedlings in his hand into me. Of course, I'll come now," she shouted back in a hurry, then turned back to me and said, "Sorry, Harry, please help me confirm the ratio of wasp water to termite juice that this child wants later, and write me a note. By the way, can the temperature of those 2 cordyceps be set to -16 degrees? Or would they be more comfortable if they were lower? I don't know if they can live in the new Siberian permafrost." "Oh, for Merlin's sake. That's enough, Severus." As early as when Professor Sprout wrapped me in a corner, I felt a chill rising from behind. Sure enough, Mrs. Pomfrey, who was disconnected from her senses, shouted, and her collar suddenly tightened, and I carried her all the way to the door of the greenhouse like a kitten, and was mercilessly thrown out by Professor Snape. "Before you unbox the seedlings here and replace them with pots, you are not allowed to get closer to Professor Sprout within 10 meters. Because I didn't want to hurt the little villain in my arms, who was still quite delicate and fragile, I didn't dare struggle too much and get thrown into the piled-up wooden crates outside the greenhouse. I rubbed my back in some pain from where I had accidentally bumped and got up. Before I could even start to complain, Professor Snape had already ground out his words through gritted teeth before slamming the door. "A reminder, Potter. If you don't want to miss dinner and add more detention hours, you'd better curb your idiotic habit of chatting with those little plants and have all these crates tidied up before sunset." So, feeling unfairly implicated, I was roughly thrown out of Greenhouse 7. However, even from outside the door, I could hear 2 witches arguing over my name and, after a series of strange thuds, everything returning to quiet adult matters should be their problem, I reasoned. So I obediently focused on organizing the nearly mountain-high pile of crates filled with seedlings first. After all, Professor Snape always follows through on his words. I don't mind extra detention, but I absolutely don't want to miss dinner. But as it turned out, when I could clearly hear the seedlings' requests about the pots they wanted to live in, I found it really hard to refuse them. So by the time I finally potted all the seedlings at the door and got Snape's reluctant permission to leave, it had been dark for who knows how long. Wah! My dinner that I'll never get. I've come all the way to Hogwarts and still have to fill my hunger with fruit I summoned myself. Such a frustrating feeling. My plant talents did indeed reward me with more than expected from this detention, but compared to the satisfaction to my spirit, the groaning of my stomach reacted proportionally. I guess this is what it feels like to experience both heaven and hell at the same time. Dragging my feet slowly toward the common room, I held the apple I had just summoned and bit into it, letting my resentment simmer. PSSHT Harry. Just as I was almost at the fat lady's portrait, I vaguely heard a strange low hiss calling me. I stopped and looked around, and then saw Ron hiding behind the cornerstone statue of a centaur, making a shushing gesture with one hand and signaling me to come over quickly with the other. "Ron!" I hurried over to him, and once in the corner, I whispered, "What are you doing here?" I hadn't even finished asking when he grabbed me and started running toward the stairs. "Let's talk after we get out of here. Peeves has already passed by 3 times, he said while running. "If I had known it would be this much trouble with you, I really should have switched with Hermione and gone with Neville to Ravenclaw to find someone instead. Why wait for me in the hallway? Wouldn't it be more convenient to wait for me in the common room?" I asked. "And this way, are we going to the room of requirement? And who exactly were Hermione and Neville going to find in Ravenclaw? Yeah. Since we're having a pajama party, we definitely can't make a ruckus in the dormitory. Percy would freak out," Ron said matter-of-factly. "As for going to Ravenclaw, the only person who's a friend both you and Ginny know and is also a first year is Luna, right?" "Wait, the more you say, the more confused I get. Start from the beginning. What's this sudden pajama party all about? And what does it have to do with Luna and Ginny?" "Well, to be honest, it actually started because of you." "What? What exactly does that mean? You didn't go to the Great Hall for dinner tonight, right? Neville and I guessed that Snape's detention kept you busy, so Hermione and I saved some food for you. I was grateful that Ron was running ahead of me, so he didn't see the flash of emotion cross my face. Then Fred and George saw it too. I don't know what went through their minds, but they suddenly suggested we throw a welcome to Hogwarts pajama party for Ginny tonight, and immediately asked Ginny what she thought. Ginny said she wanted to invite Luna too, so in the end, Fred and George went to the kitchen to make food, and Hermione and Neville went with Ginny to find Luna. I had to wait outside the dorm so Percy wouldn't find out. As Ron explained, we arrived at the corridor where the room of requirement was located, and just after Ron and I had taken a few steps in the hallway, a solid oak door appeared in front of us. "Oh, so you two got here first?" We had just pushed open the door and stepped into the room of requirement, and the twins were already inside. The small laboratory setup that usually appeared according to my needs and ideas was nowhere to be seen. This time, it was completely decorated in a bright and cheerful style, like a small banquet hall, truly living up to its reputation as a magical room that grants every wish. "Perfect, come over here and have something to eat first. Harry, we got some really nice apple pie and roast chicken." Fred was standing by the long table, waving at us, and like George, both of them had plates of sliced cake and were enjoying themselves immensely. Wow! Ron's eyes widened as he looked at the long table filled with all sorts of sumptuous foods. His face was full of disbelief. "In such a short time, where on earth did you get all this?" "Commercial secret, little Ronnie." George had cream on the corner of his mouth and mischievously winked. "We'll tell you some other time, hey hey hey." Before George could finish speaking, he, along with Fred, was toppled over by the force of my flying tackle. "Harry, you!" Not giving the twins a chance to speak, I happily kissed each of their cheeks. "No matter the reason, you two are really great people." I excitedly jumped up to the long table, grabbed a beef sandwich, and took a bite. "You guys saved my stomach. Thanks a lot." With a satisfied look, I swept over a corner of the long table. Because I was both so hungry and so touched, I didn't even notice that the three brothers behind me were in a half-frozen state due to my earlier actions. "You know, Fred." "What?" "That kid might be a genius, but one day he's definitely going to sell himself out over food." "I feel the same way. As long as Hermione's around, that kid won't so easily sell himself out for such a stupid reason." "But you two," Ron looked at his older brothers with a strange expression, "need some ice juice to cool down? Your faces are red enough to fry an egg." "Shut up. Hey, I'm just kindly reminding you. Why throw cake at me?" "What? Throw cake?" Hearing the wasteful behavior toward food finally snapped me out of the bliss of satisfying my appetite. I turned around and said, "Hey, wasting food will bring divine punishment, you guys don't." Slap. A piece of cake, thrown by someone unknown, hit my face with perfect accuracy. The three brothers, who had been noisy, suddenly went silent. Harry." Calmly, I removed the cake and the plate still stuck to my face and set them aside. I slowly picked up a napkin to wipe my face, ignoring Ron's tentative words. We. Ron's unfinished sentence suddenly turned into a scream because I had already lifted the entire long table. Wait, Harry, calm down. Yeah, didn't you say not to waste food?" "I am calm, and I am not wasting any food." I reminded them to look at the dishes I had put a floating charm on, now flying toward the corner. Under the vine's light, I was easily holding a long table at least 10 times bigger than me, smiling as brightly as the morning sun. "So don't worry, when Hermione and Ginny come later, there'll definitely still be plenty to eat." "That's not the point. The point is that the table is really heavy. A marble table can crush people to death." "Harry, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil." Of course, I knew that impulsiveness is the devil. I had even taught Ron that phrase, so how could I possibly lose my calm so easily? Therefore, when Hermione and Neville brought Ginny and Luna to the room of requirement, the three Weasley brothers were still perfectly fine, no missing limbs or injuries, and we were able to laugh together, enjoying a very happy pajama party. Of course, I must also admit that the reason everyone was laughing so heartily was most likely due in large part to those panda-like, chubby faces of the three Weasleys, which didn't subside until 2 days later. Chapter 52, Marcus Flint, Nimbus 2001, Quidditch teammates, Angelina Johnson, Alicia, Katie Bell, Death Eater, Ghost, Nearly Headless Nick, Gryffindor's permanent ghost, Fat Friar, Hufflepuff's resident ghost, Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's long-standing ghost, Halloween's commotion. School life is always easy and busy at the same time, whether it's muggles or wizards. After the official school curriculum began, club activities also began, and with the preparation of mail-order store products, my days suddenly returned to the familiar routine and busyness. If there is any difference, except that the school homework is more in-depth and heavier than last year, the first thing is probably that I have 3 more admirers who are considered small followers, right? First was Colin Creevy. In the name of introducing the wizarding world to my muggle father, he always appears around me from time to time, greeting me at least 20 times a day. The only thing that makes me happy is that although that kid loves to take pictures, he still respects privacy. After I solemnly declared that I did not want to be the subject of his photo and would not give him any autograph, although he was disappointed, he did not make any other excessive requests or secretly take pictures. So seeing that he didn't deliberately harass me and respect my decision to refuse to be photographed, I reluctantly agreed that this well-behaved kid could take some photos during my Quidditch practice and competition provided that he couldn't show them to anyone other than his family, and the film had to be handed over to me afterwards. Even if I don't admit it, I'm soft on cute children. Apart from that little detail that would definitely appear whenever I participated in Quidditch from then on, the other 2 who often appeared around me, sometimes even under the pretext of showing the twins new prank items in the room of requirement, were Ginny and Luna. Ginny is the only girl in the Weasley family and naturally the beloved little sister that the twins and Ron adore, so it didn't surprise me at all that after Ginny enrolled, the 3 of them openly told me about turning the room of requirement and their own projects into a kind of secret mail-order business to make money. But I was somewhat surprised that they were also willing to place so much trust in Luna. Why surprised? Weren't you the one who wanted to be friends with Luna? Neville asked, a bit puzzled, when I mentioned my thoughts. Although she sometimes behaves in ways that are a bit unusual, but as you said, Luna is a good person, isn't she? You admire her, we don't dislike her, so of course we have no reason not to accept her. Just because I said I admired her? When did they all become so easy to get along with? We trust your judgment, Harry. Hermione, flipping through a reference book on transfiguration in preparation for a report, said. To be honest, I also find some of Luna's rigid and dreamy ideas hard to relate to, but she really is a good person. And since we've known you, your judgment of people has always been spot on. Anyone you dislike almost always has some problem. Conversely, if you say she would be a good partner, then having a relationship with her won't be a loss for us, right? Besides, according to your future career plans, you will definitely need more trustworthy friends and helpers. Just relying on the 4 of us won't help you much. Since Ginny gets along well with her and you admire her, it's only a matter of time before she becomes one of our friends anyway. Sounds like I'm being really practical, I said with a wry smile, adjusting my glasses. Making friends based on personal ability? Was I that obvious? Oh, that's not what I meant. We all know you're not that kind of person, Hermione quickly explained, putting down her book so I wouldn't misunderstand. It's just that you've always provided the best learning opportunities for us, or given us guidance and training suited to our abilities. Don't deny it, we're not that naive. We've been together for so long, do you really expect us not to notice? Hermione interrupted my attempt to make an excuse. Although you always tell us that you never stop improving your own abilities for anyone, we can also see that you are constantly, subtly helping us build our strengths, saving us from many detours, and even protecting us from dangers at times. You've done so much for us, Harry, so much that we feel compelled to get stronger ourselves. Because we don't want to just be the ones you protect, we want to be true partners who can stand by your side and even help you. We don't want to hold you back. I frowned and said hastily, I never felt. I know you didn't think that way, we all know. Hermione smiled at me, interrupting me again, but that's exactly why we have to work harder. You've already found the goal for your future and are working hard to achieve it, and since meeting you, we've finally found goals to strive for ourselves. We want to help you. But that's not just because of your kindness to us, it's because we are friends. We've been through those things together. Some were really scary, but they also made us think a lot, and we've truly learned a lot, even seeing clearly what is most important to us. Since you value us so much and think of us so deeply, it's only natural for us to also pay attention to things for you, and to offer a bit more tolerance and trust to the people you admire and care about, isn't it? Exactly, that's it. Ron lifted his head from his potions homework with a summarizing tone, looking at me very seriously. Anyway, Luna, that crazy girl, acts like she's from ancient times. It's really no big deal. Once you get used to it, it's like watching a play. Besides, no matter how bad she gets, she certainly can't be worse than Snape, that strict greasy old bat who deducts points from us every day, right? Ron. Hermione reproached in a warning tone, glaring at Neville beside her who had turned his head to stifle a laugh. You two, behave yourselves. Professor Snape is still a teacher at the school, and now that Harry is his direct student, at least watch your words. Why should I? Ron replied matter-of-factly. Snape hasn't given Harry any fewer points, deductions or extra duties just because he became his student, and he's even harsher. Calling him an oily old bat was still being polite, if you ask me. Ronald, you know-it-all bookworm. I said don't call me that name. And once again, a battle of words broke out that no one else could interrupt. I watched the two of them with a mix of emotion and complexity, finally letting out a quiet, wordless sigh. I gave Neville, who looked slightly worried but silently supportive, a small smile to signal that everything was fine and to show my gratitude. Then I buried myself back in my research. As for Ron and Hermione, this level of bickering happened at least once a day, so let them fight however they wanted. After all, it didn't matter how much they made a fuss in the room of requirement. As for the second thing that was different from last year, as Hermione reminded Ron and Neville, it was probably that the relationship between Professor Snape and me had shifted a little. How should I put it? Actually, based on what I remembered, I had always been very aware of the complicated feelings Professor Snape held toward me, and given all he had done for my mother and me, I had always respected his choices, pretending not to notice, and also avoided as much as possible any contact with him outside of school courses, so as not to accidentally provoke him. I admit this approach was a bit ostrich-like, but who could help that the knots between him and my parents were unsolvable, and I had no position or way to change his thoughts. But in this world, there are always some unpredictable situations, especially when you try to avoid someone, yet find that so many accidents make it impossible to escape. First, my personal obsession with Chinese medicine and pharmacology, which bear a considerable resemblance to potions, made it impossible for me to refuse Professor Dumbledore's recommendation to join the Potions Club, and Kirill's ambition for the Philosopher's Stone and his small schemes to get rid of me only increased Professor Snape's attention and protection towards me. All these events in sequence made trying to avoid Professor Snape practically an impossible mission. Since I can't avoid it, then I might as well face it directly. That's how I thought, so in front of Professor Snape, I always chose to face him with the most straightforward and dignified attitude. Heaven knows I'm usually quite carefree. Except when I'm with my grandfather, where I'm always well-behaved and obedient. I've secretly caused trouble and pushed my younger siblings out to be scapegoats more times than I can count. Later, even my parents from my previous life used to laugh and say that no one could control me except my grandfather, and that was indeed the truth. But aside from adopting the perfectly obedient attitude I have with my grandfather, I really had no other way. After all, I have all sorts of mischievous ideas, but my ability to handle interpersonal relationships is comparatively weak. That ex-boyfriend from my previous life later played both sides and had a ridiculous affair with my best friend. To claim I bore no fault at all would be pure self-deception. However, reflection is one thing. Even if none of the events that led to my reincarnation in this world had happened, I still wouldn't forgive those two no matter the reason. Betrayal is betrayal. My heart is naturally small, yet cares about so much. If I was chosen to be abandoned, then I will not waste effort making room again. Although I finally found what I thought was the most appropriate attitude and distance to face Professor Snape, and felt that his harsh attitude toward me hadn't changed much, on the first day of this year's Potions Club activities, he actually announced in front of all the new and old members that I was his official apprentice. From now on, in the club, I would only be responsible for organizing and distributing ingredients and recording each student's potion outcomes. He even insisted on having Marcus Flint, who was supposed to prepare cauldrons and basic potions, do it himself. Meow. Not to mention that everyone present, regardless of whether they were Slytherins, was so stunned it was as if they'd been petrified. They didn't even know how the club activities ended. Even I, who had never made a mistake while slicing African horned serpents, on that day in the club activities got so distracted that twice I forgot to clean the scales, and Professor Snape mercilessly ripped me apart on the spot, on top of assigning a week-long labor service to copy the Basic Potion Ingredients Encyclopedia, Volume 2 10 times. As a result, needless to say, the next morning in the Great Hall at all the house tables, the shock, confusion, emptiness, and frustration were written all over the students' faces. I reluctantly nibbled on some toast, but I couldn't bear everyone's stares focused on me, so I left Ron and the others who hadn't heard about it yet behind and went ahead to Hagrid's hut to take refuge, grabbing some rock cakes and tea for breakfast along the way. and because I ran so fast, I naturally didn't notice the dining atmosphere over at the staff table, which Luna later told me was 100 times stranger than the students' tables. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Sprout smiling brightly, Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey looking helpless and concerned, and Professor Snape wearing the kind of black face that seemed to say anyone who dared ask him a question would get poisoned. As for the rest of the day, including Hermione, the three of them kept asking when exactly I had become Snape's personal apprentice. Of course, I couldn't answer. I wanted to know even more than they did. Every adult wizard more or less has some secret skills up their sleeve, usually passed down to their own children or apprentices. If a wizard has no family and doesn't want their skills to be lost, they usually take on an apprentice. I've heard about this unwritten custom in the wizarding world. It's basically like the master-apprentice tradition in martial arts. In fact, I've considered finding a master in China to help me review the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, but that's obviously something planned for much later. Right now, I've never even thought about becoming anyone's apprentice, let alone having Professor Snape as my master. Just trying to make sure Professor Snape doesn't truly see me as a father figure and torment me mentally has already drained so much of my energy. If his potions expertise weren't truly that formidable, I'd be avoiding him like crazy, let alone even thinking about becoming his apprentice. But the current situation is, everyone already knows that Professor Snape has taken me as his apprentice, and he said it out loud in front of so many people. If I try to deny it, it would probably be a disastrous failure. Sighing, I tossed the damaged silver ore I had just smelted into the scrap or recycling bin in the corner. This was the 4th piece today. Still bothered by Professor Snape taking you as an apprentice? I looked up, and Neville, who had stopped writing his herbology homework beside me, was looking at me with a worried expression. No, I said calmly, though it wasn't exactly true, and picked up a new piece of silver ore to start weighing and calculating again. What's done is done, there's no point worrying about it. But over the past half-month, the number of failed jewelry pieces and experiments you've done is 5 times what it used to be. He even mentioned the numbers. Am I really that obviously troubled? All right, I admit I'm a little annoyed, but it's not because of that. I sighed again. I'm just thinking about how we're going to handle the speed offense of 7 Nimbus 2001s when the Gryffindor team faces the Slytherin team this year. Just like in the memory, Malfoy's father supplied 7 brand new, top-of-the-line flying broomsticks to Slytherin's Quidditch team, and because of his father's generous gesture this time, Malfoy almost effortless became the new seeker for the Slytherin team this year despite being only in the 2nd year. In some ways, this also set a historical record for the Slytherin team, the youngest player to buy his way into the house team if Slytherin even keeps that kind of record. On the first morning that the Quidditch pitch opened for practice at the start of the new term, Hermione, who was one of the few students not intimidated by this display, sarcastically criticized Slytherin's childish behavior with a tone of indifference while Malfoy was showing off the 7 Nimbus 2001s on the pitch and even brought them into the dining hall to make an impression on the other 3 houses. It has to be said that her words were quite effective at the time, because most of the students and older classmates at the tables chuckled lightly instead of being overly shocked or unsettled. After all, Gryffindor has never lacked courage in the face of strong opponents, and everyone knew very well that player skill is the true determinant of a Quidditch match, and Gryffindor players' skills have always been recognized as formidable. However, confidence aside, our team representatives from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, along with ourselves, were much more aware than other students of the threat posed by the 7 Nimbus 2001s. After all, to do a job well, one must first sharpen the tools. Slytherin had deployed the most powerful flying broomsticks to enhance overall speed, which undoubtedly struck hard against us 3 houses, whose players generally had only above-average broom speed. Even though everyone despised their clear attempt to bully others by using brooms of international competition standard for school matches, as long as it didn't violate any rules, the rest of us could only follow our captain's orders, go back, and completely reorganize our original strategies and training plans, while also increasing the focus on basic training. Ron, upon hearing that Malfoy actually came up with such a financial offensive strategy, almost impulsively wanted to send an owl to order 7 Nimbus 2001s himself. However, Hermione hadn't yet spoken up to scold them for wasting money, and the twins, on the other hand, each knocked the thought right out of their little sibling with a punch. Leaving aside the issue of how to explain to the adults where a few of us could suddenly come up with such a large sum of money if the new broom was really bought, given Wood, Angelina, and the rest's pride, whether they would even accept such an expensive item was also a question. To quote George, if we all actually went and bought Nimbus 2001s to compete with Slytherin now, wouldn't we just become the same kind of jerks as Malfoy? Moreover, readjusting to and mastering a new broom isn't that simple. Although I already knew the twins' mischievousness wasn't any less than mine, seeing Fred's completely unabashed, sinister grin for the first time still gave me goosebumps. Replacing everyone's broom in one go, Slytherin really made a big move. But whether they can bring out the true advantages of the Nimbus 2001 beyond just speed is still a question. And after the speed increases, can their body reactions fully keep up? It's really intriguing, isn't it, George? Looks like Oliver this time has no excuse to forbid us from using that in the match. I wasn't particularly curious about which thing Fred was referring to by that because whether I knew or not, Wood had issued so many match-related bans to the twins that they could be bound into a book, but seeing the twins looking so confident and mysteriously scheming, I decided to let Ron, who had the most experience dealing with the twins, go and satisfy his curiosity. After all, no matter what tricks the twins were planning, in my view, occasionally giving Slytherin a little return gift to teach them to tone it down wasn't a bad thing. Of course, I admit that using the trouble with the team as an excuse for my recently growing impatience is somewhat exaggerated, but I'm not entirely lying either. Recently, during team practice, I added extra training for myself that went beyond what Wood required, which not only thrilled our passionate captain to no end, but also motivated all the team members to train desperately. The rare part this time is that, although everyone is usually almost too exhausted to walk back to the common room after each practice, there was absolutely no complaint to be heard this time. It's clear that everyone shares the same thought. Since speed is going to be a significant weakness, we have to make up for it with skill and teamwork. In any case, there's no way we could let Slytherin win simply because they got their latest broom through bribery. That would seriously insult the true spirit of Quidditch. So, during this period, my desperation in training the team has been clearly visible not only to my teammates but also to Hermione and the others. Therefore, when I answered Neville this way, he believed me and didn't bring up Professor Snape again. This secretly made me breathe a sigh of relief, thank heavens, because although I do care a lot about being Professor Snape's student, the real reason for my worry is definitely not what he and others assume, such as the rival house deliberately making things difficult. I can't exactly say that I'm worried about Snape being a Death Eater in disguise, can I? Could that really have that much influence? Moreover, I'd bet all my possessions that this matter has a 100% connection with Professor Dumbledore, that crafty old fox. But why would that old man let Professor Snape take me as a student? Since he keeps Professor Snape's Death Eater identity a secret, it means he still wants Snape to continue serving as a hidden piece for the Order of the Phoenix within the Dark Forces. So he must be more aware than anyone else that if Snape and I have a teacher-student relationship beyond the usual school setting, it will definitely affect Snape's position and actions within the Death Eaters, and even his life, should the Dark Forces rise again in the future. I really can't understand what Dumbledore is planning in his mind. I almost got caught up again in the fruitless analysis of some sly, old fox, but fortunately, Neville didn't notice my brief daydream, which prevented any worrisome line of questioning from happening again, though what Neville brought up after changing the subject did manage to temporarily push the trouble with Professor Snape and Quidditch out of my mind. Nick invited you to his 500th death anniversary banquet, I asked, a bit surprised. When did that happen? Just last week, I accidentally burned a cauldron again, and Professor Snape sent me to Filch for detention. On my way back to the dorm, I ran into Nick. He looked really sad, so I asked a few questions, and then he invited me to his death anniversary banquet on Halloween night. Neville briefly explained some things Nick had told him, like the failed application of the Headless Hunt Club. I felt awkward refusing, so I agreed. And then Nick said I could bring friends. That's why I wanted to see if you guys could come with me on Halloween. Ron and Hermione, who had been bickering earlier, had somehow shifted their attention back to the conversation between Neville and me, and both seemed very interested in the death anniversary banquet. A death anniversary banquet sounds like fun, Hermione said with a tone of anticipation. There must be lots of ghosts and spirits there, and since it's Halloween, it'll definitely be lively. But why would anyone want to celebrate the day they died? Ron murmured, showing curiosity mixed with some discomfort. Every time I hear words related to death, I just feel a bit uneasy. I think ghosts pay attention to their death anniversaries probably because it's also like their birthday, Hermione said. I'd be happy to go with Neville. After all, getting an invitation to a ghost death anniversary banquet isn't something everyone gets the chance to experience. Harry, how about you? Want to come too? Of course. It's rare to be invited to a banquet by ghosts and spirits, and it would be a pity to refuse. If Neville hadn't brought it up, I would have almost forgotten that this year's Halloween also included Nick's memorial feast. I just didn't expect that with me being busy with team practice lately, I hadn't run into Nick, yet Neville happened to. Still, there's no harm in going. After all, although the feast seems a bit grim and dull in memory, as Hermione said, a gathering of spirits isn't something everyone gets to experience. Besides, only letting Hermione and Neville attend such an event seems risky. Given their rather timid and straightforward personalities, they might unintentionally leave a bad impression on some of the spirits, so I'd better go along. Ron should come too. You went to the school's Halloween dinner last year anyway, so this year, going to a ghost feast could broaden your experience, right? Since both Hermione and I expressed willingness to accompany him, Ron, who was more curious than wary about a ghost memorial feast, also agreed to join us, although when the time comes, we should discreetly give him a heads up to bring extra candy and biscuits. It seems those feasts are mainly for the dead, so they probably won't prepare anything for the living anyway. Finally, I managed to successfully mold a ring shape out of Cerevin. I carefully maintained the magical temperature in my hands, feeling the metal texture as I carved the clover design while thinking quietly to myself. Indeed, bringing your own candy was the right choice because the food provided at this feast is certainly not what you would call ordinary delicious. Looking at the dining table, which was at least 10 feet away yet already made us hesitant due to the strong stench of decay, I pinched the pocket holding my chocolate wine and homemade malt candy, feeling extremely relieved. Since we had already promised to attend Nick's memorial feast on Halloween night, after saying goodbye to Dean and Seamus, who were happily preparing to attend the school's dinner, I put on my winter school cloak. Only then did Neville and the others and I crawl out of the common room entrance and head toward the cellar that Nick had told us was the venue. Although the dungeons of Hogwarts generally belong to Slytherin's activity area, because the space is quite large, walking through it doesn't necessarily mean you'll encounter any Slytherin students. Plus, since it's the start of the school's Halloween feast, we didn't run into anyone at all along the way. However, even without meeting any creatures to ask for directions, we didn't doubt whether we were going the wrong way, at least I didn't. Because as we walked, I could feel the surrounding temperature dropping, and the flame vine I always wear under my clothes as personal armor was unusually happy, constantly absorbing the increasingly strong dark magical elements in the air. If we weren't getting closer to the extremely ominous area filled with necromancy and ghosts, the environment here wouldn't have changed so noticeably. Sure enough, not long into our walk, we heard a chillingly strange sound that would give anyone goosebumps. It was like thousands of fingernails scratching a blackboard at once, enough to make your teeth ache. I was thinking with a headache whether I should make some impromptu earplugs out of candy wrappers. But before I could decide if that would be too rude, the host of the feast, Nick, appeared around a corner in the dungeon corridor, seemingly welcoming guests to his deathly feast. We didn't linger with Nick for long and entered the venue. After all, a host like him wouldn't just focus on entertaining the few of us, and stepping into the hall was like entering a completely different world compared to the corridor visually, orally, and even tactilely. The space was filled almost entirely with pearl-white, transparent ghosts. Only at the band area did a few have physical bodies, though more bones were exposed than flesh. And the visual shock didn't stop there. The instruments the band played included not just blackboards, but also saws and axes, with the bass drum and drumsticks suspiciously made from bloody leg bones and animal hides. Not to mention the temperature, it was so cold it could rival a freezer. Ron and the other two of them were extremely relieved that they had listened to my advice to wear a few extra layers and even brought cloaks before setting off. But even so, we were still shivering from the cold. In the end, I had to summon 2 lotus leaves and use transfiguration to turn them into glass jars, and Hermione made a blue fireball for each of us to hold for warmth, which finally saved us from the predicament of almost freezing. We moved around slowly to generate more body heat. Besides greeting and chatting briefly with a few of the more common school ghosts, we were also observing the witches' and wizards' rather unique banquet decorations. When people are cold, they also tend to get hungry more easily. So, in the dim green candlelight, we vaguely saw a dining table and, naturally, hurried over. This kind of instant shift from hopeful heaven to a sudden downfall must be what despair feels like. Seeing the 3 companions with even worse expressions than mine, I couldn't help but find some amusement in it. For Merlin's sake, Neville pinched his nose in disgust. I thought mountain trolls were the smelliest things in this world. Hermione nodded in agreement, clearly also unable to take it. I had no doubt why they would make such a comment, especially after having fought 2 adult mountain trolls just a few months ago. Harry, don't tell me you want to try that stuff, Ron said in horror, lines appearing on his face as he saw me excitedly watching the ghosts moving among the food on the table. If you eat that, you'll definitely die. I never said I wanted to eat it, I said, giving Ron an amused look. Even though my appetite and lack of pickiness are the best among us, it doesn't mean I'll eat rotten food without thinking. Okay, my past life as a doctor wasn't for nothing. I'm just a bit curious how they manage to make the food rot and mold like that, yet still keep it looking somehow presentable. Don't you think the flies, eggs and mold arranged on that steak like a margherita are quite beautiful? I don't know if it was my words or the candlelight, but in any case, Ron's face turned even greener. Not at all, Ron said firmly, pulling me away with both hands, clearly deciding to put as much distance as possible between us and the table. With nothing to eat, we resorted to self-sufficiency by biting into the candy we had brought. Because I usually eat candy ravenously, the three of them had unconsciously developed the habit of always carrying candy. Originally, after taking a tour of the venue, we had planned to slip away and see if we could make it to the school dinner in the main hall to grab a bite. But as one of the few living people at the Death Day banquet, Nick seemed especially concerned and came by several times to ask if we were enjoying ourselves, which made us feel bad about leaving too early. So when we could no longer bear the dropping temperature and the teeth-chattering music, because large groups of ghosts had started pouring into the dance floor, partying wildly, the scene could only be described as chaotic, we finally sneaked out to the exit without any ghosts approaching to chat, successfully reaching the winding corridor of the cellar. It's already past 10. Ron checked his watch and asked us, do you want to go to the main hall and see? Maybe the banquet isn't over yet, we could still get something to eat. I'd rather go back to the common room and warm by the fire than eat. Already holding 2 jars with blue fireballs, still trembling, Hermione wrapped her cloak tighter around herself. It's unbelievably cold here. I thought the books were exaggerating, but I didn't expect the places where ghosts and undead gather to really be chilling to the bone. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, girls' bodies are naturally more yin and cool, and since your magical attribute leans toward fire, you are naturally more sensitive in such extremely yin places filled with undead and are more prone to feeling uncomfortable than we are. I held Hermione's hand and slowly transferred some inner energy to her, driving away the residual cold from her body. I didn't expect the chill at the Death Day banquet to be so intense, so besides clothing, I didn't prepare anything specifically to keep warm. Before heading back to the dorm, we'll go to the room of requirement. I'll make a pot of flower herb porridge to simmer overnight, and it should be ready by tomorrow morning. That porridge might have a slightly bitter flavor, but it's particularly effective at driving out cold and nourishing the body. Ron and Neville, you should have a bowl too, otherwise, I bet in a few days you 3 would probably catch a fever, cough, or cold. We were only at that freezing ghost banquet for a bit. Can it really be that serious? Ron was a bit doubtful. You're not a doctor. Unfortunately, my non-magical grandfather, a Chinese medicine practitioner, had already acknowledged my medical skills before he passed away, so I really am a doctor. It's just that I haven't reached the proper age yet and haven't had the chance to go to China, so I don't have an official traditional Chinese medicine license. I smiled and let go of Hermione, then channeled a bit of inner energy into 2 gentle palm strikes on Ron and Neville's backs. So, my medical skills aren't just for emergency treatment. Prevention is also a fundamental responsibility of a doctor. I've already given you advice. If you don't believe me, you can try it out. In at most 5 days, you'll know whether what I said is accurate or not. But if you really fall ill, you'll have to see Madame Pomfrey for treatment. I won't be giving you any medicine myself. A minor and unlicensed healer giving people medicine randomly is a serious violation of wizarding law. I wasn't ready to give the ministry an early excuse to have tea and chat with me just yet. Clearly, there are so many potions hanging from your belt, and what you're saying has no persuasion at all. Ron rolled his eyes. And you even said you were going to make herbal porridge. Doesn't that count as medicine? The purpose is different, I replied confidently. These things are for self-defense or emergency first aid, which is different from actual treatment. I continued boldly, and that herbal porridge isn't really medicine. It's a health-preserving medicinal recipe, basically a high-level meal that can support daily bodily functions. Eating it just strengthens the body or reduces the chance of falling ill. It's not dispensing medicine or providing treatment. I have medical ethics, and I promised my grandfather that except in emergencies, I wouldn't prescribe medicine without proper legal approval. But this power feels amazing, not only warming the body but also making the mind feel much better. Neville touched his chest. Is this the special non-magical power your grandfather taught you to practice every day? It seems to help not only your body but also stabilizes a wizard's magical energy. I have the same feeling, but although everyone can learn this kind of power, the one my grandfather taught me is a family secret technique. It only works if you start learning before the age of 6, and you have to practice every day for at least 5 years without interruption to develop a chi sensation as obvious as mine now. I started practicing at 3 and only felt the emergence of chi power when I was 8, I said, a little regretfully tugging at the corner of my mouth. If it weren't for the fact that you all have passed that age, I would definitely teach you. Even though practicing this power at first is monotonous, tedious, and exhausting, it is really beneficial for strengthening both the body and willpower. Ha, it's okay, there's nothing to regret about this, Ron smiled awkwardly. Besides, he continued, just thinking about getting up early every day to practice this, with the power accumulating so slowly, makes me tired and scared. Aside from you, I doubt any wizard has the patience to stick with it, let alone starting at 3 years old. God knows, back then, besides wanting to play with Fred's toy wand, I hardly cared about anything else. Oh, that's quite surprising, Ron, Hermione said, finally joking with someone after warming up a bit and her face losing some of its pallor. I thought you never thought about your own flaws, but it turns out you know you're extremely impatient. Huh? Not at all. With our know-it-all Miss always a model setting the example every day, even a fool can learn a thing or two, Ron replied. Chapter 53. The all-too-familiar quarrel broke out again. Neville and I exchanged wry smiles and instinctively moved behind the two troublemakers to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Walking, noisy yet happy, we headed toward the familiar stairs leading to the Great Hall. While unwrapping a chocolate ball, I told Neville which flowers and herbs I would use as ingredients when making porridge later. This light and carefree mood was so good that even the issues that had been weighing on my mind in the past few days about Professor Snape and Quidditch were temporarily pushed aside. However, just as we were 2 steps away from reaching the Great Hall, a sound coming from the walls above our heads froze me on the spot. Food, I want to kill, blood, I want to drink, blood, I want blood. I have to admit that Ron was right. I really am a little wizard whose feet move faster than my hands and not a particularly competent one at that. And now it seems that my body reacts even a few beats faster than my brain. After the brief shock, once my mind started analyzing the current situation, I was already chasing the sound moving behind the wall and had reached the bathroom door of the Crybaby Myrtle. The sound of the running faucet spilled endless water into the corridor, forming a puddle across the floor. Under the weak flickering candlelight on the wall sconce, Mrs. Norris looked startled and tense, her body hanging high from head to tail. I scanned the surroundings with a blank expression for a moment and then fixed my gaze on the glaring scarlet letters on the wall, still tinged with the scent of blood, my eyes growing colder. It doesn't make sense, none of this makes sense. I had secretly taken Riddle's diary from the very beginning, and it was currently safely locked in the deepest layer of my suitcase, so no one should have been influenced, and the chamber couldn't have been opened. Yet now, the chamber has been opened, and the first victim is Mrs. Norris. Why is this happening? What about the things I did, the things I tried to change? Suddenly, a few hurried footsteps came from behind. I knew it was Ron and the others, but I had no mood to turn around and explain. My mind was completely occupied with the diary and the problem of the chamber being opened. Harry, Ron's panting voice came. What happened? Why is it flooded like this here, Harry? You. Oh my God. Hermione gasped in shock, followed by the muffled sound of her panicked hand over her mouth. Oh my God, Mrs. Norris. How did it? What's going on? Harry. The damp pattering steps reached my side, grabbing my shoulder and turning me around. Harry, are you okay? Meeting Neville's worried and anxious eyes, I shook my head slightly. I'm fine, I said. Only after speaking did I realize my voice was unusually dry. I'm fine, but Mrs. Norris, it's good that you're okay. Just forget about that cat, Ron said firmly. In the dimly lit corridor beneath the firelight, his face pale, he continued, listen, we'd better get out of here quickly before anyone finds us. We can't just do that. Hermione protested, her face also looking pale. No matter what, we can't just run away and leave it, right? At least put Mrs. Norris down, it might still be alive. I've never heard of any animal being hung on a wall like that and still alive. Ron said matter-of-factly, grabbing Hermione and forcing her to turn around. This place is too strange, and even if we didn't do anything, we'd be suspects if discovered. Let's leave first. Neville, take Harry with you, he doesn't look right. Before Ron could finish speaking, we didn't even have the chance to leave because from the stairs and corridors behind us, we could hear lively conversations and footsteps. Looks like the hall's feast had officially ended, and everyone was dispersing. The few of us, with no way to retreat and inevitably, were exposed to almost all the students and teachers, along with the tragic state of Mrs. Norris and the glaring warning of blood. In some ways, Professor Lockhart really is very kind regardless of his motives. At least he was willing to lend his office to give Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, as well as the people involved in the incident including Filch, a quiet space uninterrupted to clarify and investigate Mrs. Norris's situation, which is truly thoughtful if only he wouldn't murmur about those fabricated or irrelevant heroic feats and random guesses beside us. But as for him, he was following his own thoughts, while my mind was completely overwhelmed by the news about the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. I just kept my head down, staring at my shoes, with absolutely no mood to pay attention. I don't understand, really don't understand. I had stopped it, the diary was well hidden by me, so nobody should have been influenced, right? The Chamber of Secrets should have remained closed, the basilisk shouldn't have been awakened, none of this should have happened. I had clearly tried to cut off the source of this incident this time, there really shouldn't be any reason. No, not just this time, but last year too. Clearly I had already tried so hard, tried to change things, so why do similar problems still appear in the end? Is this what they call fate? The Creator wants me to change the forces I am meant to contend with in this world. If they are so powerful, so irresistible, can I really do it? The things I want to change and protect, can the current me, can someone like me, really? Harry. Hearing someone call my name, I looked up in confusion, meeting those always gentle, but now unusually serious, sky-blue wise eyes. What? I asked hoarsely, my mind always hard to focus. We are trying to understand why you ended up at the place where Mrs. Norris was attacked, Professor Dumbledore asked hesitantly, but it seems that your mental state is also unstable right now. Hermione and the others said that after leaving nearly headless Nick's deathly party, you were supposed to go to the Great Hall, but you suddenly turned and ran off. It took the three of them some time to catch up with you. How did you know there was trouble several corners away? Did you see something nearby before Ron and the others found you? I stared blankly, almost hollowly, into those sky-blue, seemingly gentle eyes for a long moment, and slowly shook my head. No, Professor. I heard my voice sound almost mechanical and hoarse. I didn't see anything. Nonsense. Before any teacher or Neville and the others could stop him, Filch lunged at me, gripping my shoulders tightly. The force made me ache even through my thick cloak. You're lying. You must be lying. My cat was nearly murdered, and you were the first one there. If you didn't see anything, if you didn't know anything, then why were you there? You murderer. Enough. Filch, stop taking it too far. Professor McGonagall rushed over to us, trying to pull me away from an almost hysterical Filch. Albus has already said that Mrs. Norris was petrified, not killed, and no second-year student could possibly perform such powerful dark magic. Potter said he didn't see anything, so don't take it out on him. This isn't taking it out on him, it's the truth. Even if he's not the culprit, he's definitely covering up. Let him go, Filch. A cold voice came from the shadows in the corner of the office. Though the tone was chilly, it somehow managed to bring a bit of clarity to my otherwise chaotic and confused mind. I vaguely caught a glimmer of insight, and as I came to, I also realized my body was damp and cold, and my magical energy felt inexplicably unsettled. The boy already said he didn't see anything. Reluctantly, Filch released my shoulders, but he was still shouting, but my cat. We'll find a way to cure her, Filch. Professor Dumbledore explained patiently. As far as I know, Pomona got quite a few magical apple saplings again this year. Once they grow, I'll have someone prepare a potion that can restore Mrs. Norris to her original state. I can handle that. Professor Lockhart hurriedly interrupted. I've prepared this kind of restorative potion hundreds of times. I know it inside out. Even if I'm asleep, just a wave of my wand. Sorry, Professor Snape's voice grew 2 degrees colder, but I believe I am the potions master of this school. Lockhart's expression twisted into an extremely awkward grimace. I think we should first take Mrs. Norris to the hospital wing and let Poppy set up a quiet room for her. That way, once we have the restorative potion, we can heal her immediately. Gilderoy, could you kindly help take Filch and Mrs. Norris to see Poppy? Of course. Headmaster, it's my honor. So Professor Lockhart was sent off to stay with the angry and upset Filch, holding Mrs. Norris as they left the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, which was covered with photos of Lockhart from all sorts of interviews. If I hadn't been lowering my head, trying hard to steady my mind and summon all my inner strength to suppress the increasingly uncontrollable chaotic magic within me, I would have immediately realized that Professor Dumbledore was deliberately sending them away. Since Potter and the others don't know anything, Albus, I'll take them back to the Gryffindor Tower first, Professor McGonagall said. they've been with you for and the ghosts for so long, and even witnessed such terrible things. They definitely need something warm to drink and some good rest, I think. I understand they need to rest, Minerva, but not yet, Professor Dumbledore said gently but with an air of unchallengeable authority. I still have a few questions to ask Harry. He can't leave yet, of course. If Miss Granger, you and the others want to go back and rest first. We're fine, Hermione said decisively, moving a bit closer to me. We've been with Harry the whole time, Professor, Ron said nervously, moving next to me like Neville. We really didn't do anything, didn't see anything. Harry also said. He only said he didn't see, not that he didn't know, Professor Snape said, a cold line curling at the corners of his lips. Do you really think such obvious Gryffindor-style linear text tricks can fool a teacher so easily? Your mind is a bit too simple, Weasley. Ron's face turned almost as red as his hair. Severus, what we need is more clues from these children. I believe they are not lying, it's just that the way or direction we asked was wrong, Professor Dumbledore said gently, unsurprised by Snape's dismissive sneer. So, Harry, could you look up at us? No one here doubts you. I know you all don't doubt me. The problem is, Harry. Hermione, who is only a few centimeters taller than me and is standing closest, is the first to notice the restrained pain hiding under my bangs. Harry, don't touch me. As Hermione, worried, reaches out to grasp my arm, I stumble aside and back away against the wall. Don't come near. Stay away, please. Harry. Ron and Neville rush forward in concern, but Professor Dumbledore blocks them. I'm grateful he stopped them in time, though unfortunately, I can't let it distract me because the chaotic magic I can no longer suppress surges violently within me. At the same time, my inner energy and the plants, acting to protect my body and mind, start to stir. They sweep away all nearby objects and people for at least 5 meters. Even the devil's snare erupts uncontrollably, piercing through my cloak. Around me, green, eerie, decaying flames spin in one protective circle after another, scorching the floor, surrounding walls, and objects into pocked, scarred ruins. I'm not completely unaware of how terribly my sudden loss of control is destroying the surroundings, nor am I completely blind to Hermione and the others' panic and worry as all 3 teachers decisively move them to a safe distance. But I've never encountered my magic in such a chaotic, uncontrollable state before. Even with the control of an adult wizard, I had already sealed away 60% of my raw power before I officially enrolled 2 years ago. Even the remaining 40% rioting like this is no joke. And although my inner energy and mental strength assist me, I had just spent an extended time in an extremely dark place, and the jarring news about the Chamber of Secrets in a moment of lapse overwhelmed my spirit. This string of coincidences and a moment of carelessness gave my soul fragment of the Dark Lord a chance to resonate and connect with the controller of the basilisk. Why must you resist so? I clutch my own arms in agony, pressing against the wall and gasping for air, making no attempt to direct my inner energy and mental strength to calm my raging magic. However, no matter what I do, the magic held by the Dark Lord's soul remains chaotic and uncontrollable, even resisting my mental attempts to channel it, burning and swelling the scar on my forehead. You're just like me. I forced my eyes open, wet and blurry from the headache, and saw a figure graceful yet as translucent as a pearl standing not far in front of me, looking down at me with an understanding, compassionate gaze. No parents, the aunt and uncle who adopted you, never treated you kindly no matter how much you tried to please them. The response was always disdain and contempt. Scenes from my past at the Dursleys flashed before my eyes. I shook my head in resistance. No, it's not like that. Even your cousin only ever bullied you, chasing you around and mocking you. That's not true. I was breathing in pain. Don't look, don't let it affect you, I kept reminding myself. They adopted me. Can that even be called adoption? No birthday celebrations, no care, food always comes from the leftovers on the table. Your clothes and belongings are whatever your cousin didn't want, even changing from the cupboard to the closet. Before you came to Hogwarts, that house never gave you a proper place to stay. They adopted me. They are my family. My vision blurred as I retorted, no matter what, at least they care about me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken me in. That's because they were afraid of losing face, afraid of neighbors gossiping. And they already knew your true background, and were afraid of retribution from your parents' wizarding friends. The graceful figure sighed. Face it, Harry, they never loved you. The fear of a different world completely blinded their hearts. Even your grandfather did too. No, that's not right. My nails dug into my arms as I shook my head helplessly. It's not true. Other than duties and demands, your connection with them was only about medicine and martial arts. He taught me everything. Don't say that about him. Damn it. Why does it have to be said this way? Grandpa clearly loved me the most. He gave me his proudest skills. He is your dearest person, yes. But the reason why he did this was also because among his disciples and grandchildren, you were the only one willing to pass on his abilities. In other words, he didn't pay much attention to you at all except for inheritance. The voice continued mercilessly. Why deceive yourself like this, Harry? None of your relatives care about you at all. Even those who accept you just want to take advantage of you, and those people are not worth your effort for them at all. No one really looks at you. Even the professor of potions you admire the most has never looked at you directly. You are just a stand-in for your father, a continuation of his hatred. Shut up. I don't want to think about it anymore. Don't listen anymore. My past confusion and struggle are so heavy. It took me so long to convince myself to look away. What is this guy? What qualifications does he have to reopen my scab wound? I angrily let a silver needle in my left sleeve slip out and stabbed it into my thigh. You. Pearl's transparent figure swayed, and she couldn't help but kneel down. How did you find out? Just when you are talking nonsense. I pulled out the silver needle, endured the huge pain in my forehead and body, and stared angrily at the shadow in front of me. You don't understand anything at all. Just based on the memory of those fragments, you are not Grandpa and Professor Snape. Why are you criticizing them like this? Yes, they are strict with me, very harsh, and sometimes even very unreasonable. I admit that I will also feel wronged and hurt by their attitude, but so what? Compared to those people who are kind on the surface and sinister on the inside, at least they have never concealed their true thoughts about me from me, let alone deceived me. And my relatives, they don't like me. I know I won't be able to change their minds for the rest of my life, but who in this world stipulates that the mood of giving must be rewarded? They are my blood relatives, the last blood relatives, and the last contact between my mother and me in this world. I just need to know that, and their attitude towards me doesn't matter at all. I paused and wiped away the tears that flowed uncontrollably. The existence of life cannot always be smooth and bright. When darkness falls, there will be wounds, pain, and loneliness. But if you only harbor resentment and believe that you are abandoned, then even if hope is right in front of you, you will never see it. Just like everyone else, I long for the sunlight of day, but that doesn't mean I detest the tranquility of the night. Wherever there is light, there will be shadows. Yin and yang are born together and coexist. Whether it's memories of joy and happiness or recollect ions of pain and sorrow, at least they are rights only living people can enjoy, rights that my father and mother taught me and granted me with their lives. Filled with anger yet resolute, I looked at the transparent, ghostly figure before me and raised the slender silver needle. So you have no right to scold the people I love, Voldemort. My body was bought with the lives and love of my father and mother, and my soul and abilities were granted with a lifetime of wisdom and knowledge by my grandfather and Professor Snape. People like you, who don't understand the sincerity of giving and seek strength only through killing and blood, will never understand the brilliance of sunlight or the gentleness of the stars and the moon. You, pitiful and detestable as you are, don't even have the right to touch my soul, let alone my body. Without hesitation, I plunged the silver needle fully into my chest amidst Hermione's piercing screams. Chapter 54. Fortune amid misfortune. So, it goes to show, the person you least want to offend in this world is a woman, and among all women, the one you must absolutely not provoke is a witch. If you offend an ordinary woman, be wary of her schemes and cunning, but if you provoke a witch, in addition to those, you better be mentally prepared to have your skin flayed alive. If you offend 2 or more witches, then write your will, buy good insurance, and if possible, pick out your gravesite as well. Thank you. This is the conclusion I came to just under 3 minutes after waking up in the warm, fragrant medicinal ward bed at the hospital, after enduring a joint verbal assault from Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall, followed by a long stretch of written labor, before I was finally allowed to lie back down and pitifully curl up under the blankets. And when I had just been released from the hands of 2 stern witches, I tested this argument again in less than 5 minutes. Hermione rushed into my ward with a rampage, and the first thing she did was to throw herself on the bed, grab my neck and shake it and yell at her. "You damn killer, damn super idiot." Not only was his eyes dizzy and white, but the force of his head shaking and almost falling this time, as well as the shocking portrait of the entire hospital room, all stared here. Whether it was true or not, everyone knew that Hermione was really crazy. How dare you, killing yourself right in front of us, completely without breathing and heartbeat? If Professor Dumbledore hadn't found out that the fire vine was still protecting you, Mrs. Pomfrey said you were just in a state of suspended animation to repair your body and mind. Do you know how worried we are? No, you don't even know, you don't even think about it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done that, you damn bastard. Woohoo, Professor McGonagall has read these words to me several times just now, and I already know that I was wrong. Please don't shake it anymore, okay, sister? You all have the temperament of a lady, the rationality of the chief model student of Hogwarts, my poor neck. Fortunately, just before I almost foamed at Hermione's mouth that made her brain fall out, Ron and Neville finally showed mercy and kindness to help pull Hermione away from me. I was lying on the bed like a mud, and I didn't even want to move a finger. Are you dead? With a finger poking on the back of my head, Neville asked coolly. If you don't want me to bite you off, take your finger back. I was so angry that I couldn't say. It seemed to be a sigh of relief, so low that I almost thought it was an illusion. I felt a sinking sensation on the edge of the bed at my hand. It looks just like Mrs. Pomfrey told us a few days ago. Once you wake up, you'll be perfectly fine, Neville said gently. Don't blame Hermione. She was worried sick these past 3 days while you were unconscious. The first thing she did after classes was come to the hospital wing to keep watch. She didn't even go to the library. It was only when Mrs. Pomfrey told her it was time for dinner that she agreed to return to the Gryffindor Tower. If you hadn't woken up, Ron and I were starting to think she might just move in here for good. I felt a bit guilty and lifted my eyelids to glance toward the foot of the bed. The little princess wasn't angry anymore, but she was now clinging to Ron and crying uncontrollably, making Ron stiff as a red stick. He could only awkwardly pat the back of the culprit, causing the flood on his chest in silent consolation. I'm sorry. I mumbled my apology into the pillow. Although Neville only mentioned Hermione and spoke lightly, I knew that during the days I was unconscious, both he and Ron must have been very worried and distressed. It's us who should be apologizing. Hearing Neville say this, I was a bit surprised and confused. I pulled my head from the pillow to look at him. Because we never cared about what life was really like for you at your aunt's house. You all knew. No way. Could it be that the apparition Voldemort created that day was seen by more than just me? Yeah. Neville nodded, his voice low with guilt. I sighed silently and got up from the bed. With Neville's help, I comfortably sat up against the head of the bed. I didn't mean to keep it from you, it just wasn't necessary. It's been this way for years, and I've long since come to terms with my aunt and their attitude toward me, I explained. Besides, what you saw were just fragments of memories. In the end, nothing really happened to me. I'm a wizard, how could muggles really harm me? Even back then when I couldn't use magic, I already had martial arts and inner strength, plus the ability to conjure my own fruit. I wouldn't have been in any danger. And the fact that I was still able to receive school notices and attend classes safely is the best proof of that, isn't it? Don't dwell on what you saw that day, they were just deceptive illusions Voldemort created to try to shape my will. But Neville flinched at the mention of the Dark Lord's name, yet he still wanted to say something, only to be cut off by my raised hand. Of course, although I've learned not to care about my relatives' attitude toward me, I must admit I'm not completely indifferent, otherwise that hallucination wouldn't have appeared so vividly, I confessed. But now I'm here at Hogwarts, spending far more time at school than at my aunt's house. There are so many fun things to do at school, and with you all around me, I hardly ever think about them or the past anymore though. By the way, I'm not the only one who rarely talks about their family. Neville, would you let me ask about your family? Neville remained silent, his face shifting to a troubled, tense look. I'm sorry, I apologized softly, knowing my words were a bit harsh and rude. But the only way to quickly make Neville understand my feelings and help him step out of the shadow of losing his parents to madness was this. I just want you to understand that even with the closest friends, sometimes we want to keep some private secrets. I don't like living under the gaze of others' pity. Neville shook his head, hesitating for a moment. You knew. I understood what he meant, nodded without hiding the truth, only tweaking some details of the facts. Know your enemy well, and you will never be defeated in battle. Since I learned who killed my parents, I've been researching him and his followers, what they've done before, so I'm sorry. No need to apologize, it's me who should be thanking you. Neville forced a stiff smile, glancing at Hermione, whose crying had gradually eased, and at Ron, still in his robotic state. In the future maybe, if there's a chance. I nodded gently in understanding, saying nothing. Neville also fell silent for a moment, calming himself slightly, then changed the subject. So, what really happened that night? He asked after a pause. That shadow, was it really that person? I sighed helplessly. It should be. At that time, my magic was completely out of my control. Not only did my mind flood with a bunch of chaotic, foreign emotions and memories that weren't my own, but it also hurt like hell. It was very similar to facing Kirill last year, which is why my instinct told me it was him. I subconsciously touched my forehead. The lightning-shaped scar now feels nothing at all. Didn't Professor Dumbledore explain anything to you first? We were all stunned by your suicidal action back then, and then the professors were busy saving you, so where was the time or opportunity to explain anything? Neville said wryly. Although we later confirmed you were okay, Professor Dumbledore only said you seemed to have been hit by a dark magic illusion when you were unprepared, and your excessive resistance triggered a magical surge. Your innate power to control plants tried to protect you and got confused along with it. As for how you were hit by the dark magic, the professor said we'd have to wait until you were conscious to have it explained. Besides, we were all given a gag order, so we can't talk about you being attacked by dark magic. So now everyone thinks you were hospitalized because Peeves made you fall and got hit in the head by the night bus. Hospitalized because of Peeves? That's quite a convenient excuse. I pursed my lips without comment. But for Professor Dumbledore to have explained it so vaguely to Neville and the others, it seems he doesn't want them to know that a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul is also residing inside me. That's fine. I probably shouldn't know about it yet anyway, so I'll cooperate with that sly old fox for now. But even if I were to explain, I don't know when I was hit by dark magic. At that moment, I just suddenly felt my magic start to spiral out of control, and my mental power began to stir to protect my body. Mental power. Hermione, already calm again without me realizing when, sat at the foot of the bed, her eyes a little red and swollen, and along with Ron, heard what I just said. Mental power? When did you gain a power other than your magical power? I had no choice but to start explaining from the beginning. You all know that I have an innate ability to control plants, but when I manipulate plants, I don't use magic, I use another type of power. I don't even know the true name of this power, so I just call it mental energy. In other words, besides magical power and martial arts inner strength, I actually have 3 types of energy within me. Before I came to Hogwarts, except for occasional accidents when my magical power would suddenly go out of control and create some strange magic, these 3 energies within my body were always very obedient. After coming to the school and starting wizard training, my magical power became increasingly controllable and began growing purer and stronger. However, besides magic, the one that grew the fastest was my mental energy. Because my mental energy is closely connected to plants, and Hogwarts has plenty of plants both in the classroom greenhouses and in the forest, I was able to communicate with them quite a bit, which made me very happy. The more plants I communicated with and got their permission to control, the more plants I could manipulate. In my view, this was a good thing because it meant my abilities were getting stronger. But what I overlooked was that the reason these 3 types of energy in my body were originally so obedient was that they had reached a kind of balance within my body, and after coming to school, although I didn't neglect the practice of martial internal strength, compared to the rapid growth of my magical power and mental energy, my inner strength progressed relatively slowly. My explanation left the 3 of them a little unclear at first, but Hermione, being the smartest among us, quickly grasped the main point I was trying to convey. So, in other words, the 3 energies in your body, which were originally obedient, had their balance disrupted without you noticing. She asked, could it be that the reason your magical power suddenly surged on Halloween night wasn't because of a curse, but because of a problem in your own training? But that phantasmal shade. No, what Professor Dumbledore said is true. I did fall for the plot without realizing it. I continued to explain, while recalling the situation at that time. However, it is true that there was a problem with my practice. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been so easily hit by illusion magic without noticing it at all. After all, I had been hit by the magic of the Erist mirror last year, and I could sense some clues. But it was this experience before, when I realized that my first reaction when I was hit by a dark magic illusion was to use the flow of magic to resist, but it turned out to trigger the most critical trap of the dark magic in me. My magic was controlled by Voldemort's phantom. Hearing the name of the Dark Lord made the 3 of them hold their breath. Are you really sure is it that person? Ron couldn't believe it, but judging from the age, that person should be at least in his 60s, but the phantom that night was so young. Yes, is still very handsome. I snorted softly, but no matter how young and handsome you look, the essence of your soul will not change. When I met the phantom's eyes, I knew it was Voldemort. The scar on my forehead reminded me of it. Because the magic power is controlled, your spiritual power will also start to riot in order to protect you, and then the magic fire vine will suddenly appear, and the reaction will be so violent that it is difficult for us to get close to you. Hermione's face sank again. But even so, you shouldn't be so impulsive and use that way to get yourself out of the illusion of black magic. Professor Dumbledore and the others were all there. Just one more minute. Let's not even talk about wizards. just among fighters, as long as they find an opening during a fight, it would definitely take less than 3 seconds to kill the opponent. Converted to a minute, how many times do you think I could be killed? I smiled bitterly, and the situation back then wasn't just about hallucinations. Voldemort's goal was to devour my soul and take over my body, which is why he used those illusions to destabilize my mind. Besides my magical energy being taken over and my mental strength going haywire, my internal energy also went berserk because 2 other powers inside my body were raging at the same time. To protect my organs from damage, it started automatically absorbing and converting the other 2 energies, but it ended up overabsorbing and at that critical moment advanced my level. Wait a minute, poor Neville. This whole string of explanations of mine seemed a bit beyond his understanding. His brows knitted deeply. Your internal energy can absorb other powers and advance? How does that even work? I had no choice but to reveal a bit more of the secret of the unique internal skill passed down in my family. The internal energy my grandfather taught me was originally intended to nurture my body, so I wouldn't be so frail. But power is power nonetheless. When used correctly, like relying solely on your own training, this internal energy is mainly for health and self-defense. However, if you aim to become stronger, besides training on your own, my internal energy also has the ability to devour other people's internal energy. What even my grandfather didn't know is that the energy he taught me could also convert magical energy and mental strength. I discovered this myself when I was 8, the first time I advanced. Finally, after developing a sense of chi and fully mastering the flow of internal energy, I realized it myself. Grandpa once reminded me before he passed away that although my inner strength could also be enhanced by devouring others' inner strength, it is ultimately not a power cultivated by myself. If the growth is too fast, an unstable foundation can easily lead to going astray. So I also promised him that I would never use devouring to increase my own inner strength first, because anyone whose inner strength is devoured would never be able to practice martial arts again in their lifetime, which is extremely cruel for a martial artist, like using dark magic to curse and imprison a wizard's power so that they can never use magic, equally cruel. Second, I am very aware of my own body. Although I am currently as healthy as an ordinary person, my innate bones and muscles are still far from the basic physical condition required of a martial artist. If someone like me loses control of inner strength and goes astray, death would be the only possible outcome. So even later, when I discovered that my mental power and magic could also be absorbed by inner strength, I never proactively use such conversion. I value my life very much. It's okay if my inner strength grows slowly. After all, I still have wizard magic and can control plants. Even if something really happened, if I can't win, I can still run, right? Since I have memory, I've never been caught when trying to evade tracking. I once overheard Grandpa complain to Grandma more than once that if my medical skills and martial arts talent had even half the cleverness I had while escaping, he wouldn't have had to teach me so hard. When I got to this part, my tone inevitably carried a little pride, which made the 3 of them find it amusing and helpless. What's there to be proud about being good at running away? Hermione looked genuinely exasperated yet amused, but by the end she began choking up again. And if you really value your life so much, then why didn't you run that night and use such extreme measures? We almost thought you were really dead. Sorry. Just as I was about to look around for a tissue or handkerchief, Ron was quicker and handed me a handkerchief. Judging by such a smooth, confident gesture with no hesitation, he must have done this kind of thing many times in just these 3 days. Thinking of this made me feel even guiltier. But, please, trust me, okay? Hermione, I never intended to commit suicide. It really was out of necessity at the time. Advancing internal power is definitely not a trivial matter, and it was an advancement triggered by an instinctive conversion of external forces that I couldn't control. On top of that, I was trapped in an illusion and couldn't fully control my magical and mental energy. My only choice was to temporarily put my body into a state of apparent death, sealing the acupoints and completely severing consciousness and connection to the outside world. Only by doing this could I quickly break the illusion magic and calm the restlessness of the 3 types of energy within me, allowing them to harmonize and find a new balance on their own. That really was the fastest way I could think of to break the dark magic illusion back then, and it just happened to solve the issues I had encountered in my recent practice. I admit, I didn't think too much when I decided to do this, and I didn't consider your feelings my fault. But you also know the situation at the time. I truly didn't have the time or opportunity to explain. If I had a choice, I would have rather faced magical backlash. At least with so many teachers in the school, I knew there would be a chance to save myself. But once my internal power goes out of control, apart from Grandpa, no one else could help me. Then how is your body now? Hearing me speak so bluntly about the danger of losing control over my inner power, Ron asked anxiously. It's fine now. Didn't Madame Pomfrey say so too? I waved my arm to show I wasn't lying. The method of forcibly putting the body into a state of apparent death is extreme, but it's also a strong medicine. By tackling the root of my 3 types of energy this way, they obediently found new balance on their own. Now not only is my body fine, but the 3 types of energy are purer and more stable than before. It's just that my internal power still needs some time to consolidate its foundation to prevent future issues. So going forward, morning boxing practice alone isn't enough. I also need to add afternoon training sessions, for at least about half a year. Ron and Neville visibly relaxed after my reassurance, while Hermione peeked out from behind her handkerchief, her eyes red. So back then, you really weren't. No, knowing what she wanted to ask, I said decisively, I don't have that kind of noble spirit to perish alongside an enemy. The so-called enemy is something you must absolutely despise, relentlessly suppress, completely crush, and uproot. Dying alongside an enemy is the lowest form of action, especially someone like Voldemort, who simply isn't worth anyone losing their life for. If you ask me, I would make every effort to live happier, more fulfilling, and longer than him. Until you can eliminate the enemy, the best way to torment them is to make sure they know you are living better than they are, remaining a thorn in their side, making them gnash their teeth in hatred but unable to act rashly. That's the highest form of deceiving the enemy, and my grandfather personally demonstrated this to me. The incisive argument I delivered in a righteous and solemn tone left not only Ron and Neville dumbfounded, but even Hermione, who had been crying, stared at me in astonishment. Harry, your grandfather, Neville asked weakly, was he really just a muggle doctor? Of course, and he's the most skilled healer and martial artist I've ever seen, I answered proudly, completely oblivious to the serious doubt plainly written on their faces. A stifled laugh drifted from the doorway, and the 4 of us turned our heads simultaneously. Over Neville's shoulder, the first thing I saw was a gleaming long beard. Professor Dumbledore. The 3 of them immediately stood up. Professor, Oh, it's nothing, don't be nervous. Professor Dumbledore stepped into the infirmary, smiling at us. I've already explained to Madame Pomfrey on your behalf. She understands your concern for Harry and won't pursue the matter of you entering the infirmary while she was away, but she did ask me to tell you that Harry still needs to rest for a couple of days for observation, and can only be discharged once she's sure he's completely fine. So you can't monopolize Harry for the whole afternoon, and Gilderoy is waiting for you to attend class. Class? The 3 little faces were clearly stunned. Then I heard Hermione scream. Oh my goodness, Defense Against the Dark Arts. I can't believe I forgot Professor Lockhart's class this afternoon. She flusteredly jumped onto the sofa nearby, grabbed the 3 of their backpacks, then hurried back to the bed, tossed Ron and Neville's backpacks to them, quickly gave me a kiss on the cheek, and said, "We'll come see you tonight, rest well." Then, before I could say goodbye, she hurriedly dragged the 2 boys, who were still fumbling with their own backpacks and hadn't reacted yet, toward the door. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore, we have to go to class now. Oh, Hermione, what are you doing? Running around and then suddenly stopping. Ron's complaint was cut off as he, nearly colliding and falling, was flustered by Hermione dragging him around so nervously and then suddenly breaking the moment they stepped out the door. Neville beside him gasped in the same way. What's wrong? Noticing the 3 of them standing at the door with suddenly grim expressions, I frowned slightly and asked, what happened? Nothing. Hermione decisively pushed the 2 boys, one pale and flustered, the other stunned and dazed, out the door, then turned back to me, her little face flushed red, and quickly said, "Nothing at all. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore. Goodbye, Harry. We'll come over after dinner. Bye-bye." I stared at the hospital room door, which Hermione had casually closed behind her, filled with questions. Miss Granger really is a lively and considerate young lady, isn't she? Before I could continue pondering, Professor Dumbledore sat at the edge of my bed and casually waved his wand, making a small table with a kettle and teacups slide over to my side. "These past few days, Madame Pince hasn't seen you 2 in the library. She has missed you quite a bit." "Yes, Hermione has always taken good care of us. Whether it was academics or daily life, if it weren't for her patient reminders, I think the 3 of us would have gotten into even more trouble." I looked at the tea set that had started brewing tea on its own under Professor Dumbledore's practiced magic, as well as 2 or 3 plates of sandwiches and candy treat platters that had appeared on their own. Only then did I feel my stomach's silent protest. I'm really sorry for making you and everyone else worry over the past few days. Hermione mentioned the things you and Madame Pomfrey did for me. I really appreciate it. It's nothing compared to the decisive treatment you gave yourself. What we teachers could do was just provide you with a quiet, undisturbed place to recover." Professor Dumbledore smiled as he poured the brewed tea into a cup. "How many spoons of sugar do you like?" "No sugar, but a bit more milk, thank you." I took the milk tea Dumbledore handed me and almost impatiently took a sip. The temperature perfect, milky tea aroma slid down my esophagus into my stomach, and I found myself squinting comfortably. "You really like milk and chocolate, don't you?" Professor Dumbledore pointed at several cans of assorted candies on the low cabinet by the bed that I hadn't noticed. "Over the past few days, when Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom came to see you, they'd leave some candies behind. It's hard not to notice that you seem to really enjoy sweets. From a medical perspective, moderate sweets can maintain both mental and physical happiness," I said, taking small sips of my milk tea, "but that's really just an excuse for my openly sweet tooth. I didn't have many chances to eat candy before, so when I came to school, I accidentally got addicted to the taste of sweetness melting in my mouth. Last year, there was a period when I overindulged in candy and couldn't eat proper meals, and Hermione scolded me for several days after finding out. Since then, my candy has been mostly controlled by Hermione and the others. I'm not allowed to carry more than one pocket's worth of candy every day. Anything extra gets taken away." Professor Dumbledore chuckled lightly and stroked his beard. "Even small pleasures are restricted. Doesn't it feel unpleasant? Poppy often scolds me for eating too many lemon sherbets, but at my age, these are just the few little interests I have left." He took a sip of tea. "However, this also means that the people around us genuinely care about us, otherwise, they wouldn't keep nagging us all the time, right?" "Yes, Professor." I nodded in agreement. "Everyone shows care in different ways. Some are straightforward, some are quiet and discreet, but no matter the method, as long as it comes from the heart, the person being cared for will eventually feel it and understand." Professor Dumbledore looked at me with kind eyes, yet there was still a layer of profound meaning in his gaze. "Are these insights you gained from your grandfather, or," he paused, "are they your hopes for your aunt's family?" I didn't look away from him and smiled faintly. "Both, I suppose." I lowered my head and continued sipping my tea, taking a small bite of a sandwich. Chapter 55. Until I had slowly chewed and finished 2 sandwiches, Professor Dumbledore didn't speak. He was quietly unwrapping a candy while enjoying the early winter afternoon scenery outside the window. I maintained the highest standard of eating in silence and didn't initiate conversation. I, of course, knew that Professor Dumbledore surely had many questions he wanted to ask me, especially after the illusory magic attack on Halloween night. Just thinking about this makes me depressed, although I'm very confident in the seal on my memories from my previous life, especially after this incident. I completely trust my hypnotic sealing skills. This accident didn't actually reveal anything, but that illusion magic truly exposed the most unbearable and painful emotions I've had in my life so far, both at the Dursleys and during the time I studied with my grandfather. Of course, the parts of memory I had altered just to be safe. Damn Voldemort. I couldn't help cursing the Dark Lord again in my heart. Among all the dark magic that can consume souls or possess others, why did he have to pick this kind mental attacks? Even though I roughly knew that with his current soul fragments, the most he could manage were tricks of this level. Privacy is something I've always valued above all. If this illusion magic had just targeted me, it would have been one thing, but he made it open because of this alone. I will definitely not let you vanish easily until I completely destroy you, you damn. Although our grudge had always been immense due to all the suffering, even after more than 10 years of cursing, I still instinctively and resentfully added another layer of hatred toward the Dark Lord. "So, you don't want to talk about it, Harry?" As I lowered my head to finish the last sip of my milk tea, considering whether to get another cup for myself, Professor Dumbledore spoke gently. "About that night?" I lifted my head with slight surprise, somewhat amazed that the old sly headmaster would be so straightforward this time, yet when I looked into his warm sky-blue eyes, I understood. "If you mean the matter at my home, I have nothing to say, Professor," I said seriously. "The things that appeared that night were all illusions created by the illusion magic. I don't think there's any need to discuss it." Professor Dumbledore looked at me deeply. "Illusion magic requires special caution from wizards precisely because it usually reflects our inner selves, especially illusions based on dark magic, Harry. I don't think there's any need for discussion, and I don't want to discuss it." I repeated, "Maybe my body is only 12 years old, which is very young, but after all, I already possess the mind of an adult. In my previous life, I was a doctor. Do I not know myself whether I need psychological counseling? I looked straight into Professor Dumbledore's eyes without avoiding him and spoke seriously. What you saw that night has already passed, Professor. For me, dwelling on the past has no meaning. What's most important is what I have now. I am very satisfied with my current life, and what happened that night was nothing but a farce indeed. I admit that the dark magic illusion did show some truly awful things, but you should know even better than I do that there is a lot of exaggeration in what such a dark magic illusion presents. Let's be frank, although I didn't know this before entering school, I am after all a wizard, while my adoptive relatives are all muggles. Causing me real harm isn't that simple. I gave a mischievous smile. And haven't I told you before? When I get mischievous ideas, I certainly don't fall short of Fred and George. Do you really think someone like me would let myself be disadvantaged? I am not some idiot who passively accepts everything. Besides, I had already learned martial arts at that time. Anyone who wanted to cause me trouble first had to see if they could catch me. Professor Dumbledore paused, then chuckled softly. So it's your proud ability to run away, huh? No, Professor, I said with a cheeky grin. Running away is only called retreating when you can't win. When you can win but still pull back, that's called a strategic withdrawal. There's a big difference between the two. Professor Dumbledore chuckled heartily, stopping only after quite a while. Although I have said it before, I must say it again, Harry. Professor Dumbledore looked at me warmly. You really are a child who surprises people. You always have such fresh and unique insights that no one would expect from someone your age. It is truly a great pleasure to talk and spend time with you. You flatter me, Professor. I smiled as I picked a piece of Honeyduke's latest early winter limited edition raspberry chocolate from the candy platter on the low table. I just read a lot of miscellaneous books, so naturally, I have more chaotic thoughts too. This is really delicious. Can I keep a few more pieces? These were prepared especially for you, so take as many as you like. Seeing my somewhat surprised look, Professor Dumbledore winked at me. These past few days, even before I had a chance to say anything, someone had already brought me plenty of treats while running errands outside of school, in amounts so large that I could hardly finish them. It was a bit troubling the first time this happened, so having your kind help to resolve some of it is wonderful. I was even a bit worried Poppy might start nagging me about it again. Is that so? Hearing that I could openly accept such a large amount of these exquisite candies, my eyes lit up, without thinking much about who this clumsy, well-meaning person causing such a beautiful little predicament for Professor Dumbledore might be, though whoever it was, Merlin bless them. Then I won't be polite. In high spirits, I carefully picked out a few of my favorite flavors from the platter, not noticing that besides the pleasure, Professor Dumbledore's warm gaze on me also carried a hint of relief and guilt. Then, besides this matter, Harry, that night when you found Mrs. Norris' condition, could you tell me about it? I'd like to hear it from you. The little bubble of happiness was immediately punctured by the reminder of serious matters, making me realize half of my cheerful mood had vanished. I quietly reflected on how increasingly unguarded I had become in front of the old fox, while slightly embarrassed, as I withdrew my hand. I thought Hermione and the others had already told you, Professor. They did tell me what they saw. But during that short period before they caught up with you after you ran to the scene, you were not with them, Professor Dumbledore said gently. And why did you run there, Harry? From what I know of the situation, it seems you went straight to where Mrs. Norris was in trouble, without much hesitation. I hesitated. Should I really say it? Especially since the whole thing went off track. I thought I had already stopped them, and now, Harry? I didn't answer, just bit my lip. A voice. What? It was a sense of helplessness before the power of fate and the uncontrolled butterfly effect, as well as a reluctance to bet my classmates' lives the snake demon was really too dangerous. Even though my overall power had stepped up a level after this unexpected attack, I didn't overestimate myself enough to think I could always watch over everyone in a castle where the snake demon was lurking, let alone the fact that some unknown mastermind, whoever it was waiting for me to investigate. I heard a voice. Deciding to reveal part of what I knew, I carefully chose my words. When we left the Deathly party and approached the hall, I heard a voice coming from inside the walls of the staircase. A voice? Professor Dumbledore frowned, his tone still gentle but with added seriousness. What kind of voice? Very wild. I thought about how best to describe it, and also hungry, I think. Because it said it was hungry, wanted to kill something to eat, wanted to drink blood, sounded very savage and cruel. It was the first time I heard such a voice, so directly revealing a desire for blood, so I was a bit scared, and then when I came to my senses, I was already following the voice, moving in the direction it went in the walls. I didn't wait for Ron and the others to catch up because the voice moved really fast, but even so, I eventually lost track of it. Then I heard a strange sound of water, turned a corner, and found myself in the flooded corridor, seeing Mrs. Norris already petrified. After that, Ron and the others found me. So before that, aside from the voice, you didn't see anything or anyone suspicious? No, Professor. Is that so? I didn't disturb Professor Dumbledore's contemplation because I was busy picking out my favorite flavors from the second dessert platter actually, knowing the seriousness of the Chamber of Secrets being opened more than anyone. I was definitely the most eager to find out what was going on and who the culprit was, but with my current skills, trying to deliberate in front of the old fox would have a ridiculously high chance of revealing my own hand. Of course, this was absolutely not a matter of trust or distrust, but given my situation and goals, some things are better kept secret for now. Damn fate, damn butterfly effect, damn Voldemort. But the one who truly deserves 1,000 curses is the bastard god of creation who threw me in here to face all this mess. Curse them all. I muttered curses against the culprit who had forced me into this situation for the 1001st time in my mind while chewing on a maple tawny toffee I picked out. But despite my anger, necessary action still had to be taken. It was just obvious that the situation this time was unlike last year. To begin with, Mrs. Norris being petrified so completely was a clear sign to anyone with eyes that the culprit was extremely skilled in dark magic. Add to that the fact that I had been unconsciously trapped in a vision, with the apparition attempting to attack my mind and take over my body being Voldemort himself. Professors Dumbledore and the others must know that this time, it was the Dark Lord's doing. The crucial question was, by what means these things were carried out, who followed his orders to do them, and the chamber. Harry. I looked up and met those sky-blue eyes behind half-moon glasses, solemn and serious. I must insist, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said gravely, that after Poppy allows you to leave the infirmary, and until we find the one who harmed Mrs. Norris, please, wherever you go, whatever you do, do not act alone. Professor? I frowned, trying to understand what he meant. I'm not trying to stop you and your friends from investigating anything. In fact, even if I and all the teachers forbade you from doing dangerous things, I imagine you probably wouldn't completely listen. My slightly awkward expression of acquiescence made the smile vanish instantly from Professor Dumbledore's eyes. He continued, it's just that you should be clearer than your friends, especially after experiencing the illusion magic that night, that this matter is not simple, and it's very likely extremely dangerous, especially since it's quite obvious that this time it has a direct connection to Voldemort. In less than an hour one night, there were 2 attacks, and you almost lost your life or worse, were at risk of having your soul devoured, which makes it hard for me not to worry that the school really has Voldemort's henchmen present again, and it's very likely. You mean a student, is that what you are suggesting? I took up what he had and said, you think it's possible that some student was tempted by him, attacked Mrs. Norris and me, even opened the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Dumbledore sighed softly, so you do know about the chamber, where did you hear it from? I remember the blood words on the wall where Mrs. Norris was attacked. I spoke straightforwardly, and it's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history that there is a Chamber of Secrets belonging to Slytherin's heir. Although the book also says it's just a rumor, rumors and legends are based on some degree of truth, aren't they? Studious, erudite, quick-witted, vigilant and careful, why is it that your virtues make things particularly troublesome for me at a time like this? Professor Dumbledore gave a helpless smile. Yes, Harry, judging from various clues in the past, the Chamber of Secrets belonging to Slytherin's heir indeed exists. It's just very unfortunate that, as everyone knows, no wizard has found the chamber in the past 1,000 years, so most people believe it's just a legend. Even I, in the years when I first started teaching at Hogwarts, thought the same. But later, certain things happened that changed your view, I said with a probing tone, as if asking Professor Dumbledore and at the same time asking myself. Most likely, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before, and the one who opened the chamber, you once said that Voldemort was your student, so Voldemort must have opened the chamber and released the monster inside. He is the heir of Slytherin. The message left by the perpetrator that night makes it impossible for me not to worry that the chamber might be opened again. Professor Dumbledore did not deny it. Instead, he continued earnestly, but aside from that matter, I am equally concerned about your situation, Harry. Concerned about me? I'm fine, I frowned in confusion. That night, the surge of power went out of control, and the hidden danger caused by my own erroneous practice has been resolved. My body is perfectly fine now. No, I am not referring to your body, and of course, not your spirit either. Professor Dumbledore paused. You are far stronger than any of us ever imagined, and especially after talking with you just now, I am even more certain of that. Yes, I don't need to worry, because your soul is so pure and gentle that with Voldemort currently in his weakened state, it is absolutely impossible for him to touch such a soft and pure soul without suffering any harm. Especially after that night's failure, he will certainly not dare to use any mental magic on you for a long time. What I am worried about is something else that happened to you in the past. Something else? I became even more confused. What else could have happened to me that would make Professor Dumbledore so worried and serious? I still can't be sure. After all, it is just my personal guess and suspicion. Professor Dumbledore looked at me, deep and serious. I need some time to investigate and confirm my suspicion. So until then, I hope that wherever you go, you will try to stay with your friends as much as possible, okay? I fell silent but did not look away from Professor Dumbledore's eyes for a moment, pressing my lips together. I don't want to promise something I can't do, but, I said reluctantly, since this is your wish, I promise that, until the culprit of this incident is caught, I will stay as much as possible with Ron and the others. If that's not possible, I will at least make sure they know where I am and can always find out my status or locate me. Is that okay, Professor? Professor Dumbledore continued to gaze at me intently, just as I felt as if those sky-blue eyes were staring through me all the way to the Arctic Circle. He suddenly relaxed his gaze and returned to his usual easygoing and kind demeanor. Very well, very well. I also know that asking this of you without any explanation, for a child, being able to make such a promise is already the utmost level of honesty, so let's leave it at that for now. Professor Dumbledore stroked his beard, took out his wand to refill the teapot and plates on the little table, and then casually conjured 2 books on herbology and potions to place by my bedside. I wasn't seeing things, right? Those titles seem like, I think, I had seen them several times in the catalogue cards of the restricted section during my night visits to the library, but had never actually found them. Since Poppy said you will have to stay here for at least 2 more days, surely there won't be much to do while in the infirmary, Professor Dumbledore said as he watched me eagerly open one of the books and start flipping through it rapidly, a faint smile spreading across his face. I think these 2 books, along with these candies, should help make these next couple of days less boring, don't you think? Yes, but I guess I should start worrying about whether I'll end up eating too many sweets or reading so much that I forget to sleep, and then get caught by Madame Pomfrey or Hermione. I first made a sour face in complaint, then hugged the book and started grinning foolishly. But who cares? With these 2 books and these candies, even if I had to pinch Hermione's neck for 10 minutes right now, I'd do it willingly. I happily told Professor Dumbledore, "Thank you so much, Professor. I'll return the books immediately once I'm done reading them." "That's not necessary. These 2 are very important books by Mrs. Pince, and when you finish reading them, just return them to her," Professor Dumbledore said gently, getting up and leaving the edge of the bed. "Well, I think I should leave too, lest Poppy come in and chase me after me because I have been too long to disturb your rest, and maybe you have other visitors." It doesn't matter if there are visitors or not, the point is that I finally have a quiet moment when I can slowly organize my mind and read a book without having to be wary of legilimency. After watching the old Fox principal leave, I couldn't help but sigh softly. After touching the old covers of Mermaid Flowers Under the Moon and Super Potion, I moved myself to a more comfortable position at the head of the bed, took another piece of chocolate shortbread, and began to use my brain while reading. Chapter 56, Search and Decision. 2 days is not long, but it is enough to recall all the situations so far, whether I should know or not, and even those futures that I know but are carefully buried in my memory, and then, after eliminating some suspicions, no matter how much I don't want to believe it, I still have to put my doubts on the place where I claim to have been lost for centuries and have actually been refound a long time ago. And now it does exist in Hogwarts, only hidden in the most hidden corner, the crown of Ravenclaw, which has long been one of the Dark Lord's clones. After all, in addition to the diary that I had tightly hidden under my suitcase, and myself, Rowena Ravenclaw's crown was another vessel that currently existed in the castle and contained the fragments of Voldemort's soul. After leaning on the hospital bed and trying to make such a possible inference, I almost groaned, and I almost couldn't stand that super potion that I teamed up with. During that summer vacation, I got my hands on Riddle's diary. Although I didn't manage to break any of the dark magic on it, I bypassed it by using a lot of detection magic and mental analysis. I almost completely figured out the principles behind creating and casting Horcruxes, so much so that I realized that being chosen by a dark wizard to become a vessel for their soul isn't only closely related to the wizard's own past experiences and emotions, but the inherent power of the vessel itself is also an indispensable factor. As for experiences and emotions, there's no need to elaborate. The stronger the dark wizard's feelings toward the vessel, whether hatred or respect, the higher the obsession that drives it, and after casting the soul-splitting spell, the natural repulsion from the vessel is lower. Meanwhile, the vessel itself must possess energy at least on par with the dark wizard's soul to protect the soul fragment, a fundamental function of a proper Horcrux. In other words, even if the soul container initially chosen by the dark wizard is pure and sacred, once the soul-splitting magic succeeds and it becomes a Horcrux, it inevitably becomes a corrupt object of dark magic. No matter how much original power remains, it cannot rid itself of evil energy. This actually explains very well why, compared to my previous life, my time spent making poisons and my success rate are almost 30% better than when making potions. Plus I found dark plants I control and curses I taught myself particularly easy to handle. I felt quite helpless when I came to this conclusion. Thinking about it carefully, if my mother hadn't sacrificed her life and magical power to place an almost unbreakable, deeply ingrained protection curse on me, which prevented Voldemort from physically harming me and also sealed any dark soul fragments accidentally entering my body to a significant degree, considering the way I was treated growing up in the Dursley household, honestly, I still think it's unbelievable that the Potter in my initial memories didn't fall and fuse with the soul fragment to become a second Voldemort. At most, he just became rebellious and hot-tempered around 15 or 16, which really can be listed as one of the top 10 mysteries in this world. Feeling emotional or not, it doesn't change the fact that after studying Riddle's diary in depth, I became more focused on Horcruxes and more determined to destroy them, and because of this, the moment I guessed that this time's mysterious incident in the chamber might be caused by the Ravenclaw diadem, I became even more troubled. The Ravenclaw diadem, setting aside its Horcrux power for a moment, is the most precious relic left by Rowena Ravenclaw, the Scottish noblewoman among the four founders of Hogwarts, known for her vast wisdom and intelligence, as well as her beauty, making her legendary in wizarding history. Rumor has it, this diadem, a gift from the goddess of wisdom, can grant anyone wearing it clarity and supreme intelligence. Regardless of the authenticity of this legend, being the relic of the smartest witch in wizarding history and a container of soul valued by the Dark Lord, just these 2 points alone make me damn sure that dealing with this diadem is going to be extremely tough. If it involved a basilisk fang, dealing with it would be no problem, but right now, I touched the magic fire vine I was wearing under my robe for protection among all the evil cursed flames. The only one I can fully control with the help of dark plants is a mildly aggressive dark rot fire, but flames that can seriously injure the soul, like infernal fires or true hellfire that can burn souls, in my current state of sealing 6/10 of my magical power, would take me at least 2 or 3 years to master. Long-term solutions won't help with urgent problems. I sighed involuntarily. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Finally, after enduring 2 whole days under Madame Pomfrey's supervision, having a ton of tonics force-fed to me, and undergoing countless meticulous checks and observations, I was given approval to leave. After finishing the final check with the head nurse and just after changing my clothes, I heard Madame Pomfrey outside the curtain tidying up medical equipment, concernedly asking. Only then did I realize the helplessness that had accidentally slipped out of my mouth. Nothing. I adjusted my collar, pulled aside the curtain and stepped out, deliberately wearing an exaggerated disappointed look. It's just a pity that after leaving the hospital ward today, I won't be able to enjoy gourmet toffee and limited edition chocolate treats for every meal anymore. Madame Pomfrey paused for a moment, and when she realized, she reached out and flicked my forehead sharply. Stop fussing. The snacks and candies that the headmaster sent over these past couple of days, even the ones you didn't finish, I've let you keep them. Just those alone are more than enough to last you a full 2 weeks. She smiled and said, Miss Granger originally told me to keep an eye on your dessert intake, and I didn't really take it seriously. I didn't expect you to be so greedy with sweets. Try to show some restraint. You do consider yourself a muggle healer, after all, so don't eat so much candy that it affects your health. As for your nutrition, the self-planned schedule you showed me isn't bad. Since you know your body absorbs nutrients poorly, make sure to leave some room in your stomach for protein and beans, and don't fill up on cookies and candies, okay? Your body is far skinnier compared to other children your age, and even more so by boys' standards. I ended up standing there with a black line running across my mind in front of Mrs. Pomfrey, listening to her nag for nearly 5 minutes until a few first-year Hufflepuff boys who had been injured in defense against the dark arts class came to the hospital wing asking for help, and only then was I finally allowed to leave the ward. The long-lost freedom if possible. I really wanted to embrace this good feeling, but right now, my mind was focused solely on confirming my speculation, so I practically dashed straight to the room of requirement as soon as I stepped out of the hospital wing. Luckily, it was morning, and everyone was in class. I chose the shortest secret passage and paths, and without encountering anyone in the way, I successfully arrived at the castle's 7th floor. I paced back and forth along the corridor where the room of requirement was, constantly thinking about entering that storage space hiding hundreds of years of secret student possessions no one else knew about. It wasn't until my old, worn pocket watch pointed to dinner time that I crawled out of the room of requirement, covered head to toe in dust, dragging 5 large wooden boxes the size of 5 suitcases. After calling up the secret laboratory Ron and I used most frequently, I shoved the 5 boxes into my personal storage cabinet. Then, continuing with heavy steps, I slowly walked back to the Gryffindor Tower. After cleaning the dust off myself, I returned to the dormitory, took Riddle's diary from under the bed, and collapsed onto the pristine 4-poster bed, holding it in my arms. Searched for almost the entire day. I didn't even eat proper meals, just nibbled on candy, and got myself all dirty. I finally found that old, ugly wizard statue, but forget about a crown. I didn't even find a single tattered hat or worn-out shoe. If I hadn't discovered quite a few valuable antiques and some rather useful, though somewhat dangerous, magical items, even dug up Professor Snape's old potions textbooks, I really would have felt like today's exhaustion was totally for nothing. So cat-tingling frustrating. Lying on a big, soft pillow, my half-closed eyes felt heavy with fatigue, yet couldn't hide the scheming thoughts in my heart. Honestly, that storage courtyard is really huge. Maybe I just didn't find it. Maybe some other Horcrux slipped into the castle somewhere I didn't notice. The butterfly effect has already started becoming more apparent, hasn't it? But if what I studied before about the hidden connections and resonances between Horcruxes can indeed be utilized, then that not only explains why I so easily and unwittingly fell into the dark magic illusion on Halloween night, but even this time, the culprit, perhaps. My fingers lightly traced over the deep brown, aged leather cover of the book, hesitating. The best way to hide a drop of water is to throw it into the sea. Similarly, the fastest way to recognize the Serpent King in a pile of snakes, besides blending into the group, is to become the prey trapped under the control of the venomous snakes. Indeed, quite risky, I murmured quietly, my fingers brushing over the long, elegant signature of the book's first owner at the very bottom of the back cover. Tom Riddle, you really better be worth me doing this. With a silent, soft sigh, I summoned a small pumpkin vine the size of a pencil, bit my index finger, and smeared my blood on it. After confirming the vine had fully absorbed my blood, I opened the diary, slipped the little pumpkin vine between the blank first page, then closed it again, placing the entire diary under my pillow. Tilda. By the fountain in the staff dormitory's back courtyard the day after tomorrow, I casually drizzled dressing over my salad while fighting the nth yawn. Due to the rare clear and sunny weather, the sun had diminished the early winter chill in the air, adding a refreshing feeling. So I said I wanted to bask in the sun, and since the 3 of them also wanted to chat in detail with me about the past few days while staying in the hospital under Madame Pomfrey's supervision for several days, there was no objection to my proposal. We packed today's lunch, and it was the first time I brought Ron and the others to this secret spot I discovered soon after starting at the school. We enjoyed the natural scenery of the deserted courtyard while basking in the warm sunlight and having our meal. Probably because it was so comfortable, the sleepiness I had resisted all morning finally broke through, causing me to yawn non-stop after sitting down on the blankets Neville and Ron had spread by the pond. You look terrible, Hermione frowned at me and handed over a cup of pumpkin juice. What did you do all day yesterday after being discharged? You even slept a whole night and still look exhausted. Nothing much, just happened to discover a kind of storage space. There were quite a few interesting things inside, and I got carried away exploring, so lost track of time, I said, gratefully taking the cup and taking a sip before setting it down beside me. You saw that a lot of new stuff appeared in the cabinets in my lab this morning, didn't you? Not convinced of me yet. I'm not doubting you, you just looked really exhausted this morning. And Hermione paused awkwardly, sighed lightly. You've just been discharged. Can't you let yourself rest a few more days? Hearing the concern behind her words, it seemed she had already realized I had been active. I smiled slightly at her. I've been bedridden for almost a week already, that's long enough. My body is completely fine now, otherwise Madame Pomfrey wouldn't have discharged me. You don't need to worry so much. I responded ambiguously to Hermione's guess, unsurprised by her warning look telling me not to overdo things, and shifted the topic. Don't just talk about me. During the days I was in the hospital, you three weren't really that obedient and didn't snoop around at all, right? Tell me what you found out. I'm pretty curious. As soon as I finished speaking, the three of them simultaneously paused in the middle of eating. What's wrong? It's hard not to notice that Ron's face is particularly stiff among the three. What happened? Neville and Hermione gave Ron a worried look. After visiting you the night before yesterday, we went to Myrtle's bathroom before we went back to the dormitory. That's where Mrs. Norris got into trouble. Because Filch didn't know why he didn't stay there at that time and wanted to catch the prisoner, we took the opportunity to take a day tour. Seeing that Ron didn't react anything special, although his tone was still very careful, Neville continued, as a result, we didn't meet Filch, but we met Percy. You also know that he is a very serious person, and he is naturally very unhappy to see us coming out of the girls' bathroom. Then after listening to our explanation, he became even angrier when he knew we were going to investigate clues, and ended up arguing with Ron and even deducting points in the name of prefect. Actually made a fuss and deducted points. I was a little speechless. How fierce were they arguing? Although I was curious, I knew from their faces that it was better not to ask in front of Ron. I continued to change the subject. Well, did you find anything there? Nothing, except for the blood on the walls that still seems to be unable to be brushed off. The environment there has been tidied up, and it is almost so clean that you can't even see a speck of dust. Neville shook his head. But what did Hermione find? Although I personally think there should be nothing noteworthy. You don't pay attention to me, so you think it's strange, okay? Hermione angrily said. There is a whole nest of little spiders running around, crawling all the way out of the castle window. The reaction is so strange, and it only appeared after Mrs. Norris's accident. Isn't this suspicious? But it's just a spider running away. What does this prove? Ron finally looked up from his lunch plate. Mrs. Norris was petrified. Harry was attacked by illusion magic. All of this is that men sneaking into the castle and doing tricks, and the teachers know this, don't they? Could it be that the prisoner still has the ability to make spiders fearful? Even if it does, can it help us find the prisoner? This was the first time I saw Hermione rendered speechless by Ron's counter-question. Whether it matters or not, I still think any issue found at the scene, no matter how trivial or insignificant, should be taken seriously. At the very least, it should be investigated until a reasonable explanation is found. I'm not trying to defend Hermione, but some habits of thought and behavior are best instilled whenever possible, especially since the three of them are already my partners. Whether now or in the future, opportunities for this kind of investigation or operational work will only increase. I might still be able to remind them when I'm around, but if I'm not there, at least their observation skills and cautious attitude should reach a certain level, so they don't end up in bigger, inexplicable danger. By the way, speaking of blood writing, have you discovered anything about the Chamber of Secrets? We didn't look, Neville shrugged, pointing at Hermione. We just asked directly, and Professor Binns' answer was quite interesting, much more so compared to his usual lessons and style. I was momentarily stunned, then I recalled that something like that had happened in the memory. I looked at Hermione. You actually asked Professor Binns? Some things about the chamber are mentioned in Hogwarts, a history asterisk. I thought you'd just open the book and check. It's not like you don't have it. How dare you say that? Who was it that, in the first week of school, told me they couldn't find their copy of Hogwarts, a history asterisk, so I could borrow it and then never returned it? Hermione shot me an irritated glare. It made me spend ages in the library, and anyway, Madam Pince didn't have a copy to lend. It turns out all the school's copies were checked out the day after you got into trouble. Anyone wanting those books had to wait until next month. If I don't ask Professor Binns directly, who else could answer us about those historical legends from hundreds of years ago? I scratched my head awkwardly and gave a sheepish smile. Sorry, I completely forgot. I'll find the book and return it to you tonight when we get back to the dorm. Hermione hummed lightly but said nothing. Neville continued in a calm tone, but I think the part Professor Binns told us shouldn't be too different from what's recorded in Hogwarts, a history asterisk. The Chamber of Secrets doesn't actually exist. Whether it's the book or the teacher, they would all say the same. But the culprit probably wouldn't leave such a message for no reason. There must be a purpose behind those words, and they even deliberately hung the petrified Mrs. Norris to set up the scene that way. What do you think, Harry? I thought for a moment and shared with the three of them some key points from my conversation with Professor Dumbledore at the hospital wing that afternoon. Unsurprisingly, after listening, they immediately jumped into a heated discussion, even though the incident that happened to me made them realize that the heir of Slytherin was the Dark Lord himself. They didn't link anyone specifically to the chamber. However, regarding the Dark Lord's followers committing crimes within the school, they all unanimously pointed the finger at Malfoy just because, on Halloween night at the scene, that proud little noble said to Hermione, "Mudblood." He had it coming for blabbering without thinking, not considering T.O.P. I felt little sympathy, even sipping my pumpkin juice like a spectator, thinking to myself, with absolutely no intention of clearing the privileged young man of suspicion. After all, although the situation so far probably has nothing directly to do with the Malfoy family, Mr. Malfoy certainly had such intentions from the start. And to me, Malfoy was a child raised with a strong sense of aristocratic bloodlines, yet always unable to truly grasp the severity of things. He wasn't truly malicious, but those little flaws were genuinely exasperating. Oh well, what does it matter to me? Our positions in different houses already made it unlikely for us to form a close friendship. If it weren't for Professor Snape placing great importance on the Malfoys, I might have entirely ignored them as long as they didn't interfere with me. But that said, why, by the end of their discussion, did they still end up focusing on the Polyjuice potion? Looking at the 3 pairs of eager, shining eyes staring at me, I felt utterly helpless. I know that there is a potion called Transformation Water, and I also know its recipe. But it was a very complex high-end potion, and many of the materials used were very precious and rare, so I knew it but didn't really mix it, and even I only knew the mixing method roughly. It is well known that my potion ability and knowledge are approaching 7th graders, and if I say I don't know, no one will believe it. Are you really sure you want to use this thing? I really don't think we can do anything to Malfoy if we become some Slytherin. But how do you know if you don't try? Ron said eagerly. Since we have this kind of good thing that can transform into Slytherin, we can not only talk to Malfoy, but also ask others. Even if the prisoner wasn't Malfoy, he must have known something, considering that his family was such an old family and had served that person. Ron, I said calmly, in addition to the precious materials and time-consuming hardships that require the transformation water, it also requires something on the person you intend to transform. Ron quieted down and looked at me a little confused. Something? Yes, I nodded. Suppose you want to become a crab, then when the transformation water is ready, you must drink something that you put into the crab you want to transform into. For example, hair or nails. What? Ron let out a roar that looked like he was seriously offended. Nails? You actually want me to drink the ghost thing with crab's nails? It's not me who told you to drink. I just use hypotheses to state the necessary materials and procedures for transforming into water. I grabbed the piece of toast and stuffed it directly into Ron's mouth to block his mouth, then picked up a napkin and wiped his face. Next time, please find out the situation first and swallow the food before yelling at people, okay? It's a very disgusting feeling to be sprayed with chewed food. Neville held back his face with a smile and handed a cup of freshly filled pumpkin juice to Ron, who was choking, with a shaking hand. All right, although it doesn't sound very pleasant, I think we can overcome this small mental hurdle for the sake of sneaking into Slytherin to get Malfoy to talk. Besides, it sounds like that's a problem we only need to worry about after we successfully brew the potion. Hermione said seriously, not very successfully but still trying. So Harry, making the Polyjuice potion will be up to you, since you're the best at potions among us. All right. I silently looked at Hermione and sighed. I always thought you were the most rule-abiding among us, Hermione. I forced a helpless smile. I really didn't expect that this time it would be you so eager to break into another house's dorm and break the rules. I thought corrupting you would at least take another year or 2. Sigh, it can't be helped. Hermione also sighed, holding her cheek lightly with one hand, her tone full of regret. If I could, of course I'd like to continue being a good, obedient model student. But who could have known I'd meet you 3 troublemakers? If I didn't keep a close eye on you, who knows how many points Gryffindor would lose due to your impulsiveness and lack of brains. At least if I personally help plan for you, we can avoid a lot of accidents that might get us caught, and when necessary, my reputation as a model student can still be used to play the teachers a little, although I think that reputation isn't that trustworthy anymore. In that case, I put on a very regretful, apologetic look. We're actually dragging the beautiful and elegant Miss Granger into this? That's really most discourteous. Not at all. If the kind and gentlemanly Mr. Potter and his friends are willing to occasionally show some mercy, using their brains more than their hands when problems arise, I believe these troublesome situations could still be improved a lot. Enough cough cough. Ron finally managed to get the last of his toast down and caught his breath, weakly saying, I mean, you too cough cough when you talk, can you not imitate that lunatic Luna? You're making my skin crawl. Seriously. Hermione and I looked at each other and burst out laughing. Perhaps laughter really is contagious, because in just a few seconds, all four of us were laughing together. Happy times always seem to pass by faster. By the time we stopped laughing, we were shocked to realize that lunchtime was already over. Our discussion had to come to a temporary halt. Ron and Neville, urged by Hermione, quickly packed up what was left of their food, grabbed their backpacks, and rushed off to this afternoon's flying lesson. As for me, due to the accident a few days ago, Madame Pomfrey knew that now I had to practice in the afternoon as well as in the morning. No need to guess, it was definitely Professor Dumbledore, who overheard me explaining my condition to Ron and the others, who told her. How she misunderstood and managed to do it, I don't know, but in any case, she successfully convinced all the teachers of my afternoon classes this school year to allow me to skip lessons, as long as I submitted my homework on time and attended the midterm and final exams. In other words, I can now officially skip herbology, flying lessons, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts every afternoon, thanks to the second-year course schedulers who conveniently placed this disaster class in the afternoon. Of course, health comes first, so I will obediently practice to strengthen my foundational skills to avoid future accidents. But in reality, I only need a maximum of 2 hours to practice, which means the rest of the time is free for me to arrange as I please, just as long as I don't slack off too much and wander around where other teachers or Filch might catch me. However, even if I wanted to wander and explore, given my current and future mental state, it would be difficult. After all, what I plan to do every night to Riddle's diary isn't ordinary mental magic. I couldn't help but yawn again. I checked my watch and the plants to confirm no one was around. Then, as soon as I was sure I was alone, I transformed into a little black fox and wobbled over to the giant whomping willow. As long as I finish my practice before Ron and the others' lessons end and appear in the hall on time for dinner, I'll take a nap first and then get up to practice my punches. Half asleep, I greeted the whomping willow, curled up my tail and body, and leaned against the trunk to drift off to sleep. Actually, my sleep has always been one that is easily disturbed. In my previous life, because of martial arts training, even when I was asleep, I would subconsciously maintain a certain degree of clear alertness because my grandfather was extremely strict. Even knowing that I wasn't cut out for martial arts and was only learning it to keep my body healthy, he still insisted that I should have the vigilance of someone who practices martial arts. So no matter how much I protested, in a time when guns existed, serious declarations meant nothing. No one would give up bullets to use sword or martial arts skills to assassinate someone. And our family had been doctors for generations, with countless people willing to protect us. My grandfather, who completely ignored what I said, still used incredibly terrifying and utterly dreadful methods to force me to develop the keen awareness he approved of. In this life, even if I wanted to sleep deeply, I could hardly do so. Although I consider myself a doctor and have studied some psychology, and always thought I didn't need psychological counseling, I still know very well that the day my family was destroyed more than 10 years ago, and the days I spent afterward at the Gislays, leaving absolutely no trace in my heart, is self-deception. My aversion to physical contact with others has gradually lessened after spending more than a year with Ron and the others, but the problem of having both short and shallow sleep has hardly improved. Every time I fall asleep, the first thing to enter my dreams is always that beautiful yet deadly green light, screaming, pleading, crying, and then broken ruins watching meteors disappear into the night sky. I can't deny that the real reason I slept so little over the years wasn't for studying, it was because I was so afraid of the dreams that would come after falling asleep. I could only try to fill my brain and body with so many things to exhaust myself, forcing myself to be so tired that I wouldn't dream, as that was the only way I could survive these years. So, perhaps part of the reason I can't truly blame the Gislays for mistreating me is that they always found ways to oppress and enslave me, increasing the mental and physical effort I had to spend on dealing with them, which prevented me from fully immersing in those green nightmares. And then I came to Hogwarts and met Ron and the others. Going to school and doing homework, exploring the castle, making jewelry, facing the minions of the Dark Lord. My school life is so full of things that I can share with them. Although sometimes I feel sad or encounter setbacks, the happiness surrounding us is so abundant that it almost makes me forget all the unpleasant experiences of the past. Almost. If it weren't for this time, when Voldemort tried to consume my soul to possess me, forcing me to face the most vulnerable part of myself, I might have continued to avoid it forever. If I keep going like this, it's not possible, whether it's to defeat Voldemort or to gain soul power beyond the Creator God. Grandfather also said, as a martial artist, what's important is not just skill, the most crucial thing is a steady and unwavering heart. Because of this, even though the three kinds of power within me have not only broken through but also regained balance after this incident, and my strength has indeed reached a new level, I don't feel much joy because I finally realized the obstacles in my mindset and fully understood the profound meaning behind my grandfather repeatedly reminding me to practice martial arts steadily and carefully. In fact, it's the same with any kind of power. Without the corresponding cultivation of the mind, no matter how strong you are, you cannot grasp the true power, and ultimately you will only head toward destruction. The so-called inner demons are also a form of going astray. Back then, Tom Riddle took the wrong path because of this, which is why he became Voldemort, the Dark Lord. And I am just much luckier because I retain the memories of family who loved me in my past life, and in this life, I have a pair of parents who loved me so much they died protecting me, and then I also have 3 close friends, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Even Professor Snape, who dislikes me the most, is sometimes willing to put aside personal bias and grudges, guiding me without reservation. I am really lucky. Even if this life was forced upon me through reincarnation, even if I didn't want this life at all in the beginning, I still have to admit, after all these years of experiences and meeting these people, I have truly fallen deeply in love with those who are good to me, and I have fallen in love with this world, whether wizard or muggle. It is precisely because of this that I find it even more impossible to forgive Voldemort. Knowing the facts, understanding the truth, being able to comprehend it, that does not mean one can necessarily forgive. The essence of life, the preciousness of the soul, these are irreplaceable. Call me naive, call it a woman's compassion, whatever it is, I simply cannot accept someone who can so disdainfully treat life, who can kill without hesitation. That is a living, thinking being. No matter the purpose, all life should not die in such a worthless way. Even wild animals only hunt for food or to survive. How can he so easily, so casually, take away the right to live from others, and view it as naturally as breathing? So I truly cannot forgive him, whether as someone he considers a target for death, as a victim's kin, or as a healer. No matter the position, no matter the identity, I am unwilling, unable, will not, and cannot forgive him. Therefore, to defeat Voldemort, and even more so to gain the strength to freely pursue what I care about once I have resolved my attachments in this world, I must become stronger, not just physically and mentally, but spiritually as well. Now that I have discovered my most vulnerable weakness, I must find a way to overcome it. Wounds that haven't healed for over a decade, ones that cannot scab on their own, obviously have been left to fester too long. In that case, it's better to completely open them up and reapply medicine. Even though it will be extremely painful and leave scars, it's still better than waiting until amputation or death from infection becomes necessary. That's why I used the plant of my birth in this life, the protective plant recorded in Indo-European magic as corresponding to my birthday pumpkin vine, to absorb my blood and create a small representation of myself, physically, mentally, and spiritually, to interact with Riddle's diary. Starting from the day I arrived at the Dursleys, every single moment imprinted in the depths of my soul's memory, I gradually, bit by bit, channeled into the diary through my nightly connection with the small proxy. Of course, I know how dangerous this is. Just having Ginny share all the little emotional moments from her entire year in the memory almost allowed Tom Riddle to drain all her life force, and I am even implanting my own memories from childhood. This is no longer just sharing life force. It's as if I am opening an unguarded, safe channel of my soul, giving Tom Riddle the opportunity to completely devour and merge with my soul. This isn't just taking a risk, it's literally risking my life. If Hermione and the others knew, they would definitely be half-dead terrified, shouting at me and desperately trying to stop me. But even knowing that it's extremely dangerous, this is the fastest method I can think of for gathering more clues to identify the culprit behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Moreover, I can use this opportunity to re-examine many memories that I have almost forgotten, learning once again to face myself, the real me, whether upright or resentful and envious. Of course, that's not the only reason. These past few months, I've done a lot of research and analysis on Horcruxes, and through this actual contact, I might be able to get more evidence or new insights to support my theories, and this will definitely help me a lot in studying methods of soul cultivation. So, I believe this risk is worth taking after all. When the risk is high, the reward is usually considerable, and this is the kind of intuition I usually only get when making money. Besides, I am fully aware that as the Horcrux of the Dark Lord, this diary records more than just Voldemort's time at Hogwarts, it also contains the consolidation of all his memories before he turned 16. Before he was 16, that is, when he had just killed Myrtle and created his first Horcrux. What does the first Horcrux represent? It is the earliest, the most unstable, and the weakest, perhaps even, in some ways, still retaining a trace of conscience. Of course, this is only my theoretical speculation, but what's the harm in taking a little gamble? Anyway, I absolutely have to catch the culprit behind this Slytherin Chamber of Secrets incident, and I also need some training that allows me to reassess my own mind. Interacting with Riddle's diary can not only achieve these two urgent goals in front of me, but also provide extra reference material for further soul training. And if I'm really unlucky in everything but my super strong survival, with a little acting, I might even be able to trick a knowledgeable, skilled, and beautiful little wizard in dark magic into coming back with me. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a gamble absolutely worth taking, even though the stake is my soul and my life. After a peaceful and comfortable little afternoon nap, even though my body hadn't fully woken from rest, part of my brain had already started working automatically, and I couldn't help but begin planning my nightly activities once I go to sleep. So, no matter how Madame Pomfrey misunderstood or misinterpreted my afternoon training, now with this extra spacious afternoon, there's also time to recover from the mental magic exertion I do every night. Rubbing against the soft, medicinal cushion under me comfortably, I drowsily thought, I can easily sleep to catch up on rest, practice my skills. Madame Pomfrey is really too kind, and mentioning Professor Dumbledore, after a while, once I get used to this kind of mental exhaustion, I might even be able to use this time to make jewelry or skincare products, or read books. Oh right, I haven't even finished a large part of my advanced potion making wait. Potion medicine medicinal? My body suddenly froze, and I shot my eyes open. No one was there, but just because I didn't see anyone doesn't mean anything. I stiffly stared at the black cloak I had mistaken for a cushion, bunched up under my body, my mind a chaotic mess. Damn it. I actually became so careless because of the plants around me that I didn't notice someone sneaking up to leave something beside me. If that person intended to kill me. No, they are a kind human. Yes, they are the human and another human who are taking care of us. Only those two really understand us, except for your highness. Exactly, and you are our highness. A creature with a gentle heart would never hurt your highness. He's a good human, just a little bit of a good human, just like your highness. He takes such good care of your highness. He was afraid of waking you even while you were asleep. Really, he even used a silencing spell. He was even worried about you catching a cold, so there was a spell to ward off the chill. Enough. I shouted to stop it, but the fox's body just let out an annoyed low growl, though that was enough to quiet the extremely noisy, constantly chattering plants around me. I took a deep breath, exhaled, and did it again and again for no fewer than 30 times, until I finally felt less dizzy from my head being overwhelmed by the plant's noise right after waking up. Explain. I said simply and clearly to the surrounding plants. These guys, I entrusted them with my safety while I was asleep, and yet they let someone come close to me without my permission, without even waking me. Even though I could roughly guess who it was and wasn't that concerned, this bad habit absolutely cannot be tolerated. Otherwise, one day my secrets could be leaked because of them, and then how could I casually sunbathe and take naps here in the future? Speak one by one. No shouting aloud. As it turned out, even if the plants spoke obediently, one by one and slowly, my head still felt like it was swelling with mush. Honestly, I was very glad there was no one around, and I was a non-human fox, so even if I was rolling on the ground in frustration, I didn't have to feel embarrassed. Merlin, even though I already had an idea in my heart, do you really have to make me find out so quickly? I have no past grievances or recent conflicts with you, so why must you let that man get close to me? The inexplicable master-disciple relationship is already frustrating enough, and now he has to haunt me even when I turn into a fox to nap secretly. After listening to the plant's honest confessions, it turned out that ever since last year, every time I slipped into the courtyard garden in my beast form to sleep, I had already been receiving a good deal of secret care and attention from someone, those clever hot and cold protection spells, and the faint, subtle comfort in the air that I had overlooked. Why did none of you ever tell me? I practically lost it. Because you didn't ask. Normally hardly ever sending messages proactively. The giant tree of Hualuo Rong, which had remained silent up until just now, struck me into an abyss with the very first sentence. I didn't ask. Is this still my fault? You wouldn't speak if I didn't ask. Normally, gossiping about everything, even how long Professor Flitwick spends in front of the mirror fixing his mustache or what color of plaid pajamas Professor McGonagall bought. I'd hear all the little details. Who exactly is this person? Bloody furious, I leaped from the ground and dispelled the beast form. Scooping up the soil-stained cloak I had slept on and wrinkled, without a second thought, I summoned a magical fire vine and flung it to the ground. All these guys are yours. I gritted my teeth and said to the fire vine, do whatever you want with them, just make sure to leave a few alive. Then, I completely blocked out the surrounding cries and pleas, and while still determined, I set the front garden on fire and strode boldly into the castle corridor. Chapter 57. A lackluster potions class. Over the years, only he and another witch have cared about us. Of course, he's the potions professor, so naturally, along with Professor Sprout, he would pay special attention to that atrium garden. Its plants are not only pleasing to the eye but all medicinal. His Highness has always been very vigilant, even when asleep with us there. Every time someone got slightly closer, you nearly woke up, so he always watched from a distance. Can't I just let my guard down? In my past life, it was Grandpa. In this life, there's Dudley always waiting to take advantage of when I sleep, and why bother going to see what I'm doing? My beast form is perfectly indistinguishable from a creature no human hint, so he's upset just because he helped a bit with gardening and now some stranger creature intrudes. Such gentle eyes, even more focused and tender than when watching us care for the plants, and it seems he doesn't even realize it himself. Gentle? That must be an illusion. That man lacks gentleness more than anything, just like Grandpa. That kind of attitude is meant for a single person in a lifetime. If Mom were still alive, maybe I'd believe it, but for me, a little fox who's never had direct contact with him, the odds of a comet hitting Earth tomorrow are 1,000 times higher than this. Ah, Harry, what are you doing? Bits and pieces of words from the garden plants yesterday afternoon kept flashing through my mind. My mood was so gloomy that I didn't even notice how harsh my tone sounded, let alone realize that Neville had shrunk his neck in response to the look I gave him. I just wanted to remind you, he said awkwardly, your porridge is about to get completely stirred into mush. I looked down at my breakfast. It was already unrecognizable as porridge, a bowl of white goo that would make anyone lose their appetite. Without thinking, I poured it into a nearby goblet. Naturally, this action drew a protest from Hedwig, who was used to treating my cup as her personal dining plate every morning. No picking and choosing, I said firmly, ignoring the snow owl's pitiful, plaintive expression, and made myself another bowl of porridge. Harry, Hermione said, with a bit of amusement, taking my cup and tapping it a few times with her wand. I vaguely noticed that the contents of the goblet now seemed much sweeter. What's wrong with you? You're so absent-minded this morning, like you've eaten explosives or something. My hand paused while pouring the milk. Nothing, I quietly recited my inner energy techniques to calm my emotions. I just didn't sleep well last night, so I'm in a bit of a bad mood. You don't look like you're in just a bit of a bad mood, Ron said, biting into his fried egg. I thought maybe you were cranky because today's lesson is potions and you'd have to see Professor Snape. My heart skipped a beat, and I almost broke my spoon. Fortunately, the three of them were distracted by Hedwig pressing her head against Hermione's hand, apparently touched beyond words, and didn't notice my odd reaction. Why did you suddenly say that? Why would I be in a bad mood just because I see him? Although, now that I was reminded that in just a few minutes I'd have to go down to the dungeon and see that eternal figure in a black robe, I indeed felt my stomach start to tighten. Yeah, at the hospital, Ron began, but stopped halfway through his sentence. I squinted suspiciously. He continued, stammering, I mean, at the hospital wing, you stayed there for so long and never went to see him. That's really not the attitude a teacher should have toward their apprentice, right? So, Professor Snape is not just Harry's teacher, but also a professor at the school. Even if he cares, he has to avoid showing it. Besides, Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey both said that Harry was fine at that time. It's very normal that he didn't go to see Harry, Hermione quickly explained on the interface. Although I noticed something a bit odd, as if they were hiding something from me, I barely had time to think about it before my attention was distracted by what Hermione said next. By the way, speaking of potions, Harry, we don't have classes this afternoon. Could you come with us to see Professor Lockhart? Professor Lockhart? That blundering disaster? As soon as I heard that name, all my thoughts instantly froze, and I unconsciously frowned. Why see him? To ask him to sign a book request for us. Hermione's cheeks turned slightly reddish with the evening glow, and she lowered her voice. Didn't we discuss this last night in the common room? You know the recipe for the polyjuice potion, but you're not very clear on how to brew it, so of course we have to find books that record the brewing process, and those must be in the restricted section. I thought about it all night. Your invisibility cloak can't cover all 4 of us, so rather than risking sneaking into the restricted section at midnight and getting caught, it's better to have a teacher sign us in to check the books, and Lockhart is the only one who might be foolish enough to sign for us without asking any questions. Ron lowered his head, quietly chewing his ham as he added, unfortunately, any discussion about someone a female admires seems impossible to escape their ears. He's not foolish. Watch your words, Ron, and he is our professor. Hermione's cheeks grew even pinker. Almost all of our textbooks this term were written by him. If he weren't really skilled, how could Professor Lockhart have written those books? Who knows? Ron shrugged after swallowing his ham and grabbed a piece of French bread for himself. Maybe he just made them up. Now I was sure that the flush on Hermione's face was not just due to her admiration for Professor Lockhart. Ever since our first defense against the dark arts class ended amidst a riot of green Cornish pixies, it hasn't been just Ron. None of us, including Seamus, like Professor Lockhart. After breakfast, Hermione and Ron's heated debate about Professor Lockhart was still going strong. As Neville and I walked behind them toward the dungeons, he quietly complained to me, anyone with eyes can see it, he's just a theoretical bragger, with no real skill when it comes to actual work, but Hermione and most of the other girls are utterly infatuated with him, even defending him. It's basically the same as prettier girls getting more attention, I said calmly, also lowering my voice. People naturally like beautiful things, and they will unreasonably defend things they favor. That's normal, let alone girls, who are naturally more helpless when it comes to attractive or cute things. And Professor Lockhart is indeed good-looking, that's a fact, so you can't blame Hermione or the other girls for liking him. Neville fell silent for a moment. I get what you're saying, but she's Hermione, isn't she? Neville said with a helpless smile. I mean, this kind of impulsive, irrational behavior just doesn't seem like her. Really? I actually think it's normal precisely because it's Hermione, no matter how rational or calm she usually is. After all, she's still a girl. I smiled as I watched Neville frown, trying to figure out what I meant, and added, don't overthink it, and don't worry too much. Like you said, such impulsive and irrational things really aren't typical of Hermione, but in any case, after a while, I'm sure she'll return to normal. Whether it was Hermione and Ron's bickering or Neville and my whispered commentary, once we entered the potions classroom, we all instinctively paused the topic as usual. Ron and Neville went to the seats Dean had saved for them at the back of the classroom, while Hermione and I went straight to the front row of the table chosen by our Gryffindor classmates. Hermione and I didn't choose to sit this close to the front on our own. It was after a whole year of experience that we learned our lesson. Professor Snape, considering the high level of both of our abilities, would certainly criticize and deduct points from anyone in the group with either of us. Even the groups nearby us would often fall victim to his harsh comments, leaving them in shreds. That's still a minor issue, especially since almost every potions class I ended up with extra assignments or labor duties as a consequence. The classmates in my group usually weren't able to avoid the same fate, so in the end, even the bravest Hufflepuffs didn't dare to partner with us for potions assignments anymore. However, Hermione and I didn't mind being almost sacrificed in class like lizards shedding their tails to survive. Firstly, we didn't want to cause our classmates to be unfairly targeted for deductions. Secondly, we actually thought we made a great team. I'm very focused, precise, and quick to respond when brewing potions, and among all our peers, only she could barely keep up with me, while she also felt she could learn more by working with me. As for extra assignments, Hermione always believed more was better and was thrilled by it. And labor duties, well, let's just say that everyone in the school, from faculty to ghost portraits, knew that Hermione was Professor McGonagall's favorite student. While McGonagall never openly showed favoritism, it was obvious to everyone that she was much more pleasant with Hermione, despite her usual stern demeanor. And no one in their right mind would risk drawing the attention of the vice principal, second only to Dumbledore in authority. So, since being in my group, the only thing I ever witnessed was Snape sending Hermione to McGonagall to copy books. Today's potion class was just as tricky as usual. Wisps of white smoke floated above the 20 or so boiling cauldrons. The blackboard clearly displayed the formulas for the swelling water potion and the brewing procedures along with precautions, yet neither the scent drifting through the air nor the bubbling sound unique to potion making could hide the harsh reality of how poorly my classmates were doing, and Professor Snape, as in every previous class, lurked mysteriously behind the Gryffindor students, leaving nothing but sharp, harsh criticism or sarcastic mockery. Only today, the unlucky, pale faces of the Gryffindor students were the same, while the Slytherin students' usual blatant laughter and smug expressions were relatively rare, and halfway through the class, even the struggling Gryffindor lions, their skin metaphorically flayed by Snape's acidic words and now looking exhausted, noticed their adversaries' rare quiet and unease, and began, like Hermione and the Slytherin students, to cast strange, contemplative glances at me and Professor Snape. The main reason for all this, of course, was that since the beginning of class, Professor Snape hadn't docked a single point from me. More precisely, he hadn't even spent a second near the cauldron next to Hermione and me, not even giving it a glance as he walked by, completely ignoring me. It wasn't that I didn't notice the concerned glances from Ron and Neville across the classroom, nor that I didn't notice Hermione's furrowed brow and worried stare following me, causing me to almost miss the right moment to add the pufferfish eyes to the cauldron more than once. But from the start of class, my face had grown increasingly expressionless and my gaze colder, leaving me no mood to comfort their concern. While brewing the potion, I also had to constantly recite my internal energy techniques to calm my mind and keep myself in check, lest I lose control and turn the swelling water into a tear gas-laden feckle bomb, one pot destined for that jerk big bat who clearly treats me like air. Calm down, be calm. Still brewing the potion, I recited my techniques to myself while carefully grinding the seashells, keeping an eye on the powder measurement on the brass scale. Is always like this during club activities, you're used to it by now. Is just putting on that same performance from the club. I carefully added a small teaspoon of the ground shell powder onto the scale. This is better, isn't it? At least Gryffindor will lose fewer points. Harry. Hermione's sudden gasp of shock drew the attention of the entire classroom. I looked up, still not realizing what had happened, when Hermione's anxious hand had already grabbed mine to check it repeatedly. That's when I noticed that the carnelian I had been grinding into a paste had somehow crumbled into fragments in my hand. It's okay, I'm not hurt, I said calmly, gently pulling my hand back. I just pressed a bit too hard by accident. I'll clean it up, you just keep an eye on the heat. Hermione nodded but still looked at me worriedly. Like me, she completely ignored the shocked inhalation from hearing that I had only said accidentally pressed too hard and crushed the carnelian paste. I quietly tidied up the crushed carnelian mixed with shell powder, wrapped it in a cloth, and took it to the trash can in the corner of the classroom. As I passed by Lavender and Parvati's cauldrons, Professor Snape, who was closely watching the two of them nervously adding pufferfish eyes, suddenly floated over a remark without even looking back that made me stop in my tracks. Destroying school property, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Next class, you and Miss Granger will submit a report analyzing the counteracting principles of aeration and expanding water at least 8 feet long. I almost ground the carnelian fragments in my hand to powder. Understood, Professor, I answered stiffly. After disposing of the scraps in my hand, I returned to my own cauldron and continued working on our expanding water with Hermione. Chapter 58, A Chance Encounter by the Lake. The weather in November still had a playful streak with water, enough to make anyone's face turn pale from the cold, but if you stayed submerged in water without direct contact with the air above, the water, though chilly, wasn't cold enough to cause frostbite. So I casually used my inner power to hold my breath and glided quickly in the lake near the shore, venting my frustration while also calming my mind. Apart from the mishap with the soup, Hermione and I hadn't received any comments about our brewing of the expanding solution up until the end of potions class. As soon as the bell rang, I stuffed all my textbooks, notes, and stationery into my backpack, briefly apologized to Hermione for not being able to go with her to meet Professor Lockhart, and told her I was going to the lake alone and didn't feel like having lunch. Then, completely ignoring the curious stares of others, I once again used lightness skills to instantly leave the dungeon classroom and rushed straight to the lake outside the castle. After greeting a willow tree I picked and tossing my backpack, robe, shoes, and socks under it, I jumped headfirst into the lake without a second thought. It was freezing. I shivered the moment I touched the water and regretted my rashness, but the stern, indifferent face that immediately appeared in my mind, along with the plant's chorus of gentle care from yesterday, the uncontrollable anger flared up again. For the first time in the past few days, after improving my strength, I fully activated my inner power, circulating it throughout my body. Holding my breath, I sank a few feet underwater and started swimming along the shore. Hogwarts Lake is really huge. The entire expanse could easily fit 100 luxury ships, and that's not even counting the rivers connected to the lake. As I swam along the shore, I had covered only about a quarter of the arc. The fire in my chest hadn't gone away, but at least the oppressive feeling had eased somewhat. I flipped over in the water and slowed my pace, swimming back to where I had entered, yet near the spot I had jumped in, I still showed no sign of getting out, instead closing my eyes and relaxing my body to float in the water, reflecting on the loss of control in my temper over the past 2 days. As expected, reason and emotion are truly two different things. The mood becomes so frustrated that you want to curse at everything, even when trying hard to control it. I couldn't stop myself from thinking this way. It's really a terrible state. I never expected that in just 2 days, I would be affected by the negative emotions in Riddle's diary to this extent. Of course, some of it also relates to recalling those damn miserable old memories when I was inputting the memories again as I thought. Using the diary of a Horcrux of the Dark Lord as a way to train and improve one's mindset is still a bit too difficult. The realm of martial arts also emphasizes going with the flow. Am I being too hasty by doing this, risking backfiring instead? But once you start this kind of mental magic connected with dark energy, there's no turning back. If I pull out now, it will cause considerable damage to both my magic and my soul. Although I am confident it won't leave any sequelae, it would completely sever this lead on catching the culprit, and honestly, backing out at the last moment would feel incredibly frustrating. Suddenly, the water around me became extremely unstable. I opened my eyes warily. The view in the water was a bit murky, but I could still vaguely make out the origin of the disturbance, the shadow, and the golden grey long hair. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly swam over. Luna. I forgot for a moment that I was in water and spoke aloud, but instead of my voice coming out, I swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. However, the bubbles I exhaled caught the attention of the small shadow in front of me, and it turned around. I had indeed mistaken the person. Luna, looking surprised to see me, immediately swam toward me at a speed that even I found astonishing. Within seconds, she reached me and hugged me tightly. I instinctively wrapped my arms around her and kicked toward the water surface above us. Cough, cough. When we surfaced, the cold air made me cough, and even Luna, who was still holding onto me, coughed up water before taking deep breaths. Luna, I said as I caught my breath, with a hint of reproach, how did you fall in? This lake is deep. Luna didn't cough all in, cough cough. She was still struggling to breathe. I held her by the waist with one hand and patted her back with the other to help her exhale. Luna saw Mr. Harry in the water cough motionless, and Luna thought, okay, don't talk yet. I probably know what is going on, although I feel guilty, but I also know that this weather is definitely not suitable for soaking in the water and chatting. While applying internal force to Luna's body, I led Luna, whose lips were slightly blue, to the shore. Go ashore first, I'll take you to the hospital room. No. Luna suddenly became a little excited, and the force she held me increased, causing me to sink a little into the water. Luna doesn't want it. Luna doesn't need to go to the hospital room. Luna is fine. But I was both surprised and puzzled, and I was about to persuade her, but when I accidentally caught a glimpse of the silver and blue scales on her neck from her collar, I couldn't help but swallow it back. Okay, if you don't go, you won't go. But we still have to go ashore. You are about to freeze, and I am almost out of strength. We will go ashore first and dry ourselves, otherwise we will get sick. I still coughed a little intermittently, but Luna, who should have listened to my words, finally relaxed a little while holding me, which allowed me to finally start drawing water smoothly. With her cooperation, we quickly swam to the shore and climbed onto land soaked and shivering. I picked up Luna almost as soon as I set foot on land and rushed to where I put my backpack. Fortunately, the place where we landed was not far from the weeping willow tree where I put my things, and under the guidance of the ward I had used in advance with spiritual contact, the weeping willow quickly sprouted dense branches, helping me create a simple willow leaf curtain shed. You change your clothes first. As soon as I walked into the curtain, I put down Luna and immediately threw a ball of hay on the ground, pulled out my wand and lit the hay to make a small fire. Then I took the weeping willow branch and handed it over to me, the school robe I had just taken off before going into the water. I stuffed the robe into Luna's hand. Although it's a boy's clothes, it's the most important thing to dry now. You should be patient and change it first. I'll go outside and get some hot drinks. Call me when you're good. I admit that when I retreated from the canopy, I somewhat looked like I was fleeing in panic, but there was no helping it. Who told me to shove clothes at Luna and then see her face already red as if on fire, only then realizing the whole issue of gender differences, being a woman in a past life plus having a doctor's mindset is really deadly. In situations like this, I always forget that I'm a man now. Last year, when Hermione hid in the bathroom crying, I also, without thinking, pulled her into a hug to comfort her. Fortunately, the later incident with the mountain troll made Hermione forget to pursue it, otherwise I would definitely have suffered the tragic fate of being harshly scolded into a sparkling mess by a young, tender little lioness out of embarrassment and anger. Squatting on a big rock just a few steps from the willow canopy, I repeatedly used several transfiguration spells to make 2 mugs. After summoning a lemon and squeezing it into juice, I summoned several kinds of flowers to mix a nectar that was sweet and tasty enough, and then made a small fireball to slowly heat the mug. While warming the lemon nectar, I reflected a little on my slightly gender-confused habit. It seems I need to correct it soon. At the age of a child, it doesn't matter now, but in a year or two, as people grow more sensitive to gender ideologies, this habit will inevitably cause inexplicable romantic troubles. Only heaven knows how I'm supposed to deal with Ginny's feelings. I still haven't figured that out. Mr. Harry. I turned my head to see Luna, hesitant, fidgeting with her hands, standing barefoot outside the canopy looking at me cautiously. Her wet golden grey hair hung loosely over her shoulders, with a noticeably damp patch. My brow twitched involuntarily. What the heck is going on? My robe actually looks more fitting on a girl a year younger than me than on me. Over the past year, I've practically been drinking milk like water. I pressed my lips together to extinguish the fireball and jumped down from the rock, simultaneously tossing aside, for the nth time, my dissatisfaction with my own small frame, and once again comforting myself with the excuse that I'm still not fully developed. Come inside quickly, it's warmer by the fire here, take this. I quickly walked to Luna, put one of the glasses of lemon honey water in her hand, and nudged her shoulder into the curtain. Be careful not to burn it. This is a lemon juice-based drink. I added nectar, but it may still be a bit sour. If you think it's still too sour to drink, tell me. I'll help you add some nectar to it. Thank you. I came to the fire, summoned a lotus leaf, used transformation to turn it into a dry towel and put it on Luna's head, and threw 2 balls of hay to make the fire more intense, and then sat down. Luna hesitated for a moment with her cup in her hand, then slowly walked to my right and sat down on the ground like me. Well, won't Mr. Harry get a towel for himself? The fire is very warm, but… I don't care, this kind of fire will dry up quickly. Besides, the internal force in my body is still flowing, and I don't feel cold at all. Girls' bodies are already relatively delicate, so we need to be more careful. Don't say so much, drink it slowly while it's hot, you'll feel warmer. Following my request, Luna picked up the mug and took a sip of lemon honey. How? Do you need more nectar? Looking at her face after taking a sip, I asked. No need, this is delicious. Luna smiled timidly. Mr. Harry is very skilled, thank you. It's just a cup of freshly squeezed lemon and nectar mixed together. How can there be any craftsmanship? I shrugged my shoulders with a little laughter and said, strictly speaking, the only use of this lemon juice is to cool down and supplement vitamins. As long as you don't hate it, drink it quickly. Luna nodded lightly, holding the mug and continuing to slurp lightly. In addition to continuing to silently urge the internal breath to run, I also held a cup and drank lemon honey water, while throwing small balls of hay or dead branches into the fire to ensure the fire. For a while, the curtain shed was so quiet that only the beeping of sparks and the sound of the lake tide crashing on the shore were close at hand. I'm sorry. I was subconsciously biting the rim of the cup and staring at the fire to wonder, and when I heard Luna's voice, I turned my head and was a little puzzled. She apologized and said softly with a pink little face, Luna seems to have caused trouble for Mr. Harry. Luna really No, I interrupted her apology, both to comfort her and to state the facts. You didn't do anything wrong. In that situation, I believe anyone would mistakenly think I was in trouble and try to help, so honestly, I'm the one who should be apologizing. My reckless actions almost caused you to get frostbite and sick, and I'm really sorry. Luna shook her head. Mr. Harry, please don't say that. Luna should know. Actually, when Luna came to the lakeside looking for something, she did notice your backpack and neatly folded robe, but when Luna saw you motionless in the water, she didn't think carefully. Then let's just say we both made mistakes. I shouldn't do things that seem dangerous, and you shouldn't risk diving in without thinking to save me, so it's even. How about that? Continuing to argue with Luna about her insistence would just be a closed loop, so I changed the topic. By the way, shouldn't it still be lunch break? Why did you come to the lakeside at this time? As I spoke, I glanced at my old mechanical watch. I had forgotten to put a water protection charm on when I went into the water, and now, well, it was dead. Luna came looking for something. Luna's shoes are missing, she said hesitantly, speaking quietly. The bloody Baron said he saw a pair of similar shoes by the lake, so Luna came to take a look. Shoes missing? I was momentarily stunned before realizing that Luna seemed to frequently lose things in mind memories more accurately. She lost things because classmates played tricks on her. I suppressed the displeasure rising in my eyes and said gently, "Then let's look for them together, it would be faster. What do your shoes look like?" "And no need to trouble you, Mr. Harry," Luna said, a little anxiously. "Anyway, Luna's things have never truly disappeared. Sometimes when I need them, they just vanish for a little while, but they always turn up eventually." Luna is already very used to pranks from the Roxton sprites, so no need to trouble yourself. Roxton sprites? What is that? Well, it's a very, very small magical creature in the countryside that only appears after humans fall asleep. Luna compared the length of a knuckle and explained to me very seriously, and at the same time, her face also had a dreamy look of yearning. Luna's father said that only very, very lucky people can see this beautiful goblin with wings. I heard they are really charming. Luna has always wanted to see this. Could it be that you want to increase your chances of seeing that kind of Roston leprechaun, so you never seriously look for something you can't see? Chapter 59. Luna smiled at me, very innocent and cute. That's one of the reasons. But Luna's missing things will eventually come back by themselves, so there's no need to be nervous to get them back. I was speechless since she is so self-satisfied. Why should I be troublesome? Okay, then I wish you to get your shoes back as soon as possible, and meet the Roston leprechaun as you wish. I flipped my wrist and a big bright red apple appeared in my hand, and I handed it to Luna. "You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Anyway, I can't make it in time to go back to the castle now, so I'll cushion your stomach first. And there are biscuits in the pocket of your robe. Do you have classes in the afternoon?" Luna shook her head gently and took the apple. "No, Ravenclaw Grade 1 has no class this afternoon, so Luna will come to find shoes. I think it's also like, then I'll take you back to Ravenclaw Tower after eating. My stomach is full and my body is warm, and I just went back to the castle to rest." "Huh? But Luna, who originally wanted to decline, lowered her head slightly after meeting my insistent eyes. "Then please trouble Mr. Harry, thank you. No, I'm going back to the castle anyway." I also summoned an apple out to nibble on, and threw 2 balls of hay into the fire. I'm not a person who doesn't eat and drink, but when someone quietly peeks at me with hesitant eyes, I think anyone will find it strange and difficult to concentrate on eating. So when I finished nibbling on one apple and summoned the second one to bite, I finally couldn't help but meet Luna's grey eyes directly. "Is there something wrong?" Luna, who was caught peeking at me, blushed a little at first, but she didn't blink deliberately evasively. She put down the apple she had eaten halfway. "Luna is okay, it's just..." Luna hesitated. "Luna thinks that Mr. Harry seems to very unhappy." My front teeth got stuck in the apple flesh. "It's okay, but I haven't slept well in the past 2 days, and my mood is quite floating. Then something unpleasant happened, so my temper was a little uncontrollable. Anyway, based on the strange interaction between me and Professor Snape in the potions class this morning, except for the fact that I broke the soup and was deducted points, maybe it would be more accurate to describe it as no interaction at all, and the speed of the spread of Hogwarts Ghost Portrait Gossip Network, no one probably knew that there was a problem between me and Professor Snape at dinner time tonight, so I honestly admitted that I was in a bad mood. This is why I came to the lake. I want to calm my head down." Luna tilted her head slightly and looked at me carefully. "But it doesn't seem to be of much use," she said leisurely. Mr. Harry's feelings to Luna are different from before, although it is still very gentle. There is a lot of pain and confusion. My hands shook, and I almost couldn't hold the apple that I took 2 bites. "I'm sorry." Seeing my stiff and dull face instantly, Luna lowered her head. Luna didn't mean to say it like that, nor was she trying to pry into anything, it's just she bit her lip lightly. Luna's mother once told Luna that when you're sad, it's easier to cry in the arms of the person you love the most than to hide away and cry alone. Perhaps the person you love the most can't solve the problems that make you sad, but listening to them comfort you and feeling the warmth of their embrace can make your heart feel a lot better. Even facing difficult things, it feels easier to accept the reality, and it's like finding the strength to believe in yourself. Although Luna still doesn't completely understand what her mother meant, whenever she feels sad, she always turns to her father and talks to him. So Luna thinks that, if Mr. Harry is willing, he could talk with Mr. Ronald, Mr. Neville, or Miss Hermione. Aren't the 4 of you very good friends? Luna believes they would be more than happy to share your sorrow, Mr. Harry. "Share my sorrow? You have a very gentle and thoughtful mother, Luna." I smiled faintly, though there was so much bitterness hidden in that smile that I'm not even sure I could describe it myself. "I understand what you mean, but this matter I haven't figured it out myself yet. I honestly don't know how to talk to them." Luna lifted her head and looked at me again. If it were Mr. Harry, Luna believes that if he could think it through, he wouldn't be this sad, right? I turned my gaze to the fire, which had weakened, and tossed in a bundle of hay. Those grey eyes really are as clear as a mirror if it were her. My mother is just like her name. The crackling of the embers and the sound of the lake tide suddenly seemed somewhat distant from me. It was the first time I talked to someone about my mother, yet my own voice sounded unusually calm to my own ears. Gentle and pure, beautiful and kind. I believe that in the hearts of most people, this is how they feel about their mothers, right? One's own mother is always the best. I love her so much, even though in my memory and life, her time and my father's time were so short it didn't stop me from loving them, and I know, besides me, there are many others who love them just as much because they were so kind, and such exceptional witches and wizards, so the number of people who admired them must be far more than I know, so it makes sense that he loved her so much. The air under the canopy was quite warm from the faithfully burning fire, yet sitting by the fire, my knuckles holding the apple felt a coldness that just wouldn't go away. He really was extraordinary, strong, completely on par with my father. It was just a lack of understanding in some beliefs, plus a bit of misunderstanding, that led my mother to choose someone who could walk beside her and bring her happiness and joy. But even though my mother did not choose him, his feelings for her never changed, except he utterly hated my father, and hated me too, just because I looked exactly like him. Later, something happened to my family. Although during the time I stayed at my aunt's house, I never saw him, nor heard any news of him. I knew he was always trying to protect me, even though he hated me immensely, even hated me so much that he would have cast every curse he knew on me if he could. It was precisely because I was the child my mother had fought to protect, her only remaining child, that he still chose, no matter what, to protect me and let me survive. I am very grateful to him, really, even though he never truly looked at me, even though I know everything he did was for my mother. But the dryness in my throat made it impossible to continue speaking, and I couldn't help but close my eyes. Then, there was the soft sound of someone moving closer, and on my neck was a gentle, warm scent with a trace of apple. You like him? I did not push away the care Luna was sending from behind, nor did I deny it. He is too much like my late grandfather, loving someone for a lifetime, every effort, every wish, everything, even if it means standing against the whole world, as long as the only person in your heart can be happy and smile. Such a person, I can't hate him, I just can't. So, why does it have to be so painful? She asked softly. Is it because he dislikes you so much? I sighed lightly. No, I've long since gotten used to his attitude. Besides, no matter how bad his temper is, it could never be worse than my grandfather's. I slowly opened my eyes and gazed back at the fire. It's just that knowing and understanding are one thing, but your feelings are another. Maybe I'm just too greedy. Greedy? Yes, greedy, I murmured. Or maybe also jealous. Because that man, he could show a gentle look towards a fox that appeared out of nowhere, should have reserved that gentle look only for my mother, yet he gave it freely to a wild fox. And me, I, the only child of my mother, just because I have the same face as my father, he completely ignored all my efforts and even admitted me as a disciple due to Professor Dumbledore's orders or requests, not because of my own abilities. Mr. Harry. Luna's soft call came to my ears, bringing me back to consciousness. I realized I had accidentally released a burst of magical pressure and lost control of my strength again. An apple I had only taken a few bites of was now completely crushed in my hands, the smashed fruit covering both of my hands. Sorry, Luna. I quickly retracted my magical pressure. I didn't mean to. It's okay, Luna's fine. Letting go of her embrace, Luna knelt beside me and took out her folding wand hidden behind her ear. She sprayed a small stream of water to rinse my hands. Luna knows, Mr. Harry, it's just that you lost control for a moment. Luna has caused even bigger trouble for Dad when she felt sad before, and actually, Mr. Harry, you always think too much for others, which leads you to suppress yourself too much. Luna thinks that if Mr. Harry can allow himself to relax a little more, everyone wouldn't mind, and might even be very happy. I stared blankly at the little girl, her head bent over as she carefully washed my hands, and my eyes suddenly felt a sting. Thank you, Luna. I said gently. Thank you for doing this for me. Luna looked up at me and a bit awkwardly let go of my hands. Luna didn't do anything. She couldn't help Mr. Harry at all. She stood up. Lunch break is almost over. Mr. Harry, you probably still have classes, right? Luna can just go back to Ravenclaw on her own. I'm like you, I don't have classes this afternoon either, but I actually ditched Ron and the others to come here on my own. If I stayed here too long, they would definitely worry. I stood up as well, brushed the dust off my pants, lifted a small section of the curtain, and reached out to feel outside. After getting used to being here, it really feels cold outside, though it should be warmer inside the castle. I'll take you back to Ravenclaw first before heading back. Otherwise, if Hermione finds out I made you jump into the lake and let you return to the dorm alone, she'd definitely skin me alive." Luna blinked and then chuckled softly. "Mr. Harry is really too much. Miss Hermione is clearly such a kind and graceful lady, how could she do something so unreasonable? I don't deny that she really is graceful, but believe me, Hermione's grace only shows when she's still in control of her mind." I opened the curtain exit and made a gesture to indicate please. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, I have to admit that among all the wizards in this world, I definitely don't want to mess with the top 5 on the list. She would definitely have a spot there. Don't laugh so exaggeratedly, okay? I really just can't deal with her. Luna laughed so hard that she was shaking, and I had to reach out and help her walk out of the curtain. But it's really interesting, the Harry everyone respects the most, the bravest Harry, the person he fears the most is his best friend. I'm not afraid of Hermione. I'm just saying I'm helpless against her. I can't exactly argue with a girl or fight back. Hey, stop laughing, okay? Why don't you try it yourself and see what it's like to have her grab your neck and shake you while you can't dodge? The walk back to the castle was really cold, but compared to being alone in the lake, having someone beside me who understands but doesn't ask too much was really, really warm. After sending Luna back to Ravenclaw, I didn't immediately return to the common room. Instead, I went to the room of requirement and turned it into a training room. There, I practiced the entire set of martial arts and lightness skills 3 times before heading back to the dormitory to take a shower and change into a clean, warm casual robe. I then sat in the common room, reading the book Professor Dumbledore had lent me, while waiting for Ron and the others who supposedly just went to Professor Lockhart to request permission to access the restricted section but still hadn't shown up. By the time I had finished reading Mermaid Flowers Under the Moon, and was casually flipping through the pages to reinforce my memory of the content, they still hadn't appeared. I really didn't know what they had been doing. Although I was a little concerned, I wasn't deliberately waiting for anyone. After tidying up a bit, I climbed out of the common room entrance and leisurely made my way to the Great Hall. As I expected, almost everyone glanced at me and then quickly looked away the moment I appeared during dinner. Gossip really is a natural human instinct, I thought to myself somewhat smugly. I just didn't know what rumors were going around this time, though even if I did, it wouldn't change anything, right? I wasn't ignorant of the power of public opinion, but at this level I wouldn't take it to heart, but being treated like a spectacle in front of a large group is still uncomfortable. I sighed silently and changed my plan. I grabbed a plate, casually served myself some pies and salad, and, pretending I hadn't heard the twins calling me, carried the plate out of the hall and headed straight to the room of requirement. The door to the room of requirement slid open just as I was finishing dinner, sprawled out on a soft long sofa, flipping through advanced potions while nibbling on celery jelly sticks. 3 dejected faces shuffled inside. "What happened to you guys? You all look like you just lost your debts." I sat up and watched them slump like wet mud into the empty spots next to me. "Weren't you going to Professor Lockhart to get permission to access the restricted section? Did he refuse to sign it for you?" I figured he wouldn't. To me, that guy would happily sign anything if you just tossed it in front of him with a pen. Don't even mention it. That idiot was so thrilled the moment Hermione praised his book that he didn't even know what he signed himself. Oh. Ron pulled his foot back in pain. "It really hurts. Are you trying to kick my foot off? Who told you to be so rude?" Hermione shot Ron a sharp glare. "Professor Lockhart is not an idiot. Of course he knows that the thing he signed was the restricted section reading permission for us." I ignored the bickering couple who were starting their relationship bonding again and turned to Neville, who was half lying on the sofa armrest. "If you got the reading permission, then why are you still so disappointed? Didn't you find any books in the restricted section?" "We did find some," but Neville sighed. "The books were all checked out." I paused for a moment and patted Neville on the shoulder. "Then forget about it. Not to mention, making Polyjuice potion is time-consuming and exhausting, and even once it's done, the potion only lasts an hour. I don't think you'd be able to find anyone in the Slytherin area or gather anything meaningful in just 1 hour." "No way!" they shouted in unison, startling Neville and me. I turned my head to look at the 2 of them. Just a second ago, they were arguing heatedly, but now they were united, glaring at me with an imposing sense of shared determination. What kind of joke is this? Ron, like Hermione, no longer looked disappointed from when we first arrived. He sat up straight, fists clenched, almost ready to swing them. "Do you know what we spent the entire afternoon doing today? Being stuck in the restricted section. Do you know how terrifying that was? At least half the books there are alive. If you get close, they either scream loudly enough to rupture your eardrums or try to attack you with spells, and even if they are chained, they'll still chase you to bite. And we only went in the first floor. I nearly had my hand bitten off by a purple lunatic book. I took such a huge risk just to catch evidence against Malfoy or that piece of trash hiding in Slytherin, and now you want me to give up. Dream on. The Slytherin chamber has been opened, and the culprit could very well be hiding among the students. This is not some ordinary matter. Hermione gave Ron a reproachful glance. I wasn't quite sure whether she was scolding him for his crude language or unhappy with his remarks about the restricted section. Regardless of whether the culprit is a Malfoy, judging by his recent behavior, he definitely knows something that others don't. Otherwise, he wouldn't so brazenly and constantly emphasize blood status in front of everyone at this time. An hour is indeed a bit short, but it's better than not trying at all unless, she squinted at me with a somewhat dangerous look, you've actually discovered something already, didn't tell us, and want to act alone? Seeing the other two pairs of eyes fixed on me, now suspicious because Hermione had raised doubts, I held back a frustrated groan and rubbed my forehead. I just think spending a month brewing a potion that only lasts for an hour and might not even yield reliable information is really a waste of time. I leaned lazily back into the sofa and said, and wasting time is the same as wasting money. Within that month, I could have designed at least 5 new jewelry pieces and 3 new scents for lotions. Christmas is coming next month. Haven't you noticed the past couple of days the orders sent to our store by owls have started increasing? If it weren't for my bad mood, seeing all 3 of them entangled in this moment, with metaphorical black lines above their heads, would have been an endearingly funny sight. Dear Harry, Hermione, with a forced, insincere smile, was truly terrifying, so it was no surprise that Ron and Neville subconsciously flinched. Are you really telling me that you think making money is more important than catching the culprit who wants to harm Muggle-born students? No, I just wanted to remind you that having a sense of justice is a good thing, but being too impulsive can turn good intentions into bad outcomes, or even worse, like getting caught up in bigger trouble or danger. I straightened my expression and said, I know you hate all forms of class discrimination and unfair treatment. We all do, but before we stage a protest or take action, we at least have to consider the full situation. I want to catch the person who opened the Slytherin chamber as much as any of you, but this matter isn't that simple. It's even more complex and dangerous than last year when Quirrell caused trouble. That's why I don't want you wandering around Slytherin no matter what. It's the darkest and most treacherous part of Hogwarts, and if something goes wrong there, it's far harder to deal with than anywhere else in the school. But we handled the Quirrell situation really well last year, didn't we? Ron countered. And you go to Slytherin often, and you'll join us this time too. We've all been carrying the magical amulets you made for us. Exactly. If you're going, I'll of course go with you. But you should also remember that I told you my amulets can only block average unforgivable curses. They are not invincible. If you encounter a stronger adult wizard, the amulets won't stand a chance. Besides, the Quirrell situation happened because Voldemort underestimated us and his servant was careless. See, even now, you get scared just at the mention of his name, and yet you still want to investigate him and his servant. Seeing that they didn't flinch when I mentioned Voldemort, I couldn't help but feel frustrated. I admit that I wanted them to quickly build confidence and enough ability to become outstanding wizards who could handle things on their own, but that doesn't mean I wanted to see them blinded by smooth successes or dependence on me, nor to become arrogant. Although Professor Dumbledore also suspects that the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets this time might be a student, that doesn't mean this culprit will be any easier to deal with than Quirrell. Think carefully. Voldemort has always personally orchestrated things, yet his plans have repeatedly been thwarted by us. Do you really think Voldemort wouldn't learn from these lessons? He was once extremely powerful, and even Professor Dumbledore was very cautious around him. For someone like him to be repeatedly tricked by 11 or 12-year-old wizards, even if now he's only a shadow of his former self, do you think he would not hold grudges or feel bitter? Voldemort has had his eyes on me for 11 years. That's why when the chamber was opened this time, he targeted me first. His hatred for me is no longer just to kill me, he's determined to utterly destroy my soul. Do you know what that means? It means that if he finds even the slightest chance, he will make me suffer intolerably. Anything less than death. Even those close to me, he wouldn't spare anyone. Their 3 little faces turned pale and green, unable to argue, and I sighed lightly, softening my tone. I'm not trying to lecture you or deliberately scare you, but I really hope you truly understand what I have chosen to face. and what you might face if you walk the same path as me. I also know that you have been working hard to improve your abilities, for yourselves and to help me. I am really glad to have you three always by my side, but after all, you are not like me. You have families, and very close, important families, so even if it's for helping me, I still hope that before doing anything, you think carefully not just for yourselves, but for your families as well, okay? Knowing that all three of them needed some quiet time to think, and feeling exhausted myself from everything that had happened today, I left them with some snacks, candies, and a few pieces of fruit for them to carry along, then walked out of the room of requirement and returned to the dormitory alone. I didn't know how much of what I said actually got through to the three of them, because after that, I didn't get another chance to talk to them about it. Starting the morning after that night, once I got up and finished my exercise, I went straight to practice Quidditch with Wood. And almost every evening after that, like the other team members, I was nearly overwhelmed by Wood's endless tactical lectures and intensive training, leaving my head dizzy and my whole body exhausted and soaked, because these days were not only rainy and overcast, but it seemed that the closer it got to the school's first Quidditch match, the worse the weather became. This back and forth life between the team and martial arts classes continued right up to the day before the Quidditch match. It wasn't anything new for the Gryffindor team to face the Slytherin team, but a match with such a huge performance gap certainly drew extra attention. So on the competition day, Saturday, almost all the students and staff were present, and quite a few members of the school's board of governors were also there. No doubt, it's definitely because Malfoy wants to show off. That's why his dad invited so many people, a bunch of sycophantic yes men. George leaned on my shoulder and, together, we looked from the common room window at the VIP stands, rarely used but now at least half full. The chill in his eyes contrasted starkly with his bright smile. What a pity, such a rare chance to have so many outside viewers. It would have been perfect to use that thing. Oliver is just too upright. Being upright is a good thing, otherwise, he wouldn't have given us so much fun these past few years, Fred said, sitting on the bench at my feet, carefully doing the final maintenance on my broom before the match. He kept running his hands along the broomstick while talking distractedly, but even if something gets confiscated, there are still many ways to deal with those nuisance snakes. All right, Harry, you try putting magic into it and see if the flow control works smoothly. I took the Nimbus 2000 from Fred and grasped the broomstick as he instructed, channeling my magic into it. Awesome. The effect is way better than when I tried to maintain it myself before. It's practically brand new. I happily poured in a bit more magic, creating quite a small whirlwind around me for a few seconds. It wasn't until George gave me a little playful punch and told me to tone it down that I stopped channeling magic and seriously thanked Fred with my broom in hand. Thank you, Fred. I can handle flying a broom okay, but when it comes to adjusting and maintaining them, I'm really not good. I'm so glad you could help me. Fred chuckled and shook his head. You handle the delicate work of designing and crafting magical accessories so well, but claim you can't maintain a flying broom. I think you're just being lazy and skipping steps. He reached out and flicked my forehead. I just laughed foolishly without defending myself. Anyway, I take care of George's broom too, so having one more isn't a big deal. From now on, after practice and matches, just hand your broom to me. I'll take care of it and return it to you the next day, so your Nimbus 2000 doesn't gather dust for nothing. I, who had been rubbing my forehead in pain, brightened at Fred's words. Really? Then I'll leave it all to you from now on. With a free broom maintenance service in my pocket, I guess I'll let the both of you off the hook for hitting me on the head this time. Tilda. I hugged the Nimbus 2000 and grinned like a cat who had just stolen a fish, which made George roll his eyes in exasperation and couldn't help but reach over to ruffle my hair with some force. Even if you twist things around every time and try to outsmart us, don't always get so happy just because you succeeded. Are you deliberately trying to drive us crazy? He laughed. The broom is already in top condition for you. When you go out there, don't hold back. Really give those lousy snakes a proper thrashing, okay? Especially that pretty boy who bought his way onto the team. If you get the chance, kick him off your broom and let him understand that Quidditch isn't something you can just play casually, and it's definitely not something you can simply insult with money. Let's go. Let's save the strength to get angry first, and after playing later, there will be more opportunities to fix those idiots. Before George rubbed my already bird's nest head until I was about to get angry, Fred finally pulled me out of his hands. Oliver confiscated that, but he couldn't confiscate what Harry taught us this summer. Anyway, we haven't tried riding a broom to hit people yet, so let's use those idiot snakes with thick skin and hard flesh to practice their claws. I looked at Fred, who was smiling brightly but with a black mist in the background, and then turned to look at George, who had a gentle smile behind a raised eyebrow, but was full of fierceness, and suddenly felt that no matter which that the twins had prepared before, Wood's confiscation action was clearly adding fuel to the fire for the twins. Our rectal captain was indeed an all-natural indiscriminate minesweeper, always sweeping minds to inexplicable places, causing people to turn their backs and turn their heads, but they still didn't know it. I'm starting to sympathize with the Slytherin team members who have been hit this time, I said. The fighting techniques and breathing techniques I taught you are for your self-defense. Don't use those to make too much trouble. Let Mrs. Hooch award Slytherin a penalty and cause us to lose points. The Weasley twins looked at each other. Little Harry, don't you believe your brothers? Fred gently touched my head. Don't worry, we will definitely remember the principles you taught us, martial arts, and implement the spirit of not offending others and not offending others. George also said with a kind face, after all, we are hitters, and it is our responsibility to protect the players. So we will never mess around easily, but if someone hits the edge of the knife himself, it will not be our business. Right, Fred? Of course, George. The beautiful Mrs. Hooch has always adhered to the principles of fairness and justice when she is a judge, and naturally we have to maintain a clean and just competition environment for her in order to repay her. That's it. Who made us Gryffindor? It is our mission to wield the sword of courage and fight for the noble lady and her companions. It's our honor, so just let the horse go, evil viper. The brave lion will never yield before the forces of evil. We will only fight. Exactly. We lions are born warriors, driving away the evil snakes, fighting for justice, fighting for our beliefs. Very good. Just as the twins were getting all fired up in their antics, a calm voice came very gently from the doorway of the lounge. I hope that when you two step onto the field later, you can maintain this spirit and fight to the death, or else, for the post-match training, I promise you will both fully understand what it really feels like to die on the battlefield. Ever since the twins finished messing with my head and started acting crazy, I had quietly stepped aside to adjust my own state and recalibrate my coordination with the Nimbus 2000. So naturally, when Wood and the others appeared at the door, I noticed. But the twins were in the middle of their spectacle, and a few of the ladies, including Angelina leaning on the threshold, were holding back laughter nearly to the point of collapsing. Taking away a lady's amusement is extremely unchivalrous, so I bravely chose not to warn the twins. Behind them, Wood held a stern, almost smirking expression, watching them with an icy glare. Anyway, with their abilities, I really had nothing to worry about. Look, it only took the declaration from Wood about 2 seconds to immobilize them, and the twins, with nerves of steel, were already back to their senses, wiggling their tails like obedient little dogs to flatter our team captain. Once everyone was assembled, Wood's routine pre-game speech naturally began after he gave each twin a solid thump and kicked them back to their bench, serious, yet still filled with that fiery spirit. And as usual, I wore a focused expression while my mind actually drifted elsewhere. Well, to be precise, I suddenly remembered a somewhat serious problem. Lucius Malfoy is coming this time. He definitely brought a house elf to show off his status while also attending to his own needs, and as far as I could remember, Dobby seems likely to tamper with a bludger during this match. So this game, I not only have to disturb the opponents and hunt down the golden snitch under the threat of 7 Nimbus 2001s, but I might also have to deal with a bludger that only wants to target me. With my eyes half lowered, hiding the calculations and fighting spirit flickering in them, I gently caressed the handle of the Nimbus 2000 and hugged my closest companion on the Quidditch pitch a little tighter. Did I accidentally turn the Gryffindor team's humanoid bludger into a human weapon on the field? Less than 15 minutes into the match, the Slytherin captain had to call a timeout because they lost a pair of beaters and needed to urgently summon substitute players. This gave us a short break, and facing 7 Nimbus 2001s was as tricky as we had imagined. Although the enhanced training and teamwork we've been doing recently really raised the overall skill level of the Gryffindor team, the opponent's optimist broom speed was still a major problem. We haven't scored a single point yet, and Slytherin is already ahead by 40 points. The only relatively positive outcome was that, thanks to the twins applying the breathing methods and subtle techniques I taught them to attack Slytherin players with the bludger, combined with my unobtrusively covering their moves and creating distract irons, the Slytherin team ended up losing 2 beaters. As a teammate, I was naturally happy to see Slytherin frustrated, but seeing the twins almost instinctively integrate the combat techniques I taught them into their flying and countering the bludger, I couldn't help but reflect as I watched the two Slytherin beaters, battered and semi-conscious, being carried away on stretchers as Madame Pomfrey, with a stern face, used magic to escort them to the hospital wing for emergency treatment. Then 3 seconds later, I returned to admiring and feeling gratified by the talent and skill the twins displayed. They even figured out some of the control techniques I hadn't had time to teach them. Truly the martial prodigies I had hoped for. Unfortunately, they are past the age to practice my family's internal techniques, so such potential talent is now missed. But that's not bad either. Compared to martial arts, what they truly love is inventing prank toys, and the purpose of me teaching them martial arts was simply to ensure they stay healthy and gain an extra layer of self-protection. Early in the morning, raindrops began to fall from the sky, which was already densely overcast. Slytherin returned to the field with a substitute chaser, while Wood paused to adjust the team's subsequent tactics after seeing the twins' sudden burst of strength. As the match resumed, I habitually took off by kicking off the ground and first flew up to the highest point to survey the situation below. Rain certainly made things more troublesome. The golden snitch was already hard enough to find, and the grey haze further reduced visibility. The rush of wind approaching swiftly from behind made me reflexively tilt my body, head down and feet up. It seemed dangerous, but I easily avoided the sudden attack from the shadow. "You dodge fast, Scarhead." That voice. Malfoy. I turned back to my broom, frowning at the mischievous, mocking blonde in the green robes in front of me. Even though I didn't want to engage, here he was provoking me. Does he really think just because I'm on a Nimbus 2001, I can't handle him? I controlled my broom to dive straight down, heading toward the fray between Slytherin and Gryffindor, unsurprised to find a tail trying to pursue me from behind. He couldn't catch up at the start of the match, and now after just a little time, is roughly catching the rhythm of my flight speed. Malfoy does have some skill, after all. Continuing my hit-and-run, indiscriminate fly-like harassment tactic, I both teased the patience of the Slytherin players and kept an eye on the little tail behind me. It seems he wasn't allowed on the team just because he donated a high-end broom. He really has some talent. Makes sense. Someone proud and meticulous like Professor Snape wouldn't take notice of anyone without skill, so, in that case, I made a sprint straight toward the Hufflepuff stands, and just before crashing into the wall, I straightened my broom. Using the remaining momentum, I pressed my feet hard against the wall and rocketed back into the sky like a bullet, the air below filled with gasps and screams. I didn't need to look back to know that one of the tails chasing me, being too foolish to brake in time, had already crashed into the stands and rolled onto the grass. Bravo! Did everyone see that? This is absolutely amazing. Lee's overwhelming excitement came through the broadcast. What an insanely fast switch. I've never heard of anyone doing that before. This is definitely a record. And after the Weasley twins, Harry has helped us take down a Slytherin Seeker too. That was just perfect. Harry, the only regret is that little Malfoy almost got away, just barely. Why couldn't he have been a bit dumber? Jordan, how many times have I told you not to make personal attacks? Professor McGonagall and Lee fighting over the broadcast microphone wasn't a first, and as one of the players in the match, I really didn't have the energy to care about the usual chaos over the commentary. I floated smoothly and elegantly about 30 feet above the ongoing melee between the two teams, watching the somewhat awkward but actually decent Malfoy reluctantly follow me. "What's the matter, Scarface? Are you too tired to zigzag around anymore?" Malfoy's cheeks were pale with a hint of red, obviously having expended quite a bit of energy chasing me just now. "Tired, huh? Don't make me laugh." I looked at him seriously, but I have to admit, I'm a bit surprised. After the way I zigzagged just now, I didn't expect you to keep up with me without getting in your teammate's way. For a newly minted Seeker, you're pretty strong. My words stunned Malfoy for a moment, then he sneered. "Even the supposedly high-end mighty Potter gives compliments now," he mocked. "Don't tell me you just realized you can't actually beat us, and finally got scared." High and mighty? He must be talking about himself. Who keeps looking down on everyone like they are above the world, I thought to myself with a frown. To be honest, for a match barely worth mentioning, it's actually pretty hard for me to feel scared. I just think that in terms of flying skills, you didn't need to buy your way onto the team. You already had the ability, so some things don't make sense to me. But even though I don't understand why you try to bribe a team, that's none of my business. I shrugged and said honestly, not denying the hint of provocation in my tone. "Anyway, right now is a match. Even though your broom is better than mine and your skills aren't bad, that alone isn't enough to beat me, Malfoy." Malfoy's face flushed even more, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Being overconfident is arrogance, Potter. You can't always get what you want just because of luck and reputation," he said coldly. Real power and background, that's the reality you can't always win, and today I'll prove that. Malfoy's unusually mature tone for his age made me pause. Power and background, after all, is the heir of a prominent family, not an ordinary kid. He still has a gap when compared to someone like Dudley, who was completely spoiled. Indeed, this world does speak in terms of strength, that's reality. I nodded in agreement, smiling as I gripped my broom tightly and started to descend. So in Quidditch, you can't beat me, Malfoy, not now. Maybe in the future, but not you yet. I dove straight back into the intense fray of the match. Without looking back, I could feel the persistent tail chasing me since the start of the game, even more determined than before. Plop. Water. My head felt woozy, and my thoughts were hazy. Plop. Or was it raining? I raised my hand to wipe the dampness from my face, but just as I moved, a sharp pang shot from my right shoulder all the way to my fingertips. I couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The pain sharpened my clouded consciousness a little, and I immediately sensed someone nearby, probably harmless. Otherwise, if my body couldn't move, the magical fireweed would have already wrapped around and eaten them without a trace, and the cool wet cloth on my forehead being replaced confirmed that the person beside me was indeed taking care of me. I no longer tried to move because of the pain, and even more because I had no strength. Although my mind could barely think, my eyelids were still too heavy to open. This feeling of weakness was truly hateful. So this medicine scent in the air, that doesn't feel unfamiliar. I should be in a hospital ward now, right? While my mind vaguely contemplated this, I tried to draw upon my inner strength to regain some energy, only to unexpectedly find it completely futile. My inner strength was so weak it was almost undetectable. The fact frightened me and made my mind even clearer. How could this be? Even when I was injured before, my inner strength had never been this feeble. I tried desperately to use my heavy, throbbing head to think hard what exactly happened. I should be at a Quidditch match. Quidditch? My already groggy mind grew heavier as memory stirred, and I roughly remembered how I got injured. Yes, injured, because in the middle of the match, just when I thought the Malfoy family's house elf had changed its mind and would not cause trouble during the game, the controlled bludger suddenly started moving. I then spent nearly 10 minutes dodging the mad bludger while simultaneously flying at Slytherin team members to expand the chaos. Finally, when I discovered and caught the golden snitch, my right shoulder was completely smashed by that crazy bludger. It hurt like hell. The force of that bludger was ridiculously strong. It could even be lethal. That was the only thought in my mind before I fainted after falling from 30 or 40 feet in the air. And in fact, I still think that way now, because even though I had first used my breath to protect my body, the force was still strong enough to shatter my right shoulder. Thankfully, I had only directed it towards Slytherin team members' brooms. If it had hit someone else, that person would probably have ended up with ruined organs and blooded flesh. But that still doesn't explain why I feel so weak now. What exactly am I? The faint sound of light footsteps approached, interrupting my already sluggish thoughts. He's awake. A clearly concerned, gentle whisper. I felt a cool hand touch my cheek, carefully wiping away the excess moisture. It must be Madame Pomfrey. I didn't hear a response, but I did hear Madame Pomfrey let out a worried sigh. His body temperature is far too high. Can we really not give him some antipyretics, Severus? At this rate, unless you want to prepare his body for burial. The low voice carried almost no warmth. If I weren't so weak that I could barely open my eyelids, I would have been startled and widened my eyes. His body already has a force inside it that is neutralizing the toxins on its own. Giving him any medicine now will only increase the burden on his body. Madame Pomfrey sighed again, and I felt the wet cloth on my forehead being changed once more. Just left here for a few days and now back in again. I really don't know why this child always seems to get into trouble, she murmured. Even playing Quidditch can result in poisoning. Kids these days are really getting out of hand, carrying aphrodisiacs like this at will. Severus, you really should supervise your students better. Ghost Rose isn't something good. I suggest you take the same complaint to McGonagall. In my opinion, her house is the real factory of contraband. Professor Snape snorted lightly. Besides, if no one had foolishly kept dark plants on their person, we wouldn't be in a situation where he unknowingly absorbed too much aphrodisiac and ended up poisoned like this. So it was poisoning. That explains why my inner strength is weak. All that effort has been spent on my body detoxifying. No wonder I can't move. But Ghost Rose, what is that about? This child's constitution is unusual. Plants will automatically attach to protect him, and you know that, so it's really not his fault, Severus. The damp cotton swab touched my chapped lips as Madame Pomfrey gently added moisture, whispering, and his shoulder, shattered bones and dislocations, now it can only be temporarily fixed. It wouldn't have gotten this serious if he hadn't tried to help Mr. Malfoy when he fell. So you're telling me that you'd rather have 2 students lying in your ward? Professor Snape asked rhetorically. How did I not know that you have become so disrespectful to your students' bodies, Poppy? Or are you also under the bewitchment of the celebrity Harry Potter like our great headmaster? As long as you can continue to be a boy who survived the disaster, it doesn't matter if everyone else lives or dies. You know that's not what I meant, Severus. Mrs. Pomfrey's tone was not offended and unhappy, but still quite calm. I just hope you can fulfill your role as a teacher to this child. Since Harry is your apprentice, at least you should also be responsible for guiding and correcting, rather than letting him do dangerous things. Let him go? Professor Snape hissed, his tone sounding quite dangerous. It should be Dumbledore and McGonagall who really let him go. If you don't repeatedly condone and turn a blind eye to his violations of school rules, and let him get used to not taking school rules seriously, will he become so self-righteous and dangerous like a savior? Now you spoil him so arrogantly, and throw him to me when he can't control it, like every problem that can't be solved in the past. What do you think I am? Trouble disposal center or garbage recycling site? Severus, don't belittle yourself and this child like that. You know we're not. And it's been more than a year, and I don't believe you still can't see the nature of this child. You Mrs. Pomfrey's voice paused. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you about this kind of thing when this child is still unconscious and needs quiet care. I only remind you that no matter what reason you agreed to accept Harry as an apprentice, you already have the responsibility to guide him and take care of him, and no reason should be an excuse for you to escape. I didn't run away. Then it will prove this. Please don't always come to see him only when he is seriously injured. Mrs. Pomfrey said calmly, even with a hint of grimness. Prove to me, Severus, that you have not forgotten the true pride of our Slytherin, and that you never run away from and accept the calmness of reality. Prove to me that I am not confused enough to accept a cowardly disciple. The ward had become remarkably quiet. If it weren't for the high fever sapping all my strength, making my head heavy and my mind so drowsy I could barely process information, I would definitely have been shocked by what I was hearing. Meow. I thought that after hearing Voldemort had once been Professor Dumbledore's Transfiguration student, there was nothing in this castle's social dynamics that could surprise me anymore. But now, suddenly, this revelation comes up. The serious, meticulous, and caring Madame Pomfrey was actually a Slytherin, and Professor Snape was her student. Am I still completely unconscious and dreaming? You haven't used that identity to control me for many years, Poppy. Professor Snape's tone was dry. Was that old geezer Dumbledore really worth you going this far, threatening me for the Gryffindor little hero he favored? It's not threat or control, Severus. You should know very well that I never engage in actions that waste both physical and mental effort, as well as time. And the headmaster has always been a powerful wizard worth respecting and following. As someone he trusts the most, you know better than I do whether it's worth doing things for him, right? The actions of helping me moisturize my lips stopped. I listened to Madame Pomfrey packing her things. I have personal motives too. I hope you can think things through clearly yourself. One can't always be bound by memories. This child is merely the continuation of the Potter couple's life, and has no obligation to shoulder the grievances of the previous generation, especially since what he will face in the future is already heavy enough. She sighed softly. Of course, you two don't deny it, Severus. We both know that day would come sooner or later, and where will you go then? So before that comes, please carefully consider how you are going to face and guide this child, and what you want to entrust to him. After all, he is the responsibility you promised to take on, and the heir you chose yourself. The faint footsteps faded away over a long time, leaving only the subtle sound of breathing beside me. Whether dreaming or not, at least before I fell back into drowsy sleep, I was certain I was not alone. Chapter 61. Disputes and Acknowledgement. Staggering, I struggled toward the direction of the hospital bed. Harry. As my footing faltered and I nearly collapsed to the ground, Neville caught me from behind, choking with panic. Harry. I ignored him and pushed his hand away as if there were other hands too. I didn't know which teacher it was. No. I shouted angrily. Don't touch me. Don't block my view, Hermione. I nearly stumbled as I lunged toward the bed. Hermione. My voice trembled uncontrollably, even to myself. I reached out and gently touched her messy hair, usually full of bouncy waves, now stiff like stone, just like its owner. Miss Granger will be fine, Harry. A large, gentle hand rested on my uninjured left shoulder, and Professor Dumbledore's grave yet warm voice comforted me. She and Mr. Creevey will be all right. Madame Pomfrey will heal them. Yes, she would be fine. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, silently telling myself, they'll all be fine. By the power of that damn creator, there's still hope. I'm sorry, Professor. I opened my eyes and looked at Hermione's petrified, terrified face, and at Colin, lying beside her, whose previous motion clearly had been shielding her. My own voice sounded cold and low. Could you please let go of me for a moment? I want to make them more comfortable. Harry, I guessed Madame Pomfrey probably wanted to stop me, but she was blocked by Professor Dumbledore, who had released me. I didn't look back to see who was beside me. Instead, I gently grasped Hermione's half-raised, stiff, cold hand and, channeling both my inner and mental energies, rested my forehead lightly against hers. Vines with cone-shaped green leaves, emitting a faint silvery glow, sprouted from where I held Hermione's hand. Moving gently and carefully, they followed her forearm and slowly wrapped around her body. Then, the vines extended along the hand she clasped with Colin, enveloping his entire body as well. When the vines finished growing around the two of them, I intensified the flow of my inner and mental energies through the vines, causing the silvery light to shine even more brightly. Merlin! Professor Sprout exclaimed. Poppy, look at those two children. Of course I knew what surprised her so much. The two of them, who had been completely petrified and stiff, had gradually softened under my use of the vine as a medium, and as time passed, the horror on their faces finally disappeared, replaced by extremely calm peace, as if they had just fallen asleep. The internal and mental forces ran 3 more circles in Colin and Hermione's bodies, making sure that neither their bodies nor their magic were seriously damaged, and then I withdrew my power. It's just that after the light faded, I let the emerald green vine still cover both of them, so that I could continue to steadily suppress the powerful black magic that remained on them. I let out a quiet breath and gently put Hermione's hand back on the bed. Just when I wanted to confirm the results of my treatment again, a strong feeling of depression and dizziness in my chest grabbed me at the same time, causing my feet to go weak and fall backwards. Harry, I knew someone had held me up in time to save me from falling and hitting my head, and at the same time, I heard Neville's panic call. But unfortunately I didn't have the strength to answer. I couldn't stop coughing because of the fishy sweetness that surged up my throat, and I had to cover my mouth so as not to spray blood all over the floor. But relatively speaking, the white patient robe on my body became a substitute victim to the floor. Harry, please don't scream. Neville, I coughed again, closed my eyes weakly, handed over my weight to the person holding me behind me, and complained weakly, I just vomited out all the bruises in my body caused by yesterday's fall. It's not that I have terminal lung cancer, don't call it like I'll go to afternoon tea with Merlin at any time. Although I feel that I am indeed about collapse to death now because my internal strength is empty, it's really unaccustomed to it. That's actually true. Your condition has improved a lot compared to when I examined you this morning. I felt Madame Pomfrey crouch beside me, her wand trembling with subtle magic lightly prodding me all over. Even the fracture in your right shoulder has healed an incredible speed, but your energy is still utterly depleted. It must have been caused by some reckless action just now, and the way your body is covered in dark blood is absolutely awful. She waved her wand, and I immediately felt the refreshing sensation as the cleansing charm made the dampness on my chest disappear. Pomona, Harry urgently needs a large dose of nourishing potion to restore his strength. Could you please take 1 bottle each from the 4th and 7th drawers of the 7th cabinet and mix them in a goblet for him to drink? Severus, could you kindly take Harry back to his ward first? I want to check on Miss Granger and Mr. Creevey. Hearing Madame Pomfrey, my body stiffened instinctively. Which name did she just call? Could it be that the person holding me right now? I opened my eyes somewhat frantically, but before I could react, I felt my body lifted into the air. Bang! The hospital wing door was forcefully kicked open just then, and Ron and his 2 twin brothers appeared outside, panting heavily. Although they noticed the teachers in the room turning to look at them, the 3 brothers, too focused on rushing in to check, didn't pay it much mind. However, when our eyes met, my panicked yet weak gaze, intertwined with tension, caused their anxious expressions to immediately turn into shock and disbelief. Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall spoke disapprovingly. What are you doing here? I distinctly remember telling the entire school to return to their house common rooms. We heard Hermione got hurt. Ron blurted out instinctively. She was fine just half an hour ago. Then his gaze, like Fred and George's, fell on Hermione and Colin lying in the hospital bed, their bodies entangled with vines. It seems the 3 Mr. Weasleys are just as worried about their friend as Mr. Longbottom, so they'll stay here for a while. Poppy is about to re-examine Miss Granger and Mr. Creevey, and I believe there will be good news. Professor Dumbledore's tone was his usual gentle one, yet it carried an authority that could not be contradicted. Severus, please take Harry back to his room to rest and keep an eye on him. I think later, if Poppy allows, there will be many things we need to ask him about. Until then, he can take a short nap to regain some strength. There's no way anyone could sleep being watched by a man radiating cold. If my mind weren't so foggy, I would have definitely objected to this old madman out loud, but in fact, right now, besides my mind feeling increasingly muddled, even moving a single finger feels heavy and difficult. After being somewhat roughly placed back in bed and vaguely gulping down the disgusting potion Professor Sprout brought, I instinctively popped a sweet berry into my mouth, and surprisingly, I actually fell asleep. At least I can be sure my consciousness was blank for a while, because when I sensed movement around me and opened my eyes again, my blurry vision caught sight of Professor Dumbledore sitting beside my bed, having pulled over a couch with his wand. "Did I wake you?" Noticing my groggy expression at waking, Professor Dumbledore looked at me apologetically. "No," I mumbled, forcing myself to sit up, and only then belatedly realized that the bandages supporting my right shoulder and arm had been removed. "How long did I sleep?" "About 2 hours. After Poppy finished examining you, Miss Granger, and Mr. Creevey, I also chatted with the Weasley brothers and Mr. Longbottom. The 4 of them were already relieved to know you're all right, and Minerva took them back to the Gryffindor Tower first." Professor Dumbledore handed me my glasses, which I thanked him for and put on. "Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" "I promised Poppy I wouldn't disturb your rest." I shook my head gently and carefully turned my right shoulder. "I've slept long enough. Just now, it was only because the internal force in the body suddenly became light that it was temporarily weakened. Mrs. Pomfrey's medical skills and medication were very good, and I think I am okay now. Leaving aside the taste, whether it is physical strength tonic or raw bone water, they are all highly effective." I clicked on a few acupuncture points on my right arm, and punched the air again, feeling the condition of my muscles and newborn muscles and bones, and I couldn't help but show a satisfied look. It seems that except for the injuries that have been repaired by not being able to exert too much effort in the past few days, basically there is no need to worry about Seekerly, so I stopped and sat back on the bedside obediently. "By the way, Professor Dumbledore, where are Hermione and Colin now? The operation of the magic apple vine is normal, right? Miss Granger and Mr. Creevey are still in an unconscious state, just like when they are petrified." Professor Dumbledore paused. "Those vines that are quite similar to the leaves of the magic apple are called magic apple vines." I scratched my temples. "Well, you should have guessed that that plant is not a natural new variety, but a magic plant that I modified myself. Well, to be clearer, it is a vine I made with my talent for manipulating plants and extracting the medicinal properties of magic apples." I explained a little awkwardly. "You know, I stole some of Professor Sprout's magic apple leaves last year to grow ambergris, and then an accident happened a while ago that made some of my abilities skyrocket. As a result, I accidentally explored this ability to transform plants again." "I understand," Professor Dumbledore said gently. "Pomona and Poppy are very interested in the plant you created, because it not only effectively suppresses the power of dark magic in the petrified person's body, but also relieves the petrified person's rigid state and restores a certain degree of physical function, but they still can't wake them up." I nodded. "Yes, I know very well that this petrification is a very deep and serious black magic damage to both physical and mental health. Even the resurrection potion is so difficult to match, so I didn't expect to use this little vine to wake them up." I whispered. "I just want them to be a little more comfortable before they wake up. Although the resurrection potion can relieve their petrified state, I know that after waking up, they will still be tortured for at least 2 or 3 days because their bodies have been stiff for too long. I hope they wake up by then, at least not so sadly." Professor Dumbledore's big hand gently patted my head with love. "You are a gentle and good boy, Harry," he said gently. "I assure you that once the resuscitation potion is completed, your friend will return to you safely. So you also have to take care of yourself and don't do so many things that force yourself to worry your friends, okay?" The old urchin principal suddenly said this kind of thing to me in such a serious and warm tone. Could it be that he was scared by me again just now? Well, I didn't force myself, I just felt that I could do it, and it just happened to treat my own internal injuries. By the way, strange, how could I feel more and more guilty under the gaze of this old man? Not I know. I promise I will think about anything in the future. I'm sorry. Professor Dumbledore patted me on the head and smiled with satisfaction. However, under the shadow wall by the window on the other side of my bed, a voice that I was not unfamiliar with let out a contemptuous snort. How touching! Gryffindor's golden boy finally got his noble courage in the right place once and for all, admitting that he never used his brain in anything. Professor Snape's flat voice floated over, even if I doubt whether he has a brain or something. I covered my mouth and yawned, and began to stuff pillows on my back. Oh, this reminded me that sometimes I often doubt this myself. I seemed to move a comfortable position behind me, and muttered to myself calmly, after all, I stick to the cauldron too often. Maybe soaked in the potion pile for too long will it really cause the brain pulp to evaporate and shrink with the medicinal materials until it is cooked, resulting in irregular convulsions. I swear I absolutely only spoke in a mosquito sound that only I could hear. Any normal person and normal wizard wouldn't be able to hear it, but given the hiss from the sofa beside the bed and the twisted, proud black shadow enveloping me from above, it dawned on me belatedly that these two wizards in this ward aren't exactly normal in the entire wizarding world. To have handled Lord Voldemort, the ultimate boss, for so many years, how could they be normal? The nightly dark magic training really has muddled my mind to a dull, confused state, hasn't it? I sighed internally, utterly unashamed, and directly ignored the possibility that I might have been throwing a tantrum subconsciously. Gryffindor-style humor, is it? So this is the real reason the famous Harry Potter is polite and humble, because he's already so proud that he disregards worldly conventions? Professor Snape stared at me dangerously. I thought that even without brains, your animal-like instincts would still make you realize that offending anyone in their professional field is extremely unwise. Or do you think that with a little natural talent, weak potion skills, and always resorting to brute force, you can carelessly treat danger as nothing? You've only been in Gryffindor for a year, and you've already thoroughly mastered the arrogance and conceit of those idiotic lions? Your learning ability is truly astonishing, Potter. I stared blankly into those jet-black eyes. You flatter me, Professor. I believe that a man of your knowledge and wisdom must clearly understand the principle that environment shapes a person. I am a Gryffindor, and acting in the Gryffindor way is very natural for me. I am also accustomed to Gryffindor logic. If my actions or words have caused you any distress, I apologize for that. I said calmly, regarding my own safety issues, I would like to make a complaint. I have never taken danger lightly. In fact, before taking any action in any situation, I am accustomed to thinking of the worst-case scenario. I clearly understand the principle of equivalent exchange and am used to handling things cautiously. Therefore, it is not entirely correct to say that I flaunt my abilities based on my small innate talents, weak potion skills, or barbaric techniques that always resort to force. In fact, I have never boasted about any special skills, nor have I considered myself particularly special. Furthermore, if I really did have anything worth boasting about, I think it would only be my flying skills and Muggle medical knowledge skills I can truly take pride in. However, I suspect that in your eyes, these are probably as childish and useless as those of a child. A faint smile curved my lips, though it did not reach my eyes. Anyway, nobody is perfect, and I understand there are no absolute truths in the world. As you said, offending anyone in a professional field is indeed extremely unwise. Although I am not entirely sure where I might have offended any of my seniors, I will keep your advice in mind, Professor. I assure you that I absolutely respect and honor every senior who is dedicated and serious about their profession, whether inside or outside the school. For a moment, I thought Professor Snape would, as in the past, angrily deduct points or even simply draw his wand to curse me, though I knew that with Professor Dumbledore present, the latter was practically impossible. But in reality, he did not. No points were deducted, no detention assigned, and he didn't even glance at me once. Instead, he turned away with a murderous expression and scowled at Professor Dumbledore. It was infuriating. My curse was not aimed at Professor Snape, well, perhaps just a little, but mostly it was directed at myself. Especially when I thought about the conversation I overheard last night between him and Madame Pomfrey, his behavior during this time, and what those plants in the conservatory witnessed of me taking care of my beastified little fox. The inexplicable frustration and anger bubbled up uncontrollably, and I couldn't suppress it at all. All right, this is also a trial. I bowed my head with closed eyes, thinking blankly. A training of the mind, wasn't this something I asked for myself? Using dark magic to face the past, to face my true desires. So at least now I'm sure I'm feeling jealous of myself, the fox within me. Damn, how stupid. So this is the good student you've spoiled, ignoring school rules and international wizarding law. Severus, you're taking this too seriously. Harry just wants to help his friend. It wasn't until Professor Dumbledore mentioned my name that I barely pulled myself back to calmness from my gloomy daydream. Perhaps Harry is a bit young, but that is no excuse for anyone to deny his medical skills. Muggle medicine has its merits, and Poppy understands this very well, which is why she allowed Harry to help his friend, and in fact, it proved his abilities. And yet because of your so-called trust and indulgence, he's become more reckless, treating rules like scrap paper. Professor Snape hissed, first, carrying dark plants with him, then illegally modifying magical plants. Don't tell me you didn't know this isn't just breaking school rules, it's outright defying international wizarding law. And headmaster, not to mention he even encouraged his friend to carry dangerous dark magic items. I don't consider those dark magic items, Severus. On the contrary, in my view, they are highly creative, exquisite, even brilliantly crafted defensive magical ornaments. Professor Dumbledore did not hide the admiration in his tone. Of course, I must admit those are illegal, but even without ministry approval, I've just confirmed that those necklaces and tie clips are still quite safe and practical, and actually, I must admit, I'm very thankful Miss Granger has been carrying similar magical bracelets. If not for that, this accident could have caused even greater harm. Professor Snape was so angry he was speechless. More accurately, I think he might have been restraining himself, lest he curse and blast the smiling Professor Dumbledore across the room. Speaking of magical bracelets, Harry, Professor Dumbledore spoke in his usual gentle tone, I wanted to inform you although Miss Granger's bracelet has been damaged, I believe the bracelet still provided us with many clues about this attack. Now that the fragments of the bracelet are imbued with dark magical forces, it really isn't suitable for students to handle, so I regretfully must confiscate them. Additionally, since I was just briefly examining Mr. Longbottom's necklace and accidentally damaged it, while Mr. Longbottom has said he doesn't mind, I thought I should apologize to you as well, since it was something you gave him. I tilted my head to organize my thoughts, deliberately ignoring a sharp huff. Please don't worry about it, Professor Dumbledore. Although Hermione did really like that bracelet, since it's already broken to that extent, it's naturally unsuitable for repair or anything like that, I'm sure she won't mind at all. I shrugged. As for Neville's necklace, I completely understand your concerns about it. As long as Neville doesn't mind, that's fine. Anyway, considering what happened this time, I plan to add newly modified protective enchantments to their tie clips and necklaces anyway, so I'll just redesign Neville's necklace and Hermione's bracelet. Then, I was somewhat surprised to notice that the two boss wizards in the infirmary were looking at me with rather strange gazes. Redesign. Professor Snape's voice carried an incredulous coldness, and for the first time, I felt a danger so intense it sent a chill up my spine. Are you saying that those dangerous dark magical items on Longbottom and the Weasley child were made by you? No, I mean, I swallowed nervously. Did I misunderstand? Had Ron and the others actually not revealed that those magical accessories were made as part of the explanation that I collaborated on with the twins? My mind raced, and I carefully responded, I mean yes, the principles of these accessories were designed by me, but I couldn't make them myself, so I asked someone else to make them for me. Then the room fell silent again. I lowered my gaze, forcing myself to look away, not wanting to see the expression on that face, cold enough to rival an iceberg in the polar regions. Oh, isn't that truly a touching gesture? I mean, the Weasley boys probably just think it was a thank you gift from you, and they don't seem to realize that you designed it yourself. Professor Dumbledore's eyes crinkled just like his half-moon spectacles, and he broke the silence in a very cheerful tone. However, I really didn't expect that besides potions and herbology, Harry, your talents in charms and divination are also so outstanding. I remember I just saw ancient Indo-European cuneiform and Sanskrit in the structure of the necklace as well, so I suppose that besides divination and alchemy, you have also self-studied ancient languages? Have you explored other areas of magical knowledge too? Even though I had already prepared excuses for the possibility of magical items being accidentally discovered, when I heard the old fox of a headmaster actually hint at the twins, I felt both relieved about my foresight and couldn't help but quietly break into a cold sweat. Divination, astrology, dreams, voodoo uncursing and alchemical purification, also the Chinese 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and Chimen Dungia, these are the main types of books I currently read. Of course, research involving the soul and the laws of time and space cannot be mentioned, but even by only confessing a few types of magic that I had dabbled in, Professor Dumbledore smiled even more warmly after hearing it. It seems like the second-year courses are no longer enough to satisfy your sponge-like little brain, aren't they? Professor Dumbledore stroked his long beard with a hint of nostalgia. I remember your mother, Lily, was also very skilled in ancient runes, charms, and alchemy when she was at school, and the range of books she accessed was vast as well. You really do resemble your mother a lot in this regard. Don't you agree, Severus? Damn it. I can understand the old man's nostalgia, but bringing up my mom at this exact moment, isn't that just pouring gasoline on a fire? The sly old bastard. Enough. Albus, stop your unfair favoritism toward Potter. I've had enough of this brat's recklessness. Sure enough, just from Professor Snape's uncontrolled volume, I had no doubt that this time Professor Dumbledore had really pushed him to his limit. He paced furiously around the room, reckless, impulsive, rash, brainless, self-righteous, exactly like his father if not worse, creating dark magic items without regard for wizarding law, modifying dark plants, carrying dangerous prohibited potions. Dark admittedly, I really did have quite a few illegal items, but why does whatever I do have to be repeatedly criticized as if it were inherently doomed? I couldn't help but mutter in grievance, it's just a bit of a simple composite magical defensive framework and some healing plants. How is that related to dark magic? Quiet. Gryffindor, 10 points. You rude fool. I couldn't help but shrink my neck. Wrongly judging someone's hearing once again would just lead to disaster. Professor Snape, who had initially been roaring at Dumbledore, abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned toward me, delivering scathing sarcasm head-on. If combining spells and alchemy was simple, do you think all those wizards who failed in history ended up blowing themselves up for no reason? Even an overdose of healing potions can become lethal, not to mention rune symbols where a single mistake can turn a spell into uncontrollable destructive force. Ancient white and dark magic usage has always been just one step apart, and any competent wizard knows this basic fact. So what happened? The Muggle Product Misuse Bureau, the Magic Misuse Bureau, the Experimental Spell Committee tell me, Potter. Professor Snape glared at me with cold eyes, hissing the words through his lips. How many departments' laws in our government have you not violated? Once again, I tried, in vain, to catch the gaze of those obsidian eyes. I'm not sure, Professor. A heavy, stifling feeling brewed in my chest, and I heard my own voice sound flat, with a hint of hidden defiance. Maybe the Magical Creatures Regulation Office. Then, in the next second, I fully understood what it meant for trouble to come from one's mouth. The powerful and cold death-like magical pressure descended on me, catching me off guard. My face, already pale, immediately drained further. Gryffindor, 20 points deducted. Potter, and thank you for reminding me about the dragon you hatched and sent to Romania just last year. Professor Snape said coldly, turning to Professor Dumbledore. Headmaster, I believe Potter's actions not only seriously violate school rules but could also endanger other students. As head of Slytherin, I must request that you. Professor Snape suddenly stopped, staring at me in surprise because a wave of mental energy radiated from me, countering his magical presence. A faint silvery light surrounded me, forming a thin layer of protection. However, feeling deeply aggrieved, I didn't notice that I had already used my mental power to resist Professor Snape's magical authority. Instead, I returned his gaze even colder. What are you going to do about my enrollment? Expel me? Professor Snape, have you forgotten that I am not a student of Slytherin? My tone carried the calm before a storm. Allow me to remind you, at Hogwarts, the only person who has the authority to decide my fate is Professor McGonagall. She is my househead. Gryffindor, 10 points deducted. Professor Snape said sharply, his face twisted. Watch your tone. Potter, as a student, I know what my status is. You don't need to keep reminding me. Gryffindor, 50 points deducted. I angrily threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Is that what you wanted to say? Fine, deduct as many as you like. Go ahead and take them all if you can. I don't care. Potter, don't call me. Only after getting out of bed did I realize how weak I still was. I grabbed the bedside table and shouted back, if you hate this name so much, if you hate me so much, then why are you calling me? Aren't you trying to fire me, to have someone from the Ministry of Magic come and get me? Go ahead. Send the owls now. Go tell those guys at the ministry that famous Harry Potter is a mischievous bastard who ignores the law and has made a bunch of dark magical objects and plants that endanger and terrify students. Go have them send me to Azkaban. Wouldn't that make you happy? You wouldn't have to worry about Potter getting into trouble again, and you wouldn't have to put up with my dad's face under your nose. Harry, Professor Dumbledore also stood, his voice calm yet firmly soothing. You need to stay calm. Severus absolutely didn't mean it that way. I am calm. Damn it, I've been way too calm, and that's why I've tolerated his cruelty and disregard until now. I fought the dizziness and shouted at Professor Dumbledore, you're not him, you don't know what he's thinking. Stop defending him. I don't want to hear any of that helping me, protecting me nonsense. I don't want to hear you and those plants talking on his behalf every single day. I've had enough. Whatever happened between him and my parents is their problem, not mine. I don't need this kind of restitution, and I don't want it. Just dealing with a grandfather who inflicts pain is enough for me. Why should I have to endure this guy too because of you all? People like him. Because Severus is your teacher, Harry. Professor Dumbledore looked at me calmly and gently, and you are his student, his successor. I looked into Professor Dumbledore's sky-clear blue eyes, a mix of deep sorrow and ironic amusement inexplicably welling up inside me. You are wrong, Professor. I never was. I couldn't stop the corner of my mouth from rising, hearing my voice empty. He never acknowledged me. What he acknowledged in front of everyone was Potter, and only Potter had meaning. The one who could ever acknowledge me, the real Harry, has long been gone. I turned my head away, avoiding those sky-blue eyes that had flickered with astonishment at my words, and made my way toward the hospital room door, tired and stumbling a bit. I didn't want to face them anymore, at least until my mood had calmed. I didn't want to speak to either of them, so exhausting, really. I grasped the doorknob to open the door, but at that moment, a large hand pressed against the door. Where do you think you're going? To another room to sleep, or back to the dorm to pack my things as you wished if Madame Pomfrey allows it? My tone was indifferent but betrayed my fatigue, and I said without raising my head, please let me pass, Professor. The obstacle on the door finally withdrew after a few seconds, and I almost immediately tried to pull the door open, nearly succeeding. If it weren't for the collar of my shirt being yanked up, and, before I could react and struggle, being inexplicably thrown back onto the bed. My back of the head bumped into the bedside table, I mumbled and pressed my hand to the back of my head while struggling to sit up. What the? Before I could finish speaking, Professor Snape had already pinned my right shoulder with one hand, forcibly pressing me back onto the bed. Stay there. With your current condition, how much strength do you think you have to make it back to Gryffindor Tower? Professor Snape glared at me coldly. Passing out on the way will only make things worse. You know that foolish vine of yours will only start fires when you lose consciousness. How many bottles of frozen potion does the school have right now to put out infernal fires? I tried to pull away from the hand gripping my shoulder. I'm not going to pass out. And the fire vine doesn't start fires for no reason. After you ruined Lockhart's office, your words carry no credibility at all. That was an accident. Damn it. Is he trying to crush my shoulder bone with that tight grip? Let go of me. Besides, this is none of your business. As long as Dumbledore hasn't agreed to expel you, it's my business. I paused my struggle, of course involuntarily. When an obviously impatient wizard points a wand at your nose, anyone's first reaction would be to stop all movement. Listen to me, Harry. Professor Snape, already furious to the point of nearly losing his temper, ground out through clenched teeth. I am your potions master. Unfortunately, I must say, and even more unfortunately, I am indeed your teacher. There is no choice in the matter, because this role has been bound to me by some old madman who should have gone to hell long ago through some invisible magical contract. Therefore, both of us have to endure this relationship. Believe me, if it were possible, I would much rather take some foolish, barbaric giant as my apprentice than tolerate a Potter wandering around under my eyes by Merlin's beard. This is the first time I have heard a Potter speak with such self-awareness. I stared at him wide-eyed. In fact, when he called out my name, I was completely stunned. But since neither of us can change that magical contract, the best approach is to accept reality. So do not let me hear you say that your matters have nothing to do with me, and do not try to test my patience again. Seeing that I didn't continue to struggle, Professor Snape finally let go of my shoulder, put his wand away, and turned to Professor Dumbledore. Tonight, I must discuss this boy's illegal activities and academic status with you and McGonagall. Please make sure to set aside some time to come to your office. Will that be inconvenient at all, Headmaster? Of course not, Severus. I heard the headmaster say warmly. I will ask Minerva to make some time tonight. Perhaps we can have dinner together in my office. That way, we can also try those chocolate liqueurs you brought me a while ago as an after-dinner treat. The response Dumbledore received was the sound of Snape turning and stomping away, slamming the door behind him, and I still lay dazed on the bed, staring blankly at the off-white vaulted ceiling, my thoughts in complete disarray. I don't know how long I had been lying there. It felt like centuries, yet also only a few minutes. When my mind seemed to start working again, I crawled up to sit on the bed, and saw Professor Dumbledore sitting on the sofa, playing with Neville's supposedly broken necklace, wearing a delightfully amused expression. Feeling more awake now, I noticed that Professor Dumbledore had lifted his head. His sky-blue eyes swept over me, full of kindness yet with a hint of amusement, and he said, looks like you haven't. Do you want to lie down a bit more? A short rest might help you. I didn't respond. More accurately, I was still in a dazed state, unable to comprehend to Professor Dumbledore's rhetorical question and answer, but continued to stare at him absent-mindedly for a while. Only then did I weakly speak. Professor, I asked dryly. Professor Professor Snape, did he just seem to call my name? Professor Dumbledore smiled warmly at me. It's always been Severus calling your name, Harry. I mean, he didn't call me Potter. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled even more with amusement. Ah, it does seem that way. He stroked his long white beard. But that's only natural, isn't it? A teacher should always address their student by name. I felt dazed again, then recalled my earlier behavior. I groaned, curling my knees and burying my burning face in them. This, of course, elicited Dumbledore's refreshingly unrestrained laughter. Just kill me. I actually acted like a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum. Such internal turmoil, and then the soft chuckling at my ear only amplified my embarrassment. I glared up, a little mentally irritated. Stop laughing, Professor Dumbledore, I'm already embarrassed enough. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to mock you. Still smiling, he winked at me. It's just that after seeing your earlier behavior, and the adjectives you used in your self-assessment afterward, how shall I put it? Spot on cute. Idiot would be more appropriate, I mumbled, taking a deep breath to lessen the redness in my face, then sat up straight and addressed Professor Dumbledore. I'm really sorry, Professor, just now. I apologized. I didn't mean to yell at you, it's just, lost control for a moment, Professor Dumbledore said kindly, don't take it to heart, Harry. Everyone has their temper to some extent, and Severus is indeed a difficult person to get along with in some respects. Frankly, you are the most intelligent, obedient, and gentle child I've taught in all these years, and also the most rational and restrained. So, hearing you honestly express what's on your mind just now actually made me happy. I clenched my fist awkwardly, and about Professor Snape, if you want to apologize, it's more sincere to say it yourself. Dumbledore smiled as he cut off my half-spoken request. Besides, the two of you should occasionally sit down, have some tea, and chat, don't you think? An image of that scene unconsciously appeared in my mind, and I twitched my mouth before shaking it off. Way too awkward. Seeing me shake my head in surprise, Dumbledore couldn't help laughing again. All right, I'm just making a suggestion. I trust your intelligence and tact. You will definitely find another way to communicate and get along with Severus. Seeing me almost shaking my head off, Dumbledore, probably thinking he had laughed enough, spoke again. But, Harry, I must say, although I truly appreciate the magical charms you and your friends have made, that doesn't mean I approve of you continuing this kind of experimental work. Severus's concern is valid. This type of magic requires extreme precision, and any mistake could indeed be very dangerous. Looking into the elder's gentle yet serious eyes, my heart sank. I understand, Professor. I made these things, and I'm well aware of the little accidents that happened when previous attempts failed. The idea of making these magical protective charms was mine, and I am willing to accept any punishment. No, you seem to have a bit of a misunderstanding. You see, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said kindly, these charms and amulets of yours are very cute and practical little things. Yes, technically they violate regulations, but they are definitely not severe enough to be considered forbidden magic. Personally, I quite appreciate them, and I'm sure Minerva would also feel that your extracurricular research can continue provided that your research is conducted under the supervision of an adult wizard. Black glare. Professor, please don't tell me you don't know we definitely make these ourselves during bedtime. I said somewhat helplessly. Supervised by an adult wizard? Not to mention the fact that I wouldn't reveal the location of the room of requirement unless absolutely necessary. The adults in this castle are all teachers preparing lessons, grading assignments, handling students' daily problems, and all that they are swamped. Who has time to supervise? And the point is, with an adult around, how could I dare to tinker with those magical circles and potion alchemy, not to mention research on new products from mail-order shops? Professor Dumbledore smiled. Oh, of course, I understand that everyone likes having a little secret, so the result was quite obvious, wasn't it? His tone was so relaxed that it gave me an uneasy feeling. I'll discuss it with Minerva tonight. As for Severus, you don't need to worry. Maybe there will be some detention work or something, but I'm sure he won't actually try to get you expelled. Why is it that even though he's speaking English, I completely don't understand what he's talking about? That old man isn't scheming something against me again, is he? Although alarms were ringing in my mind, there was no time to think, as Professor Dumbledore's rapidly shifting conversation returned to my magical trinkets. By the way, regarding this necklace, Dumbledore said, pointing to the crack in the smoky crystal pendant, I just looked again, and it's hard not to notice that there seem to be water elemental Persian characters on the shield spell. I suppose you intended to make the shield spell reflect attacks, but actually, wouldn't it be simpler and more convenient to just add a rebound spell? Sure enough, the ginger really comes with age. Even without legilimency he can always spot the key points. The question is, what should I say? I can't exactly admit that I designed this specifically to prevent the basilisk's deadly gaze, can I? However, this really is an opportunity to reveal the threat of the basilisk without arousing too much suspicion. I can't let so many students be exposed to the basilisk's threat, yet I can't watch over all of them either. Not to mention that my plants couldn't possibly cover every corner of the castle, and the poisonous aura of the basilisk amidst none of the plants I can currently control, except for the devil's fire vine, could withstand it, and the fire vine is a very unruly dark plant. If it's more than 10 meters away from me, it starts losing control over its wild nature, making it impossible to assign it to monitor the school's water pipes. You're right, using a deflection spell is indeed simpler. My hands, resting on my lap, clenched unconsciously. I paused and said half seriously, however, that rune actually, it was when you told me the Chamber of Secrets might have been reopened that I, after consulting historical records of Sorlaser Slytherin in the library, decided on a whim to alter the protective ward in the charms I made for Ron and the others to include a defensive water barrier. I was only speculating and hoping that I was overthinking it, and that none of the group would ever face a situation requiring that water barrier magic for protection. But now, I took a deep, slightly nervous breath and met those sapphire eyes that always seem to see through people. I think I probably know what kind of creature is actually hiding in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, Professor. My throat felt dry as I said, the sounds I heard alone on Halloween night, and what Hermione told me earlier about many little spiders fleeing the area near where Mrs. Norris had her accident. I guess that if the chamber has indeed been opened, there should only be one type of creature, one capable of petrifying living beings. Professor Dumbledore, who had been relatively relaxed, became somewhat serious upon hearing my words. Tell me, Harry. Noticing my unexplained hesitation, he softened his tone with a hint of reassurance. What did you find out? I clenched my hands tighter. A basilisk, hatched from a toad's egg laid under special conditions, with venomous snake fangs, capable of living for 1,000 years, the king of all snakes. In a low voice, I confessed the deadly ability of the basilisk that worried me most. The most terrifying weapon of the snake demon is its eyes, Professor. Creatures that see its eyes in the reflection will be petrified, and if you look directly into the eyes of the snake demon, the only result is to die immediately. I finished speaking. Unsurprisingly, Professor Dumbledore's face became heavier than mine. Chapter 62, Approaching Winter Vacation. When Professor Dumbledore finally left, his face was quite solemn. No wonder. After all, anyone who heard that there was a 1,000-year-old monster on their territory that could kill people with just their eyes, if they didn't flee in fright at the moment, then their reaction would naturally be worry and angry. Of course, I used the excuse of consulting the deeds of Sorlaser Slytherin, the voice that only I could hear, and the clues of the spider escaping. And by the way, I confessed that I accidentally released a snake in the zoo the year before last and said a few words to it to strengthen the evidence. Knowing what caused these victims is not an immediate solution, but it has at least achieved the goal of making Professor Dumbledore aware of my long-standing concern about student safety. I'm not sure what Professor Dumbledore plans to do next, but in any case, at least this hot potato that worries me the most is throwing it out to make him feel troubled. No matter what, Professor Dumbledore is not only the head of a school, but also one of the most powerful wizards of our time. Even if you can't catch the snake demon, you can at least think of a way to increase the safety factor of students, so I just need to continue to do my duty as a student. Of course, on the table, Madame Pomfrey insisted on keeping me in the hospital wing for another 2 days. During these 2 days, although I obediently stayed in bed, it didn't mean I was completely idle. Hermione being attacked and petrified was a heavy blow for Neville and the Weasley brothers. Especially for Ron and the twins. They felt guilty about taking some materials and books that required time to sift through back to the room of requirement that day and leaving Hermione to come see me alone. Whenever they took turns visiting me in the hospital wing during these 2 days, a look of gloom and frustration was often on their faces. It wasn't until I told them about the basilisk that they started to perk up a bit. Like I said, when facing a creature that could easily be lethal, there wasn't much they could do even if they had been with Hermione. All it would have done was add yet another petrified figure to the hospital wing under the protection of charm amulets. Although my explanation helped them feel a little better, to prevent them from getting overly excited and sneaking out of bed at night to hunt the basilisk, I straightforwardly designed several magical water screen protective charms during my time in the ward and handed the sketches to the twins to help make them. After all, since the existence of such magical protective charms was already going to be known to Professor Dumbledore after the incident, and even if the basilisk's true identity wasn't disclosed to the students to avoid panic, the fact that Colin and Hermione were attacked couldn't be hidden for long. Worrying students would definitely buy some kind of talisman or charm for reassurance, so I decided to let Fred and George take this opportunity to sell the water screen charms, providing everyone with extra security while boosting their reputation for craftsmanship and making a bit of disaster profit all in one go. Sharky businessman. When I explained my idea and handed over the sketches to Fred and George, one twin raised an eyebrow, the other gave a sly grin, and they patted my head before cozying up in the sofa corner, eager to start figuring out the production process for the water screen protective charms. Ron, snapping out of his stunned state, was the first to react, pointing at me with a trembling index finger. "You're a total businessman. I thought Fred and George were already bad enough, but you're even evil." I bit into the chocolate and, trying to be kind, helped Ron, who had been stuck for a long time, find an adjective, only to be rewarded with a tired eye roll and a smack, along with Neville's helpless sigh and wry smile. On the morning I was finally allowed to leave the hospital wing, since the twins and Ron had classes, I naturally wandered out of Madame Pomfrey's territory alone. My mind was constantly on the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Taking advantage of the empty corridors, I slipped into the secret passage behind the curtain that led toward Myrtle's bathroom. If only I hadn't dawdled and overthought things at the start of the term and had gone straight to explore the chamber first, things wouldn't have ended up as they did. Someone unknown reopened the chamber ahead of me, and now even though I can speak Parseltongue, I can't get in. I hissed at the faucet engraved with a little snake pattern, open, slide, turn, and rotate, even open sesame, but the sink in the middle of the bathroom didn't budge. Frustrated, I sighed deeply. Clearly, this culprit is extremely cautious, not only requiring Parseltongue to access the chamber, but also adding a password to open the door. Smart and cautious to an infuriating degree. I gritted my teeth. If it weren't for reason constantly reminding me that even if I defeated the basilisk, catching the culprit wouldn't be a permanent solution, I would have smashed this sink and stormed into the chamber to take care of the basilisk and its lair. My earlier hesitation about taming it vanished the moment I saw Hermione in danger. Now my mind is entirely focused on planning how to deal with that 1,000-year-old monster after taking it down, including the fragment of Voldemort's soul manipulating things from behind the scenes. "Let me go, Your Highness," the magical fire vine nestled in my robes murmured, shifting softly. "Since you're so worried, don't start. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting." I patted the tendril in my robe, telling it to behave. "Every night going into the dark diary with me, and just a few days ago you drank so much Ghost Rose your kind doesn't get that nourished. And now you're setting your sights on the basilisk's dark aura? Aren't you afraid of overdoing it?" I ignored the devil's fire vine draped across my chest, continuing to mutter, and instead stood gloomily in front of the sink, rubbing my temples. I always knew Voldemort wasn't simple. Even if his soul fragments were incomplete, dealing with them was still extremely tricky, and even though I had anticipated that the success rate of sneaking into the Chamber of Secrets would be very low, I still couldn't help feeling disappointment and anger after confirming it was really a huge miscalculation. I truly should have heeded my grandfather's advice to eliminate all dangerous possibilities at the cradle. My greedy thought of wanting to collect the snake potion made me miss the initial opportunity for precaution and almost cost Hermione and Colin their lives. "What are you doing here?" A drifting voice sounded behind me. I turned around to see the crybaby Myrtle peeking out from a stall not far away, looking at me in confusion. "Good day, Myrtle," I nodded politely. Ignoring my greeting, Myrtle floated out. "I think I've seen you before, at Nick's defty party." She hovered in front of me, blinking and studying me. "You're not a girl." That should be an obvious answer. Why did she say it as if it took a lot of effort to figure it out? I wiped the sweat from my brow and thought, I am indeed not. "Actually, then you shouldn't be here," she said, a little annoyed. "This is the girls' restroom." "I know, and I was just about to explain," I said politely. "I came here to check something. You know, on Nick's defty, something happened just outside this restroom door, right?" Myrtle's expression turned dreamy. "Oh, of course I know. It happened right outside my door." She spoke softly, starting to sniffle. "It was truly terrible. A girl came asking me the same thing before, but unfortunately, I didn't know anything. Peeves threw peanuts at me at the party that day and laughed. I was so sad. So I locked myself in my room crying almost to death, completely unaware of what had happened." I swallowed back the urge to tell her she had been dead long ago and cautiously asked, you said a girl came asking you the same thing? Do you know who she was? Myrtle pressed her sleeve against her eyes, which were already leaking silver tears. Of course I know, it's that girl who attended the banquet with you that day. She's one of the few people who's still decent to me. Her name's Hermie, right? It's Hermione. I sighed softly. It seemed there were no other clues. Thanks for telling me this, Myrtle. I think I'd better go now. After all, I really shouldn't be in the girls' bathroom. Can I ask you a favor while I'm here? Myrtle continued sniffing, silently watching me for a moment. If, she said slowly, there's something I can do to help. You definitely can. I said seriously, just keep an eye on your home. Just keep an eye on this bathroom for any strange noises or odd behavior. Like boys running into the girls' bathroom like you. I choked a little. That too, if you notice anything. I said awkwardly, if you see anything or anyone that seems strange, please, notify me immediately, okay? Myrtle blinked. Anytime. Anytime. I nodded. I'm in Gryffindor, so even at midnight, you can ask Nick to wake me up in the dormitory. Okay. Myrtle agreed, blinking her silver-teary eyes. But I still don't know your name. Harry, my name's Harry Potter. Hearing that she was willing to help, I smiled gratefully. Thank you, Myrtle, you're really doing me a big favor by agreeing to help. Well, I'll go now, won't disturb you any longer, bye. I wasn't able to enter the Chamber of Secrets, but at least I had found a scout who could keep an eye on the entrance to the chamber openly without arousing suspicion. Feeling reasonably okay about this somewhat unsatisfying but acceptable result, I left the bathroom in a fairly good mood, completely unaware that as Myrtle responded to my goodbye and watched me leave, a faint silver halo appeared on her face. The news of Colin and Hermione being attacked spread faster than I had imagined, and the atmosphere on campus became quite tense. Who exactly was that heir of Slytherin became the subject that all students were most concerned with and suspiciously gossiping about, besides the flying rumors and the fact that most of the students on campus moved in pairs or groups. The trend of buying charms and talismans, as I expected, also swept through like a whirlwind. Items like rabbit's feet, crystal columns, and green onions were being traded and sold. Fred and George, always extremely proactive, even used the water screen charm diagrams I gave them to make actual products, successfully riding the wave of this disaster-driven profit trend. You wouldn't believe how much we've made these past 3 days, Fred said in the room of requirement while counting today's earnings with George and Ron, calculating the costs and sighing to me, just your water screen charms brought in nearly 100 galleons, not to mention the other small defensive charms we've modified ourselves. That's almost 5 times what we earn from running our betting stall. Oh. I responded casually to show I was listening, continuing to carefully hold the silver spoon, and slowly and evenly sprinkle the powdered lion's tail thistle along the rim of the cauldron into the steaming violet potion. My calm response seemed to displease Ron, who lifted his head from the piles of sickles and nuts on the table. Hey, don't you think your reaction is too indifferent? No matter what, this is something you designed and sold. Aren't you happy we made so much money? Before I could reply, George, sitting next to Ron, spoke for me and even smacked his little brother on the back of the head. Are you stupid? The more of this stuff we sell, the more unsettled our classmates feel. George said, pouting as he lectured. The teachers must know that we and others are doing this sort of secret trading, but none of them have stepped in to stop it. What do you think that means? This means the teachers are equally frazzled about the monsters in the secret chamber and have neither the mood nor the need to bother with our harmless little schemes. We're obviously happy when something we designed and made ourselves sells well, but for these protective use products, Fred continued, tapping a finger against the parchment ledger on the table, no matter how well they sell, it's really not something worth celebrating. Ron rubbed the back of his head, his ears turning slightly red. You all know I didn't mean that. Yes, of course we know. George replied perfunctorily, pushing the pile of coins in front of him toward Ron and getting up. You keep counting these. I'm going to check how the chewy tongue candy from yesterday turned out in the oven. If it's baked, remember to brush it with the frost maple syrup and bake for another 10 minutes. Fred instructed as George passed by him, then returned to his ledger, paying no attention to his little brother, who was caught in the bittersweet agony of counting coins. I didn't pay attention to the interaction between the Weasley brothers because I was focused on brewing this potion, specifically designed to support the growth of the magical apples, a warming and calming tonic, or, you could say, fertilizer. Professor Sprout had noticed that the magical apples had become more irritable and prone to leaf drop due to the cold weather, so recently she had started putting warm socks and winter clothes on them, which was definitely an enormous task, I have to say. Just changing their pots was already enough to exhaust the students. Now, helping the bigger magical apples with their clothing would be disastrous if students were made to do it. Although she said there wasn't much to worry about, given that the growth of the magical apples was crucial for the potion that would awaken Hermione and the others, I decided to brew some magic potion for the magical apples on my own to help stabilize their development, aiding Professor Sprout in the process. Actually, I have thought about directly summoning fully matured magical apples to make the restorative potion, but unfortunately, I discovered a long time ago that using plants I summon myself to make potions, although they can achieve the intended effect, always produce some strange side effects, or even toxins that can leave someone half dead, especially with higher level, more complex potions, in which case these side effects are longer lasting, stronger, and more bizarre. Unable to determine the cause, I could only attribute this unfortunate result to my powers being tainted by fragments of the Dark Lord's soul, an extra effect of corruption, though it didn't make me too disappointed or sad. In fact, studying the special toxins and side effects that arise from this is quite interesting. However, since those who would use the potion include my own companions, there's no way I would let Hermione drink such a weird, almost cursed restorative potion. So, I carefully waited for the natural magical apples to grow on their own under Professor Sprout, even though I'm confident that later, with a bit of study, I could create a potion to neutralize the side effects. I simply don't want to risk waking up to find myself being chased by an enraged little lioness because of rabbit ears or darkened, foul-smelling skin. That would definitely strip off 3 layers of skin. Finished. While I was brewing the potion, Neville, who was helping me cut herbs and keep track of time, asked as he saw me taking out a glass bottle to fill it with the purple potion. I nodded gently. Millimeter, although it's the first potion I've calculated and brewed, the process went very smoothly, so I'd say it's a success. After tightening the cap, I set the potion aside and continued filling the second bottle. The only thing is, since I haven't tested the effect's duration, there might be a 1 to 3 day discrepancy from what I predicted. Other than that, there shouldn't be any problem. If you say so, then this potion must be fine. Neville looked at the clear, transparent potion on the table, somewhat envious. If I had half your skill, no, even just 1/10 of your potion-making talent, I wouldn't have to retake every potion exam just to barely pass. You're overthinking it. You've always done well with your potions. None of that. Look like I'm just flattering you, I really mean it. After finishing packing the potions, I started tidying the mess on the cauldron and lab table. You just get too nervous during exams and lessons. Otherwise, when we're making potions together here, I've never seen you mess up, have I? When we're making potions in the potion classroom, you're the one leading. You remind me, how could I possibly make a mistake? Neville said with a wry smile. But it's different in class. Without your reminders, Professor Snape is so scary, my mind goes blank, and I can't remember the steps of the potion at all. I fell silent for a moment, not sure what else to say except patting Neville on the shoulder to offer some comfort. After all, Professor Snape's potions class has been every student's nightmare for more than just a day or two. Anyway, even if potions are not your strongest suit, your herbology is amazing. Otherwise, Professor Sprout wouldn't have gone to all that trouble to pull you into the herbology club, right? That's only because she couldn't beat Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, and because I'm closer to you, she reluctantly brought me into the herbology club. Neville pouted. You have no idea how excited she was when she found out you have a natural talent to communicate with plants, and you didn't see how disappointed she was when she learned you're already in 2 clubs and basically have no time for the herbology club. If Hogwarts allowed house transfers, she would have rushed to the headmaster to move you to Hufflepuff. I shook my head lightly, smiling. It's not that dramatic, you're overthinking it. If you weren't capable, Professor Sprout wouldn't have let you be the only second-year full member in the herbology club instead of just an observer. You need to have more confidence in yourself. When I was almost done tidying up, I handed Neville the 2 jars of warmth and calm apple potions, along with the production recipes and usage notes. By the way, could you help me give this potion to Professor Sprout? I don't think I'll have time to see her these days. A lot of community service is waiting for me. Community service. Not only Neville, but even Ron and the twins looked at me with some surprise and a puzzled expression. Yeah, I shrugged, it's just labor service personally assigned by Professor Dumbledore. Actually, to be frank, it all came from the aftermath of my magical trinkets being discovered. As far as I know, the headmaster did in fact discuss my enrollment status with Professors McGonagall and Snape later on. Of course, in a 2-to-1 situation, there was absolutely no way I could be expelled, as well as the serious issue of me creating these illegal items. The so-called the death penalty may be spared, but the living punishment is inevitable. Pretty much sums up my current situation. According to Professor Dumbledore, since the second-year curriculum is already too simple for me, rather than leaving me to explore complex magic like alchemy and divination matrices on my own, it's better to systematically plan my learning schedule so I won't end up creating dangerous items accidentally. So from now on, except for club activities and astronomy, I have to report to the headmaster's office in the evenings, do book reports he prepares for me, or study with teachers he assigns. In short, their plan is essentially to take away my time for independent research. If it weren't for the fact that the things I'm researching independently are either not urgent or almost completed with only the last few experiments left, not to mention that even the mail-order shop business is running smoothly and can be entrusted to the twins, of course, along with Neville and Ron, I'd be utterly frustrated by the headmaster's cunning move. Still, even if it doesn't temporarily disrupt my secret plans, just thinking about having to see the headmaster more often in the future, on top of being careful not to reveal any details, probably also means playing mind games and maneuvering with him. It's really exhausting. I sighed helplessly in complaint, but then again, who am I to complain, given how many problems I've caused since the start of this semester? Being attacked by a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, misusing a ghost rose, and, of course, my methods for solving those problems are either scary and extreme or involve illegal items or plants with a certain degree of dark power. Combined with the occasional traits I inherited from my grandfather, a sort of Slytherin style of ends justify the means. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore has already realized the dangerously reckless and dark side of my nature, which is probably why he decided to keep me under his watchful eye and personally supervise me. Anyway, I have dealt with legilimency very well, and I am not afraid at all, and things will not happen because of complaints. Since it is already a doomed fact, it is better to use it to extract the greatest benefits for yourself. With this idea, I read books related to basic fortune-telling for 3 nights in the small study room of the principal's office and wrote 2 designated reports. I must say I sympathize with you. Ron turned the quill in his hand, dragged his chin with one hand and said to me regretfully and a little lonely, but if it were Hermione, I would probably envy you. I tugged at the corners of my mouth and didn't say anything. Just like the 4 of them, without the little lioness nagging around, I also felt that there was more loneliness in the air. Originally, because the Quidditch ball game was over, I had more free time to temporarily escape from the training hell, but now I am full of new learning assigned to the old Fox principal. But busy and busy, missing and missing, life is still day after day. Although the school was attacked by students, and the smell of nervousness and worry made the Christmas that was gradually approaching less warm and quiet, when the news of the establishment of the Duel Club spread, the solemn atmosphere on campus was finally diluted, and the students had more expectations for what they wanted to learn. I hope there will be no greater expectations and greater disappointments knowing that the instructor of the Duel Club was actually Professor Lockhart. I couldn't help but observe a 3-second silence for everyone when I saw that everyone, including Neville, was looking forward to the opening day of the Duel Club. However, even if I know that everyone probably won't learn much in the Duel Club because of Professor Lockhart, but seeing that the sullen atmosphere around me has been relieved a lot in the past few days, I didn't think about talking too much to pour cold water on everyone's little enthusiasm that has finally ignited. To be precise, it will probably be the expectations of the boys, and more than 80% of the girls will be more excited. It wasn't until the night of the Duel Club that I walked with Ron and the others to the door of the hall where the class was held, that I told them that I was not going to participate in the observation. Then, before Ron and Neville were stunned enough to stop me, I hurriedly dropped my walk to the Quidditch stadium and slipped out of the castle gates and stepped into the half-moonlit winter scene. Although I know that standing Ron and the others up was pretty rude, my principle with Professor Lockhart has always been to avoid him whenever possible. Besides, in the memory, it seemed that it was only because Professor Snape was the assistant for this club and brought Malfoy to be my dueling partner that the fact I could speak Parseltongue was accidentally revealed. Even though it wouldn't be a big deal if news that I could speak Parseltongue spread, at a time when everyone was already panicking over the heir of Slytherin, it would only make things worse with no benefit at all. And honestly, since being discharged, I haven't seen Professor Snape yet. I'm also not mentally prepared to see him before tomorrow's potions class. Call me an ostrich if you want, but just thinking about how hysterically I yelled at him like a child that day makes me so embarrassed that all I want to do is dig a hole and bury myself, leaving me almost unable to think. I'm almost 40. Well, okay, I'm currently just a 12-year-old boy, but at least my mental age is long past the whining age for candy, yet I still threw a tantrum out of being ignored. Even if it was related to the emotional instability caused by the mental trials I've been secretly doing with the Dark Lord's diary. Just thinking about how stupidly I acted. If I could, I'd use an obliviate and memory sealing charms on both Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore, making them forget this whole mess forever. But leaving aside the feasibility and trouble of using obliviate on both of these bosses, Professor Snape, for the first time, called my name, and he didn't avoid my gaze. He was truly looking at me, not at Dad. I stopped in my tracks and knocked on my own head with my hand. Useless, useless, truly useless. I scolded myself in my heart, yet I couldn't help but display a silly, dazed smile, just like during those moments of occasional daydreaming over the past few days. Just by being acknowledged, confirming that I wasn't a substitute, did it really warrant such happiness? And don't forget, I reminded myself, I should try to suppress the joy blossoming in my heart. He is as strict as Grandpa, meaning that from now on, studying under Professor Snape would require even more caution and carefulness, or else an endless stream of reports and merciless, harsh criticism would be waiting for me. But then again, the criticism and extra tasks he's been giving me lately aren't really something an ordinary kid could handle either. Chapter 63. Potter. I snapped out of my thoughts and looked up at the sound, a tall shadow landing on a broomstick not far ahead of me. I realized I had unknowingly wandered into the Quidditch pitch. Cedric Diggory. I looked at the black-robed youth walking toward me in surprise. What are you doing here? Practicing flying. Our house match against Ravenclaw is in 2 days. He came to stand beside me, a polite smile with a hint of curiosity on his face. And what about you? I thought everyone would be in the Great Hall by now for the dueling club activities. Not everyone is interested in the dueling club, right? I asked innocently. You didn't go either, did you? Yeah, that's true. He scratched the back of his head. Huh? Are you okay? Your face is really red. Are you feeling unwell? Reflexively, I touched my face. No wonder it's been feeling warm since earlier. I patted my cheeks and tossed the matter of Professor Snape out of my mind. I'm fine, probably just warmed up from walking quickly over from the castle, I said lightly, turning the topic away. Are you still practicing? Sorry to bother you, I should probably. It's okay, you haven't disturbed me at all, Diggory said quickly, pausing for a moment. I mean, I'm just doing some simple basic exercises, nothing you need to worry about causing any misunderstanding of spying or anything like that. I nodded, standing upright and walking straight. I wasn't afraid of being misunderstood. It was just the Quidditch secrecy and courtesy rules when an academy team is practicing on the field. Unless given permission by the team using the pitch, students and players from other houses are not allowed to enter and watch. So, senior, are you still practicing? I just thought staying in the dorm alone was too boring, so I came for a walk. If you don't mind, may I watch from the stands? Diggory looked at me for a moment and smiled. Just watching might be a bit boring, right? He invited. Do you want to fly around and play a bit with me? The dueling club activities probably won't end too early, so it's okay to return to the castle a bit later. I blinked and turned happily. Sure, I'll go borrow a broom from the equipment room. Wait for me, senior. Let's go together. I'll grab the quaffle as well. Diggory followed me. By the way, you can just call me by my name. Always calling me senior feels a bit strange. Then you can call me Harry too, I joked. I'm also not used to friends calling me Potter. Since it was getting dark, we didn't take out the golden snitch to trouble ourselves. Just flying around the goalposts, competing for or passing the quaffle was fun enough. Diggory and I played for nearly an hour, until our arms were getting a bit tired, and finally we landed on the grass, panting. Damn, your stamina and skills are really impressive, Diggory said, lying on the grass with a big smile. Even if you weren't a seeker, you'd still make a great chaser and keeper, Harry. It's too hard to take points from you. I sat beside him, catching my breath and rubbing my arms. Are you subtly complimenting yourself? You scored more than me, I complained, but my face wore a satisfied smile. And you were flying for quite a while before our game, right? Plus your passes are fast, accurate, and strong. If you were a chaser, I would really have to offer a moment of sympathy for your opponent's keepers. So you're grateful I'm a seeker. Also excited, I grinned. The game is only fun when the opponents are evenly matched. Arrogant kid. Diggory sat up, patted my head, then stood up and extended his hand to me. Come on, we've played long enough. It's time to head back to the castle. Yeah, you're right. I almost forgot the time. I accepted Diggory's help to stand, grabbed my broom, and went back with him to the equipment room to return our things. I hope everyone hasn't finished class early, otherwise running into Filch wouldn't be fun. Filch? I thought the patrolling teachers would be more worth worrying about. Actually, if you get caught, the outcome is pretty much the same, you'll end up doing detention. I shrugged. But Filch is more annoying, he always comes up with creepy and scary punishments to scare people. Even though I know he has no authority to do so, it still feels uncomfortable to hear. True. Diggory agreed. By the way, last time you were competing against Slytherin, how did you manage to increase your speed so much over such a short distance? I've been studying it for ages. After returning the broom and the quaffle, Diggory and I strolled toward the castle, chatting about Quidditch along the way. But as we got closer to the castle, I unintentionally noticed a small cloaked shadow sneaking out from the farmland near Hagrid's house. It was Harry. Seeing me suddenly stop with an odd expression, Diggory asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Sorry, Cedric." I smiled at him apologetically. "I just suddenly remembered something very important, and I have to go find Hagrid. You go back to the castle first, I'll come back later." Wait. Once again, I pulled a disappearing act, activating my light-footed technique to leap off the path and dash into the sparse forest under the night sky. It was so late, going there didn't exactly seem like a visit to Hagrid, it was too sneaky. "Your Highness, it's Miss Red." The magical firevine communicated with me, relaying gathered messages from nearby plant companions. Miss Red secretly followed Miss Blue out. It seems Miss Blue has recently been leaving the castle alone, so Miss Red wants to find out what Miss Blue is doing. Trailing behind the small cloaked shadow at a distance, I listened to the jumbled feedback from the magical firevine, feeling utterly exasperated. Be clear about it, who exactly are Miss Red and Miss Blue? I understood that the plants didn't have the habit of remembering humans' names, so they always used descriptions or nicknames, but even understanding that, every time I heard them calling someone, I still felt powerless. Every time she sees Your Highness, the one whose face turns the same color as her hair is Miss Red. The one with the aqua blue aura when she's with Your Highness is Miss Blue. So it's Ginny and Luna? My brow furrowed even tighter. Luna has been leaving the castle a lot lately? I asked as I carefully continued to watch my movements, not wanting Ginny ahead to notice. After all, on a clear day with no fog, even under the crescent moon, it was difficult to hide one's tracks. "Yes, Your Highness. And it's always to the lakeside." The magical firevine paused. "Miss Blue meets with the leader of the mermaids, but the exact details are unclear. There are too few of our companions at the lake, and those in the lake only know that the mermaid leader has been leaving the bottom of the lake for a while each night lately." Thinking back to that day when I had seen Luna's tiny scales in the lake and the previous research I had dug up about mermaids in the library, combined with what the magical firevine just reported, I already had an idea, and I truly felt like sighing. Am I just overbearing and giving myself unnecessary trouble, or do I really have nothing but people around me who can't give me peace of mind? The so-called protagonist's law isn't supposed to work like this, right? Just scheming and battling against the Dark Lord is tiring enough, yet a whole bunch of bizarre things keep happening, messing with my brain cells. Damn it, you god of creation. Even if it's the butterfly effect, it's supposed to start from my birth, right? Why am I encountering all these weird, unprecedented situations that never appeared in any memories? The 1001st time I silently cursed that despicable god in my heart, Ginny, tightly wrapped in her cloak, had already approached the lakeside. I calmed my mind and emptied my thoughts, letting my presence blend as much as possible with the surrounding nature, then used the floating technique of light skill to silently and softly land atop the branch of the tree where Ginny was hiding. It's really a spot with a great view, yet still secluded. Squinting to survey the surroundings, I quickly concluded that during the day, you could get a full view of the entire lakeshore from here. I couldn't help but admire Ginny's keen eye for choosing such a perfect hiding place. I looked down at Ginny, who hadn't noticed me at all, and was thinking about how to quietly take the curious Ginny away without disturbing Luna, who should be nearby. The surface of the lake in the distance began to ripple unnaturally under the hazy moonlight, drawing my attention away. In Muggle fairy tales, especially Andersen's kind of dreamy stories, mermaids are almost always depicted as creatures who are both beautiful and kind, but in reality, in the magical world, mermaids aren't necessarily that pretty or gentle. Well, to elaborate, the most common type, meaning those with milder temperaments and little offensive capability, usually aren't particularly attractive. Meanwhile, mermaids whose features and figure are more human-like, whose voice is more enchanting and dreamlike, not only possess stronger abilities but also hold higher status within their species as leaders. A mermaid's abilities are also closely linked to the locations they choose to inhabit. In other words, mermaids that settle in oceans or lakes are not only prettier than those dwelling in deep rivers, but they are also more powerful and temperamental, with moods that can swing violently. This is also why Muggle seafaring legends often include sirens that lure sailors into crashing onto reefs. It's the dark humor of deep-sea mermaids. Since few wizards ever venture into lakes or seas, and even those who do usually know that the prettier the mermaid, the more dangerous they are, most wizards are smart enough not to provoke them. Over time, even though humans and mermaids appear to coexist peacefully on the surface, the truly beautiful mermaids don't even consider humans, who are weaker than them, to be worth their attention. In short, beautiful mermaids are essentially deadly creatures. That's just how it is. And the reason I am currently frozen in place is because, emerging from the lake after disturbing the water, is an exceptionally beautiful mermaid. I know that Hogwarts Lake is vast and is home to all kinds of magical underwater creatures. I also know that there is a mermaid tribe living in the lake. Although my few underwater explorations never penetrated the territory of this mermaid tribe, I almost got discovered by the patrolling mermaid guards. Judging by how impressive those guards looked, I roughly guessed that the mermaid tribe in our school's lake must be quite powerful, yet I never imagined that the leader of Hogwarts' mermaid tribe would actually be a peerless mermaid on the level of a siren. Although the face was hard to discern because of the night and the distance, the slight blur was still enough for me to confirm that the mermaid's features were dangerously beautiful, coupled with ivory skin, a slender waist that could be held in one hand, and water blue long hair plastered wet against her chest, hinting at her voluptuous curves. Your Highness, although you are human, since you are male, Firevine weakly sent me a message. There shouldn't be any need to be jealous of a mermaid's figure, right? If you still want to enter the dark magic dream with me every night to absorb darkness, then just keep quiet. Who's jealous? I just couldn't help but have a little lingering regret comparing with a figure from a past life. While I was caught up in a mix of amazement, frustration, and admiration and lost in thought, another small figure emerged from the nearby forest edge. Luna's long silvery grey hair looked especially hazy in the moonlight as she slowly approached the mermaid. Unexpected yet somewhat expected, step by step, Luna waded into the lake toward the mermaid. When the water reached her knees, a subtle silver-blue glow began to faintly appear from her body. If it weren't for the fact that the fluctuations of this power resonated in a manner similar to my spiritual energy, it would have been difficult to notice in this soft, dim night even with my martial training and sharp, golden snitch-chasing eyesight. And as she drew closer to the mermaid, the changes on her body became increasingly noticeable. The light, elegant golden grey hair faintly shimmered with a silver glow. Luna's usually ethereal temperament mingled with a hint of enchanting dreaminess under the moonlight. However, the most obvious change was still the long hair unable to conceal her uniquely mermaid-like shell fan ears. I let out a helpless sigh in my heart. When Ginny involuntarily gasped at the sight before her, I silently leapt down to the tree, scooped her up, and, before she could call out in surprise, used light-footed movement to carry her away from the vicinity. "It's me, Harry. I whispered as Ginny began to struggle, not stopping my instant movement through the forest. Hearing my voice, the girl in my arms stopped moving, and her body seemed to stiffen a little. Should I say I wasn't surprised at all? I thought with a bit of helpless distraction. It was only when we left the lakeside and reached the sparse trees near the castle that I put Ginny down in the midst of my nearly flying speed. The hood that had covered her head had already slipped off, and the wind had tousled her long hair over her shoulders. Though her head was down and her expression wasn't clear, her reddened ears and intertwined hands revealed her nervousness without her realizing it. "Let's go." Knowing that if I didn't say or do something first, Ginny would likely just stand there in front of me until the end of time without moving. I really didn't have the patience to watch a little girl sit dazed and blushing in front of me. Besides, it was already winter. Although my internal strength protected me from feeling cold or getting sick, Ginny didn't have this special ability. After all, she's my best friend's little sister, so I still needed to take care of her somehow. I directly took Ginny's hand and walked back toward the castle. "It's late already. If we don't hurry back, and the fat lady goes wandering again, we won't be able to sleep in the dorm tonight." Ginny's hand trembled slightly when I held it. She didn't try to pull away but obediently walked back with me to the castle. We remained silent all the way, until we stepped onto the castle stairs. Just as I was about to gently push open the door, a barely audible, mosquito-like sorry made me pause. I turned to look at Ginny by my side. She still kept her head down, seemingly staring at her own shoes. I silently exhaled, led her to the gargoyle sculpture by the staircase railing, and let go. Why are you apologizing to me? I asked gently, in a soft voice. Did you do something wrong that has anything to do with me? She quickly glanced up at me and then lowered her head again, her hands starting to twist together uncontrollably. I held back a sigh that was on the verge of escaping. You know, Ginny, I said, the person you should be apologizing to isn't me. Though she kept her head down, I could still feel her nervousness from the way Ginny's hands trembled slightly. I know, I shouldn't have been following Lena. After a long pause, she finally spoke in a small voice, but Luna has been acting really strange lately. We used to do homework together all the time, but recently she keeps avoiding me. If I ask her where she's been, she won't say, or she just changes the subject. I'm really worried, so that's why. I understood Ginny's hesitant explanation, and I also understood her worry though they were in different houses. For some reason, Ginny and Luna had always been close, very good friends. I had even heard a few rumors about Ginny getting into conflicts with Ravenclaw students because they played pranks on Luna. Recently, with the There of Slytherin incident causing widespread concern, and Luna being especially secretive, it was no surprise that Ginny was so anxious. Actually, I'm not in a position to lecture you, I said, because if it were me, I probably would have done the same thing as you. The typical Gryffindor trait, knowing curiosity could be deadly, yet unable to restrain oneself. But what you saw tonight should remain a secret. If Luna doesn't bring it up herself, please keep pretending you don't know, okay? That is, if you still want Luna to be your friend. She's of course my friend. How could I just because she hurriedly looked up to defend herself, and when she met my reassuring, encouraging smile, her face flushed even more. Why you knew? Although she stammered and didn't fully ask, I understood what Ginny meant. I just had some doubts before, so I looked up a few books. Her voice was melodious, her controlled water magic deliberately hidden, and the tiny scales I found on her in the lake that day had already given me a rough idea that Luna had mermaid blood. If I hadn't happened to see you wandering outside the castle and followed, I wouldn't have been certain either. So, that's why you take special care of Luna. Ginny blurted out. Seeing the quick flash of surprise in my eyes, she realized what she had said and shyly lowered her head again. I gazed thoughtfully at Ginny and spoke softly. Luna is a very lovely girl. What I like about her are her personality and kindness. Knowing that most wizards in the magical world not only value bloodlines and abilities but even have a certain degree of prejudice against non-pure humans, I didn't blame Ginny for misinterpreting. It has nothing to do with identity or bloodline. To me, Luna is a very sweet and thoughtful little sister, just like you. Ginny's body trembled slightly. Though the torchlight on the wall was dim and distant, I still noticed the flush fading from her ears. Little sister. Without looking up, Ginny's soft voice trembled slightly with weakness. Yes, I said calmly, without hesitation, you and Luna are not just my friends, but also my most cherished little sisters. Ginny finally looked up at me. Her large amber eyes didn't avoid my gaze for the first time, yet were filled with unsaid loss and sorrow. It's no longer infatuation, is it? But I had tried my best to avoid it before. Why did it still end up like this? I thought bitterly. Why? I thought she would cry, but except for her pale complexion, I saw no trace of moisture in her eyes. They were just emptier and sadder than tears could ever convey. Is it just because I'm Ron's sister? Should I be honest now? All right, then. It has nothing to do with Ron or anyone else. I quietly clenched my hands beneath my robe and continued to maintain a gentle tone and expression. I like you, and I like Luna, but it's only because I admire your personalities themselves. My tone was steady, even I found it a bit surprising, but aside from that, I won't have any deeper feelings for you. Then, Ginny bit her lip. Hermione? What does Hermione have to do with this? There was some helplessness, some amusement, but even more, a sorrowful guilt for this girl who should be my future wife. I could give neither a promise nor happiness. I am Harry Potter, yes, but the future I have chosen is one of cultivating a soul in shattered void, a path harder, darker, and longer than the Harry Potter from memory. Ginny, she isn't someone who can understand and insist on walking this path with me. This road is too lonely. Even if one could persist, it stretches so long that you can only watch the people you care about gradually perish, powerless, with the initial beauty all gone. This burden is too heavy. Since that's the case, it's better not to give hope from the start. By choosing to cultivate my soul, I cannot give love, nor am I worthy of it. Hermione has always taken care of me like a sister. I like her and respect her. She, like you and Luna, are my most important friends. I looked calmly into those sorrowful hazel eyes, breaking all her hopes with a peaceful yet cruel honesty. I like the three of you, like sisters. If I meet other girls in the future, aside from a familial feeling, I won't have any other thoughts. No matter how outstanding that girl might be, it doesn't change anything. Ginny's face turned even paler, and her body started trembling. Why you mean? She shook her head, struggling to accept it. No, it can't be. You don't. Ginny. I placed my hands on her small shoulders, ignoring the heartbroken and pleading look in her eyes. I'm very sorry. Tears welled up in Ginny's eyes. My hands were pushed away. She stumbled and dashed toward the door, almost using every ounce of strength to escape from my sight. I leaned back against the statue with a light sigh, closed my eyes, and rubbed my temples. Ignoring it is bad, talking about it is also bad. Really, it's such a hassle. I say, you guy hiding under that shadow over there. I suddenly spoke up, opening my eyes and tilting my head toward the gargoyle statue on the other side of the stair railing, saying coldly, how much longer do you plan to stay there? Watching the show without paying can bring bad luck. A pair of long legs, after several seconds, slowly emerged from the shadow of the gargoyle statue, hesitating with each step. Cedric Diggory's face showed 4 parts embarrassment, 3 parts helplessness, 2 parts concern, and an indeterminate mix of inexplicable emotions as he silently looked at me. So it's you, Senior, I muttered almost to myself, standing up with a hint of resignation. When the potted plant had hinted that someone was hiding nearby, I originally thought it was some careless student I could tease for fun, but it turned out to be someone I knew. I really didn't know whether to consider it their luck or my misfortune. It's late, so Senior, even if nothing happened, please go back to the dorm early and rest. Good night. No explanation? I had barely taken a step toward the main gate when Diggory's voice drifted over. I looked at him, a bit puzzled. That girl just now, she's a friend you care about, isn't she? He said, slowly walking closer to me. Letting her run off alone isn't exactly gentlemanly. Is this guy lecturing me? My eye twitched. Senior, if I had chased after her in that situation, there would have been more problems. I held back a sigh. And there's only one secret passage from the main gate to our Gryffindor tower. She won't get lost. Although the school isn't exactly safe right now, Ginny is pureblood, and she also has the magical water shield charms the twins made, so I wasn't too worried about her safety. The only slight concern was the loud commotion she made while running off, which might alert patrol teachers or Filch. Cedric. He walked up to the stone railing of the stairwell, placed his hands on it, and swiftly sat down. Just because I happened to overhear a little secret, I'm automatically removed from your list of friends? That's not true. I'm just in a bad mood. Looks like leaving for now isn't an option. I had no interest in being lectured from above, so I copied Diggory and sat on the stone railing. Why didn't you go back to the dorm? I thought Hufflepuff students always behaved. In the dim, flickering firelight, I could barely see the helplessness in his gentle smile. Leaving a younger student out wandering the castle alone so late? I couldn't do that. So you, who couldn't find me because I stood him up, just waited at the castle entrance for me, and even got a free show of a cheesy, rejected adolescent confession drama? Typical Hufflepuff. Gentle but worry-prone. I couldn't help but sigh lightly. Then why didn't you go up with me just now? Compared to a mischievous, willful younger male student, a heartbroken little female student should be comforted, right? Diggory just smiled and reached out to ruffle my hair. Being famous must be tough, huh? When I was your age, I never encountered a situation like this. He didn't answer my question but spoke with a hint of reflection. However, there are many ways to reject a girl. You could have been more tactful. If the excuse you gave that girl spreads around, you might end up with even more trouble. I was about to sarcastically think about why this boy suddenly sounded like a nostalgic old man, but when I heard about the trouble he mentioned, the question marks in my mind reappeared. Ginny isn't the kind of girl who spreads gossip. Unlike the twins' chaos-loving nature, when it comes to what should or shouldn't be said, she's more discreet than anyone. Besides, I think I've already been very tactful. Besides, Ginny is different from other girls. She's the sister of one of my most important friends, and I don't want to deceive her with any misleading excuse. So you just directly let her know that you don't like girls. Diggory gently shook his head. Even though our wizarding world isn't completely opposed to same-sex partners, in this aspect it's still relatively conservative. And with your special status, if it got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. I froze. Since when did I say that the person I liked was male? Then I replayed my earlier explanation with Ginny and her reaction in my mind again. I nearly swore out loud. I believe in Ginny. Although I never thought that I would be wrong and misunderstood, I appreciated men more, but it was useless to regret what had happened. Besides, my life plan didn't plan to have a partner involved from the beginning, and my sexuality and those so-called troubles were naturally not within my consideration, and you are actually thinking a little too much, not to mention that the direction of the relationship is my personal matter. I am only 12 years old now. Even if I want to fall in love, it is too early. I haven't met someone who really appreciates what makes me tempted, and maybe that person will not appear at all. No one can say what the future holds, and it would be too foolish to worry about the kind of problem that hasn't happened yet unless, of course, Cedric, you decide to cause trouble for me. After all, you're the only one who knows this secret except the person involved. This time the stunned person was replaced by Diggory, but he recovered quite quickly and rubbed my head again. Optimistic Gryffindor. He followed my tone just now and said with a chuckle, "Don't worry, I won't say it. Although the motto of our school is to avoid fear of anyone who sleeps with dragons, stepping on a lion's tail is not something a badger would take the initiative to do." He glanced at my right sleeve meaningfully, jumped off the stone railing. "It's really late. I don't think you need me to take you back to the dormitory, right?" "Of course not, but thank you for your kindness." Has it been discovered without the slightest guilt? I pushed the wand attached to my wrist back to the hidden bag, and jumped off the stone railing. "Well, good night, Cedric." "Good night, Harry." As I walked to the oak gate, Diggory's hesitant voice came from behind me. "Can I ask, if my answer just now dissatisfied you, how would you deal with me?" I stopped in front of the door. "The only thing that qualifies me to cast a curse on my wand is the enemy, Cedric." I gently pushed the oak door open silently, and then smiled and said, "It's my friend, so I never have to think about this kind of thing." Chapter 64, Christmas Record. At the last week of November, the school began surveying the list of students staying on campus over the Christmas break. Of course, there was no way I could return to the Dursleys. Our previously planned trip to Egypt to visit Bill had also been cancelled because of Hermione's incident. Ron, the twins, and even Percy all wrote home to their parents saying they wouldn't be going home for the holidays, so this year, the only time the Weasley family came back by train for the holiday was just a few days, during which they kept avoiding my Ginny. I'm not sure how much the Weasley brothers knew about Ginny and me clearing things up. After that night, Ginny had red eyes and looked drained for several days, and I don't believe her protective brothers didn't notice, but since they didn't say anything to me besides spending more time with Ginny and cheering her up, I was happy to act as if nothing had happened and continue with my busy daily life. Christmas was getting closer, and the orders for my mail order business were starting to surge. Although the twins had joined to help with production this year, most of the design drafts and recipes still had to be personally checked by me. In short, for the sake of income, I had to get the products out even if there wasn't a second to spare. Due to the unease caused by being Slytherin's heir, more students stayed at school for the holidays this year than last, but the atmosphere felt even colder. According to the twins, no students from Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff stayed behind. As for the Slytherins, young Master Malfoy, for some unknown reason, stayed on campus with just his 2 followers instead of returning to his manor to enjoy a life served by his servants. Well, it wasn't any of our business, right? How is that not our business? Ron, who got sprayed in the face with foul water while playing gobstones with Percy, said as he wiped his face in a terrible mood, "That means our mealtimes will be shared with the teachers, and those 3 assholes will be at our table too. Just imagine that scene." No one could have an appetite. Although the mail order store operated more smoothly than last year and received more orders, with the help of the twins, Ron, and Neville, all the products that needed to be dispatched were successfully packed and sent out the day before the winter break began. So after seeing all the classmates off early in the morning, we boldly took over the most comfortable and warmest spot by the fireplace and sofa in the common room, playing cards, chess, and taking care of the brooms, basically just chilling without a care in the world. If you look at it from another perspective, Malfoy and the others probably feel the same way, so we're not really losing out. I said casually while instructing Neville to carefully trim the tiny split spikes on a little troublemaker's hand. Anyway, the dining tables at school are so long, we can just pick a spot that doesn't face them and pretend they don't exist. Otherwise, we can always pack our food to eat. School doesn't require you to eat in the dining hall anyway. But, alright, little Ronnie, don't sweat the small stuff. Just like Harry said, as long as those 3 don't do anything stupid to provoke us, just treat them like trash by the roadside. George pressed down on his little brother's head from behind, holding a deck of exploding snap cards. "You know, sometimes you need to broaden your mind a bit. Don't forget little Harry also has that greasy bat teacher from the snake den. You'll definitely have more run-ins with those filthy Slytherins." If you can't even deal with this little thing, soon there'll be more snakes and flies around Harry, and you'll be too frustrated to have the energy to chase them away. Exactly. So Ron, you need to learn to face annoying people with a calmer attitude, got it? Treat sitting next to them this time as a little practice given by Merlin himself. Life needs a few frustrations for you to grow faster. Fred grinned and sat next to Percy, completely ignoring their brotherly squabble across the table. So, Percy big bro, stop always using gobstones to bully us little ones, and come play exploding Snap. Learning from the experience of failing against your own little brother. What a wonderful exchange of brotherly feelings that is. Let me go. Percy struggled desperately on the sofa, trying to shake off one of the twins clinging to him, but to no avail. I don't want to play such childish things. Go away. I want to go back to my room and read. I didn't pay attention to the brothers' heart-to-heart, which had already entered the Weasley family's unique communication mode over there, but instead held Neville's hand and helped him pick out the thorns. Earlier, when he heard the words Professor Bat, he slipped and accidentally cut too close to the green stem, resulting in the little villain's thorn pricking his palm. The barbs got stuck in his hand, making him hurt so much that tears welled up in his eyes. Originally, due to family tradition, Neville wasn't supposed to stay at school over the holidays. But the shadow of Hermione's accident clearly had a big impact on him. During this period, aside from hardly leaving my or Ron's side, the usually anxious Neville even secretly wrote a letter home to Mrs. Longbottom, expressing his absolute desire not to return this year. According to him later, he had mentally prepared to receive a scolding from his grandmother, but surprisingly, Mrs. Longbottom simply agreed and even praised him in the letter, saying that he finally showed a bit of the devotion and loyalty his father once had. The innocent child was completely dumbfounded when he saw the reply that morning. I mean, Mrs. Longbottom, what exactly was your approach to your grandson before? At the time, watching Neville so shocked that he spaced out and let the letter fall without noticing, while I accidentally glimpsed fragments of the letter, it was impossible not to feel both curious and speechless. All right. After taking care of the wound on Neville's hand, I put away the silver needle, sprinkled some anti-inflammatory powder, and then bandaged his palm. Be more careful from now on. You know the villain's spines are actually poisonous, and this one is still a young plant, so the toxin isn't strong. A mature villain's spine could easily keep you bedridden for 10 days to 2 weeks. I know, I'll be careful. Neville wiped the moisture in his eyes with his uninjured left hand. The pain from being pricked by the villain's spine was definitely worse than being hooked by a fish hook, but this kid, while I was treating his injury, only let a few tears fall and didn't make a sound. I couldn't help but sigh lightly. The devil's snare isn't a plant that's easy to domesticate, it takes a lot of effort to care for. Watching Neville pick up the scissors again and cautiously approach the devil's snare, I gently advised him, even if you want to make a symbiotic contract with a plant like I did, it doesn't have to be this one. Dragon's blood grass, glowworm grass, or even devil's web are much easier to care for and much less temperamental. Indeed, one reason Neville wanted to stay at Hogwarts over the holidays was to have me teach him a type of ancient magic recorded in some old texts I found in the Room of Requirement Specimens area, magic that allows the formation of a symbiotic contract with magical creatures, a method so old that no one uses it anymore. The reason modern wizards avoid forming symbiotic contracts with magical creatures is that it's extremely taxing. Not only do you have to raise the magical creature from infancy and provide your own magical energy as nourishment, but if the creature you are bonded with is injured or dies, your own soul also suffers considerable damage. Unless the being you bond with is a creature on the scale of a dragon, phoenix, or unicorn, who would bother with such a thankless task? And the most troublesome part of this contract is that the magical creature has to consciously consent, it cannot be forced. In other words, even if someone somehow managed to get a high-level magical creature like a dragon, would a creature with such pride ever lower itself to form a contract with a human wizard whose lifespan is far shorter than theirs? That would be like raining red drops from the sky. So even though the method of forming this contract is very simple, just a not too complicated magic circle, and the magical creature willingly absorbs a single drop of blood from the casting wizard, the ancient symbiotic contract magic, overall, is almost ridiculously impractical. In a world that values power above all else, which wizard would waste their time forming a contract with a magical creature that's basically just like a pet, especially one that could harm their own soul? In fact, if I hadn't known from the record that this magic was researched and created together by Hogwarts' 4 founders, I wouldn't have been curious enough to try making a contract with the Devil's Vine, nor would I have done all the research notes trying to find a way to break the contract and accidentally expose them to Neville, who borrowed books from me. I'm serious, Neville, I said, looking at Neville's innocent profile as he focused on the devil's snare, refusing to give up. This symbiotic contract isn't as good as you think. While it lets you communicate with the object you've signed with, it really doesn't have much other use. Look at my Inferno Vine, you can see it for yourself. Before I signed the contract, I could still erase it, but after the contract, it basically rooted itself in me and made a nest. Up till now, apart from causing me trouble, I haven't really seen it do anything useful. Maybe you should consider getting an animal instead, at least. Harry. Neville put down his scissors and looked at me helplessly. You know very well that no animal likes me. Even Trevor never stays by my side for more than 10 minutes. I had to fall silent after that for sure. I don't know why, but Neville really has terrible luck with animals. My Hedwig is the same. Every time we have breakfast, if Neville sits next to me, she finishes her meal at least twice as fast as usual. Also, I think, since this magic was left by the founders, it must have some special purpose. Moreover, although you keep complaining about the Inferno Vine, I can tell you actually like it, otherwise you wouldn't have chosen it when we experimented with the contract, right? Big brother, the point right now isn't whether I get along with the Inferno Vine well or not, but there are other plants to choose from, so why did you insist on picking the Devil's Snare? Don't you think the Devil's Palm would make a great companion? Although it can't shoot fire like the magical fire vine, its needle pricks and the ability to control the released venom are excellent ways to intimidate or disrupt enemies when in trouble. While saying this, Neville couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the base of the Devil's Palm where the spines hadn't grown, causing it to tremble lightly. I know my performance in defense against the dark arts isn't great, and I get nervous when facing threats, so I often can't make effective attacks. If the Devil's Palm helped, I think I'd have more power to protect myself, right? At least, I wouldn't hold you all back. And don't you think the Devil's Palm is actually very cute? Even though it's covered in spines and venom, once it accepts a creature, not only do the spines become soft and fluffy, even the venom turns into harmless, fragrant syrup. Seeing that wholehearted trust is truly beautiful. I liked it so much when I read about it in books. Well, since you're so fond of it, what can I say? But as things stand now, it either pricks your hand or sprays you with venom that hasn't fully matured. I seriously doubt whether Neville really did tame that tiny Devil's Palm, which already has a terrible temper, that day. Don't worry about Mr. Silly, Your Highness. Among all the humans we've met, the essence of his mind and soul is most similar to yours. The magical fire vine giggled in my robes and sent me a message. The Devil's Palm isn't actually against him, it's just too young and shy, so it often can't control its bodily reactions and attacks Mr. Silly. In a few months, when the Devil's Palm grows a bit, the contract will go through smoothly. Receiving the message from the magical fire vine, I couldn't help but facepalm. Shy. It's just signing a symbiotic contract, not a marriage proposal. In a way, for magical creatures like us, this lifelong contract to recognize a single master is even more serious than choosing a partner. The magical fire vine continued giggling while sending an awkward message that made me more sweaty. After all, this magical contract shares our soul and life force with the master. So when Your Highness chose to sign, it made it so happy for a long time. Tilde. Very good, excellent, even a word with that utterly girly tone like people has come out. Since it already gave your master shivers down the back and goosebumps that couldn't be pressed down, then there's no reason the culprit rubbing against my chest should be spared, right? Putting aside Neville's miserable attempts to tame the evil hand, and magical fireweed not being able to accompany me to sleep for several nights, and the black magic diary that I stuffed into the frozen lands of Siberia until it could barely breathe, overall, the early part of this winter vacation was still quite relaxed and enjoyable, at least until Christmas Day. My mood had been quite good. Unfortunately, even though I'm also a Gryffindor, I tend to underestimate Gryffindor's knack for causing trouble. This winter, the snow fell heavier and longer than last year. Early in the morning, when I woke up, the world outside the window was nothing but a colorless white of ice and snow, which completely destroyed my desire to endure the cold and practice in the room of requirement. When I moved the sofa in the common room to clear some space, I almost immediately spotted the small pile of gifts under the Christmas tree that belonged to me. However, I waited until after my practice, changed out of my slightly sweaty clothes, and put on a thin shirt before returning to the tree anyway. If I'm not mistaken, I will still receive a new sweater from Mrs. Weasley this year. It seems like I got even more gifts than last year. Toothpicks, the Dursleys' gift remains as stupid as always, ignore it. Toffee, Hagrid is really getting more and more fond of me, but I'll still leave it by the fireplace to soften before eating. Flying with cannonballs. Ron has been influenced by Hermione and actually chose a book, but thankfully it's related to Quidditch. Later after breakfast, I'll go to the hospital wing to see Hermione and Colin, and give them the Christmas gifts I prepared, although they won't be able to see them until they wake up. I shook my head to dispel the loneliness that had surfaced, put on a new emerald green sweater embroidered with a golden H on the chest, and while nibbling on the plum cake Mrs. Weasley had sent, I continued sitting cross-legged under the tree, flipping through my pile of gifts. Every flavor animal candy, that is to say, inside there are a full 100 kinds of candy that, after eating, turn you into different animals. Were the twins planning to give them to me to eat, or for me to feed to someone else? The prefect who achieved greatness. Percy, I have absolutely no interest in becoming a prefect, though if I think about it seriously, aiming for the house Quidditch captain might actually suit me better, a pocket watch, or the shell-shaped one. Luna's gift really is very straightforward. She must have made it herself, the craftsmanship is rough but really cute, and the indicator design inside is strangely similar to the Weasley family clock. It was probably made with her father's help, right? Looking at the gift box, besides Luna's card, there was also a card from her father wishing me a Merry Christmas and thanking me for taking care of his daughter. I studied the so-called thank you card with some amusement, noting the few obvious puncture marks made by a pen tip, then turned my attention back to the remaining gifts. Ah, this one is Ginny's? Holding the gift package in my hand, just about palm-sized, I couldn't help but be a little stunned. I had expected that after being rejected, that little girl would avoid me for a while. It seems I underestimated the little witch's resilience when facing a first love disappointment. Feeling a mix of relief and guilt, I put down the little card from Ginny that simply said Merry Christmas with her signature. Opening the gift box revealed a pure white, completely plain handmade pencil case lying quietly inside, the only decoration being a golden snitch-shaped small bell tied with silver thread at the zipper. Another handmade gift. I fiddled with the golden bell, the small, crisp sound softly ringing in my ears. I carefully put away the white pencil case and turned my gaze to the last gift. It seems like only a few people plan to give me gifts, so who could this be from? Professor Dumbledore, but last year he already gave me Dad's cloak. I shook a gift box without any card or signature, pondering it. It had some weight, the sound, it can't be a book again, right? With no clue or idea, I opened the box, and inside lay a stack of old notebooks tied with thin string, seemingly quite aged. These are research notes on ancient spells and formations, along with studies on countering dark magic. Untying the thin string and picking up the notebook, I flipped through it faster and faster, and the amazement in my heart grew ever stronger, especially after going through 2 or 3 notebooks and being drawn to the clever ideas of these note authors and their progressively solid foundational theories. I finally thought to find out who owned these notes then, when I saw the delicate handwriting signature in the corner of the last page, mirroring the content of the notes, I was completely stunned, my mind going blank. Lily Evans. This is Mom's. Ah. Harry, you're so sneaky. Why didn't you wake me up and came to unwrap the gift yourself first? Ron, don't be so loud so early in the morning. Exactly, today's Christmas, which symbolizes warmth and peace. Good morning, Harry, Merry Christmas. Snapping out of it, I took a deep breath, pressing down the overflowing waves of emotion in my heart, and unobtrusively put away these old notes. At the same time, I turned to greet the Weasley brothers who had come downstairs, along with Neville, trying to keep my tone and expression light. Good morning, everyone. Merry Christmas. The Weasley brothers quickly gathered around, searching for their own pile of gifts. I smiled, listening to their exclamations and excitement while opening presents, while also tidying up the wrapping paper scattered from my own gift opening. Just as I got up, holding my gift to go upstairs, Neville quietly slipped up to my side while no one was paying attention. Are you all right, Harry? I paused, meeting Neville's slightly hesitant and concerned eyes, which warmed my heart. I'm fine, I just miss Hermione a little. I whispered softly like he did, giving a reassuring smile. I'll put the gifts away and then, after breakfast, would you come with me to the hospital wing? Neville nodded, seeming like he wanted to say something more, but just then Fred pressed down on Neville's shoulder. Yo, little gentleman, whispering, planning some mischievous scheme. I was just asking Neville if he wanted to come with me this afternoon to find somewhere in the school kitchen to make some snacks. I said without blushing or getting out of breath. Seeing the Weasley brothers' eyes light up as they turned to look at me, I knew I had successfully diverted their attention. If you guys want to eat too, you can help show us the way to the kitchen later. That way, I might be able to make more if we save some time. Leave it to us. Fred and I know the kitchen inside out. George said excitedly, volunteering on his own. Can we order? I want the roast rabbit from last time. Roast chicken is tastier. I want roast chicken. Nothing too fancy. The lavender maple cake is pretty good. Percy, yours is the hard one. All right. Let's do the fresh cream 7-color pudding instead. And little bunny buns, the kind shaped like little bunnies from last year. I looked at the brothers, who were so lost in their chatter they almost started arguing, and I smiled a little. I knew that if I didn't quickly step in and remind them, I'd probably spend the whole day in the kitchen today. We still have the school Christmas feast tonight, so I'll only make one dish per person. You guys can think about what you want to eat and tell me later. Anyway, there's plenty of time before the afternoon. I hugged my gifts and turned to head down the stairs to the dormitory. I'll put something away, then let's have breakfast together in a bit. Although I said I was going to put my gifts away properly, once I got back to the dormitory, everything except Mom's notebooks was temporarily left on the bedside table. Even though I only skimmed a few of them, the research directions of these ancient spell and magic formation notes, and the useful points that could be referenced, undoubtedly gave me more inspiration for the parts I was currently self-studying, letting me avoid some detours. But more than the help of these notes, what amazed me was my mom's talent in this area. These notes were clearly well organized, each one arranged according to chronological order. She had started recording them in her first grade spare time, so both the content and the handwriting gradually developed from simple and childlike to detailed and refined. Since some years had passed, some foundational theories inside had been revised, but that didn't lessen the value of these research notes, and this is just being evaluated from an academic, objective standpoint. I always knew that although Dad had some personality quirks during his school days, that couldn't mask his brilliance in every aspect: transfiguration, astronomy, herbology. Whenever I privately approached teachers with questions, they would occasionally mention how outstanding my father had been in class, and Quidditch was even more obvious. Starting from his second year, my father's name had appeared on the house cup in the school's trophy room. Dad's excellence was something I had been hearing about and seeing the traces of ever since I entered Hogwarts. Because when teachers looked at me, they would unconsciously see a reflection of my father in me, yet I rarely, almost never, heard anything about my mother. A beautiful and enchanting witch, lovely and kind, elegant and noble in temperament. It seemed that what I heard were only praises for my mother's appearance. I couldn't say I was upset, but there was always a small knot of unease in my heart. Was my mother's excellence really considered only her looks to everyone? During her school days, was Mother nothing more than the exemplary student council president? And after marrying Dad, everything she did, every act of hers, was just labeled under the name of Mrs. Potter. I knew Mother was happy, and from my past life memories, as well as the brief few months of contact during my infancy, I also knew that she only valued those close to her and didn't care about external vanity. But whether with Aunt Petunia or at school, I had almost never heard anything about what my mother did before, or what she liked. It was as if everyone only remembered that she was the most virtuous and gentle lady of the Potter household, the mother of the boy who lived. But I knew it wasn't just that. Besides her well-known beauty, my mother's intelligence, her kindness, her talent, surely there were others besides Dad who understood, appreciated, and even truly remembered her. Your Highness. A tendril of the magical fireweed emerged from under my sweater, helping to wipe away the tears that had accidentally fallen on my notes. If you're still sad, please don't look for now. Your Highness's mother wouldn't want you to keep blaming yourself like this. It isn't your fault. I know. I wanted to wipe away my tears with my sleeve, but no matter how I tried, they wouldn't dry. So I decided to put the notebook back in its box for now and close it, planning to read it slowly later when I felt calmer, so that the writing inside wouldn't get smudged by my tears. It's not just sadness, it's more about happiness and also anger. I don't understand. After a brief silence, the magical fire vine that had returned to my chest, obediently acting as my heart guard, admitted frankly that it couldn't understand the complexities of human emotions. These are my mother's student notes, I sighed as I placed the box on the bedside table. I collapsed weakly onto the bed and grabbed the pillow to bury my head in it. Even leaving aside the contents of the research, just having access to such complete notes from my mother shows that the person who kept them must have been someone my mother knew for a long time and who was very close to her. And these notes weren't just organized, it's clear they were always carefully preserved. If someone didn't value my mother highly and miss her deeply, they wouldn't have done all this. So, although it was still unclear to the magical fire vine what the main point was, it could sense my increasingly tangled and frustrated thoughts. Having just been released from punishment, buried in the frozen soil of Siberia for a few days, its tone was naturally cautious, fearing another outburst. So, among the people around me, my mental message could no longer hide my grinding teeth. Aside from Professor Snape, who else knew my mother from childhood, was deeply trusted by her, and cherished her so much that they would do anything for her? But the magical fire vine weakly asked, "Isn't it good that Mr. Here liked your Highness's mother so much? Doesn't your Highness like him very much as well? Of course it's not bad, but that's a different matter." I sat up angrily, grabbed the pillow, and started smashing it against the bedpost to vent my frustration. Stupid, awkward fool. Damn Slytherin. Is it a crime to be honest sometimes? A whole year. I've been investigating who knew I would need acupuncture therapy, sending me silver needles, wasting so much of my time doubting and even spying on Professor Dumbledore, and it turns out it was him. That jerk. He thinks changing the box and wrapping paper would fool me? The packaging method is exactly the same. Even if I didn't know before, who couldn't guess after receiving Mom's notes? That big fool. Asterisk bang, asterisk. In my moment of anger, I lost control of my strength, and as a result, the feather pillow met its demise, feathers scattered everywhere, sticking to me, while I couldn't help but sneeze non-stop. But, Mr. Black still doesn't know that your Highness already knows about your mother's past, right? The magical fire vine cautiously reminded me, and your Highness are still very happy. You really like these two gifts, don't you? I sneezed violently again. That's true, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm angry. Rubbing my nose, I cursed for the 101st time the unfortunate fate of always ending up with twisted-minded elders in my life. This is so frustrating. How can someone's personality be this awful? Grandfather was even easier to deal with. At least he wouldn't twist things so much just to teach me something or help me improve. If no one realized it, all his good intentions would be wasted. No wonder Mom used to misunderstand him. Really, just a fool. The magical fire vine, looking equally helpless, stretched out a vine again, fetching the now empty pillowcase and draping it over my head. It won't be wasted. Even if no one else knows, if it's your Highness, you will definitely notice. The fiery magical vine wound lovingly around my hand, moving over my arm. Mr. Black's gentleness is deep, very deep, so deep that few humans can understand it. But even so, your Highness's mother, and Mr. Hoo still understand him, and now there's also you, your Highness. Mr. Black won't head towards such a sad future the way you're worried about. We all care about your Highness very much, so we'll all do our best to help you, as well as protect the humans you care about. Please don't be sad. Actually, before this, your efforts were noticed by Mr. Black, weren't they? If he hadn't recognized that you cared, he wouldn't just protect you but also go to such lengths to help you. You understand that, don't you, your Highness? Yes, it's precisely because I understand too well that it makes me especially angry. I mumbled, using the pillowcase to wipe my face clean, then threw it to the corner of the wall. Anyone who feels sad for that kind of idiot is definitely a fool. I'm not doing such a silly thing. Jumping off the bed, I waved my wand, and the feathers all over the bed and floor rose into the air at my command. I've made up my mind. Since that idiot is so narrow-minded, then to avoid accidentally killing him with a spell in my anger before the Dark Lord returns to punish him, I must correct this terrible character of his properly. Correct. Exactly, correct. I hummed, forming the feathers into a giant ball, then pointed it toward the corner of the wall with the pillowcase, completely oblivious to the magical vine's strange hesitation. Although Grandpa was strict and severe back then, I was never truly a good little obedient child. Since I once had the patience to make Grandpa like me the most among all his students, and even passed everything to me to become his true heir, then of course I can now make Professor Snape completely confront me without being overshadowed by Dad. Just wait and see, whether as Grandpa's student or a Potter, I will never admit defeat. Then, the magical vine's tone seemed even weaker and more powerless. What does your Highness plan to do? I haven't thought it through yet, but it's only natural to start with a thank you, right? After tidying up the broken pillow and feathers, I glanced at the gift box on the bedside table containing my mother's notes, unable to resist smiling radiantly against the backdrop of the howling wind outside. He's given me such precious and wonderful gifts for 2 Christmases in a row. If I don't respond, it would be far too rude. But if I want to reply properly, I need to spend some time preparing. And today is Christmas, so a calm and peaceful response seems more fitting for the mood, so I'll wait until later, maybe after school starts again. Chapter 65. After putting away my wand and taking out the 2 gift packages I had prepared last night and stashed under the bed in my suitcase, I gently caressed the magic fire vine on my arm and walked briskly toward the door. For now, let's have breakfast first, then visit Hermione. In the afternoon, I need to cook for Ron and his brothers their enormous appetites. I hope the ingredients I ordered and left in the room of requirement before the holidays will be enough for their picky tastes. I just hope they don't request anything too outrageous. I'm not a real chef, and I really don't understand why, with ordinary home-cooked dishes, they always eat as if there's a famine and are fighting over every bite. As I mumbled these thoughts while walking downstairs, the magic fire vine gave a gentle shake, curling its tendrils and vines back around my chest and back, obediently nestling under my clothes and continuing its dedicated role as armor for my heart. Ever since I had warned Professor Dumbledore that the hidden Slytherin chamber at school contained a basilisk, I had been wondering how the headmaster would prevent the basilisk's deadly gaze to protect all the students at school, yet I never expected Professor Dumbledore to use Christmas decorations as a pretext, placing beautiful ice mirror charms in every corridor, corner, and bend of the school. Anyone passing by could simply turn their head to see themselves in the mirror with gently falling snow in the background. I had to admit, the old fox is indeed very powerful. He managed in no time to upgrade my self-created water screen defense magic into an ice-based mirror array, but I can't help but mischievously wonder if the wizarding world has something like intellectual property law. That said, now during the winter holidays, using Christmas as an excuse to put up the ice mirror charms in the corridors is fine. But once the holiday ends and school resumes, how these ice mirrors will remain in the hallways is another question. Whatever, that's a problem for the old fox headmaster to worry about. I should focus on the more pressing task of finding the criminals controlled by Voldemort's soul fragments. I just want to think this way. Under the current situation where there are hardly any clues, it's really difficult to try to find the culprit, but not finding them quickly is also not an option. There are already 3 people lying in hospital wards waiting for revival potions, and who knows how many more will be harmed if it drags on. And ever since Hermione and the others got into trouble, there has been no sign of activity at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets so far. Of course, no activity means a higher safety factor for everyone, but it's really hard not to feel a sense of calm before the storm. I just hope I'm worrying too much. Except for Miss Ghost, there are many pygmy puff companions in the castle now. Everyone will keep watch together, so your highness can temporarily relax. The fire-hard ivy comforted me through a message, and right now is a human holiday. Maybe the Dark Lord you're worried about is on vacation as well, so your highness really doesn't need to be so concerned. Although I knew fire-hard ivy meant well, its comment about the Dark Lord being on vacation still made my hands shake while I was pinching the bun, and the little bunny-shaped ears got squished into a round shape. I simply decided to turn this failed bun into a little bear shape and patted my chest, no longer expecting it to heed my usual little warning about speaking carefully. However, in some respects, what Firehard Ivy said isn't entirely unreasonable. If the Ravenclaw diadem really is in the hands of a student right now, given how deserted the school is during the holidays, it's very likely that it's gone home with the student on vacation too. If that's the case, I suppose I can also relax and enjoy this rare tranquility, right? Yeah, right. The so-called hard-working fate of life must be referring to someone like me. Even when there's nothing to do, my body will automatically find something to occupy itself with. Look at me. Even though there's a feast prepared by the house elves tonight, I stupidly ran to the school kitchen to cook by myself, partly because I hadn't eaten Chinese snacks for a long time and was craving them, and at the same time, I planned to make a dish for the Weasley brothers, and Neville, the good boy, actually followed along to order, ruined by me in some way. I'm heartbroken, really. Sadly, it's been so long since I last cooked that not only did I thoroughly enjoy myself, I even accidentally ended up discussing recipes and ways to improve tonight's dinner with the house elves. If it weren't for the fact that the banquet was about to start, the twins would have come looking for me in the kitchen when they realized I hadn't shown up, and even the house elf in charge of cooking tonight had forgotten that I was also one of the students attending the Christmas dinner, almost spending all the time discussing recipes and cooking methods with me before letting me leave. In the end, I was still sent away from the kitchen under the house elves' admiration. Apparently, I might be the first student at the school to have shared so many new recipes and cooking techniques with them, and guilt, because I inadvertently forgot I was a wizard student, making them enlist my help in preparing the feast and even taking up my dining time. Fred and George were quite surprised that in just one afternoon, I not only got familiar with all the kitchen house elves but even earned their unanimous respect and admiration. However, once I explained that I had only been researching some recipes I provided with the house elves, the twins immediately looked relieved and understanding. These house elves are always ridiculously devoted to serving others. That's what a strong slave mentality is all about, said Fred and George as we walked toward the Great Hall, one on each side of me. They have an almost pathological obsession with figuring out how to serve and please wizards, probably due to being bound to wizarding buildings and forced to serve wizards generation after generation for thousands of years, the toxic inheritance of slave education, basically. There's no saving them. Just a little kindness from you and their service is astonishing. They say you even taught them herbal recipes, so it's no wonder they practically worshipped you like a king. But it's not all bad, George winked, patting the pockets on his, Fred's, and my robes, now bulging with premium sweets. From now on, we can definitely get more and better snacks using Harry's name. We've never been able to get holiday edition candies from Honeydukes through the house elves. And this time, we even managed to get a whole bag of the limited edition strawberry snowballs. Weiss, if I had known a few recipes were all it took to get VIP treatment, I would have sneaked some of Mom's secret recipes from home. I could only give a helpless smile and quickly change the topic. Heaven knows how much effort I spent this afternoon convincing the kitchen house elves not to bow to me in the name of Child of Gaia, and worse, I still have no clue how those house elves recognized such a bizarre identity, but thanks to Merlin, it's clear that neither the centaurs nor the house elves intend to let any other humans know about the Child of Gaia, which allowed me to use it as an excuse to get the kitchen house elves to stop their deliberately life-draining vows. After finally bluffing the twins, I absolutely did not want to continue this headache-inducing and dangerous topic. Why are you two here to see me? Where are Neville and Ron? After visiting Hermione and Colin in the morning, we played several games of wizard's chess in the common room. Teaming up with Neville, we kept losing to Ron at the last critical moment, and I, embarrassed and frustrated, decided to heal my wounded little ego by heading to the room of requirement just before noon to grab some stocked ingredients. On the way, I also asked the twins, busy with their mysterious experiments, for directions to the kitchen. I then dove heart and soul into cooking and recipe research, completely losing track of time. Usually, Ron and the others would remind me when I got too absorbed, so why this time was it the twins? Ron and the others aren't familiar with the kitchen's route yet. It will be faster if we lead you, George said with a shrug. You didn't come to the Great Hall for lunch, so you wouldn't know that Dumbledore specifically announced that tonight's Christmas feast requires all teachers, students, and ghosts to attend on time. Hogwarts is a big family, and Christmas is a holiday for family. To deepen everyone's familial bonds, there are no excuses for absence tonight. Those are Dumbledore's exact words. Fred's expression suddenly turned strange, smiling in a not-quite smile, just like George. And the seating for everyone tonight has been carefully arranged by the headmaster. Ron seems to have a small issue with this, so Neville is trying to calm him down. Why do I suddenly have a feeling that tonight's dinner is going to be exhausting? I didn't ask further about the news the twins had revealed, because we had already reached the hall's entrance. Ron and Neville were standing right at the doorway, obviously waiting for us with very stiff expressions. I only had time to say hi to Ron and Neville before the twins pushed us into the hall together. The bewitched ceiling dutifully displayed the night sky outside the castle, and the weather outside now was perfectly fitting for Christmas. Tiny, beautiful snowflakes drifted gently, complementing the hall's festive decorations of white, red, green, gold, and silver, creating an atmosphere that was elegant yet cozy. The space that normally held 4 house tables now had only one table in the center, while the others were moved to the corners to serve as dessert tables for cakes and cookies. The teacher's podium and seats were gone, replaced by a set of self-playing instruments performing gentle, classic Christmas music. Ghosts moved around chatting in pairs or small groups, and several teachers were talking near the dessert tables. The overall mood was harmonious except that the moment Neville and I followed the Weasley twins into the hall and sat at the main table, Professor Dumbledore, who was at the head seat, stopped chatting with Professor Lockhart beside him and smiled warmly, gesturing us over. All right, it seems our last companions have arrived, Professor Dumbledore said, picking up a spoon and lightly tapping the goblet in front of him. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, a delicious feast awaits us. It wasn't until we approached the table and Madame Pomfrey smilingly reached out to guide me over that I realized what the twins meant by Professor Dumbledore specially arranging the seating, and the feeling of awkwardness hardly begins to describe the tiny fraction of helplessness I felt inside. Let's set aside the seating arrangements mixing ghosts and teachers for now. Neville and I were staying at school over the holidays alone, so it was normal to be seated together, and it wasn't inappropriate for Professor Sprout to sit on Neville's other side either. After all, their teacher-student interactions were always good both in and out of class. Percy, the twins, and Ron are family, so naturally it made sense for them to sit together, but, even so, considering there were only a few students staying over, there was no need to seat those 3 Slytherins next to them, right? Even if you insist on connecting the table, it would have been fine with either Crabbe or Goyle, or better yet, swap Percy to the Gryffindor side. Why on earth would Ron have to sit right next to Malfoy? The look on their faces was greener than the broccoli on the table. What exactly was that crafty old headmaster thinking? Before I even had time to offer sympathy or comfort to Ron sitting across from me, Madame Pomfrey politely guided the other person to the only empty seat between her and me, which made me deeply realize the true meaning of being completely overwhelmed. That damn twisted sense of humor, that old, undying sly fox did it on purpose. Professor Snape, radiating low pressure, sat down next to me with a blank expression, and my mind was filled with endless curses for that exasperating old trickster. "Tea's a wonderful day, isn't it?" Professor Dumbledore stood from the head seat, picked up a goblet already filled with pumpkin juice, and said, "On this beautiful silver festival, a day for family, we are fortunate to sit here, sharing our presents and joy with each other. How rare and precious this is." I glanced at the other table, one sneering, the other rolling their eyes, both full of disdain exchanged a helpless look with Neville, and we silently sighed in unison. I believe that in such a beautiful and harmonious atmosphere, the twins made ridiculously silly faces at me at this moment, almost making me burst into laughter. Tonight's feast will surely be very enjoyable. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Out of politeness, I raised a glass with everyone and took a small sip of pumpkin juice. I had originally thought that after a busy afternoon, I could start eating right away, but who knew Professor Dumbledore led us in singing 4 or 5 of his favorite Christmas carols before announcing that we could start the meal, though it didn't matter, since I still had some candies the house elves had just given me in my pocket. I secretly shoved a few honey toffees into my mouth under Neville's slightly disapproving and helpless gaze, and then after the singing ended, I sat down with everyone. When Professor Dumbledore announced the start of the meal, I swept through the plate of food before me like autumn wind blowing fallen leaves, clearing it in no time. "Harry, HM." My cheeks puffed out like a squirrel as I made a sound showing I was listening, looking at Ron and Neville, who were playing music with a displeased tune while calling me, with a puzzled expression. My simple, faint confusion turned Ron's annoyed glare into slight helplessness. He pressed his blue-veined forehead and said, "You didn't eat lunch again?" "Yes, I did." I swallowed the food in my mouth before answering, trying to cut the steak. "I was in the kitchen, of course I ate. The pasta and seafood chowder the house elves made this noon were really good. I ate my fill." "Then what's going on now?" "What's going on?" I raised my head again after biting into my cut steak and finally realized that Malfoy and the rest, the Weasley brothers, and even Professor Sprout sitting next to Neville, were all staring at me with stunned, blank expressions. Oops, I was so hungry I forgot. And now the people eating around me at the table weren't my close friends, so they had no idea that if I skipped a meal, my appetite would increase exponentially. They all seemed shocked by my incredible appetite. Feeling no guilt or embarrassment, I finished the steak and then seriously answered the frowning Ron. "I was busy this afternoon working on something I promised you guys, and completely forgot to have afternoon tea." Ron looked completely defeated by my answer. "Since when did you develop an afternoon tea habit, besides late-night snacks?" Neville asked weakly, with a hint of resignation, following my gaze, and helped by scooping a full ladle of the freshly refilled mashed potatoes into my plate. "Since I started practicing in the afternoon," I said simply, nodding slightly in thanks, and dug a spoonful of mashed potatoes straight into my mouth. Sprinkling some ground sea salt on top really enhances the flavor. The house elves' hand skills, learned and used so quickly, are really impressive." I couldn't help but squint my eyes in happiness. "Just moving your body without using your brain, no wonder you act like a glutton." A lazy, mocking tone floated over. Looking up, I saw Malfoy's usual cold smirk, his eyes darkly glaring at me. "But some people only get to enjoy slightly normal food while at school, isn't that right? After all, those who only hang out with the poor even during holidays probably rarely get a chance to enjoy delicately prepared meals made by servants." My expression darkened. Before Ron, whose gaze was already sharp with anger, could speak, I responded first. "The house elves at school are really very skilled. Being able to eat such excellent and delicious nutritious food every day is indeed a very happy thing." Ignoring the infatuated giggles of Malfoy's 2 lackeys beside him, I smiled and spoke calmly. Subtle and almost unnoticeable, I could still feel that Malfoy's mockery at me had lost much of its usual sharp hostility. How to say it? It's kind of like going back to when we first met at the robe shop. The selfish, capricious, yet not dark, purely indulgent attitude. I honestly don't know where his change comes from, but today is the rare Christmas, and right now it's time to eat. As long as he doesn't cross my personal boundaries, anything anyone says or does in the presence of delicious food can be forgiven, especially since this is just a childish level of teasing that can be ignored or brushed off. Meals take priority, that's the way it should be. But if you ask me, although the house elves are skilled and capable, their neurotic personalities are really quite headache-inducing. I like the food they make, but I don't like interacting with them at all. To be honest, I still believe in doing things myself to ensure plenty for oneself. Oh, only 3 maple smoked honey legs left. Ron, do you still want some? What? Ron, who was currently practicing killing with his eyes to see to what extent it could work, instinctively turned his head toward the silver platter in front of him when he heard my out-of-the-blue question after I had swept through and it had automatically refilled with stacks of chicken legs. There were only 2 left now, and we had the honor of witnessing Fred take one. You too. As expected, after long-term subtle influence, Ron's obsession with food had, in some ways, become no less intense than mine. Seeing his usual favorite nearly taken entirely by his own older brothers, the little red-haired lion exploded. That's my favorite chicken leg. Why don't you take the ones in front of you? Don't be silly, dear little Ronnie. Of course, it's because we've already eaten ours. George, munching on a chicken bone, smiled brightly, not apologetic in the least but rather unapologetically righteous, and even boldly grabbed another chicken leg while Ron was still reacting. TSK, tonight's chicken legs are even better than usual. First come, first served, remember. Fred said in a preachy tone, not idle himself, grabbed the last maple glazed honey leg just like George, and mumbled while eating, you have to understand, the dining table is just like a battlefield. You can never let your guard down, or one slip-up would mean, bastards. The red-haired little lion's eyes reddened with veins bulging on his right hand as he lunged. Give me back my chicken legs. Don't joke, hey, that's my fried shrimp. Ah, my lamb chop. Fred, what are you doing? You 3. Percy, trying to assert his authority as the oldest brother, sternly attempted to stop the 3 siblings from a food-fueled brawl. Control yourselves. Just because it's vacation and we can be more relaxed doesn't mean chaos is allowed. You 3. He got stuck. Someone's silver fork swept across Percy's plate, and his lemon salmon disappeared without a trace. Then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, the Weasley family's food battle gained another fiercely enraged fighter. I glanced at Malfoy. The proud little snake snorted disdainfully, muttering something like uncouth plebeian, then ignored the chaos around him and began dining with calm elegance. Quietly, he took a small silver plate under the table that held 6 maple smoked honey chicken legs. I nudged Neville lightly with my elbow, who was sitting nearby and practically had a sign saying I don't know them, and secretly passed the plate to him, signaling that he should share it with Professor Sprout, whose lips twitched beside him, and Professor Flitwick and the others. Realizing that I had handed him the very cause of the current chaos, Neville stared blankly for 3 seconds before his expression grew even more conflicted. You did it on purpose. Not a question but a straightforward statement, he said in a faint, fading voice, yet still accepted the silver plate. I smiled, neither admitting nor denying, and sipped my pumpkin juice lightly. Sometimes, the fastest way to stop a conflict is to start an even bigger one. Lowering my eyes, concealing the calculating traces on my face behind the goblet, I spoke in the same soft voice, calm and gentle, but the key point is, one hand alone can never clap. Do you really think they would seriously quarrel with their own brothers? As Neville paused, stunned by my answer, I caught a slight cold snort beside me. I secretly tilted my head to glance at Professor Snape's stern and aloof profile. If it weren't for the finely honed senses I developed through martial practice, I might have thought I misheard. Just as I thoughtfully withdrew my gaze, I inadvertently met the sky-blue eyes across the main table, looking at me with obvious approval and a faint, mysterious depth, smiling gently. I blinked, set down my pumpkin juice, and silently said to Professor Dumbledore, Christmas is a time for family, before picking up my knife and fork again to continue my main task of devouring tonight's Christmas feast. You have Zhang Liang's strategy, I have my ladder over the walls, whether purely for fun or deliberately testing. If you want to stir up trouble, old fox, you'll need to up your game a bit more. Savoring the exquisite feast prepared by the house elves, who had worked hard all afternoon and seen their skills and rank soar, I looked at the Weasley brothers bickering and wrestling playfully, and couldn't help but smile warmly and happily from the heart. Although the dining atmosphere had initially been somewhat peculiar, after the Weasley brothers' food-grabbing battle, Hagrid drinking too much eggnog and laughing nonsense, and Professor Flitwick, slightly tipsy, taking over the automatic conducting from the unattended orchestra and starting to tinker with a dance tune, the entire Christmas dinner began to reach a lively climax. First, the ghosts began dancing in small groups. Professor Lockhart brought a magical microphone and started singing along with the music. Then, evidently also drunk, Madame Pomfrey, her face flushed pink, wobbled over to Professor Dumbledore and pleaded to dance, even saying things like, "If you don't dance with me, I'll cry for you," acting coy in a childish way. The most astonishing part wasn't Dumbledore's expression full of indulgent helplessness, leading Madame Pomfrey across the floor that had clearly become a dance space, but Professor Sprout, also drunk, abandoning her usual gentle demeanor and letting out her queenly triumphant "oh, ho ho tilde" laugh, forcefully dragging the dark and sullen-looking Professor Snape into the dance floor to swap partners with her friends. Watching the teachers getting hilariously unmasked by the alcohol at the banquet, I turned to glance at the little lions and little snakes, who were stunned by the scene. Alcohol is poison running through the intestines, the ancients did not lie to me. Standing by the dessert table, scooping at the special Christmas pudding sprinkled with chocolate powder, I felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Oh, nearly headless Nick floated over to us just as the little lions and little snakes were still rattled and unsettled, his expression one of appreciation, clicking his tongue and saying, "Yet another group of poor frightened children. Dear sir, Pomona of your house is as impressive as ever. She even dares to play with the bloody Baron." The Hufflepuff chubby monk ghost following Nick couldn't help but show a bitter smile at these words. "Dear sir, the bloody Baron and his child are just like you, tolerant. They won't take seriously a drunken, passionate lady." He glanced at the dance floor and sighed softly. "But why is everyone drinking so early at this year's party? In the past, it almost always started after the students went to bed. Probably because there are hardly any students on break this year, and the house elves didn't notice, so the drinks came out too early. This kind of thing has happened before." "What?" The twins, true to Gryffindor's thick-skinned and high-tolerance traits, with Fred's voice rough with surprise but at least able to form words, replied, "You mean they do this every year?" The fat friar looked at the twins with a gentle but slightly resigned smile. "Teachers and other adults also need some time to relax. It's vacation now, and today is Christmas, isn't it?" Then the fat friar floated away, led by Nick because a grim, cold-looking bloody Baron approached at that moment, using an undisputedly commanding tone, and in the name of a request from the house master, led Malfoy and his two minions to leave first and return to the dungeons. This Slytherin's possessiveness is really something. Looking at Malfoy's conflicted expression, unwillingly following the house ghost out of the hall, I couldn't help but bite my spoon and shake my head gently. "Harry," a weight landed on my shoulder, and George's ghostly voice appeared in my ear, "You knew already." I tilted my head to glance at Fred next to me, also raising an eyebrow with a grim smile, waiting for my answer. I silently pointed to a nearby Christmas tree and continued eating my pudding. The twins froze for a moment, then after understanding my hint, even their thick-skinned nerves couldn't help but fall silent for a bit. Actually, I was even more curious than them. If I could, I wouldn't want to know such gossip. But who else among humans could communicate freely with plants except me? "Whatever you see at tonight's feast, if you're smart, don't let it get out." Seeing the twins' eyes exchange with each other after they recovered, even if I didn't know the actual content, I knew that it was definitely not a good plan based on my understanding of them. Based on brotherly morality, I couldn't help but remind myself, school teachers have their own secret carnival parties at Christmas, which has been a tradition that has lasted for hundreds of years. However, it is not that no students have discovered this matter for such a long time, but no one has succeeded in leaking it. You should know what I mean. The twins looked at each other and smiled. "Don't worry, little Harry, we have always been measured. We always know what to do and not to say. It's because you know that you're more eager to try, right?" Looking at the twins with innocent eyes on their faces but evil light, I sighed. From the memory of the twins, 2 years later, I should have dared to challenge the age protection circle set by Professor Dumbledore for the cup of fire anyway. I have reminded you with kindness and righteousness, and the rest depends on how much they can listen. With the teachers who were already in a state of excitement taking the lead, and then the twins who were afraid that the world would not be chaotic, they didn't know where to get a bunch of magic fireworks and started to cast them, making the ceiling of the entire hall full of flying small sparks. In retaliation, a frustrated Ron took decorations from under the Christmas tree and fired a toy salute at the twins, but the stray bullet exploded Neville and Percy. Being burned by sparks was not enough, and the salute blew up the two of them to shreds of paper, and several guinea pigs rushed from their collars into their robes, which is not a tragic word, so it is completely understandable that the little lions will start guerrilla warfare in the whole hall where you chase me and hide. The little lions did try to drag me into the chaotic playground battle with magical fireworks and toy cannons, but with nimble footwork, dodging the twins' fireworks attacks and redirecting some of the fire toward Percy, I held my third plate of specially made Christmas pudding and slipped over to Hagrid to avoid stray shots in the battle zone. At this moment, the gentle half-giant was boisterously chatting and drinking with Professors McGonagall and Kettleburn. After all, no matter how bold the little lions are, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in front of their house professors. However, underage children aren't supposed to drink alcohol. That's the same in both the Muggle world and the Wizard world, right? So why am I now being forced to drink, just for simply seeking shelter and mysteriously joining the professor's conversation? With Hagrid constantly refilling my goblet with honey beer, I nervously stole glances at my house professor, who was holding Mrs. Hoocher's arm, lamenting about their students' poor aptitude and diligence in transfiguration while worrying about their only considerate protege lying in the infirmary. Heaven help me that she won't remember I was drinking beside her after sobering up. Unable to refuse the enthusiastic hospitality of a giggly, tipsy half-giant, I sipped the fairly sweet, non-spicy honey beer reluctantly, resigned to fate, while occasionally nodding and saying millimeter or oh as Professor Kettleburn boasted about his dragon-slaying exploits in his youth, clearly trying to show I was listening. Drunk people are always unreasonable, don't even try to reason with them, that's a law. Although alcohol, once in the body, can be pushed out by some internal skill if one has it, preventing drunkenness, its after effects are clear. My clothes would be wet and sticky, such discomfort. I don't want to walk through the cold corridors back to the dorm like this. But my current body isn't like in my previous life when I unknowingly developed a massive tolerance drinking with my grandfather. A few sips of this warm drink and I can't handle it. I smiled weakly, feeling dizzy. The crying Myrtle quietly appeared near us just as I was starting to feel lightheaded. Then, while Professor Sinistra sighed, "Ah, this is you, tilde," and Hagrid chuckled and tapped my shoulder absent-mindedly, I, half grateful that Myrtle agreed to help watch the entrance to the chamber, and half wanting an excuse to escape from this group of drunken adults trying to force me to drink more, accepted her shy invitation to dance the waltz together. Thankfully, my mom in my past life loved ballroom dancing. If it weren't for practicing with her, my younger sister and I would have had to learn the boy steps too, so the fact that I could carry Myrtle around the dance floor without tripping over myself was already a blessing. Besides the waltz, we went on to dance 4 or 5 Latin dances and a foxtrot. Seeing Myrtle's somewhat lingering, happy smile, I admitted that I wanted to rest. After leaving the dance floor and exchanging Christmas greetings with her, I staggered out of the hall, planning to find a more open spot to get some fresh air. After drinking quite a bit and dancing for a fair while, I was finally feeling the true kick of the honey mead. It was getting uncomfortably warm. Squinting my eyes slightly and feeling the sub-zero temperatures cool my flushed face, I casually shut the noisy, lively banquet hall door behind me and strolled down the corridor, stepping into the atrium garden closest to the hall. The snow that I had seen on the magical ceiling at the start of the banquet had long since stopped falling. Although there were still some cumulus clouds in the night sky, I could already faintly see the dark velvet above. It looks like tomorrow might be fairly nice weather, but at this temperature, it would probably take another 10 or 15 days to melt the snow. Every exhaled breath turned into a white, thick mist. The garden paths were covered in a layer of white snow, leaving rows of footprints as I walked by. In my heart, I responded to the cheerful but somewhat lazy greetings from the surrounding plants, and I found myself looking forward to the arrival of spring. After all, for most of the plants, that would be when they had more energy. Deep in the center of the garden, expecting that by this point I wouldn't attract anyone's attention, I walked toward a tall banyan tree whose leaves had already been replaced by ice crystals and snow. I pressed my left hand, which had channeled some magic and mental energy, onto it to ask it to help me hang a branch. Then, I took off my robe and pullover sweater and hung them on the branch. Silently, I circulated my internal energy 3 times through my body, took a deep breath, lightly leapt into the open area of the garden, and started punching directly. I really drank too much. The kick from the honey eggnog was stronger than I expected, and if I didn't release the alcohol from my system, given my current physical condition, I would definitely have a terrible headache from a hangover tomorrow. Since I'm going to sweat anyway, I might as well use up my strength too and just stay under the banyan tree tonight. After all, it's vacation now, so I don't need to rush to early morning classes, and the more energy I expend, the deeper the Black Lord's diary will be able to implant memories into me when I sleep. Considering the spiritual energy I've been channeling into the diary lately, it's about the point where it can resonate with my soul without being completely rejected by the fragments within the diary. Let's see if tonight I can take this opportunity to probe for the diary's soul fragment's weakest points. Even if it's a trial I deliberately set for myself, I've already spent too much energy and time on this Black Lord's diary. After casting the net for so long, it's time to start reaping some rewards. Straight strike, turn around, lift the fist, performing each move in sequence. I combined light-footed steps with the punching techniques. My increasingly fluid and faster movements moved silently through the garden, leaving almost no trace on the snow-covered ground. At first, I followed the traditional sequence of form step by step. However, halfway through, whether because of the alcohol or genuine immersion, I raised a foot and hand, a certain ethereal, distant enlightenment gradually enveloping my consciousness. My body moved according to my intention, swaying with my heart. Unconsciously, that vastness, seemingly at one with nature and heaven, deeply touched me. I don't know how much time passed before I vaguely returned to self-awareness. Satisfaction and exhaustion from fully stretching both body and soul almost simultaneously overwhelmed me. I lightly set my left foot down under the banyan tree, clasped my fists, and concluded the forms. I exhaled, leaned back against the massive trunk, and gently slid down to sit on the ground. The feeling just now seemed both unreal and real, boundless yet also tangible. Could this be what Grandpa once mentioned, that one must experience it personally? Only those whose strength and conditions meet the requirements can touch the initial glimpse of the martial realm. With my eyes closed, I hazily wanted to savor the moment again, but the fatigue of my body and mind gradually invaded my consciousness, making it increasingly difficult to recall. Never mind whether it's true or not, that feeling just now was indeed quite nice. Chapter 66. Marge, Auntie. Uncontrollably, I yawned and curled up, leaning against the big tree to gradually fall asleep. Although I still couldn't fully grasp the fleeting imagery I had just experienced, I had somewhat understood it. Does this mean that my state of mind has reached a breakthrough beyond before? Considering what I'm currently doing and the situations I'll face in the future, I suppose this is good news. As my consciousness drifted further into blankness, the sweater and robe hanging on Lorong slipped onto me because the branches naturally drooped. The soft, fluffy comfort made me unconsciously embrace and rub against them, tightly rolling up as if using them as a blanket. With the companionship of plants protecting me and my internal energy circulating within, although I was outside in the snowy open, I didn't bother about these hardships at all. After all, I've often slept with the sky as a cover and the ground as a pillow until now, only that this time it was in a different place without a transformed beast as for Ron and the others. They were still partying hard for Christmas. People who are exhausted would just sleep first. Maybe when they wake up tomorrow and sneak back, they still won't realize I spent the night outside. No need to worry at all. Silence and darkness, nothing at all. But just as I was getting closer to sleep, waiting for the dream of deep memories that could start at any moment, a sudden sense of warning inexplicably invaded my consciousness. It's Lorong and everyone. Your Highness. Before I could open my eyes, my body had already reacted instinctively. I threw the robe and sweater toward the direction of the approaching aura, directly pouncing on the silently approaching person using my own weight to pin them down. My left hand clamped on the person's neck just in case, and my wand had already slipped out from the hidden pocket in my right arm, pointing at this unwelcome intruder who tried to bypass the plant defenses and approach me. Then, still quite sleepy, I finally managed to calm the hostile energy I had released in surprise, barely focusing my vision to find out which unknowing asshole dared to disturb my peaceful dream. But when I met those extremely familiar cold, sharp eyes now filled even more with shock and angry black obsidian glare, the fiery anger I had from being disturbed was abruptly extinguished. Why would someone who should be still stuck at the feast helping the drunken Professor Sprout, Professor Dumbledore, and Madame Pomfrey, appear here? Screaming in my heart with incomprehensible anguish, I almost wanted to just pretend to pass out, acting as if I were sleepwalking, completely unaware of what was happening. Gryffindor. There's no reason to deduct points for this accident, Professor. It's the winter break now, and the house points rules aren't calculated during vacation. I interrupted and took the words while trying to get off Professor Snape as quickly as possible. I am sorry, Professor. I apologize for almost hurting you. The lingering effects of alcohol combined with exhaustion from who knows how long of sparring had already made my body and mind extremely sluggish. Now, added with the panic and the rush to stand up, temporary lack of blood supply to my brain made me dizzy. My vision blurred for a moment, and my wobbly balance caused me to fall directly into the snow. Instead of the expected cold and pain from impact, the force on my wrist led me straight into a thick warmth. Before my brain had a chance to function properly, an icy yet familiar mocking voice floated into my ears from above. Gryffindor's reckless rudeness is well known, but I didn't know that his little lion even has an unusual sense of temperature. Just feeling my robes being pulled over my head, and then roughly yanked upright. This isn't the first time you've tried to attack a teacher. So many detentions still haven't taught you a lesson? I've never tried to attack any teacher, it was just an accident. I said weakly, pale and fatigued, unconvinced that my arms wouldn't end up bruised from the grip. I am sorry for causing you trouble, could you let go? I can stand on my own. The force on my arms loosened a bit, but it didn't release. It's quite dark here, but that doesn't mean my eyesight is as poor as yours. His tone sharp and sarcastic, he pierced through me. Or can you give any other explanation for the tree roots you're leaning against behind you? I sighed silently, enduring the dull throbbing discomfort in my head, and looked up to meet Professor Snape's sharp gaze. I just asked the plants here to help me set up a simple little protective ward, Professor, I explained briefly, partly because I really didn't have the energy or spirit, and partly because, with Slytherin-style indirect thinking, Professor Snape couldn't possibly not understand what I meant. It's my habit to set up alerts around where I sleep. After a noticeably long pause, Professor Snape's face darkened even more. Has the Gryffindor Tower finally been ruined by the Weasleys? If I weren't already exhausted, I probably would have laughed out loud right then. Gryffindor Tower's solidity and wholeness last as long as its name, Professor. I lowered my head, hiding the traces of weak amusement on my face. Since it had already been noticed, I lazily stopped concealing it and relied fully on the help of the plant behind me. It's my own problem, I'm too tired and don't have the energy to walk back. The large hand that had been gripping my upper arm finally loosened. So you just randomly set up a magical array in the courtyard using your talent, without thinking at all about the safety risks if someone passed by and triggered it. His voice was soft but carried a dangerous undertone. This is a school, not your backyard. But today is Christmas, Professor. There aren't really any students around, and no student would come here at this time on a day like this. I tugged at my slipping robe and quietly stifled a small yawn. Also, the array I set up mainly just diverts people. It won't cause any real danger to those who enter unless someone insists on coming to me, and I fail to wake up in time. Professor Snape let out a cold snort. If you arrogantly roam the school relying on such unstable instinctive reflexes, your fate won't be as simple as just expulsion. His voice carried a coldness filled with restrained anger. The Azkaban guards have a particular delight for the souls of those convicted of murder, and Dumbledore's favoritism and protection can't follow you forever. So he's really still holding a grudge over the times I repeatedly restrained him with grappling techniques? Yes, Professor, I understand what you mean. I'll be more careful from now on and won't make similar mistakes again. Feeling too exhausted to argue, I simply apologized again. Anyway, in the future, at most when I sleep somewhere other than the dormitory, I'll just put in a bit more effort to transform into my animagus form so no one can recognize me. I couldn't help yawning again. May I leave now, Professor? The response I got was a faint huff, whatever that meant. I was already too tired to deal with him, so I took it as consent. Good night, Professor, and Merry Christmas. After slightly bowing in farewell, I turned and, staggering, headed toward the rosewood tree, so exhausted, I didn't care if the sky fell, I just wanted to sleep. Harry Potter. Right as I lay back under the tree, footsteps, weighed down by snow but still carrying the same suppressed anger as the owner's voice, approached me. Since the Gryffindor Tower is still standing firm, what are you doing here? I pulled my robe tighter around me, using it like a blanket. Sleeping. You. I spent the whole afternoon in the kitchen making food with the house elves. Had to dodge the twins at the feast trying to blow me up with fireworks, and then professors, half-drunk, forced me to drink. By the time they mercifully let me go, I still had to dance with ghosts for almost an hour. I'm genuinely exhausted, my head hurts, and I don't have the energy to go back to the dormitory, Professor. I weakly interrupted Professor Snape's yet-to-be-spoken scolding, almost whining in a pleading tone. No matter what else you want to assign me or punish me with, can we wait until I sleep off my hangover, please? Then, ignoring whatever reaction or thoughts he had, I pulled my robe over my head, curled up, and utterly collapsed into heavy sleep. For whatever reason, attempting to pour your own memory into an object that already contains someone else's memory is already a very risky move, let alone that the object I chose to inject my memory into was a Horcrux, created with the highest level dark magic and containing fragments of Voldemort's soul. The risk of implanting my past memories and plunging my soul into nearly defenseless behaviors is high, and I won't even mention the potential side effects like mood swings during the process. What I truly detest is having to relive my past through my memories, in other words, experiencing once more the process of growing up from a little kid through nightly dreams. If I had a normal family, or a past protected and cared for by guardians, it might be bearable, but my life before Hogwarts was spent entirely at the Dursleys' home, where the treatment I received both physically and emotionally was beyond what a child could endure. Well, since I already possess the mature mind of someone with 27 years of experience from a past life, it's not entirely unbearable to look back, but it's certainly not something worth cherishing either. Strictly speaking, my recent mood swings and irritability are not just the result of dark magic partly, they are related to the nightly recollections of those past rotten experiences that I've almost chosen to forget. If it weren't for the need to improve my mindset and stabilize the foundation of my internal abilities, and if it weren't for the mysterious trouble of the Chamber of Secrets being opened again, I wouldn't risk using the Dark Lord's diary to track down another piece of my soul, let alone attempt to refine my mindset in such a mentally self-torturing way. It's truly something I utterly hate. Sitting on the small back steps next to the garage of number 4 Privet Drive, I held the apple I had conjured with my frostbitten hands and took small bites, listening to the faintly audible cheerful chatter of the Dursleys and Aunt Marge through the door. If I remember correctly, this dreamlike memory seems to date back to when I was 8 years old. Aunt Marge came specifically this year to celebrate Christmas with the Dursleys and even brought along her beloved bulldog, Ripper. It seemed that the day before Christmas, when Aunt Marge ordered me to feed her dog some canned food, I deliberately tossed a few pieces of leftover chocolate that Dudley had eaten earlier into the dog's bowl, as a way to get back at the old dog, who, like its owner, was very unfriendly to me and always tried to bite me. As a result, I did manage to make Ripper look extremely weak on Christmas morning, but at the same time, it made the distressed Aunt Marge very irritable, and she suggested to Uncle Vernon that I go clean the garage. So, I spent what felt like the whole day there, organizing things and cleaning the car, and by the time I was done, it was already quite late. Aunt Petunia and the others didn't call me in for dinner at all, and even when I rang the doorbell to come inside, they pretended not to hear and just turned the TV volume way up. Since they were clearly being so unreasonable, I wasn't the kind of silly child to just stand at the door hungry and freezing. After finishing my apple, I casually threw the core into the flower bed, got up, dusted myself off, and leisurely strolled toward the nearby neighborhood park. We wish you a Merry Xmas, we wish you a Merry Xmas, we wish you a Merry Xmas, and a Happy New Year. Humming this popular cheerful Christmas song, I took over the children's play area in the dark little park, and, with the agility that, at 8 years old, was still developing but already far more dexterous than a gymnast, I swung and jumped on the swings and seesaws, thoroughly enjoying myself. Even though the plants were more subdued and lifeless in the winter, they could still keep me company and listen to me sing. So the fact that I can communicate with plants has never meant I am alone, nor have I ever felt lonely during these years at the Dursleys. The only times I spent on my own were when practicing magic or studying. Such a dull, almost ascetic life was made bearable thanks to the plants, whose tireless efforts in bringing me funny little secrets and gossip provided such adorable company that my naturally bold personality didn't fracture in the face of such a twisted existence, outwardly pretending to be an innocent victim while secretly hoarding plans to ensure survival with cunning, though I suppose it was already a bit that way anyway. That's why I can truly understand why Professor Dumbledore often gives off a seemingly eccentric impression and can see the mischievous pleasure the headmaster takes in playfully manipulating things around him, forcing people to do things both ridiculous and laughable. The psychological pressure is simply too much not to vent at times. Feeling this in my heart, I decided magnanimously to forgive the headmaster for the trouble he caused me at this year's Christmas feast. I would never admit I was outwitted by that old fox. I was just too lazy to bother thinking. Besides, I've always been a well-behaved child who respects elders. Bullying them is beneath me. While humming and hopping my way over to the balance beam by the horizontal bar, a one-handed sideways flip, a fancy spin, then a somersault, I moved along the beam in sync with my light humming, performing a series of high-difficulty gymnastic moves with the agility of a little sparrow. Never mind that the small park is empty since people are at home celebrating Christmas, and even in my own memory dream, it doesn't matter if I'm seen. I could therefore move freely and boldly, thoroughly venting the melancholy that remembering the Dursleys on this day brings me. Humming and leaping, the unease in my heart gradually dissipated. My stretches and movements on the balance beam became lighter, more dance-like and fluid, their purpose now simply to give back my gratitude to the plants that have accompanied me all these years even though I am in a dream. I know the thorny firevine who accompanied me here understands my intent and will help share this dance with its companions. Even if the plants respect and love me because it is a gift granted by the Creator, no matter what, they have truly done so much for me, and yet I have hardly been able to repay them in any meaningful way. The dark, oppressive night sky began to drift with fine snow, and my rhythmic dance came to an end along with the soft humming of the music. I stood still on the balance beam, closing my eyes and tilting my head back, feeling the hexagonal crystals land on my face and melt into cold droplets. Really, thank you so much, thank you all for always being with me, thank you. A heartfelt, sincere response was returned through the magical vine, carrying such gentle emotion it could bring one to tears. I let out a soft sigh, opened my eyes, and wiped the moisture off my face with the slightly oversized sleeves of my jacket before lightly hopping back down to the ground. However, the ground was a bit slippery from the falling snow, and combined with my pants, which had already been creased in several places from my earlier chaotic jumping, now completely loosened, I didn't pay much attention and accidentally tripped normally. With my reflexes, even if I fell, I'd know how to prevent injury, but a sudden unfamiliar force around my waist made me instantly reconsider and relax my body, letting myself fall into a stranger's arms. I looked up and, unsurprisingly, met a pair of deep, enchanting black eyes I had never seen before, as lively and mysterious as a dark valley. I have no prejudice toward any race or lineage, but I can't deny that having spent 27 years as a descendant of China, I've always felt a certain affinity for people with black hair and black eyes from the East. Therefore, I have always thought that it's rare for Westerners to properly embody the calm, elegant mystery of black. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on this young man holding me, I had to retract my earlier thoughts. Both had black eyes and hair. Professor Snape's presence gave off the icy vastness of a polar ocean, unfathomable, yet this young man felt as expansive and lofty as a cloudless night sky. It's always something that, once noticed, is impossible to ignore. Are you all right? A slightly magnetic, gentle voice asked, making me, who had just been stunned by the youth's handsome appearance and barely regained my composure, drift into a daze once again. So good-looking and with a voice that could kill. God really went too far. You can't call a guy pretty, little one. The slight tightening of my waist finally made me sober up a little. Although he was still smiling gently, I could still hear a faint displeasure from his tone. I realized that I had accidentally expressed my size. He asked again, "Did you hit somewhere?" "No," I blushed and said, secretly reflecting on how I almost confused the other person's good looks. "Thank you for helping me. That you can let me go." The strength in my waist was released, and I slid down from the young man's arms, and once again realized how short I was when I was 8 years old. I thought about it, throwing my dissatisfaction with my height behind my head. As soon as I stood up again, I raised my head to look at the young man and smiled seriously in gratitude. "Thank you for helping me, sir." The young man looked at me gently and stroked my head with one hand. "You're welcome," he said. "It's so late. Why are you still in the park and haven't come home? Where are your parents?" My smile subsided. "My parents are gone," I whispered. "I live with my aunt and uncle." The palm with a slightly low temperature paused to stroke my hair. "I'm sorry." If I hadn't noticed the coldness in his eyes, I might not have doubted the sincerity of his apology. "Then, why didn't you go home? Today is Christmas, and you should be with your family." I blinked, not wanting to answer this question, and asked softly, "Then why is your husband here and not going home to be with his family?" The young man was stunned. Then the already handsome face became even more handsome because of the deepened smile. "I have no family." The young man squatted down in front of me and said at me level with me, "I'm Tom Riddle. What's your name, little one?" "My name is Harry Potter." I was a little surprised and a little confused by his movements. From the beginning, although he seemed gentle and friendly on the surface, his conversation still had a faint arrogance that belonged to the superiors. How could an arrogant young man like him introduce himself so carefully to me, a child wearing loose clothes and knowing at a glance that he had no good background? Although I originally planned to stir up some trouble when entering the diary dream to draw out Tom Riddle's soul, now, without even using my plan, the soul fragment appeared on its own, saving me a lot of trouble. But the reaction of this soul fragment is just too strange. I couldn't help but wonder secretly, and hesitantly asked, Mr. Riddle." "Tom," he interrupted me, a deep loathing flashing across his eyes and disappearing instantly. If I didn't already know the reason, I would have thought it was just my imagination. You can call me Tom. Harry, can I call you that? I nodded. Yes, Sir Tom, I corrected myself under his arched eyebrow look. It's just, I guess you don't live nearby, do you? Indeed, I don't live here, he said warmly. Why do you ask? Because I've never seen you before. I tilted my head. Someone as handsome like Tom. I modified my words as his smile gradually became eerily subtle, until I ran out of words. Anyway, someone whose appearance makes you feel good. I wouldn't forget, but I have no memory of Tom at all. So you shouldn't appear in my dreams. I furrowed my brows, showing confusion. Could it be that not only are my nightmare symptoms getting worse, but hallucinations are appearing too? You think you're dreaming? The look of helpless frustration I displayed seemed to amuse Riddle. He reached out and touched my cheek. Do I really look like some phantom figure that would only appear in a dream? Isn't that the case? You're so beautiful, you don't even look human now. The hand on my cheek suddenly twisted, and I cried out in pain, covering my face and stepping back, protesting. Why did you pinch me? To remind you to speak politely, and also to help you confirm whether you're really dreaming. He kept smiling and waved at me. Come here, little one. Rubbing my sore cheek, my eyes filled with a mix of reproach and caution, I slowly walked over. Telling the truth isn't an option either. This was my dream in the first place. I muttered in dissatisfaction. And I'm not a little one, ooh. The moment I got within Riddle's reach, he immediately scooped me up around the waist. Along with his simultaneous movement to stand, I suddenly lost my balance and my feet dangled in the air. I couldn't help but let out a small gasp and instinctively grab the jacket on his chest to stabilize myself. Even some stuffed dolls from a roadside toy store are bigger than you, and you claim you're not tiny. Riddle said teasingly, letting me sit on his right forearm and lean against his chest as he held me, then slowly walked out of the children's play area. You are surprisingly light. How old are you again? 12 years old. What's with that look? I shot him an annoyed glance, as if to confront his obvious doubt of, who are you trying to fool? My tone serious. I really am 12. I just don't know why in this dream I've gone back to being about 8 years old. Riddle's footsteps hesitated for a moment, then he continued walking toward the small park's exit. Even at 8, you're still way too small. His voice softened slightly. Aren't you going to ask me where I'm taking you? Not worried about your aunt and the others. I highly doubt that. I muttered under my breath, then acted indifferent. Since this is a dream anyway, it doesn't matter where we go. After waking up, I'll still be at at school. Riddle chuckled lightly, still insisting this is just a dream. He mischievously brushed his left hand over the spot where he had just pinched my cheek, seeing me reflexively pull my neck back. His smile appeared even more carefree. If it were just a simple dream, it wouldn't hurt. But if it's not a dream, why do I keep ending up back at the Giuslays' my aunt's house? I asked rhetorically, my tone more steadfastly assertive, and I remember each time, even knowing what's about to happen here, and even when I wake up in the school dorm, I'm not uncomfortable or hurt. At most I just feel a bit sleep deprived. I see. Riddle seemed thoughtful. That means the way you enter here isn't exactly complete, and calling it a dream isn't exactly wrong. Looking at Riddle's handsome profile, which seemed to be contemplating something, I threw aside, for the nth time since we met, my thoughts on just how dangerously good-looking this guy was, and directly asked, what do you mean by the way you entered here isn't complete? Could it be that, Tom, you know the reason I've been dreaming about past events recently? He glanced at me, a faint trace of contempt hidden in his gentle smile. Since you say you're already 12, that means you've been at Hogwarts for at least a year. Are you telling me you haven't learned anything in defense against the dark arts? What are you talking about? My defense against the dark arts grades are clearly in the top 5 of the year. I paused, staring at Riddle in astonishment. You know you're a wizard too. He smiled as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This is the conscious space stored within my memory diary. Of course, only a wizard is qualified to enter. His tone was a calm statement but carried a hint of arrogance. As the creator of the diary, I too am obviously a wizard. I stared at Riddle, apparently trying to make sense of his words, but in reality, my mind was nervously turning over the audacity and cunning of this fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. The proverb goes, the highest art of lying and deceiving is to mix 3 parts lies with 7 parts truth, using facts to obscure reality. Or Riddle truly deserves the title of the future Dark Lord whom everyone will fear. Even though this is just a soul fragment with barely 17 or 18 years worth of memories, not only has he mastered this principle thoroughly, he also fully understands the charm of his appearance and demeanor, unreservedly combining the two to manipulate me if I weren't extra cautious due to our combined age approaching 40 and the advantage of memory revealing this guy's background. I probably would have been completely fooled and wouldn't even have known I'd been sold out. Because it was the first soul fragment created, it retained the boldness and meticulousness of youthful recklessness while also being extremely confident, so it simply didn't think it could be recognized as being connected to the Dark Lord. That's why it didn't care that I knew this was part of his diary space, and it was also deceiving my knifed, trying to test me gently or forcefully to understand how useful I could be to him. I just don't know if, with this diary soul fragment currently awakened and having absorbed life energy from me over this period, it's already enough to establish communication with the soul fragment in the Ravenclaw crown. If, woo, the pinch pain on my cheek brought me back from my thoughts once again. Reflexively, I swatted away the hand that was poking my face and rubbed the sore spot, glaring at Riddle. Stop pinching my face. It really hurts. No matter how much I call, you don't respond. If I don't pinch you, how am I supposed to bring you back to your senses? Riddle sat down on the bench and placed me on his lap. That's when I realized we had already left the small park and were now at a bus shelter at the entrance of the community. What are you thinking about? You're so focused. Of course I'm thinking about what you just said regarding the memory consciousness space. I spoke a little sharply, still annoyed that my cheek had been kneaded like clay, showing a simple demeanor as if reciting learned knowledge to analyze it without deeply thinking. If I'm not dreaming, then you really are a wizard, and this is indeed the consciousness space created for the memory diary. That means I've been under a spell without realizing it, spending 2 or 3 months having nightmares for nothing, getting irritated from lack of sleep, arguing with professors and being punished with labor service, and I faltered, then suddenly seemed to realize something important, my expression stiffening into a blank. Why did you stop? Riddle smiled at me, eyes glinting with unmistakable interest, as if looking at some amusing toy. What else? I didn't respond, merely staring at him silently, my eyes flashed with complex suspicion and vigilance, my body gradually tensing up. Riddle stared straight into my eyes behind my round, old-fashioned black glasses and let out a soft laugh. It seems that aside from being a little slow in alertness, what you said about excelling in defense against the dark arts is clearly true. He reached out and ruffled my hair. Don't worry. Since I didn't make a move when I first discovered you, I have no intention of harming you in the short term either. I didn't let my guard down because of Riddle's seemingly gentle and comforting gesture. On the contrary, my eyes grew even more wary. Why? Without averting my gaze from his pitch-black starry eyes, I forced myself to stay calm and asked, my fists clenching involuntarily. Although I still don't quite understand how I came into this place, for you, this conscious space is essentially a protective magic that ensures your memories exist safely. Any intrusion, whether well-intentioned or malicious, is an unstable danger to you, something that should be eliminated without any need for a reason, right? Riddle did not immediately answer my question. His hand, which had been resting on my head, casually slid past my ear down to my neck before he finally withdrew. I couldn't help but notice how his cold fingers deliberately lingered over my carotid artery for a moment, and that awareness made my body shiver uncontrollably. If it were just a typical memory recording diary, of course, I would act accordingly. But he paused, seemingly enjoying my nervousness, then suddenly threw out an unrelated question. Are you a Gryffindor? I froze for a moment. Before I could respond, he smiled and said, wizards from Gryffindor are all outstanding and brave, and they are always so upright that it borders on stubbornness, full of emotions, almost as bright as the day. It's really enviable. However, without giving me a chance to speculate on the meaning of his sudden statement, Riddle touched my face again, staring at me with a somewhat overbearing gaze. The boldness and impulsive curiosity of Gryffindors are just as striking as their free-spirited nature, but in you, a Gryffindor student, whether it's your righteous and bright emotions or your curious and occasionally impulsive behavior, there's always something slightly off, as if you're wearing a mask. Hearing Riddle say this, my pupils involuntarily contracted, and my body trembled more noticeably. Are you trembling now because you're afraid I might hurt you? Or, he deliberately leaned close to my ear and whispered, are you angry at yourself for falling so easily into danger, unable to protect yourself or escape? Without thinking, I threw a punch only to be astonished to find that Riddle reacted almost as fast as I did, blocking my sudden attack and catching my right fist in one hand. It seems that even just wearing the mask, the title of Gryffindor's little lion suits you perfectly. Riddle looked at me casually, with an annoyingly gentle expression, at least from my current perspective. But it seems you've forgotten, little one, that even though this is your dream, you're still in my memory space, meaning, I am the true master of this world, and your power is something I can use at any time. Unable to pull back my hand held tightly by Riddle, and hearing his unmistakably cat-and-mouse tone, which usually just teased opponents without ever targeting me personally, I finally got angry. Acting on impulse, I took advantage of Riddle being momentarily surprised when the first apple suddenly appeared above us and hit his head. I pulled my hand back, leapt out of his embrace, and used a light step technique to step out of the bus shelter. Apples, falling in torrents as if they were free, kept dropping from the shelter roof, filling every corner of the bus shelter in no time. Even if you possess the same powers as me, your reactions in terms of skill and application may not be able to fully keep up, right? Squinting at Riddle as he followed after me jumping out of the shelter, I coldly retorted with harsh words to his slightly awkward state. Standing on the sidewalk, I casually snapped my fingers, and all the apples rolling out from the shelter immediately vanished. Power is something that, only when truly understood and mastered, can be used to achieve one's real goals and truly suit oneself. Relying on opportunistically gained abilities, especially if used against the original owner, can sometimes become a weakness that leads to failure. Although the gloomy sky made it hard for me to see Riddle's expression under his disheveled hair, I still instinctively felt that the gaze he aimed at me had already vaguely revealed a kind of burning look, as if he had unexpectedly encountered prey that fought back. I immediately stepped back into the shadow by the street lamp, while forcefully telling myself to wake up quickly. And one thing you got wrong, Tom. In this conscious space, my power might not be able to hurt you, but if you try to escape, you might not necessarily be able to keep me here. Then, before I could feel Riddle's cold fingers touching me again, my consciousness sank back into darkness.